Chapter 1. Why is this person so tall? Time rewinds. The streets of Yulin bustled with activity, vendors enthusiastically calling out to passers-by, and the locust flowers at the street corner bloomed, filling the air with a fragrant scent. Gu Qiong's dedicated vehicle entered the street, garnering the attention of the entire thoroughfare. It drove all the way to the end of the street, and in that instant, the sound of a gunshot rang out, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, amidst the driver's startled exclamations, a devastating piece of news spread through the streets. Mr. Gu Qiongzhou, president of the Huahua Business Association, has been shot dead. The bullet had pierced directly through Gu Qiong's heart. In his final moments, Gu Qiongzhou gazed at the hazy crimson before him and managed a faint smile. Throughout his brief life, he had toiled tirelessly to dismantle our country's commercial monopoly in the Huahua market, never experiencing a moment of respite. He never anticipated that his demise would be so absurd. He yearned for the next life to be one of peace and prosperity, to live freely for himself. In this life, he owed nothing to anyone. A gentle rain fell for an entire day and night in Jing City, and the rhythmic sounds in the hospital mirrored the patter of rain outside. Gu Qiongzhou slowly opened his eyes. A group of people gathered around him. "He's awake. Qiongzhou is awake. Quick, call the doctor." Then chaos ensued. It wasn't until his body was examined repeatedly by a doctor in a white coat that he began to comprehend the situation. A man in his 40s approached his bedside, concern etched on his face. "Qiongzhou, how do you feel?" Gu Qiongzhou was certain he had never encountered this man before, and his wariness intensified. "Who are you?" The man seemed taken aback. "What do you mean? I am your father." Gu Qiongzhou was dumbfounded. His father? But he had grown up without parents, and wasn't he shot dead? How could he possibly be alive? No, could it be that he had entered another world? Taken over someone else's body? His mind raced, realizing he could not reveal his true identity until he understood what was happening. "Father? I apologize, but I seem to have lost all my memories." Gu Yanyao paused for a moment, then regained his composure. "We'll go call the doctor." The doctor asked him several questions, to which he cautiously replied that he remembered nothing. The doctor ultimately concluded, "He has amnesia." The people surrounding them began to whisper among themselves. How could he have lost his memory? He is supposed to marry the eldest son of the Su family in 10 days. What are we to do? The stock prices might plummet. Unbeknownst to them, one person's tense demeanor suddenly relaxed. Gu Yanyao turned and said, "All right, let's not discuss this further. If there's nothing more, everyone should return home. Qiongzhou needs to rest." No one dared to disregard Gu Yanyao's words, and soon, only the father and son were left in the room. Gu Yanyao looked at Gu Qiongzhou lying on the hospital bed and felt a pang of regret, thinking he should not have pressured him so. "Qiongzhou, it's not that your father is forcing you. Your marriage to Su Zhaoxi was arranged by the previous generation, and the company is indeed facing difficulties. I have no other options." Gu Qiongzhou suppressed his doubts. "Marriage? I am to wed?" Gu Yanyao hesitated. "Ahem, your father knows you have feelings for Songyu, and you even attempted to take your own life for him. If he hadn't saved you, you would have." Sighing, he added, "Forget it if you don't want to go through with the union. I'll apologize to the Su family." Gu Qiong's mind raced, piecing together the situation. He was an outsider, and it was unwise to linger around those familiar with the original owner's life. It would be better to go along with the marriage to someone named Su Zhaoxi and move out. This would also afford him more time to uncover the reasons for his arrival here and determine whether the original owner still existed in this world. As for the original owner's affection for Songyu, that could wait. "Father, I am willing to proceed with the marriage. At present, I have lost my memories and have no one I care for. Moreover, the company is in peril. Marrying Su Zhaoxi is the best course of action." Gu Yanyao felt a surge of relief at his son's understanding. "That is splendid news. As for Songyu, you need not worry. I will ensure he is treated well. Though you jumped into the river for him, he did save your life." Gu Qiongzhou, having dedicated over 20 years of his life to relentless pursuits, was not one to easily believe in such notions of gratitude. "Father, I will handle this matter. You need not fret." Gu Yanyao observed his son and sensed a change. The former Gu Qiongzhou had been meek and overly trusting, but the amnesiac version seemed almost like a different person. He did not dwell on it, thinking perhaps the near drowning had prompted his son to gain some clarity. Gu Qiongzhou spent only a few days in the hospital before being discharged and returning to the Gu family's old residence. Upon observation, it became clear that the original owner's mother had likely passed away long ago, as there were few remnants of her in the old house, the only memento being a photograph of 3 people. He returned to his room, intending to take a shower. However, it took him quite some time to figure out how the bathroom fixtures worked, marveling at how swiftly technology had advanced in his era. Such innovations were non-existent. After bathing, he lay on the bed and picked up the device referred to as a smartphone. Through his observations over the past few days, he recognized that smartphones were indispensable to people in this era, akin to how a gun had been essential in his former life. During his hospital stay, he had grasped the basics of using the smartphone. He opened the device and searched for modern Chinese history. He needed to understand how this era had come to be. That evening, when Gu Yin Yao returned, he asked the butler, "How did the young master fare today?" The butler smiled and replied, "The young master read an e-book this morning and helped me water the flowers in the afternoon." Gu Yin Yao was astonished. "He helped you water the flowers?" He never liked to work before. The butler nodded in agreement. Indeed, the young master is truly different now. In truth, Gu Qiongzhou did not enjoy watering flowers. He had merely seized the opportunity to glean information while assisting the butler. For instance, he learned that the Gu family and the Su family were long-standing allies, both being leading companies in the country. His betrothed turned out to be an actor, while the one the original owner favored was a project manager at the company. He also discovered that he possessed dozens of luxury sports cars, though upon inspection, they were gaudy and lacked the imposing presence of his former green military vehicle. Having spent over a decade of his life wandering, and the latter half tirelessly striving to dismantle our country's commercial monopoly to provide opportunities for more Huawei entrepreneurs, he had never had a moment of idleness. Now, after a few days of watering flowers in the old house and piecing together the circumstances, he found himself restless. Upon hearing from the butler that the original owner was the general manager of his own company, he decided to take action. The original owner had been lackluster in this role, and many beneath him were dissatisfied, privately labeling him a freeloader. After hearing this, he resolved to go to work. Regardless of the original owner's situation, he intended to make the most of his new life. However, before starting work, he needed to purchase a few suits, for the original owner's wardrobe was utterly deplorable. Following the butler's advice, he visited Prenglai K, where he was warmly greeted upon entering. He clearly expressed his desire for several black suits. The sales staff selected a few options for him. As he emerged from the fitting room, all eyes were drawn to him. "Wow, you truly suit black suits perfectly. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Your waist-to-hip ratio is remarkable." Just as Gu Qiongzhou selected his suits and was about to leave, a chorus of excited voices erupted. "Ah, it's Suing Di." He saw a group of 4 or 5 people crowding around a tall man, wearing a mask and sunglasses. His assistant clasped his hands and said, "I beg you all, please don't let this leak." Gu Qiongzhou paid no mind to the commotion, simply astonished by the man's height. As he walked past him, he realized he was half a head shorter. Gu Qiongzhou. He strode out but did not notice Su Zhao. She glanced back at him, a hint of disdain visible beneath the sunglasses. Chapter 2. The Savior's Overabundance of Affairs. As he traveled, towering skyscrapers and a plethora of vehicles adorned the smooth roads. Gu Qiongzhou gazed upon the splendid scenery, unable to suppress his nostalgia. In the past, the roads had been dirt paths, with few cars on the streets, only an abundance of rickshaws. Upon returning to the old residence, Gu Yin Yao was surprisingly home. Gu Qiongzhou approached and greeted him. "Father." Gu Yin Yao appeared somewhat fatigued. "You're back." Noticing his father's lack of enthusiasm, Gu Qiongzhou, considering that he was the original owner's father, expressed concern. "Father, what troubles you?" Gu Yin Yao paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "You never used to care about me. You've truly grown up." "It's nothing much, mainly issues at the company. There's been a bit of a problem with the securities trading." Coincidentally, Gu Qiongzhou had recently read about securities trading, and recalling the crowd that had gathered around him in the hospital, he began to formulate a plan. A securities crisis can lead to market turmoil, and you are likely concerned that this will result in a significant drop in stock prices. Therefore, you intend to leverage the marriage between the Gu and Su families to create momentum to stabilize the stock prices, correct? Gu Yin Yao raised an eyebrow, clearly astonished. When did you become knowledgeable about such matters? Gu Qiang's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "Recently, I happened to read a few books on managing a company, Dad. In the past, I may have engaged in many reckless activities that caused you concern. However, after waking up from my recent hospital stay, I suddenly had an epiphany. I can no longer drift aimlessly through life. You have but one son, and if I do not assist you, who will? Father, I intend to start working at the company tomorrow." Upon hearing his son's declaration, Gu Yinyao felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had long since given up hope for his son, merely wishing for his own savings to secure a carefree life for him. Now, with his son showing signs of enlightenment, his happiness knew no bounds. "Excellent, excellent. Make sure to go to the company tomorrow and learn as much as you can from your predecessors." Gu Yanyo's gaze towards Gu Qiongzhou was filled with pride, and a ripple of emotion stirred within Gu Qiang's heart. He had never truly experienced the warmth of familial affection, albeit this sentiment was directed towards the original owner of the body rather than himself. Nevertheless, the absence of such bonds left him feeling a subtle warmth within. In the days that followed, he naturally awoke at 8 in the morning, contemplating his impending return to work and realizing he could no longer afford to sleep in. Consequently, he set an alarm for 6:30. Yesterday, upon learning that the young master would be resuming work today, Aunt Lu arrived early at 5 o'clock to prepare breakfast. She made a pot of rice porridge and fried an egg. Knowing that the young master relished carrot-filled buns, she steamed a basket of them as well. After finishing his breakfast, Gu Qiongzhou headed to work, selecting a sleek black Rolls-Royce from the garage. Upon arriving at the company, he first perused the layout of the office in the lobby, locating the general manager's office. He then took the elevator directly to the 20th floor. As he passed by, employees whispered among themselves, "Why is he here? We rarely see him." Indeed, if it weren't for Manager Song Yu, his work would surely be piling up. However, today he is dressed in formal attire. He looks quite dashing. Having been gifted with exceptional hearing since childhood, Gu Qiongzhou could not help but overhear the familiar name, Song Yu. Wasn't he the so-called beloved and savior of the original owner? Intriguing. While serving as a project manager, it appeared he had been shouldering the responsibilities of the general manager. Clearly, the original owner had placed immense trust in him. But what was the original owner thinking? It seemed rather naive. After all, one should keep business matters strictly professional, even among siblings. Pushing open the office door, he indeed found someone seated at his desk. Gu Qiongzhou lightly raised his lips. "Song Yu, long time no see." Startled by the sound of Gu Qiong's voice, Song Yu jumped. "Qiongzhou, what brings you here?" Amused, Gu Qiongzhou raised an eyebrow. "It is my office. Do I require a reason to be here? Furthermore, the company has its protocols, so you shall address me as General Manager Gu from now on. Otherwise, it may lead to discontent among the staff." Song Yu cautiously inquired, "Qiong, no, General Manager Gu, I heard you suffer from amnesia?" Gu Qiongzhou found his reaction amusing even before he had said much. Song Yu had begun to probe. It was time to lower his guard. "I apologize, Song Yu, but I truly have lost my memory and do not recall you. Fortunately, I have a photo of you on my phone, which is how I recognized you. However, I have heard that you saved me." Song Yu visibly relaxed. "Not at all, General Manager. What is our relationship? Helping you is simply the right thing to do." Listening to the implications in his words, Gu Qiongzhou could not acquiesce to his expectations. "I heard we had mutual affections in the past. What a predicament. However, as you know, I am suffering from amnesia, and in a couple of days, I am to enter into a union with the Su family. This marriage is crucial for the company's development. I trust you can understand my position." Song Ye's teeth almost ground together. Was he merely trying to distance himself while cloaking it in noble intentions? "I understand, General Manager Gu." Gu Qiongzhou twirled a pen in his hand. "Good. Understanding is key. You may return now. I will be coming to work every day henceforth." The implication was clear. He no longer needed to frequent the general manager's office. Song Yu comprehended this, but was unwilling to concede so easily. General Manager, you have been away from the company for quite some time. There must be many matters you are unaware of. Allow me to stay and assist you. Gu Qiongzhou replied leisurely. Song Yu, the duties of an assistant should be handled by an assistant. Wouldn't you agree? You are, after all, my savior. How could I impose upon you? Please, return to your own tasks. The smile on Song Yu's face faltered. Very well. Thank you. I shall take my leave. Once outside, his smile vanished entirely, replaced by disdain in his eyes. What a pity fell into the river. Yet your mind seems sharper than before. Assistant Wang Linlin proved to be quite capable, allowing Gu Qiongzhou to swiftly grasp the company's situation. As Gus' father had indicated, the crisis in securities trading had led to turmoil in the stock market. While it would not push a large company like Gus towards bankruptcy, it would undoubtedly result in significant setbacks. Though the union and stock prices might provide a solution, Gu Qiongzhou felt that the reasons behind the trading crisis were far from straightforward. It seemed imperative to investigate further. Chapter 3. The mischievous spirit stumbles into the wrong room. Cultivation relies on the individual in the private room 101 of Tianzhou in the capital city. Come, let us raise our glasses together to celebrate the successful wrap of our Tianran production team. Director Bai Zhuo was the first to stand up point one by one. The crew members followed suit. Cheers. The atmosphere was unusually relaxed due to the celebratory spirit of the wrap party, and they continued to drink until the early hours of the morning. Sister Lu helped Su Zhaoxi into the car, exclaiming, "These people can really drink. Your stomach is already weak, and you've been forced to consume so much." Su Zhaoxi, whose face was flushed from the alcohol, reassured her it's fine. After all, it's a wrap party. It would be rude not to drink when others toast. Seeing his response, Sister Lu ceased her admonitions, asking, "Back to Xingwenwen?" Su Zhaoxi merely nodded, falling silent thereafter, got on his first day at work. Gu Qiongzhou had an overwhelming number of tasks to tackle, remaining busy until midnight. Consequently, he decided against returning to the old residence that he recalled that the original owner had a newly renovated house. So he opted to spend the night there. The new residence, located near Xingwenwen, was exceptionally close to the company. Driver Xiao Li swiftly transported him to his destination. The house utilized either fingerprint or password unlocking. Unfamiliar with the password, he resorted to fingerprint access and, for future convenience, changed the password to 010101. After completing this, he entered the bathroom. Sister Lu, having seen Su Zhaoxi safely to the ground floor and noting his clear demeanor, assumed all was well and reminded him to take stomach medication upon returning home. Before departing, that Su Zhaoxi had indeed consumed quite a bit. As he walked, everything appeared slightly distorted. Upon reaching room number 421, he input the password, 010101, that the door swung open, and he stumbled inside, too dizzy to do anything but collapse onto the sofa. Gu Qiongzhou emerged from the bathroom to discover someone sprawled on his sofa. His instincts kicked in, and he instinctively grabbed a glass from the table and approached the figure. However, he soon realized that the person remained motionless, with a strong scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Gu Qiongzhou frowned, displeased, and prodded the drunken individual with the glass. "Hey, who are you, and how did you get in here?" Su Zhaoxi, sluggish from intoxication, finally regained some awareness. Gu Qiongzhou, what are you doing here?" Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback. How did this person know his name? As he leaned in for a closer look, he recognized the tall figure from the suit shop the other day. This person was acquainted with the original owner. A sly smile crept across his face as he replied, "This is my home, that if I'm not here, where else would I be, you drunken fool?" The inebriated man nodded slightly, glancing around the room. "Ah, I must have taken a wrong turn. Sorry, and by the way, I'm not a drunken fool. My name is Su Zhaoxi de Su Zhaoxi." Gu Qiongzhou was momentarily astonished, then smiled broadly. "So you are Su Zhaoxi? How fortuitous! Yet, you do look rather endearing in your drunken state." Su Zhaoxi stood up and waved his hand at Gu Qiongzhou. "I'm leaving, goodbye." Gu Qiongzhou grasped the sleeve of his suit. "Hey, where do you think you're going? You're intoxicated. You should stay here for the night." Su Zhaoxi, particularly compliant while drunk, responded, "Oh, all right," and flopped back onto the sofa, adding, "But I need some water." Gu Qiongzhou, observing the heap on his sofa, thought he had unwittingly invited a nuisance. That he fetched a glass of warm water and held it to Su Zhaoxi's lips. "Drink up." Su Zhaoxi lifted his head, glanced at Gu Qiongzhou and the water glass. then took a large gulp, staring blankly at Gu Qiongzhou with a childlike smile. Thank you. You look like someone I know. Gu Qiongzhou furrowed his brow slightly and leaned closer. Who do I resemble? Yet Su Zhaoxi gently closed his eyes. Seemingly ignoring the question, Gu Qiongzhou turned and walked toward the bedroom, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I am not like anyone else. I am simply myself. After lying on the bed for a while, unable to find sleep, he casually took a blanket and returned to the living room, quickly drifting off to slumber. The next morning, Su Zhaoxi awoke early, blinking in confusion. Where was he? His memories of the previous night vanished midway through the banquet, but he was momentarily stunned, wondering if he had been set up. His gaze turned icy. Then he spotted Gu Qiongzhou descending the stairs. Su Zhaoxi's lips curled into a cold smirk, just as I suspected. Having finished his morning routine, Gu Qiongzhou intended to head downstairs for work when he spotted Su Zhaoxi in the living room. He casually remarked, "Awake, I see. There's no breakfast. You'll have to eat out." Su Zhaoxi retorted with a sneer. "What are you up to now? Wasn't tea yesterday enough? Can't you be a little honest?" Gu Qiongzhou's previously cheerful demeanor instantly stiffened. "You came to my house on your own accord yesterday. I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay me." Though Su Zhaoxi could not recall the events of the previous night, he instinctively felt that Gu Qiongzhou was fabricating stories, as he had always perceived him as a person who spoke in lies. A mocking smile crept onto his lips. "You claim I came to your house? Only a ghost would believe such nonsense." Gu Qiongzhou was left bewildered yet amused. "I'm off to work. Feel free to make yourself at home." Saying this, he donned his suit, adjusted his tie, and strode past Su Zhaoxi. "By the way, I was curious how you got in. It seems the password was too simple that I'll have to set a more complex one. Remember to lock the door when you leave." Su Zhaoxi's smile faded. Was he being disregarded? Before he could ponder further, Sister Lu's call came through. "Zhaoxi, don't forget your solo poster shoot this afternoon." "Got it, Sister Lu," Su Zhaoxi responded, recalling Gu Qiongzhou's words. And curiously asked, "Sister Lu, how did I get back last night?" "You forgot. You drank a bit too much last night, and I brought you home, leaving you at the entrance after ensuring you were all right." Sister Lu explained. Su Zhaoxi rubbed his forehead. "Understood. I'll hang up now, Sister Lu." After ending the call, he approached the door, gazing at the glaring doorplate number. For 12, a bitter smile escaped his lips. He wasn't lying. "I really did stumble in on my own. I can't drink anymore." With clarity in mind, he locked the door and returned to his room, dialing his assistant. "Xiaoxue, please help me look up a phone number." Thus, the diligent Gu Qiongzhou received a message that read, "I am a ghost. Ha. What a little rascal." Chapter 4. The wife who was disdained for being too tall and the resplendent Gu general manager. Ever since Gu Qiongzhou discovered significant issues within the company's securities trading, he instructed his assistant Wang Linlin to gather data regarding securities transactions from recent years. The normal trading ratio should be 1.75, yet Gu's trading ratio has shown a downward trend since 3 years ago. Currently standing at 1.58, this indicates a projected profit reduction of 1.7 this year. Preliminary estimations suggest that the company's market value will plummet from 50 billion to 48 billion this year. Consequently, feedback in the stock market reveals a decline in Gu's market value, causing shareholders to reconsider their investments in Gu's stocks. Should the purchasing quantity fall below 95 of previous levels, it would signify a halt in stock trading. If at this moment the Gu and Su families were to unite through marriage, shareholders' concerns would significantly diminish, effectively resolving the crisis. Thus, the alliance between the Gu and Su families could not afford further delay. However, the crisis signifies underlying issues within the company. Having navigated the business world in his previous life, Gu Qiongzhou had encountered many shrewd individuals and gained some understanding of the intricacies involved. Reform within the company had become imperative. Gu Qiongzhou approached Gu Yinyao's office and articulated his thoughts. The Gu Yinyao's expression grew serious. "Do I not understand the stakes? However, your previous nonchalance prevented me, as chairman, from enacting sweeping reforms that I cannot trust others, as you witnessed that day. Those individuals have been eyeing us hungrily." Gu Qiongzhou confidently offered. "Dad, since you cannot take the lead, let me. They probably wouldn't suspect me given my prior demeanor. This is our opportunity. Did I ask you to convene a shareholders meeting after my marriage, where we will candidly inform shareholders about the company's current struggles and our intention to downsize. You will need to grant me managerial authority over various departments, and I will handle the rest." The Gu Yinyao patted Gu Qiongzhou's shoulder, laughing heartily. Good. You are indeed my son. Proceed boldly. Your father will support you unconditionally. Meanwhile, after completing his solo poster shoot, Su Zhaoxi found himself with an unexpected holiday. As he had no scheduled engagements for nearly 10 days that in the past, he would have spent such a break vacationing on an island. However, with only 5 days remaining until his wedding, he felt a headache coming on. A wedding was indeed on the horizon. Yet the partner was nothing more than a keyboard warrior who constantly disparaged him online. Although he had wronged him on that occasion, the matters from before were as solid as a rock. And there was no escape that as the wedding date drew ever closer. Both sets of parents planned to have a meal together. On one hand, to allow the two children to become familiar with one another, and on the other, to reunite old classmates. The dinner was set for 6 o'clock in the evening at the Tianzihuo Yuan private room. Jiyu Qiongzhou, a man who valued his image, felt that even though there was no love between them and that the young lad likely had some unresolved issues with the original owner, they were to be wed and live together in the future, so their relationship ought not to be too strained. Moreover, he currently needed this marriage to resolve both corporate and personal crises. He decided to accommodate the young lad for the time being. Jiyu Qiongzhou donned a tailored black suit complemented by a white shirt, a purple patterned tie, and black leather shoes, and he even chose a pair of pearl cufflinks. As he gazed into the mirror at the young man who bore his likeness, he felt a sense of reality for the first time. Upon descending the stairs, he first encountered Aunt Lu, who nodded in satisfaction at his attire. "Young master, you look truly splendid." Jiyu Qiongzhou felt a bit shy from the praise. "Thank you." NLIU Jiyu Yinyao also came downstairs and smiled at Gu Qiongzhou. "Not bad. Not bad. My son is indeed handsome. That boy from the Su family will surely be captivated by you." Jiyu Qiongzhou hurriedly replied, "Please, no more compliments. It's just the right time." "Dad, shall we go?" Gu Yinyao glanced at his phone and confirmed it was indeed time. "All right. Let's set off." Jiyu Qiongzhou called out. "Aunt Lu, we are leaving now." Aunt Lu responded, Master and young master, please be careful on your way." The group arrived at the private room punctually. Jiyu Qiongzhou greeted Su Zhaoxi's parents politely. "Hello." Uncle and aunt at Su's mother, quite familiar, took Gu Qiongzhou's hand. "Good boy." Su's father nodded at him and nudged Su Zhaoxi. "What are you dawdling for?" Greet him as Su Zhaoxi stiffly uttered, "Hello, uncle," from the moment Gu Qiongzhou entered. Su Zhaoxi had taken notice of him. Observing the handsome young man walking behind Gu Yinyao, he suddenly thought of a phrase, radiant and resplendent, which caused him to momentarily lose his train of thought, even forgetting to greet the elders. However, the moment he recalled the things Gu Qiongzhou had done, he felt that such a commendable description was undeserved. Old classmates met without excessive formality and soon warmed up to one another. Discussing everything from astronomy to geography, Jiyu Qiongzhou remained silent. Quietly enjoying his meal, Su's mother discreetly nudged her son and whispered, "Look how well-behaved little Gu is. He is quite handsome." Su Zhaoxi did not respond but internally scoffed. It's all an act. Having no memories of the original owner, Gu Qiongzhou was unaware of the past conflicts between Su Zhaoxi and him, so he refrained from initiating conversation, but he thought it best to take things slowly, as time was on their side. Nevertheless, Su Zhaoxi was indeed quite good-looking, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his hazel pupils striking. However, his height was somewhat excessive. Introducing him as his wife might feel a tad awkward. Oh well, what's a few extra inches? He could always wear height-increasing shoes. That Su Zhaoxi never imagined that during this dinner, Gu Qiongzhou would have such a plethora of thoughts about him, even considering him as a wife. He was still grappling with the term radiant and resplendent in his mind. Chapter 5. The wedding scene. The engagement between Gu Qiongzhou and Su Zhaoxi was arranged by their parents' generation. And since they reached adulthood, the wedding planning company had been diligently preparing. However, Gu Qiongzhou had been entangled in sensational news since coming of age, compounded by his infatuation with Song Yu, which further complicated matters. Meanwhile, Su Zhaoxi grew up overseas and began his acting career at 18. Winning international accolades by the age of 20, he returned home in triumph, with no plans to settle down, and thus the matter was temporarily shelved. The first time Su Zhaoxi laid eyes on Gu Qiongzhou was at Gu Qiongzhou's 22nd birthday banquet. When he heard someone call out Gu Qiongzhou's name, his thoughts momentarily drifted. However, upon witnessing Gu Qiongzhou berating a waiter, any fleeting affection he had vanished without a trace. Su Zhaoxi rushed to confront his father, urging him to annul the engagement. Yet his father's words awakened him to the reality of his position as the eldest son of the Su family, traditionally destined to inherit the family business. Despite his passion for acting, he had long evaded this responsibility, agreeing to return at 24 to take over. Yet, he was unwilling to abandon his beloved career and sought a mutually beneficial solution. His father, evidently understanding his dilemma, proposed a union with Gu Qiongzhou, assuring him that such a marriage would allow him to pursue his career without compromise. That Su Zhaoxi recognized the impossibility of having both the fish and the bear's paw, and ultimately acquiesced. The news of the alliance between the two leading enterprises spread like wildfire, becoming a hot topic among investors. The market value of the Gu family surged, even showing signs of surpassing the past 3 years' trends. Finally, the momentous wedding that was destined to be etched in the memories of many had arrived. Guests arrived in droves, their eyes sparkling with surprise and delight at the sheer beauty of the venue. It was truly a visual feast as they entered. A grand tapestry depicting a magnificent landscape was prominently displayed at the center, surrounded by hydrangeas adorned with twinkling stars. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the hydrangea's leaves were shaped like pentagrams, cradling the blossoms beneath them. The hydrangeas were plump and three-dimensional, exuding opulence and vibrancy, while the Morandi color palette added a touch of elegance. From a distance, it truly felt as though one had stepped into a breathtaking landscape painting. The seating for guests was arranged within this enchanting setting, which remained spacious and did not diminish the presence of the tapestry. Once the guests were seated, their attention finally shifted to the ground, which was covered in lush green grass. The chairs were wooden, and the tables were adorned with Westlake Longjing tea. That moment, the guest's sense of satisfaction peaked as the host's voice rang out. Everyone turned their gaze to the stage. Hello everyone. I am your host, Su Wang. A pair of lovebirds are about to enter this sacred hall of matrimony on behalf of the newlyweds and their families. I extend my heartfelt gratitude and warm welcome to all present. The crowd was swept up in emotion, applauding enthusiastically. 100 years of cultivation leads to sharing a boat. 1,000 years of cultivation leads to sharing a bed. Now, this warm path to happiness has been laid out. Let us invite our two newlyweds to make their grand entrance. At that moment, doors on either side of the magnificent tapestry swung open, revealing the groom, Su Zhaoxi, clad in a bright red wedding robe and a black official hat, alongside the other groom, Gu Qiongzhou, dressed in a dark green wedding robe with a silver crown. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of astonishment as they stood together. Turning to face their guests, the host inquired, "Now that our newlyweds stand before us, I must ask, though you are childhood sweethearts, your eyes reveal a mutual affection that appears to transcend mere obligation." Gu Qiongzhou thought to himself how no one had informed him of the kissing segment. Although he had lived for over 20 years, he had never been in a relationship, let alone kissed anyone. And he felt an unusual sense of panic that Su Zhaoxi, observing Gu Qiongzhou's flustered expression, found it amusing and couldn't resist teasing him. That he leaned down and deliberately brushed past Gu Qiongzhou's lips, then gently pressed a kiss on his forehead. Gu Qiongzhou's face instantly flushed crimson, and Su Zhaoxi was not faring much better. Both quickly averted their gazes. After the wedding concluded, a grand banquet followed. Once the two had toasted the guests, they retreated to their bridal chamber, where the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Gu Qiongzhou broke the silence first. "Little brat, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now." That Su Zhaoxi found Gu Qiongzhou's words amusing. "Who are you calling a little brat? I'm not small. Do you want to test that?" Gu Qiongzhou, too weary to argue, replied, all right, you're not small. Just get some sleep." That Su Zhaoxi awkwardly nudged him. "Where will I sleep if you take the bed?" Gu Qiongzhou turned over, leaving half of the bed for him. "We're both men. Just sleep in the bed." "Are you suggesting I sleep on the sofa?" "Be quiet. I'm tired." That Su Zhaoxi felt a surge of defiance within her, pondering why she should heed his words. However, after a moment's reflection, she conceded that the bed was indeed comfortable. Thus, she gently reclined beside him. Chapter 6. Yet another day of tireless dedication for Mr. Gu. The morning sun radiated a particularly gentle warmth, softly illuminating the white magnolia flowers outside the window, each petal glistening like a pearl. Gu Qiongzhou awoke at his usual hour, only to discover another presence beside him. A flicker of vigilance crossed his initially bleary eyes, but once he recognized who it was, his gaze returned to serenity. Su Zhaoxi was in a deep slumber, lost in a delightful dream, a smile gracing her lips. Gu Qiongzhou refrained from waking her, opting to tread softly to the guest bathroom. Their new abode had been procured by Su Zhaoxi's father, situated in the Jinshan mansion, conveniently close to Gu Qiongzhou's workplace. And adorned in a minimalist style that he favored, he resolved to prepare breakfast for himself. The kitchen was well equipped, yet his culinary skills were lacking. Thus, he simply fried an egg and heated a cup of milk. After finishing his meal, he suddenly remembered that Su Zhaoxi had yet to eat. That he hesitated momentarily, reluctant to replicate the same breakfast once more. He decided to head to work, leaving Su Zhaoxi to fend for herself. After all, she was no longer a child. Upon arriving at the office, he received an email from Gu Yinyao announcing a shareholders' meeting. This gathering required the attendance of all personnel at the deputy level and above. He recognized this as a golden opportunity to expose those who had been undermining the company from within. Gu Yinyao succinctly introduced the agenda of the meeting. I believe you all are aware of the purpose of this gathering, which revolves around the issue of company layoffs. That I am curious to hear your thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing about the layoffs, Lu Dehai expressed his discontent. Chairman Gu, while it is true that our company faced some challenges recently, haven't we successfully navigated through them? Why then should we resort to layoffs? A smile danced at the corner of Gu Qiongzhou's eye, yet it did not reach his heart. Mr. Lu, I trust you are not oblivious to how this crisis was resolved. Am I expected to marry for the sake of the group's interests once, and then again? Do you think other major corporations are as easy to manipulate as cabbages? Lu Dehai was evidently taken aback by Gu Qiongzhou's unexpected retort. His expression darkening. Young Master Gu, your words are rather harsh. Gu Qiongzhou, sensing the shift in atmosphere, chose to ease the tension. Mr. Lu, please do not take offense that I tend to speak candidly, without malice intended towards you. Lu Dehai huffed in silence. The others in the room understood Gu Qiongzhou's temperament. He typically shunned involvement in company affairs, so his sudden engagement was noteworthy. That it was evident that this was a reflection of Chairman Gu's intentions. A subtle reprimand cloaked in Gu Qiongzhou's words. Now was not the time for dissent. The shareholders and management swiftly grasped the implications. Ultimately, layoffs posed no substantial threat to their own positions. They opted to remain uninvolved. Save for the individual truly responsible for the company's troubles, who was undoubtedly anxious about their own job security. Gu Qiongzhou recognized that merely casting bait would not yield results. Individuals typically prefer to safeguard their own interests. However, what if the direct authority over the various departments was vested solely in Gu Qiongzhou? Anyone seeking to exploit the company would realize that the dynamics had shifted. Previously, each department head managed their own realm, reporting to the board, leading to a more convoluted process. Yet, if only one person were to handle matters, the inherent flaws would become glaringly apparent. After all, Gu Qiongzhou, as the heir to the Gu family, would not betray his own. Subsequently, without granting anyone a moment's respite, Gu Yinyao announced this decision. The room erupted in uproar, with murmurs of discontent. Clearly, there was widespread disagreement, yet no one dared to voice it openly. As they were in the presence of the heir that moment, major shareholder Zheng Yi interjected. Chairman Gu, let us proceed with caution. Young Master Gu is still quite young. Entrusting him with such significant power may prove overwhelming. Gu Yinyao remained silent, gesturing for Gu Qiongzhou to respond. With a smile still gracing his lips, though tinged with arrogance, Gu Qiongzhou appeared unperturbed by Zheng Yi's skepticism. Uncle Zheng, as my father's only son, I am destined to inherit the family business. That I wish to take the reins sooner rather than later. I ask there a problem with that. My father seems untroubled by the notion. The Gu Yinyao furrowed his brow. Gu Qiongzhou, you ought to be mindful of how you address Uncle Zheng. Old Zheng, please do not take offense. It is essential that you guide Qiongzhou in the future. Zheng Yi found himself at a loss for words, reasoning that a weakling would not accomplish much, so it was better not to oppose him too vehemently, lest it raise suspicions. Very well, young Master Gu, we shall provide you with proper guidance moving forward. Gu Qiongzhou beamed even brighter. Thank you, Uncle Zheng. Once the meeting adjourned, the father and son returned to the office. The Gu Yinyao slumped into his chair, exclaiming, could old Zheng be the one behind this? Gu Qiongzhou poured a glass of water for Gu Yinyao. There is a high probability that Gu Yinyao sighed. He was among the first to follow me. I never expected this. However, the outcomes have been quite fruitful. A faint smile graced Gu Qiongzhou's lips. Our collaboration has been effective. The Gu Yinyao rose and patted Gu Qiongzhou on the shoulder. This was your idea. You deserve the most credit. They likely did not anticipate your sudden enlightenment, believing I was the one instructing you. Haha. Having acquired the authority to oversee the various departments, Gu Qiongzhou no longer needed to play the fool that he boldly enacted several new regulations. All day long, discussions regarding Gu Qiongzhou echoed throughout the various departments that I in Zheng Yi's office. Shards of glass lay scattered across the floor. Zheng Yi had initially dismissed Gu Qiongzhou's assent. Yet who could have foreseen that within a single afternoon, Gu Qiongzhou would implement so many new rules, all aimed at him? It appeared he had underestimated Gu Qiongzhou, who had indeed been playing the fool. Zheng Yi instructed his assistant, "Call Song Yu in. I have matters to discuss." Chapter 7. What has this ancestor done now? Song Yu comprehended the implications of Gu Qiongzhou's newfound authority on Zheng Yi, yet after all these years, this was the first time he witnessed Zheng Yi lose his composure. He cautiously sidestepped the glass shards as he entered. "Mr. Zheng, you summoned me." Zheng Yi had no intention of engaging in pleasantries, bluntly asking, "Are you certain Gu Qiongzhou has truly lost his memory? I cannot shake the feeling that he and his father are conspiring against me." Song Yu swallowed hard. "Mr. Zheng, I genuinely believe it to be true. Had he not lost his memory, given my understanding of him, he would not have lingered in conversation with you for such an extended period. Rather, he would have extorted a significant sum of money." Only then did Zheng Yi's expression soften, and he smiled at Song Yu. "Song Yu, I undoubtedly trust your judgment, which is why I placed you by his side. However, I do not know Gu Qiongzhou well enough that do you believe we still have room to maneuver with him?" Previously, Song Yu would have confidently asserted that opportunities existed, as Gu Qiongzhou had a weak sense of familial loyalty and a strained relationship with Gu Yinyao. Consequently, he was easily swayed by kindness, as had been the case with Song Yu himself, that a little guidance would yield unexpected rewards. However, since Gu Qiongzhou's memory loss, Song Yu sensed a significant transformation in him, as he no longer welcomed Song Yu's presence. He was uncertain whether the amnesiac Gu Qiongzhou would still choose to collaborate with them. Yet he felt it was worth a try. After all, a person's fundamental nature is not easily altered. I believe it is worth a shot. I will make the first move to approach him. Zheng Yi casually handed a cup of coffee to Song Yu. "Good. I shall await your good news." Song Yu accepted the coffee and took a sip. Rest assured. Meanwhile, Gu Qiongzhou was occupied, summoning each department manager to his office for discussions. The first to meet with him was He Sueha, the operations manager. He Sueha was a talent Gu Yinyao had lured from another company at great expense. His personality was somewhat aloof, often looking down upon those who sought to curry favor. Thus, Gu Yinyao's opinion of him was one of trust and reliance, prompting Gu Qiongzhou to choose him for their initial conversation. "Manager He, I have summoned you to hear your thoughts and suggestions regarding the company's future development." That a flicker of disdain crossed He Sueha's eyes. "With you at the helm, the company cannot thrive in the long term." Rather than reacting with anger, Gu Qiongzhou chose to humble himself, appealing to reason. "Manager He, I am aware that I have committed many irrational acts in the past, leaving you with a poor impression of me. However, since my fall and subsequent memory loss, I have begun to reflect on my actions. Given that the company is still in crisis, how could I continue to act frivolously? I genuinely wish to seek your advice." Surprise flickered in He Sueha's gaze. Though he remained skeptical, Gu Qiongzhou recognized his hesitation. That he continued, "I understand that your aspirations extend beyond merely being an operations manager. Join me, and I shall promise you a bright future." Perhaps talent recognizes talent, for He Sueha instinctively felt he could trust Gu Qiongzhou, but he decided to take a gamble. "Very well, I accept your offer." Gu Qiongzhou smiled. "Now, can Manager Yi share his thoughts?" He Sueha immediately shifted into a professional mindset. "I believe our immediate priority is to undertake a significant restructuring of the company. The purpose of this major reshuffle is not to unearth the true mastermind behind the scenes, but rather to ensnare all of his associates, leaving him isolated and helpless. At that point, we need not fear his eagerness to cultivate new connections. We shall seize him in the act later." Gu Qiongzhou's thoughts aligned perfectly with He Sueha's. "You and I are on the same wavelength regarding this matter, that I am not very familiar with the distribution of personnel within the company. I shall rely on you." He Sueha, invigorated after a long hiatus from significant undertakings, responded with enthusiasm. "Since you have such faith in me, I will certainly deliver." After He Sueha departed, Gu Qiongzhou continued to meet several department managers, with Song Yu being the last. Director Gu, you called for me? Gu Qiongzhou thought to himself that this time he had learned his lesson and decided to offer a sweet morsel. Manager Song. UVE arrived? Please have a seat. Once seated, Gu Qiongzhou perused the materials in hand. You graduated from Stanford University. What prompted your decision to return to develop your career in our homeland? Song Yu thought to himself that it was evident Gu Qiongzhou had forgotten. You may not recall, but I was brought back by you. This revelation astonished Gu Qiongzhou, as it was an unexpected layer to their relationship. Oh, Song Yu began to reminisce. Back in the day, after a falling out with your father, you ran off to America, intoxicated at a bar, that I was working part-time in that very bar during my senior year. Seeing you inebriated, I took care of you for the entire night. Subsequently, you invited me to join your father's company upon my graduation. Gu Qiongzhou toyed with the pen in his hand. So that's how it was. Since I invited you to my company, it shows that I recognized your capabilities that do well. Song Yu smiled, though with a hint of bitterness. Understood. After Su Zhaoxi awoke to find the room empty and feeling rather bored, he arranged to play billiards with friends, spending the entire afternoon engaged in the game. While resting, Su's mother called. How was your time with Xiao Gu? Su Zhaoxi reflected on the previous evening. It's fine that Su's mother continued. You should spend more time with Xiao Gu, especially now that you are married. How about this? You pick her up from work tonight at 7. Don't be late. Su Zhaoxi barely had time to protest before his mother hung up. Reluctantly, he complied with the request to his dismay. As he stepped out of the car, he spotted Gu Qiongzhou and Song Yu walking together, laughing and chatting, which left him feeling particularly displeased. He thought to himself that if he was unhappy, then others should be as well, so he approached and draped an arm around Gu Qiongzhou's shoulder. Zhou. Who is this? Gu Qiongzhou, taken aback by Su Zhaoxi's unexpected visit to his company, retorted. What brings you here? Su Zhaoxi, with a mischievous tone, replied, I came to pick you up from work. Quick, introduce us. Gu Qiongzhou thought this person might be a bit unwell. This is our project manager, Song Yu. Song Yu, this is Su Zhaoxi. Su Zhaoxi was not genuinely unfamiliar with Song Yu. Rather, he was fully aware of Song Yu's close relationship with Gu Qiongzhou. Hence the deliberate inquiry. Song Yu politely extended his hand. Mr. Su, a pleasure to meet you. Su Zhaoxi merely offered a perfunctory handshake. Likewise. Throughout the journey, Su Zhaoxi remained silent while Gu Qiongzhou, perplexed, could not fathom how he had provoked this ancestral spirit. Chapter 8. Is Director Gu a learned scholar? Gu Qiongzhou typically handled company affairs with decisiveness and authority. Yet, when it came to interpersonal dealings, he was utterly clueless, relying solely on the techniques gleaned from books. Observing Su Zhaoxi's silence, though uncertain of the cause, Gu Qiongzhou deduced from experience that Su Zhaoxi's demeanor indicated displeasure. Driven by a desire for amicable relations, he inquired with concern, Have you encountered something troubling? Su Zhaoxi shot him a piercing glare. Are you feigning ignorance? Don't forget, you're a married person now. Gu Qiongzhou suddenly realized his oversight. Song Yu was indeed the original romantic partner, leading Su Zhaoxi to suspect infidelity. Flustered, Gu Qiongzhou hastily clarified. Su Zhaoxi, where are your thoughts wandering? My relationship with Song Yu is purely professional. That I have not betrayed you. Besides, I have amnesia and recall nothing. Leaving no room for romantic entanglements, that Su Zhaoxi had heard of Gu Qiongzhou's amnesia, but had not taken it seriously at the time, viewing it rather as poetic justice. Consequently, when his parents urged him to visit, he had made excuses about filming commitments. Days later, hearing Gu Qiongzhou mention it again, his perspective had shifted significantly. He found himself secretly elated, though he could not precisely articulate why. Perhaps it was simply because Gu Qiongzhou had not been unfaithful. Su Zhaoxi's emotions were complex, leaving him somewhat incoherent. Oh, as long as you remember. Suddenly he recalled something. By the way, what would you like for dinner tonight? We should buy some ingredients at the market. Gu Qiongzhou, puzzled, asked. Buy ingredients? Since when do we have a housekeeper? Su Zhaoxi replied with a hint of exasperation. Are you implying that I cannot cook? Gu Qiongzhou raised an eyebrow in surprise, leaning forward inquisitively. You can cook. Su Zhaoxi, amused by his reaction, laughed. Just wait and see. I'll impress you tonight. Upon arriving at the market, Su Zhaoxi parked the car, donned a cap and mask. Let us go. Time to buy ingredients. Gu Qiongzhou, feeling bashful, admitted. I don't have a cap or mask. That Su Zhaoxi playfully pulled him down. Who needs a cap and mask? Do you think you're a celebrity? Gu Qiongzhou remained silent. Following Su Zhaoxi into the market, Su Zhaoxi seized the opportunity to tease him. Who told you that a visit to the market necessitates a cap and mask? Gu Qiongzhou ignored him. No one. I just saw you wearing one and didn't think about it, Su Zhaoxi chuckled. You didn't just arrive from ancient times, did you? Copying others in everything. How could you forget common sense with amnesia? Gu Qiongzhou thought to himself that it was quite the contrary. He had come from the Republic of China, a statement that would surely astonish him. So he left Su Zhaoxi behind and walked ahead. Su Zhaoxi chased after him. Don't walk so fast. Wait for me, I'll stop talking. But what do you want to eat? Gu Qiongzhou replied nonchalantly. Anything. Su Zhaoxi selected some mushrooms, tomatoes, and pork ribs. By the time they returned home, it was already past 8. Not wanting anything too heavy for dinner, Su Zhaoxi simmered a pot of tomato pork rib soup, accompanied by a dish of cabbage and mushrooms. Seated at the dining table, the atmosphere was rather harmonious. Gu Qiongzhou tasted a spoonful and found the flavor surprisingly agreeable. Su Zhaoxi confidently asked, Not bad, right? Gu Qiongzhou responded honestly. Quite good. Noticing Gu Qiongzhou's subdued mood, Su Zhaoxi felt that perhaps he had overstepped with his teasing and thus offered an apology. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have joked with you earlier. In truth, Gu Qiongzhou was not upset about being teased. He merely realized he needed to be more mindful in the future to avoid making common-sense errors. The embarrassment of being ridiculed was secondary. Being doubted was the real concern. It's all right. I'm not angry with you. Su Zhaoxi looked skeptical. Not angry? Then why ignore me? Gu Qiongzhou was amused by Su Zhaoxi's childlike remarks, because you seem too punchable. Su Zhaoxi feigned innocence. How so? I even cooked for you. Gu Qiongzhou decided to drop the teasing. No, I was just lost in thought. There has been quite a bit on my plate at the company lately. Su Zhaoxi understood that their marriage had been arranged to address Gu's company crisis. Is it quite complicated? If it helps, I can call my father. Gu Qiongzhou waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage. Hearing this, Su Zhaoxi ceased to press further. All right, but remember to take care of your health amidst all the busyness. Don't overexert yourself. Gu Qiongzhou smiled. I know, you little rascal. Unexpectedly, Su Zhaoxi did not retort, instead replying with an affirmative. Then I'll go rest. Gu Qiongzhou, for the first time, said to him. Good night. Su Zhaoxi was momentarily taken aback before responding. Good night. Chapter 9. Director Gu must go home and soothe the child. Su Qiongzhou had been preoccupied with company matters for several days, scarcely pausing for breath. Unexpectedly, he received a surprising phone call. Hello. My dear, are you coming out to have some fun? A vibrant male voice pierced through the noisy environment, reaching Gu Qiongzhou's ears. Who is this? Gu Qiongzhou, grappling with a lack of the original's memories, proceeded with caution. My dear, have you lost your mind? Are you addicted to pretending to have amnesia? You've even forgotten your lingo. The voice on the other end was still quite boisterous. Gu Qiongzhou could only follow his lead. Of course not, lingo. Zhao Minglin exclaimed. I see you're really going all out for that romantic interest of yours. But why did you end up marrying that big celebrity? Gu Qiongzhou felt a headache coming on from the noise. Lingo, it's a long story. Let us discuss it when we meet. However, Zhao Minglin was not one to be easily brushed off. A later date? When exactly? No way. I'm telling you, tonight at Seoul Bar, you must come. I have something good. To Gu Qiongzhou, lacking experience in dealing with such unreasonable individuals. All right, but it must be after 7. Zhao Minglin was pleased. That is more like it. It has been ages since we last met. After hanging up, Gu Qiongzhou contacted Wang Linlin. Assistant Wang, please have the driver waiting for me downstairs at 7 sharp. Wang Linlin replied. Understood, Director Gu. At 7 o'clock that evening, Gu Qiongzhou finished work punctually. Upon exiting the company, a cacophony erupted among the young women inside. How is it that today, President Gu left work punctually just the other day? We were toiling away until past 10. There was even a time I forgot something and returned after 10 to find the lights still on in President Gu's office. My goodness, is he truly that dedicated? It seems our esteemed President Gu has changed quite a bit. Indeed, ever since he devoted himself to his career and cast aside romantic distractions, his demeanor has undergone a transformation. Now when he walks, I can't help but find him incredibly handsome. Absolutely. When he strides past me, I feel dizzy from his charm. And it's only been a few days since he took charge, yet he has already revitalized the company from its slump. Plus, he has married the illustrious actor Su. My heavens, this is the epitome of a captivating novel character. Oh, if it weren't for the confidentiality agreement, I would proclaim to the world that Sue has been captured by our President Gu. The young ladies continued their animated discussion, while President Gu himself found himself astonished at the scene in the soul-searching bar. The sight of numerous young men without shirts was utterly unbelievable to him. Are today's youth truly so brazen? Just as he contemplated leaving, a man with dyed yellow hair seized him by the arm. I've been waiting for you here for ages. Come inside. A cold sweat broke out on Gu Qiongzhou's brow. Lingo? What is going on? Zhao Minglin surveyed his friend, dressed impeccably, and smirked. You certainly look quite prim and proper. Gu Qiongzhou confirmed that this was indeed Zhao Minglin, but was reluctant to enter such a scandalous place. Lingo. Shall we find another venue? Zhao Minglin tugged at Gu Qiongzhou, insisting. What are you pretending for? I've already reserved a private room. That Gu Qiongzhou, both shocked and dismayed by Zhao Minglin's yellow hair, thought to himself how odd it was for a fine Chinese man to appear so foreign. Upon entering the private room, he finally felt at ease, relieved to find that there were no undressed individuals present. Zhao Minglin spoke first. You claim to have amnesia, and didn't he want me to call you for fear of exposure? I haven't contacted you in half a month. I was nearly suffocating. Yesterday, I remembered you, but then they told me you married that actor. What kind of act is this? Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback, clearly not expecting this layer of information. Lin Gu, to be honest, I truly have lost my memory that I don't recall what happened before. Zhao Minglin eyed him skeptically. Are you serious? More serious than ever. Gu Qiongzhou affirmed. Zhao Minglin fell silent, staring blankly at the sofa. That Gu Qiongzhou sought to understand the situation. Lin Gu, could you tell me how I explained things to you back then? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Minglin revived. Of course, but I'm curious about how you lost your memory. Did you fall into a river? But wait, you know how to swim, right? I know how to swim, Gu Qiongzhou retorted. Yet it seems my father is unaware. Otherwise, why wouldn't there be any suspicion? Zhao Minglin crossed his legs, feigning mystery. Ah, you wouldn't understand. It's all thanks to your brother to Gu Qiongzhou, lacking the patience to indulge his friend's vanity. Just tell me already. Zhao Minglin explained. It's because, as a child, your nanny pushed you into a pool, which is why you learned to swim afterward. However, I think you didn't tell your father, because you wanted him to feel a sense of guilt. Gu Qiongzhou mused that the original body, having been pushed into the water, must have harbored a profound fear of it, yet still managed to overcome that fear and learn to swim, indicating a strong will to survive. Perhaps the fall was intentional, but he had certainly eliminated all potential factors that could lead to an accident that SOY had the original body drowned. The events following the fall should have posed no issue. What had transpired prior to the incident? He suddenly felt that there might be more to the drowning incident than met the eye. Noticing Gu Qiongzhou's continued silence, Zhao Minglin inquired, "What is wrong?" "Nothing," Gu Qiongzhou replied, pulling his thoughts back. Zhao Minglin, adopting the demeanor of a bystander, remarked, "By the way, how did you end up marrying the big movie star? Have you truly forgotten your precious betrothed?" Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. "I truly forgot that my engagement to Su Zhaoxi was something destined to be fulfilled." Zhao Minglin remained unconvinced. "But did the big star give you a hard time? After all, you used to spread rumors about him online." This time, Gu Qiongzhou genuinely laughed. "I did partake in such unsavory antics before." Zhao Minglin laughed alongside him. "Wasn't he that all to provoke your beloved? Your father disapproved of the marriage, so you aimed to get him to dislike you and break off the engagement. That I truly wonder how he managed not to call off the wedding." A WeChat notification chimed. Su Zhaoxi. "Why haven't you returned yet? Still working? Don't work overtime, that IT's already 10. Hurry back. If you don't come back soon, I'll lock you out." Upon reading the message, Gu Qiongzhou couldn't help but smile, realizing that discussing others behind their backs was indeed unwise. Gu Qiongzhou picked up his clothes. "Thanks, Linga, that I have a few matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Once things settle down, I'll treat you to a meal." Zhao Minglin sprang to his feet. "Why are you leaving? The good stuff I mentioned hasn't arrived yet." Gu Qiongzhou politely declined. No, perhaps next time, that I genuinely have things to do." He needed to hurry home to comfort the child. Chapter 10. The actor Su is surprisingly affectionate upon returning home. Gu Qiongzhou found Su Zhaoxi seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Upon noticing Gu Qiongzhou's return, he lowered the volume slightly. "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Gu Qiongzhou removed his suit jacket and joined him on the sofa. I went out for dinner with some friends I see that I wanted to tell you that I'm heading to Paris tomorrow. I have to sign a contract for a perfume brand endorsement, and if all goes well, I'll shoot the promotional video before returning, Su Zhaoxi said, sounding a bit glum. Ji Qiongzhou asked, when will you be back? Su Zhaoxi replied, in about half a month. Ji Qiongzhou took out his phone, marked the date on the calendar for half a month later, and said, all right, I'll pick you up at the airport when you return. Su Zhaoxi, initially feeling down about his departure for half a month, brightened at the prospect of Gu Qiongzhou meeting him. Really? Gu Qiongzhou smiled. Of course. Do you need me to send you off tomorrow? Su Zhaoxi leaned closer, squeezing his shoulder playfully. I have a 7 o'clock flight, so I'll need to leave around 5. That you've been busy with work lately. Make sure to get some extra sleep. Gu Qiongzhou noted how Su Zhaoxi's childlike nature was evident in his expression, making it easy to see when he was happy or upset. Why are you so tall? Su Zhaoxi added. Why are you so nice to me now? You weren't like this before. You used to spread rumors about me online. Ji Qiongzhou realized how fortunate he was to have met Zhao Minglin. Otherwise, he would be utterly confused at this moment. Though these were the actions of the original body, since he now occupied that body, he felt compelled to apologize to Su Zhaoxi. Though I don't remember what happened before my amnesia, I must sincerely apologize to you that I am truly sorry. Through their recent interactions, Su Zhaoxi had grown indifferent to past grievances that he had merely mentioned it in passing. Now, hearing Gu Qiongzhou's earnest apology made him feel somewhat embarrassed. You don't need to apologize. I was just making a casual remark that we weren't familiar with each other before, right? I understand. I don't hold it against you at all. Please don't take it to heart. Gu Qiongzhou suddenly felt that being with someone as sunny, innocent, and understanding as Su Zhaoxi was genuinely comforting. Having witnessed enough deceit in the business world, Su Zhaoxi's presence was a delightful surprise for Gu Qiongzhou that he suddenly experienced a sense of reluctance. The next day, Su Zhaoxi stealthily left the house and got into a car. His manager laughed heartily. What are you, a thief? Su Zhaoxi explained. Gu Qiongzhou is still sleeping, that he has to wake up at 7 for work. I can't wake him. Sister Lu was taken aback and bombarded him with questions. Wait, when did you two become so close? What happened while I wasn't around? You used to dislike him. Didn't you? He even spread rumors about you online. How come you're now thinking of him? Su Zhaoxi smiled giddily. Sister Lu, why are you so nosy? It's not much. I just think he is not bad. Sister Lu gave him a look that said, do you expect me to believe that? You're smiling like that. Who would believe you? Su Zhaoxi yawned. Enough of that. I'm tired that I'll rest a bit. Wake me when we arrived at Ji Qiongzhou, who typically woke up promptly at 7. Even before the alarm clock, surprisingly got up 10 minutes early that day that he glanced at the empty side of the bed. Feeling a bit out of place, and unknowingly opened WeChat to message Su Zhaoxi. Have you reached the airport? Su Zhaoxi quickly replied. I'm here. Why did you wake up so early today? Is it to message me? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled at the message and quietly changed Su Zhaoxi's contact name to Little Kid. Sister Lu noticed Su Zhaoxi staring intently at his phone, eyes sparkling, and remarked to the assistant, Xiao Shui. He said it's nothing. Yet his eyes are about to fall into his phone. Su Zhaoxi waited, and finally, a red dot appeared on the WeChat interface. Marriage partner, maybe it's almost time. I need to prepare to board. Safe travels, Little Kid. Thanks, President Gu. Chirp. Having sent a few messages, it still didn't feel sufficient, so I dispatched several more emoticons. Little one, rolling around in joy, animated emoji. Little one, rubbing hands together in delight, animated emoji. Little one, sending you my heart, animated emoji. Gu Qiongzhou gazed at these adorable emoticons and thought to himself how endearing Su Zhaoxi truly was. He decided he must inquire with Assistant Wang about how to acquire such charming emoticons that Su Zhaoxi had gained fame abroad first, thus drawing a throng of fans to the airport, a bustling sea of admirers. As soon as he disembarked, he was enveloped by a crowd that J. Bien, Potre. I like you a lot, Su. Je suis votre fidèle fan. I'm your most loyal fan. Su Zhaoxi did not follow his bodyguards directly, but instead bowed to the fans. Merci pour votre amour pour moi. Je vais travailler encore plus dur et faire de bons œuvres. Merci encore. Thank you for your affection. I will work even harder to produce great works. Thank you once more. At last, they arrived at the luxurious Hotel de Ville in Paris, where the brand representatives personally attended to Su Zhaoxi. Merci beaucoup, d'être Venus Paris. Nous savons serve la table de vins. Nous avons mang et discut. Thank you immensely for traveling to our country. We have prepared a banquet for you. Let us dine and converse. The following Chinese represents French. It is too much to translate. Please forgive me, dear ones. Su Zhaoxi graciously replied, It is my honor to collaborate with you. Please. After their meal, they began discussing work matters, with the brand representatives insisting on having Su Zhaoxi shoot a series of intimate photos with a local female model to generate buzz. However, Su Zhaoxi did not acquiesce. I believe I cannot comply with your request. Firstly, this was not mentioned during your prior discussions with my agent. Thus, I have the right to decline. Secondly, I have long since publicly disclosed my orientation, and I find such a method of publicity rather coercive. The brand representatives did not respond immediately, stating they would return for a meeting to discuss. They were allowed to settle in comfortably for the time being. Meanwhile, Wang Linlin observed that Director Gu was checking his phone every few minutes. She mused that he never usually looked at his phone while working. Why was he so preoccupied today? Could it be that Director Gu was in love, but wasn't he married to that Su family member? That didn't seem right. Wang Linlin's curiosity intensified. While delivering documents, she stole a glance at his phone just as a message came through, revealing the following scene. Little one. Boo-hoo, the brand asked me to take intimate photos with a female model. But I don't want to shoot QAQ. Little one. I firmly rejected their request. Little one. Am I not impressive? Praise me, praise me. Before Wang Linlin could process her shock, she saw Director Gu's reply. Truly impressive. You are wonderful, animated emoji, that if you dislike it, just come back. I will invest in you. Wang Linlin was utterly taken aback. Who was this little one? Director Gu was being far too indulgent. Let me indulge in a little ship between the domineering CEO and the charming little actor. Apologies, Suingdi, little one. Got it, thank you. Director Gu, Mom called today asking you to come play .gqz. Alright, I will go when I have time. Wang Linlin thought, what? This little one can't be Suingdi, can they? How thrilling. Then she opened the office gossip group. Ladies, we have big news. Chapter 11. Just like him, office gossip group. Messages 1-2, 99 gossip enthusiast 1. Linlinjia, what is the big news? Excited gossip enthusiast 2. Spill, eager gossip enthusiast 3. Eating melon at work, top-notch joy. Group leader Linlin, Director Gu, and Suingdi are truly dating that I witnessed it with my own eyes. Absolutely genuine, incredibly sweet. Gossip enthusiast 88. What? Messages 99 gossip enthusiast 99. I can't believe the CPI ship has come true. I'm utterly thrilled. Gossip enthusiast 106. Now that I think about it. A few days ago, I seem to have witnessed a dramatic scene unfold. The time. I didn't think much of it, but reflecting now, that was quite the drama. Gossip enthusiast 1. Hurry and tell us. Hurry, gossip enthusiast 106. It was a dark and stormy night. Gossip enthusiast 38. Wow. I sense a hint of danger. Gossip enthusiast 106. Suindi must have come to pick up Director Gu after work. Just in time to see Director Gu and Manager Song exiting the company simultaneously. Gossip enthusiast 4. Exciting. It definitely had that dramatic flair. Gossip enthusiast 106. Suindi approached and placed a hand on Director Gu's shoulder, saying something I couldn't hear from afar. Gossip enthusiast 52. Suindi must have been jealous. Gossip enthusiast 77. Quickly, tell us what happened next. Gossip enthusiast 106. Then, how should I put it? Suindi shook hands with Songyu. Gossip enthusiast. What the heck, group leader Linlin. A major dramatic scene unfolded at our company entrance, and I missed it. Gossip enthusiast 12. Ex-boyfriend, current boyfriend, Director Gu. All three encountered each other, with Director Gu and his ex-boyfriend appearing in front of his current boyfriend. I feel like Director Gu is in a precarious situation. Gossip enthusiast 66. Did something happen to Director Gu that night? Gossip enthusiast 3. Folks, wait for me. I'm going to write fanfiction right now. Gossip enthusiast 21. Waiting for you. Oh, apply for some spicy content. Gossip enthusiast 55. Pants flying away. In Paris, France, the scene being filmed features Su Zhaoxi portraying a young nobleman who, upon catching a whiff of an enchanting fragrance, finds himself entranced. In a quest to locate this captivating scent, he scoured every perfume shop in Paris, yet found nothing. Consequently, he fell into despair for a considerable time. By chance, he encountered that fragrance once more and at last discovered the elusive perfume. It turned out that this fragrance was crafted by a destitute female perfumer, leading him to forge a friendship with her. photographer and director Kyuf. Su, I need you to convey that sense of lost hope and desolation. Su Zhaoxi, as the young nobleman, wandered through renowned perfume shops, all in search of the scent that haunted his dreams. His expression transitioned from hopeful to gradually despairing, ultimately culminating in dejection, that he leaned against the white wall of the last perfume shop. His head bowed slightly, eyes reflecting solitude and abandonment, as if he were a forsaken child. Then he crouched down, cradling his head in his hands. After a long pause, he stood up, yet his aura had shifted from noble to disheartened. "Perfect, that Su, you embody him," Kyuf exclaimed excitedly. Just as Su Zhaoxi finished filming, a voluptuous French woman approached him. "Hello, Su. I am the actress playing the role of the female perfumer." Mongol. Su Zhaoxi nodded slightly. "Hello. MS. Mongol." Mongol regarded him with keen interest. "Su, I heard you declined to create any rumors with me." Su Zhaoxi responded politely. "The contract did not include any clause for scandal, so how could I refuse?" Mongol chuckled lightly, with a hint of seduction. "Su, I have been aware of you for some time, and I find you quite appealing. Let us be together." That Su Zhaoxi was taken aback by Mongol's bold and direct admission of her affections. Yet he felt compelled to decline. "Ms. Mongol, I apologize, but I am gay and cannot reciprocate your feelings." Mongol, undeterred, confidently replied, "Su, I have heard about your orientation, but I do not wish to give up easily. Perhaps I could change your mind." That Su Zhaoxi smiled gently, his expression softening. "In truth, I am already married, and our relationship is quite harmonious. Thus, I fear I must disappoint you, Ms. Mongol." Upon hearing Su Zhaoxi's words, Mongol realized her hopes were dashed, yet she smiled with composure. "Very well, Su, but I am curious about what kind of person you are fond of." Su Zhaoxi's smile brightened. "He is an intriguing individual. One who comforts me when I am down. He blushes at my jokes. He playfully teases me when I am drunk, ensuring I am warm and covered with a blanket. He often affectionately calls me little one. Yet he is also incredibly serious, especially when it comes to his work." That Mongol's inquiry about his beloved sparked a realization in Su Zhaoxi. "Yes, he is indeed the one I have fallen for. There is no other feeling but a desire to spend a lifetime with him." Mongol was moved by his words. "He sounds like a truly remarkable person. That I wish you both happiness." That Su Zhaoxi suddenly felt a strong urge to return home and see Gu Qiongzhou. "Thank you, Mongol, and I wish you happiness as well." Chapter 12. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Gu Qiongzhou observed the remarkable effectiveness of the netcasting plan secretly implemented by Hisue. Hisue presented the gathered information to Gu Qiongzhou, who, upon a cursory glance, felt a surge of intensity in his gaze. These individuals truly possess audacity beyond measure. Hisue echoed the sentiment with palpable anger. Such people, when sufficiently incentivized, are capable of any wrongdoing. Gu Qiongzhou regained his composure. "With regard to these traitorous elements, once we have gathered evidence, simply send me a lawyer's letter to initiate a lawsuit, demanding compensation. That I intend to ensure they regurgitate every advantage they have consumed." Understood, President Gu. "However, who has granted them such audacity to leak corporate secrets? If that individual is indeed one of our own, their actions would serve only to harm both others and themselves." That Hisue harbored doubts about the individual's motives. Gu Qiongzhou inquired, "Are you aware of how company are from the Republic of China monopolized the Chinese market during that era?" Hisue pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding. "Was it through maliciously undercutting product prices and engaging us in a price war?" Gu Qiongzhou tapped the table in frustration. "That is merely one of the widely circulated narratives. That in truth, they exploited human nature. They first established a shell company, then ostensibly dispatched their capable agents to invest in technology within Chinese firms, all the while covertly winning hearts and minds, continuously leaking company secrets, leading to a severe decline in the credibility of the Chinese company. Subsequently, they instructed their agents to accumulate a significant number of shares and directly acquired the company, masquerading their actions as a rescue operation. After all, who would invest in a company with a tarnished reputation? They then redirected the company's funds into their shell entity. Ultimately, they executed a successful escape." Hisue was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that we are akin to that Chinese company, with that individual playing the role of a spy sent by Company R? Hence, we are facing a securities crisis." "Yet, they did not anticipate that you would salvage the situation through a strategic marriage alliance," the Gu Qiongzhou stated gravely. "His ambitions are vast, and he will not easily relent. No one can predict what tactics he may employ next." Therefore, we must proactively seek countermeasures. Responding appropriately to his moves, that Suya hesitantly asked, "Do you already have a suspect in mind?" Gu Qiongzhou did not conceal his thoughts. Indeed, the previous shareholders' meeting was a trap set by my father and me. However, that individual was too cunning to leave any evidence behind to unearth him. We must await his next move. Su Zhaoxi's filming proceeded smoothly, finishing 3 days ahead of schedule, considering the time difference between the two countries. He waited until midnight to call Gu Qiongzhou. "President Gu, have you risen yet?" Gu Qiongzhou, just waking, replied with a slightly hoarse voice. "Yes, I was about to get up, but it's already early morning on your side. Why are you still awake and working?" Su Zhaoxi explained. "I didn't want you to miss out on sleep, so I timed my call that I've completed my work here, and I have a flight back tomorrow at 7. I expect to land around 11 tonight, but I'll have my assistant drive me home, so you needn't come." Gu Qiongzhou, upon hearing he was returning, replied, "It's no trouble, I'll come to pick you up." Su Zhaoxi chuckled slyly. "If you insist on coming, then do so, but please prioritize safety." Gu Qiongzhou chuckled softly. "Understood that I must go tidy up for work now. See you tonight." Su Zhaoxi obediently responded, "All right." "See you tonight." The goodbye. As night fell, the city of Jing was illuminated, the roads alive with vehicles resembling a long dragon in motion. The AT intersections, the traffic lights perpetually alternated, as if orchestrating a symphony for the city's nocturnal ambience. This prompted Gu Qiongzhou to recall a phrase, "drunk on paper and gold." Whenever he felt troubled by business affairs, he would often visit the Palais de la Danse to listen to Night Shanghai. Enveloped in the song's essence, he too felt a sense of being drunk on paper and gold. Night Shanghai. Night Shanghai, you are a city that never sleeps. The bright lights and the sounds of carriages create a vibrant atmosphere. One can only see her smiling face, yet who knows the turmoil within? The nightlife revolves around basic necessities: food, clothing, and shelter. Wine does not intoxicate all, but some find solace in it. Youth is squandered in reckless abandon. As dawn breaks and everyone returns home, their spirits swaying with the turning wheels, seeking new horizons in a fresh environment, awakening from the dreamlike state of nightlife. The splendor of Jing's nightlife seemed to resonate profoundly with Night Shanghai. Upon arriving at the airport at precisely 11 o'clock, Gu Qiongzhou disembarked and followed the greeter inside. Although Su Zhaoxi's return to Jing was not publicly announced, numerous reporters were stationed there nonetheless. As Su Zhaoxi approached through the glaring lights of the airport, Gu Qiongzhou spotted him immediately and waved. Just as Su Zhaoxi was about to approach, Lu Jie intercepted him. "Don't go over. There are reporters." Yet, having recently clarified his feelings, Su Zhaoxi could hardly contain his eagerness to see Gu Qiongzhou, but he disregarded the warning and pushed his luggage forward. Lu Jie and the assistant exchanged exasperated glances. Upon seeing Gu Qiongzhou, Su Zhaoxi initially intended to embrace him, but reminded himself to maintain composure. President Gu Qiongzhou, however, paid little heed to decorum and affectionately ruffled his hair. "You're back." Little rascal. Su Zhaoxi felt his ears flush from the gesture. "Why are you messing with my hair?" Gu Qiongzhou chuckled softly. "Just because I missed you a bit." Su Zhaoxi felt a surge of happiness but stifled it. "Oh." Gu Qiongzhou seized Su Zhaoxi's luggage. "Let us go. The car is outside." Su Zhaoxi obediently followed Gu Qiongzhou. The reporters on the sidelines were in a frenzy. "Did you get the shot?" "Did you? We got it. This is going to be big news." Gu Qiongzhou possessed an odd trait. He could work tirelessly until dawn without feeling fatigued, yet the moment he was off duty, he succumbed to drowsiness by 8 in the evening. Tonight, having worked late, his eyelids grew heavy. Noticing this, Su Zhaoxi volunteered to drive to Gu Qiongzhou, unable to resist his fatigue, accepted without protest. The journey from the airport to Jincheng Mansion was not short. Initially, Su Zhaoxi animatedly recounted his experiences filming in Paris. But as time passed, silence enveloped the car. Turning his head, he realized Gu Qiongzhou had fallen asleep, but he parked the car, retrieved Gu Qiongzhou's coat from the back seat, and draped it over him, continuing to drive. He mused aloud. When not working, this old man maintains a routine akin to that of a senior citizen, quite healthy indeed. Yet once engaged in work, he transforms into a night owl, a true contradiction. Upon reaching home, Gu Qiongzhou stirred awake. We've arrived." Su Zhaoxi smiled indulgently. "Yes, we're here. Step out, and please wear that coat. It's cold outside. Don't catch a chill." Gu Qiongzhou, almost in a daze. complied and donned the coat, making his way into the room. After a moment of contemplation, he remembered he hadn't showered and took his pajamas into the bathroom. Su Zhaoxi, having spent a day in flight and over an hour driving, was also feeling weary, so he entered the adjacent bathroom. When he emerged, Gu Qiongzhou was already tucked under the covers, lying in bed. Seeing Su Zhaoxi return, he urged, "Go to sleep. I'm so tired." Su Zhaoxi lay down obediently, turning to face him. "You look adorable when you're sleepy," to Gu Qiongzhou, on the verge of slumber, barely registered the compliment. "I'm going to sleep now." That Su Zhaoxi tucked the blankets around him. "Sleep well." Early the next morning, Su Zhaoxi was jolted awake by a barrage of phone calls. "Oh dear, you're still asleep. You've been trending on social media all night." Su Zhaoxi had anticipated this. "What is the headline? What rank are we at?" Lu Jie replied with exasperation. Su Yingdi returned to Jing last night and is suspected of secretly meeting a romantic partner. Congratulations on achieving the top trending spot. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. "They're not wrong. Just a bit off. It's not a romantic partner, it's my wife." Lu Jie exclaimed. "Oh, so you're admitting it. Just a few days ago you insisted it was nothing. Merely that the person was quite nice. Should we request the trend to be retracted?" Su Zhaoxi pondered. "Let us not retract it. It will be public knowledge sooner or later. Consider this an early publicity push." Lu Jie remarked. "You're such a lovesick fool." Chapter 13. The eve of crisis, online opinions were wildly varied. For those who typically sought to tarnish Su Zhaoxi's reputation but found no fault, this time they seized upon an opportunity. "I told you so. Su Zhaoxi undoubtedly has issues with his character. Look, here is the evidence. That individual looks like a duck. Perhaps he is the one those fans fervently support." Engaging in illicit activities, Su Zhaoxi's female fans would not allow such slander against their idol. Slander is easy to spread, but don't go too far. Expect a lawyer's letter soon. Our studio doesn't take this lightly. Haters leave. I refuse to believe our brother would stoop to such behavior. He is our collective pride, and you're still trying to justify it. The photos have been leaked. The head rubbing, could it be he is being sponsored? To the one suggesting sponsorship, please, that is laughable. Who doesn't know our Su Yingdi hails from a top-tier family? He wouldn't need a sponsor. A bystander chimed in. To be fair, they might actually be a couple. Su Zhaoxi isn't some fleeting star. He has won 2 prestigious awards that can't he date. Finally, someone speaks sense. I don't understand why you're all so worked up over this. How delightful that photograph is. One can easily discern that it captures a young couple in the throes of romance. Indeed, while the image may lack clarity, it is evident that it features a strikingly handsome individual. Why linger on doubts? As long as Su Yingdi is content, that is all that matters. Although some naysayers occasionally resurface, the prevailing sentiment online is one of blessings and curiosity. Eventually, a fervent fan base emerged, with CP stands sprouting up within a day, amassing 3 million followers. Both CP enthusiasts and skeptics are attempting to uncover the identity of the individual in question, yet the angle and distance of the photograph render the facial features too indistinct to yield any results. However, within the Gu Corporation, knowledge of the general manager's relationship with Su Yingdi is widespread. Upon viewing the photograph, their recognition was instantaneous, igniting a heated discussion. Gu Qiongzhou, typically aloof from online affairs, was unaware of these events. When Wang Linlin entered for the 3rd time to deliver documents, she could no longer contain herself. "Guzong, have you been online?" Gu Qiongzhou, perplexed, inquired. "No, why? Is there negative news about the company?" Wang Linlin hastily shook her head. No, it's not company-related. You and Su Yingdi are trending." Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback. "Trending? What for?" Wang Linlin, brimming with excitement, replied, "You and Su Yingdi were photographed at the airport, having recently traversed from the Republic of China to the modern era." Gu Qiongzhou was still unfamiliar with the dynamics of celebrity culture. Curiously, he asked, "Why does being photographed warrant trending?" Wang Linlin, exasperated, explained, "Su Zhaoxi is a major film star. His influence is immense, and any rumors involving him are bound to make headlines." Gu Qiongzhou began to comprehend, connecting it to the previous incident where Su Zhaoxi donned a baseball cap and mask at the market. Will this situation adversely affect him? Wang Linlin, who had spent the day monitoring trending topics, reassured him it shouldn't. The general sentiment seems quite positive, with many offering congratulations and expressing interest in the CP. The CP station has over 3 million fans, and Su Yingdi hasn't retracted his trending status. indicating no negative repercussions. Gu Chongzhou sighed in relief. That's good. But what does shipping CP mean? Wang Linlin was eager to enlighten him. Shipping CP refers to the atmosphere of you and Su Yingdi together. Simply put, they enjoy seeing the two of you together. Gu Chongzhou found it difficult to understand the mindset of CP shippers. What is there to ship? Are they so idle? Wang Linlin interpreted his words as an implication that she was too idle. So she promptly declared, Gu Zong, if there is nothing else, I'll get back to work. Outside the CF, Song Yu cautiously surveyed the surroundings before stepping inside. Zheng Zong. Zheng Yi occupied a corner table. Savoring an iced Americano, upon hearing the voice, he glanced up at Song Yu. No one followed you, right? Song Yu replied, no, I was careful on the way here. Zheng Yi set down his coffee cup. Good. Recently, Gu Chongzhou has deployed numerous spies within the company, uncovering many of my associates that I'm merely exercising caution. Please sit. What would you like to drink? Song Yu took a seat. I'll have the same. An iced Americano. Zheng Yi smiled and called the waiter over. Waiter. The waiter approached. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Zheng Yi politely requested an iced Americano with no ice. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Zheng Yi patted Song Yu's hand. You've had a weak stomach since childhood. Avoid cold drinks. Song Yu felt a bit flustered, surprised by his concern. You remember? I thought you wouldn't care about such matters. Zheng Yi smirked slightly. How could I forget? You were just 10 when you came to my side, and now you're 24. That I may have been a bit strict with you, but that's because you cannot afford to make any mistakes while working alongside Gu Chongzhou. Otherwise, our plans would falter. Do you understand? Song Yu's heart raced with excitement at first, but he later realized that Zheng Yi was solely focused on his plans, silently mocking himself for expecting anything more from him. He would never develop feelings for anyone. All he needed to do was to remain the sharpest tool in Zheng Yi's arsenal. I understand, Zheng Zong. I completely understand. Zheng Yi observed Song Yu's conflicted expression, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, but he dismissed it. The most pressing matter was his plan. Have you seen the recent trending topics? Song Yu nodded. Yes, I have. What do you intend to do? Zheng Yi scoffed. Since he cannot be of use to me, I will ruin him, and no one shall obstruct my plans. Release the photos from his recent visit to the soul-capturing bar. I want to ensure he is utterly disgraced. Song Yu pondered, but we didn't capture any explicit photos, only those from the bar. That doesn't prove anything. Perhaps we should hold off. Zheng Yi retorted. Hold off. If we delay, he'll dismiss all my people. Find someone reliable. Remember, we must steer the narrative towards Gu Chongzhou's infidelity. Suddenly, Song Yu recalled Su Zhaoxi's demeanor toward Gu Chongzhou and himself. Zheng Zong. What if Su Zhaoxi issues a denial? Zheng Yi narrowed his eyes. How could they be united? I've heard Su Zhaoxi married Gu Chongzhou only to avoid giving up acting. Have you forgotten how Gu Chongzhou slandered Su Zhaoxi online? With these photos, do you think Su Zhaoxi will tolerate it? He wants to just keep quiet. Song Yu thought it over. Perhaps he had been overthinking. How much could their relationship improve in just over a month? Understood, Zheng Zong, that I will handle it immediately and capitalize on the current heat to escalate the topic. Chapter 14. Remaining unflustered Gu Zong. There is trouble. Wang Linlin rushed into the office, her urgency palpable. What happened? Gu Chongzhou felt a foreboding sense of dread at her alarm. Wang Linlin stammered. Your visit to the soul-capturing bar has been exposed. The internet is in an uproar. Your relationship with Su Yingdi has also been scrutinized. And with yesterday's trending topic, this news has ignited a firestorm. The Gu Chongzhou narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anger evident in his elongated gaze. First, confirm the public sentiment regarding Su Zhao 11, that is this the moment they finally make their move. Yet, he shouldn't be dragged into this. He is so innocent. Wang Linlin quickly complied, thinking to herself that Gu Zong's feelings for Su Yingdi were genuine, and the online rumors were utterly absurd. She unconditionally believed in Gu Chongzhou. Wang Linlin called Lu Yu, Su Zhaoxi's manager, who was evidently overwhelmed, having made several attempts to reach her before succeeding. Hello, I'm Wang Linlin, assistant to Gu Zong. We're aware of the trending topic and would like to inquire about the sentiment on your end. Lu Yu was nearly driven mad by the situation. Su Zhaoxi was terrified that the company would sever ties. Rushing to the office early to emphasize that their fates were intertwined. Frustrated, Lu Yu retorted, It's not time to retire yet. What was Gu Zong thinking, going to that kind of place just after getting married? Poor Su Zhaoxi dealing with your Guzong. Before Lu Yu could finish, Su Zhaoxi snatched the phone. Stop right there, Lu Jie. Let me speak to her. Hello, this is Su Zhaoxi. Please have Guzong take my call. Wang Linlin quickly responded. All right, I'll connect you right away. Jiyu Qiongzhou took the call, and before he could speak, the other end chimed in. Don't pay attention to the online rumors. All right, we're already managing the public relations here. Don't worry, Jiyu Qiongzhou was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Su Zhaoxi would stand by him so resolutely. Do you trust me? Su Zhaoxi hesitated for a moment. Of course, Guzong. You returned home before 11 that night. What could you have possibly done? We'll discuss that evening later, and I'll handle the online situation with our PR team. You can rest assured that Jiyu Qiongzhou felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Su Zhaoxi. This situation is a deliberate attack against me, and you've been caught in the crossfire that I already have a strategy in place. The online chaos will soon subside, that I will ensure they pay for this. That Su Zhaoxi's gaze shifted slightly. All right, we'll talk more when you return home. Jiyu Qiongzhou promptly contacted Zhao Minglin. Hello. Linga, did I need your assistance with something? Zhao Minglin readily agreed. Just tell me what you need. I'll unconditionally support you. Jiyu Qiongzhou quickly pieced together the events of that day, aware that the only individuals who knew his whereabouts were Wang Linlin and the driver. Wang Linlin was out of the question, leaving only the driver, that he had ample time to clarify the situation. Although there were no surveillance cameras in the private room, each room had cameras angled at them, and they hadn't closed the door while conversing. Securing the footage would clear things up. Lingu, you must have seen today as trending topic. Someone is trying to frame me. Zhao Minglin, furious at the invasion of his territory, replied, Damn, I saw it. If you need anything, just say the word. How dare someone pull this stunt on my brother in my territory? Just wait and see. I'll make them pay. Jiyu Qiongzhou remarked. You're the major shareholder of the Soul Bar, aren't you? I need your assistance in obtaining the surveillance footage from the cameras positioned directly opposite our private room, as well as that from the main hall. Zhao Minglin readily agreed. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter for you. Jiyu Qiongzhou felt that although this individual was rather frivolous, he was indeed a trustworthy friend. It was no wonder that the original personality had such a close relationship with him. Thank you, Brother L. By the way, please send me the footage from directly opposite our private room, and for the surveillance in the hall. Could you kindly confront that individual directly? Zhao Minglin declared with righteous indignation. Do not worry, I will ensure he faces ruin for daring to target my brother. After concluding the call with Zhao Minglin, Gu Qiongzhou summoned He Sueha, instructing him to investigate his driver and identify whom he had been in contact with over the past few days. Leave no stone unturned, that He Sueha inquired. Are you certain it is him? Gu Qiongzhou replied affirmatively. Yes, that He Sueha continued. It appears he has even placed an informant beside you. President Gu, I will commence the investigation immediately. Zhao Minglin, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, promptly sent over the surveillance footage. In addition, he forwarded a voice message. I have found the culprit. It is your driver, Li Jiuza. When my men attempted to apprehend him, he was in the process of escaping abroad and has since been detained. I inquired about the mastermind behind this, but the scoundrel remains tight-lipped. Jiyu Qiongzhou responded, Understood. Thank you, Brother Lin. Please be careful not to make the situation too ugly. He had never been a good person, especially with this matter involving Su Zhaoxi. Zhao Minglin replied, I understand. We strike without striking the face. Meanwhile, the studio of Su Zhaoxi swiftly released a public relations statement, a stern declaration. Recently, our company has discovered that certain users and self-media platforms have disseminated false images of Mr. Gu Qiongzhou, a family member of our artist, on public platforms such as Douyin and Weibo, severely impacting Mr. Gu's normal life and tarnishing his reputation. Upon investigation, it was determined that the false images originated from Jylin Entertainment. Our company has decided to terminate all collaborations with Jylin Entertainment. This statement is hereby issued. As this declaration emerged, it rapidly circulated across major platforms, quickly trending. Goodness, how bold. This is a public statement, and our artist family member. Which artist studio would dare issue such a statement? However, the authenticity of the photo had been verified. How could this be explained? I am truly astonished. This Gu Qiongzhou has indeed been unfaithful, yet Su Zhaoxi continues to protect him. A few moments later, a newly created account named Gu Qiongzhou posted a Weibo message, which self-media promptly amplified, catapulting the situation to new heights. Hello everyone, I am Gu Qiongzhou. Recently, the unfounded rumors regarding me have escalated. severely affecting my normal life with my husband, Su Zhaoxi. That I have surveillance footage from that day as evidence that on that day, I arrived at the Seoul bar before 7 p.m., accompanied by Mr. Zhao Minglin, to discuss business in a private room, and I departed from the Seoul bar at 10 p.m., returning home. During that time, I engaged in no activities unrelated to business. Please take note. Lastly, the internet is not a lawless place. The slanderer, Li Jiuza, should prepare to receive my legal summons to oh my. It appears we may have wrongfully accused someone. They possess evidence. Indeed, those two are quite formidable as a couple. I think I am familiar with President Gu. He has been quite prominent in the business world lately, not only successfully resolving a company crisis, but also increasing the company's stock price by 20. That he is quite the powerhouse. This must have been orchestrated by a competitor. I apologize. Gu Qiongzhou, I apologize. Suing that I should not have jumped to conclusions without ascertaining the truth. That I am sorry. I am sorry. The public opinion battle finally subsided. Chapter 15. A confession at last. That evening, upon returning home, Gu Qiongzhou inexplicably sensed an atmosphere of tension. He removed his shoes at the entrance and stepped inside, noticing Su Zhaoxi tending to the potted plant he had brought back from his old home. Gu Qiongzhou approached him, saying, "That is enough watering. Any more, and it will perish." That Su Zhaoxi placed the spray bottle on the windowsill, remaining silent, merely casting a glance at him. Gu Qiongzhou inquired, "What is the matter?" Su Zhaoxi gazed deeply at him, finally unable to hold back. "What were you doing at the Seoul bar that day?" Gu Qiongzhou had not anticipated that Su Zhaoxi's earlier mention of discussing it at home would pertain to this. He thought Su Zhaoxi was indifferent to the matter. "Zhao Minglin is an old friend of mine. He invited me out for drinks. That he was also the one who informed me about our earlier conflict." Su Zhaoxi's clenched fist gradually relaxed. This morning, upon seeing that photo, he had felt a surge of anger, that he even wondered if Gu Qiongzhou had returned to his old ways of seeking companionship with younger men. That anger and jealousy immediately entwined within him, leaving him agitated. He longed to confront Gu Qiongzhou at his company, yet he questioned his own right to do so. They were merely in a business marriage, and Gu Qiongzhou had never expressed affection for him. However, witnessing the vitriol directed at him online only heightened his concern. He knew that, given the circumstances, the company would prioritize self-preservation. Thus, he had skipped meals and rushed to the office. During his hurried journey, he had also come to a realization. What could possibly transpire in such a brief span of time that night? Others may not know, but he certainly did. That he chuckled at himself, realizing that being in love could render one foolish, obsessive, and disdainful of anyone associated with Gu Qiongzhou. He had never yearned for anything particularly in his life. His sole dream had been to become an actor. Only now did he recognize his deep desire to possess someone whose name alone could make his heart quiver. Upon seeing Gu Qiongzhou's statement, particularly the phrase "my husband," a sense of indescribable satisfaction washed over him. Yet when he viewed the surveillance footage, he couldn't help but wonder what Gu Qiongzhou and that blonde-haired individual were discussing. Why they appeared so animated and jovial. That he disliked feeling this way. Consumed by jealousy, yet he couldn't restrain himself from repeatedly pondering and hypothesizing. Thus, when Gu Qiongzhou returned, he instinctively wanted to rush over and question him, but he reminded himself that such behavior would seem unreasonable. However, when Gu Qiongzhou approached him patiently and asked what was wrong, he found himself unable to hold back. Upon hearing Gu Qiongzhou's response, he felt he should be elated, yet he found it impossible to feel joy. He believed he was losing his mind. He longed to confess his feelings immediately, but feared rejection. Consequently, he awkwardly stated, "Oh, I see that Su Zhaoxi's emotions were transparent, and thus even someone as emotionally oblivious as Gu Qiongzhou could discern. Are you upset about today's events?" Su Zhaoxi tugged at the curtain beside him, turning to envelop himself within it. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled as he pulled him out. "Don't hide. Speak to me." Their eyes met, and Gu Qiongzhou found Su Zhaoxi's gaze intensely penetrating. Just as he was about to avert his eyes, Su Zhaoxi seized his hand. Actually, I'm not sure when it began, but seeing you with others ignites a fierce anger within me. I don't wish to feel this way, yet I cannot control myself. Can you understand? I truly like you, the kind of liking that desires to be with you for a lifetime." Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback by this confession. He had not anticipated that this seemingly innocent youth held feelings for him. In truth, he himself was uncertain of what it meant to like someone. Nevertheless, Gu Qiongzhou felt he could not reject this pitiable young man before him. Unwilling to forfeit one of the few unexpected joys in his life due to another's affection that a lifetime together. It was not out of the question that he did not comprehend love, yet he would exert all his resources to care for him. Believing that as long as Su Zhaoxi felt loved, that would suffice, the Gu Qiongzhou reached out, ruffling Su Zhaoxi's hair, a smile gracing his lips. Now I understand that Su Zhaoxi was utterly astonished. Gu Qiongzhou did not reject him. He had confessed so impulsively, harboring no real hope, and was already contemplating moving out to avoid making Gu Qiongzhou uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him that Su Zhaoxi excitedly grasped Gu Qiongzhou's other hand. What do you mean? What do you understand? Gu Qiongzhou smiled indulgently. It means what you think it means. That Su Zhaoxi's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his chest. So, you are my boyfriend now, right? Gu Qiongzhou patiently affirmed. Yes, that Su Zhaoxi cautiously leaned in, his nose nearly touching Gu Qiongzhou's. Before eagerly kissing his lips, the Gu Qiongzhou was momentarily stunned, but did not pull away that Su Zhaoxi liked him, and he yearned to protect him. Gu Qiongzhou believed no one in the world could compare to Su Zhaoxi in cuteness, whether he was angry, sad, joyful, playful, or timidly expressing his affection, that if his life were destined to be spent with someone, why not choose him? Even if he did not understand affection or love, and felt no racing heart while kissing Su Zhaoxi, what did it matter? He would treat Su Zhaoxi better than anyone else in this world. Chapter 16. Seriousness and frivolity. Upon arriving at the company, Gu Qiongzhou happened upon Yi Sueya, who reported, President Gu, there has been some progress regarding the person you asked me to investigate yesterday. Gu Qiongzhou spoke cautiously. Let us go to my office to discuss that. Yi Sueya handed Gu Qiongzhou a printed receipt, saying, Manager Gu, I have uncovered a suspicious transaction involving Li Ji. Gu Qiongzhou glanced at the bill. On April 28th, at 1800 hours, a sum of 600,000 RMB was received, with the recipient being Li Jiuzhe and the sender remaining unidentified. Yi Sueya sighed. We have only traced this evidently problematic payment, but as we followed the lead, we discovered that the sender's card number was invalid. Thus the trail has gone cold. The Gu Qiongzhou contemplated and replied, Since we have identified this transaction, more discrepancies are bound to surface. Continue your investigation. By the way, you mentioned your team. Are there others involved in this matter? Yi Sueya suddenly appeared uneasy. Well, I encountered your friend, Zhao Minglin, while investigating Li Jiuzhe. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. I see. His character is as such. He is not a bad person. Just ignore him. That Gu Qiongzhou thought that for someone as meticulous as Yi Sueya, Zhao Minglin might seem an astonishing anomaly. Flashback to the previous evening at 7 o'clock. Yi Sueya planned to visit Li Jiuzhe's residence, hoping for new discoveries. However, upon arriving at Li Jiuzhe's door, he was unexpectedly ambushed. When he regained consciousness from the darkness, he found himself in a confined space, facing a tall man with blonde hair, whose eyes sparkled with amusement. Surrounding him were several burly bodyguards, presumably his protectors. He struggled to maintain his composure. Who are you? Do you realize that abducting someone is illegal? The blonde man smiled. Oh, we are fully aware of that. Yi Sueya felt a flicker of displeasure at the man's demeanor. So you are knowingly committing a crime? To his surprise, the blonde man shrugged nonchalantly and asked his bodyguards, Did I capture this gentleman? In unison, the bodyguards replied. No. The blonde man crouched down, lifting Yi Sueya's chin with a smirk. I merely wish to ask you a few trivial questions. That Yi Sueya, who had a severe obsession with cleanliness, typically wore white gloves at work. Yet when touched directly on the chin, he surprisingly felt no revulsion. However, he could not abide such behavior. Do not touch me. It's disgusting. The others gasped, fearing for his safety, recalling that the last person who insulted Zhao Minglin had been beaten to a pulp. Yet, the anticipated violent scene did not unfold. Zhao Minglin, intrigued, withdrew his hand. Your face is quite handsome. I do not wish to mar it with injury. Yi Sueya, incensed by Zhao Minglin's brazen behavior, longed to retaliate, but his hands were bound, rendering that desire futile. Zhao Minglin continued, Tell me, pretty boy, are you here to destroy any evidence related to Li Jiuzhe? Yi Sueya chuckled in disbelief. Destroy evidence? I came to find evidence. Yet, thanks to your scheming, I am now being framed. Zhao Minglin feigned surprise, gesturing for one of his bodyguards to search Yi Sueya. Just the sight of the approaching bodyguard filled Yi Sueya with visceral disgust, and he coldly stated, Do not touch me. The bodyguard glanced at Zhao Minglin, who waved him off, then stepped closer to He Shueihe, whispering with a smirk, "He cannot touch you, but can I?" He Shueihe glared fiercely at him, then unexpectedly relented. "Go ahead, but ensure no one else touches me, that if he were to be searched regardless, he might as well choose the manner he could accept." Zhao Minglin chuckled as he crouched before He Shueihe. Rummaging through the pocket of his shirt and retrieving his work ID, He Shueihe's heart sank. He had forgotten to leave his ID at the office. Lowering his head, he was filled with regret. Thinking, "Forgive me, Manager Gu." Zhao Minglin examined the ID. He Shueihe, operations manager of Gu Corporation. Zhao Minglin inwardly cursed his luck. He had mistakenly apprehended the wrong person, that he had heard Gu Qiongzhou mention He Shueihe before. He was one of Gu Qiongzhou's associates. Quickly, Zhao Minglin crouched back down and freed He Shueihe's hands and feet. Astonishing the surrounding bodyguards, He Shueihe questioned suspiciously, "What trickery is this?" Zhao Minglin, aware of his misstep, spoke amiably. "I apologize, Manager. We are on the same side. I made an error." He Shueihe was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Zhao Minglin hastily explained, "I am Zhao Minglin, a good friend of your Manager Gu. I trust he has mentioned me. The surveillance footage was provided by me." He Shueihe recognized the name from Gu Qiongzhou's mention, but had not realized he was a blonde. "Ah, so you are Zhao. However, I gathered that it was you who insisted that Manager Gu visit the soul-draining bar, leading to the subsequent events." Zhao Minglin smiled sheepishly. "I am truly sorry, Manager. I genuinely erred, considering our shared objective. Could you find it in your heart to forgive me?" He Shueihe was no pushover, but knew that the priority was to gather evidence. And after all, Zhao Minglin was a friend of Manager Gu. Forgiveness is not out of the question. "But what will it take?" Zhao Minglin perked up. "What are your conditions? Speak freely, and I shall do whatever it takes. Allow me to bag you once as well." That He Shueihe's smile did not reach his eyes. "Ah!" Zhao Minglin and the bodyguards chorused in disbelief. "What? Is that beyond your capabilities, Zhao? How could that be?" Zhao Minglin laughed awkwardly. Having not anticipated Manager he to be such an amusing character, he then turned to his bodyguards. "Bring the bag. The bag is here, boss." Zhao Minglin cheerfully said, "Come on, Manager." He Shueihe wasted no time, swiftly enveloping Zhao Minglin's head with the bag and generously stating, "All right, this matter is settled." Though Zhao Minglin could see nothing within the bag. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "How intriguing. It has been a while since I encountered someone so entertaining." The following day, Gu Qiongzhou observed He Shueihe, who appeared lost in thought, and gently tapped him. "What has captured your attention so deeply?" He Shueihe seemed to awaken from a dream. "Ah, nothing. Manager Gu, I was merely daydreaming." At 7 o'clock that evening, just as Gu Qiongzhou was preparing to leave work, he received a WeChat message from his young boyfriend. "Little brat, hurry down. I've arrived at your office entrance. Boyfriend." "All right, I'm coming." He quickly tidied his desk and strode downstairs, his tall figure weaving through the crowd, leaving a trail of starry-eyed young women in his wake. Upon reaching the company entrance, he saw a tall silhouette dart towards him, enveloping him in an embrace. "Did you miss me, Manager Gu?" Gu Qiongzhou affectionately ruffled his boyfriend's hair. "I did." "Let us head home." Su Zhaoxi, beaming, took Gu Qiongzhou's hand and led him toward the car. "I will cook tonight." "What would you like to eat, Manager Gu?" "Feel free to choose." Gu Qiongzhou laughed. "There is no need for such trouble. We could simply dine out. Aren't you tired from cooking?" Yet Su Zhaoxi shook his head. "No, I'm not tired. I want to cook for you." In April, at 7 o'clock in the evening in the capital city, the lights twinkled everywhere, and the night market was bustling. The Gu Qiongzhou gazed at the vibrant food street from the car and inquired, "What place is this?" "It resembles a marketplace from the Republic of China." That Su Zhaoxi smiled. "That is the famous night market of the capital, brimming with delectable treats. By the way, you seem quite knowledgeable about the Republic of China." Gu Qiongzhou nodded. "I have a particular fondness for studying its history, making me sensitive to such matters." That Su Zhaoxi suggested, "Shall we explore the night market?" Gu Qiongzhou, filled with anticipation, asked, "Is that all right? I wouldn't want to waste your time." Su Zhaoxi parked the car, grasped his hand, and said, "Why would it be a waste of time? Aren't we in a relationship? This counts as our date. Besides, anything done together with you is never a waste." Chapter 17. The first date. The night market bustled with life. An epicenter of vibrant festivities. As darkness fell, the night market commenced its lively atmosphere. That Su Zhaoxi donned a mask, holding Gu Qiongzhou's hand as they navigated through the throngs of people. At 7 o'clock, the city's nightlife began. With countless office workers gathering, Jiu Qiongzhou called out, "With so many people, you won't be recognized, will you?" Su Zhaoxi scratched his palm nervously. "Don't worry. We are in the peak of foot traffic. No one will pay us any mind." Then he suddenly leaned closer to Gu Qiongzhou's ear, asking, "Is there anything you wish to eat?" Gu Qiongzhou was suddenly reminded of a time in his youth, wandering and receiving a bowl of sweet rice porridge from an unrecognizable young man. He vaguely recalled that the porridge was exceedingly sweet and delicious. Yet, even after he rose to prominence in the business world, he never indulged in it again. Sweetness only served to ensnare him, whereas bitterness forged his resilience. Now, transformed, and in the modern era, amidst a peaceful and prosperous age, surrounded by someone who genuinely cared, he thought, why not indulge in sweetness just this once? He smiled brightly. "I would like to have sweet rice porridge." That Su Zhaoxi's heart raced thunderously at Gu Qiongzhou's smile that I in a moment of impulsive fervor. He swiftly leaned in to plant a kiss at the corner of Gu Qiongzhou's mouth, exclaiming, "All right, I shall take you to dine." The vendor of sweet porridge was a charming couple from Suzhou, known for their amiable demeanor and authentic cuisine. They ordered 2 bowls, and when the proprietress brought them over, she was taken aback upon seeing Su Zhaoxi's face, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, I hope I am not being too forward, but I have a painting I wish to gift you." Su Zhaoxi, sweet-tongued, replied, "Really? Thank you, madam." The proprietress quickly returned with a painting that depicted a figure strikingly similar to Su Zhaoxi. Stunned, Su Zhaoxi inquired, "What is this?" The proprietress explained, "This is the original owner of this establishment, who mysteriously vanished, leaving only this painting behind. There has been no word of him since. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. When I first saw you, I was quite startled, and since you bear such a resemblance, I felt it was fate that my husband and I decided to gift this painting to you." Jiu Qiongzhou gazed at the artwork, feeling inexplicably melancholy. "Xiaoxi, what do you think?" Su Zhaoxi calmly responded, as the proprietress said, "Since I resemble him, it signifies a connection. Therefore, I shall graciously accept it." "Thank you, madam." After finishing their sweet porridge, the two strolled along the street, with Su Zhaoxi holding Gu Qiongzhou's hand in one and the painting in the other, feeling an odd sense of destined harmony. Later, he took Gu Qiongzhou to try their hand at claw machines, anticipating that Gu Qiongzhou might find such childish games unappealing. Yet to his surprise, Gu Qiongzhou appeared quite interested. Demonstrating remarkable skill, he soon amassed a collection of plush toys. Just as Su Zhaoxi was about to praise Gu Qiongzhou, he handed all the toys to Su Zhaoxi, stating, "These are all for you." Su Zhaoxi chuckled in disbelief. "Why are you giving them to me? Don't you like them?" Gu Qiongzhou replied, "I caught them for you. I've seen others do the same." Su Zhaoxi glanced around, noting the pairs of young couples, realizing it was customary for them to win toys for one another. However, he let it slide, content that Gu Qiongzhou was happy. Knowing some matters were better left understood in silence, Su Zhaoxi, clutching a bundle of plush toys, stood out notably, exclaiming, Guzong, please put my hoodie on. I'm far too conspicuous." Jiu Qiongzhou turned and adorned Su Zhaoxi with the hood. They first placed the toys in the car before indulging in other activities. Su Zhaoxi introduced Gu Qiongzhou to a game he excelled at, intending to showcase his skills. However, he was taken aback when Gu Qiongzhou outperformed him, concluding with a casual remark, "The difficulty is average." Su Zhaoxi contemplated taking him to a shooting range another day. The duo enjoyed themselves until past 10, having feasted along the way, and Su Zhaoxi, remembering that Gu Qiongzhou had an early workday ahead, suggested, "Let us head back, my boyfriend. You have work tomorrow." Jiu Qiongzhou reluctantly departed from the night market. Having endured a life of hardship, Gu Qiongzhou found that those struggles had transformed into the sweetness of a new life. How could he not be entranced, unwilling to part? In the car, Su Zhaoxi attentively fastened Gu Qiongzhou's seatbelt, wearing a proud expression. "How was that? Quite delightful, wasn't it?" Gu Qiongzhou smiled. "Of course." Su Zhaoxi's eyes sparkled. "This counts as our first date, doesn't it?" Gu Qiongzhou grasped a nearby plush toy and playfully squeezed it. "I suppose so. I've seen couples do this." Su Zhaoxi gazed at the man beside him holding the toy, his eyes dimming slightly. "You're so adorable. What should I do if I want to kiss you?" Gu Qiongzhou's grip on the toy tightened. Without further hesitation, Su Zhaoxi unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned in, encircling Gu Qiongzhou in his embrace. their breaths quickening as their lips met. Su Zhaoxi had never been in a relationship nor participated in any kissing scenes. He was somewhat clueless about the art of kissing. Yet upon kissing Gu Qiongzhou, he instinctively began to savor his lips, even daring to slip his tongue inside. The shock coursed through Gu Qiongzhou, who had never experienced a kiss quite like this, leaving him electrified. Time seemed to stretch. And as Gu Qiongzhou felt breathless, he heard Su Zhaoxi's light laughter. Breathe. Darling, he instinctively clamped his jaw shut. Ouch! That was intense. That Su Zhaoxi released him. That Gu Qiongzhou's cheeks flushed. Why do you call me darling? Su Zhaoxi leaned in for another quick kiss. Because you are my darling. What's wrong with that? Chapter 18. The struggle for power that night. Upon returning home, Su Zhaoxi received a script from Lu Jie titled The Struggle for Power, an ancient political intrigue. The director was Zhang Ming, an award-winning filmmaker. The script sent was only a third of the entire work due to confidentiality protocols that Su Zhaoxi perused it, finding the story unexpectedly captivating, igniting his eagerness to participate. He promptly called Lu Jie, I wish to take on this project. When can I audition? Lu Jie replied, no need for an audition. Director Zhang specifically requested you for the lead role. However, time is of the essence. We commence filming in 3 days. That Su Zhaoxi was taken aback. So soon. Lu Jie chided. What are you hesitating for? This is a major production, a grand male lead political drama, and it's directed by Zhang Ming. Su Zhaoxi frowned. I understand, Lu Jie. Let me think it over. Lu Jie sighed. All right, but I need your decision by tomorrow morning. The Gu Qiongzhou, who had been listening in the car, offered insight. If this is because of me, you need not hesitate. Separate your career from your feelings. That Su Zhaoxi understood this principle well, yet they had only recently established their relationship, and the honeymoon phase was still in bloom. Committing to a shoot could mean months, possibly half a year apart. How could he bear that? Su Zhaoxi lamented. What if I miss you? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. That's all right. We can video chat, and I can visit the set. That he affectionately ruffled Su Zhaoxi's hair. Weighing the pros and cons, if you forego this opportunity just because you don't want to leave me, wouldn't you regret it? I can see how eager you are to take on this role. Acting is your dream and your profession. That if you love it, there's no room for hesitation. As long as you wish to see me, I will be there. That Su Zhaoxi, enlightened by Gu Qiongzhou's words, realized his narrow-mindedness. Thank you, my boyfriend. I understand. Now. 3 days passed swiftly, and Su Zhaoxi set off for the film set. Director Zhang Ming personally greeted him at the airport. Our leading man has arrived. Having previously collaborated, their rapport was amicable. Director Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Ming signaled the driver to load Su Zhaoxi's luggage into the car. It truly has been a while, Su, the great actor. Come, let us discuss matters on the way. After a long journey, he added, We've arranged a chauffeur-driven car for you. Once at the set, you can rest comfortably. Su Zhaoxi politely replied. Thank you, Director Zhang. On this trip, Su Zhaoxi brought only his assistant, Xiao Xue, as his manager. Lu Jie had other commitments at the company and would join later. Soon enough, they arrived at the set, where everyone, aside from the crew, donned ancient costumes. Upon Su Zhaoxi's arrival, he was greeted by the second male lead. Hello, Suingdi, I am Chong Liang. Another actor introduced himself. I play your loyal guard, shouting, My name is Cui Xinyu. That Su Zhaoxi responded sincerely. Hello, I am Su Zhaoxi, portraying the lead Shinji. After resting in his trailer for a while, Su Zhaoxi ventured out to familiarize himself with the set. Before long, he was summoned by the director for a script reading with the main cast. They gathered to introduce themselves briefly and analyze their roles. When it was Su Zhaoxi's turn, he stated, Shinji is, in essence, a deeply obsessive character. Having been overlooked and bullied in his youth, he yearns for power. The seeds of obsession were sown in his heart from an early age, and his sole purpose in life is to attain ultimate power. The director nodded in satisfaction. As expected from Suingdi, you've grasped the essence of the character from just a third of the script. Our singular label for the male lead is obsession, whether towards power or unrequited love for the female lead. Meanwhile, the stock of Gu Corporation had experienced fluctuations, but was now stabilizing. That Gu Qiongzhou convened a collective meeting regarding the situation. I trust you have all seen the unfounded allegations against me circulating online, along with the official clarifications. That I shall not dwell on the truth of the matter. It is evident for all to see. I have already sent a legal notice to my former driver, Li Jiuzhe, and this matter remains under investigation. The Gu Qiongzhou then displayed another announcement. In light of this situation, I have decided to implement a new directive. Please refer to the screen for specifics. The conference room fell silent, save for Gu Qiongzhou's voice. The resolution of this issue took less than a day and had no adverse impact on the company's stock. The shareholders were left with no further comments on Gu's decisive actions that no one dared to put Gu Zong in a difficult position during this critical period. Zheng Yi's somber expression lingered for a long time. He had not anticipated that Gu Qiongzhou could, in such a short span of time, simultaneously engage public relations while seeking evidence, remaining unflappable in the face of adversity. Even the member of the Su family was assisting him in clarifying matters. Fortunately, his careful approach left Gu Qiongzhou with nothing to investigate. He could only resign himself to his fate regarding this incident. After the meeting, Sueha was retained for a private discussion that he closed the conference room door and spoke in a hushed tone. Following your line of thought, I managed to uncover something. Gu Qiongzhou narrowed his eyes. Speak, Gu Sueha continued. I discovered that Lu Dehai had visited a restaurant nearly. Gu Qiongzhou leaned on the table. Continue the investigation. We must find evidence that he shall not escape the grasp of the puppet master behind the scenes. Chapter 19. The net tightens when Song Yu located Lu Dehai. He found him at a bar, engrossed and flirting. Upon seeing Song Yu, Lu Dehai ignored him entirely. Unperturbed by the snub, Song Yu called out loudly, Lu Zong, your wife is calling you home for dinner. Lu Dehai was startled, releasing the woman in his arms, and dragged Song Yu out of the bar. What the hell do you want from me? You threatened me with those photos last time to get me to do your bidding. And I complied. What more do you want? Song Yu smiled. Lu Zong, what kind of talk is that? I'm simply here to inquire whether you've erased the account information as instructed. Lu Dehai responded impatiently. It's all deleted. As you requested, I've wiped it clean. They will never find anything. Can you please stop coming to me? I'm doing just fine at GUS and have no desire to betray them. You seem to be blind to your predicament. Song Yu retorted mockingly. Do you really believe GUS would forgive a traitor? Lu Dehai felt utterly trapped. Didn't you say this was a sure thing? Gu Qiongzhou confronted me openly at the shareholders' meeting that I was furious and agreed to plot against him. But now, he not only resolved this crisis but has solidified his position. Lu Zong, you must realize the current situation. If your actions expose me, those photos will end up on your wife's phone. Song Yu warned that he lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, that I've heard your wife despises unfaithful men. At that point, you won't see a dime of her wealth. That he continued candidly. Gu Qiongzhou is already on your trail. You should contemplate your next steps, whether to serve time or end up with nothing. Upon hearing that Gu Qiongzhou was investigating him, Lu Dehai panicked. How is that possible? I deleted everything. Song Yu ignored him and tossed the cigarette but into the trash, striding away, leaving Lu Dehai crouching on the ground. Weeping like a child, I should never have waded into these murky waters. After discovering Lu Dehai's presence at the restaurant near Gyoza, Sueha began to trace the clues and uncovered that the individual behind the canceled account was Lu Dehai himself. He hurriedly called Gu Qiongzhou to report. Gu Zong, the evidence is irrefutable. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled softly. Good. Hold off on alerting the police for now. Find a way to bring Lu Dehai to me. Since learning that Gu Qiongzhou was investigating him, Lu Dehai had felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, terrified that his downfall was imminent. His fears came to fruition when Sueha approached him, causing him to shudder in fright. Lu Zong, the general manager, wants to meet you tonight at the CAF across from the company at 7. That Lu Dehai dared not decline. Upon arriving at the CAF, he found Gu Qiongzhou seated in the center, sipping coffee. Lu Dehai rushed over, flustered. Gu Zong, you summoned me? Gu Qiongzhou looked down, taking a sip of his coffee. No need to be nervous, Lu Zong. Please sit. We have much to discuss. Lu Dehai hesitated. Gu Zong, Gu Qiongzhou smiled gently. Please have a seat, Lu Zong. Seeing Gu Qiongzhou's amiable demeanor, Lu Dehai thought perhaps he hadn't found any incriminating evidence, and reluctantly sat down. Little did he know, Gu Qiongzhou would soon ask, Now tell me, who is the person behind you? If you reveal this, I will consider leniency in dealing with you. Cold sweat broke out over Lu Dehai. Yet he dared not wipe it away. Gu Zong, what do you mean by the person behind me? I don't understand what you're saying. Gu Qiongzhou's gaze bore into Lu Dehai, emanating a chilling aura. Yet his lips curled into a smile. Lu Zong, this is your only chance. Lu Dehai, a man accustomed to ingratiating himself with the powerful, now found himself ensnared and decided to take a risk. Gu Zong, I can tell you who is behind me, but I have a small request. Outside the CAF, Hisueha inquired, Gu Zong, are you truly going to help Liu Dehai destroy the evidence of his infidelity? Gu Qiongzhou casually replied, How could I? I despise such treacherous individuals, Hisueha pressed. Then what are your plans? Gu Qiongzhou's eyes flashed with malice. Naturally, I will find the photos and send them directly to his wife. Such a scoundrel does not deserve our adherence to rules. Since he chose to betray Song Yu, he must bear the consequences of our betrayal in turn. That Hisueha chuckled lightly. I doubt Song Yu expected this man to confess so quickly. Gu Qiongzhou tossed Hisueha a voice recorder. This contains the testimony I just recorded. Please hand it over to the police along with the previous evidence. That Hisueha, puzzled, asked. I don't believe Song Yu is the mastermind. There must be someone above him. Should we bring him in for questioning? Gu Qiongzhou smiled. I've dealt with Song Yu before. He won't divulge anything. Just turn everything over to the police. As for the puppet master, Sueha, investigate Song Yu's background thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. Understood. Gu Zong, did I end the interrogation room? Officer Yang Yu asked. Song Yu, do you have anything to say in response to the evidence pointing towards you? Song Yu sighed, feeling as though all strength had been drained from him. No, everything is my doing. Yang Yu, surprised to encounter a suspect who did not attempt to defend himself, probed further. What was your motive for doing this? Song Yu smiled wryly. I loved Gu Qiongzhou. He once loved me too. But after his amnesia, he fell for someone else so I wanted to ruin him. It's as simple as that. When Yang Yu exited the interrogation room, other officers inquired. Did he confess? Yang Yu, shaking his head in disbelief, replied. He admitted it, claiming it was out of unrequited love that he wished to destroy the man Dada, the youth of today. On Gu Qiongzhou's end, he received a call from Zhao Minglin. Yao Song Yu has been taken away by the police. During the interrogation, he took full responsibility for everything that Gu Qiongzhou had anticipated this. I understand. Zhao Minglin suddenly asked. Do you know what his reasoning was? Gu Qiongzhou inquired. What was it? Zhao Minglin laughed heartily. He said it was due to unrequited love for you. Gu Qiongzhou. The police promptly initiated an investigation into the matter and unexpectedly discovered that Gu Qiongzhou's earlier incident of falling into the water was also orchestrated by Song Yu. A witness, upon learning of Song Yu's arrest, came forward. I was over there shopping when I saw the two arguing, and then that person pushed the other into the water. That I feared for their safety and intended to call the police. But my phone died. That I rushed home to charge it and report the incident, only to find out you had already received a call just a minute earlier. Later, I planned to explain at the police station. But I heard that the person who fell in was not seriously harmed. I feared causing trouble, so I kept quiet. With Song Yu detained, he awaited sentencing from the court. However, Gu Qiongzhou sensed that the situation was far from simple. If the incident had occurred under the assumption that he could not swim, it would pose no issues. Yet he had heard from Song Minglin that he indeed could swim, raising questions about the true nature of events. At that moment, Su Zhaoxi initiated a video call. Hi, Gu Zong. Have you missed me? Su Zhaoxi had just finished filming and hadn't yet changed out of his costume. That Gu Qiongzhou gazed at Su Zhaoxi, clad in regal attire. I have missed you, your majesty. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. Come and serve me, beloved consort, Gu Qiongzhou teased. I'm on my way, your majesty. Su Zhaoxi pouted. When will you come to see me? Gu Qiongzhou contemplated. I'll be in Fenzhou on a business trip the day after tomorrow. Shall I visit you then? Su Zhaoxi's smile widened. Is that for real? Gu Qiongzhou smiled indulgently. See you the day after tomorrow. Zhaoxi. The thought of reuniting brought him immense joy. Chapter 20. Gu Zong comes to visit on the set of the power struggle drama. Director Zhang Ming was intently guiding Shen Rujua. At this moment, you should be in despair. Your mother has been imprisoned by Shen Ji, and you yourself are trapped in the royal clan's residence with no means to rescue her. Zhang Ming continued to guide him. At this juncture, Shen Ji tells you that if you confess to participating in the rebellion, he will release your mother. Your mother is your closest kin, the most significant person in your life. Chang Liang nodded. Understood. Director. Shen Ji, I need not elaborate further. Su Zhaoxi gave an okay gesture. Scene 15, one take, action. Shen Ji regarded his brother with a dangerous half-closed gaze, reminiscent of a hawk surveying its prey. Brother Emperor, are you still unwilling to confess? Shen Rujua's pupils constricted, his brow furrowed with disdain. What do you want me to confess to? Something I have not done? No matter how many times you ask, I will maintain my innocence. Oh, is that so? Then I fear for the safety of the Empress, Shinji remarked with a hint of regret. Shen Rujua's eyes widened in shock as he nearly screamed in madness. What have you done to my mother? You heartless wretch! Do not touch her, I will kill you! Shinji placed a finger to his lips and shushed him softly, his icy gaze piercing through Shen Rouge. And you'll not shout that I believe I have grown displeased. And the Empress might share in that displeasure. Panic flooded Shen Rujua's eyes that Dio not harm her. She is the mother of the nation. Father will not let you go unpunished. Yet Shinji laughed heartily, his lips curling in contempt. How amusing, brother emperor. Can you guess who wishes to dispose of her? After all, her family has overshadowed the throne. And with you in peril, do you truly believe your dear father would pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? It felt as though all strength had drained from Shen Rujua's body. Mother, I am ashamed of my inability to aid you against such false accusations that moment. Shinji coaxed, brother, I can ensure the Empress's safety, provided you place your mark upon this paper. Shen Rujua shot Shinji a venomous glare, but eventually relented. If I sign, will you genuinely spare my mother? Shinji toyed with the document, his expression growing somber. That my word is my bond. You may rest assured. Shen Rujua lowered himself, his voice barely above a whisper, that I will sign. Excellent cut, Director Zhang Ming exclaimed with satisfaction. Shinji's performance was spot on, and Shen Rujua's emotions were perfectly channeled. Very well done. One take. Su Zhaoxi retreated to the break area, where his assistant, Xiao Shui, hurriedly presented him with a glass of water. Su go. Have a sip. Cui Xinyue, who played the guard beside Su Zhaoxi, approached. Recently, Cui Xinyue had gained fame from a small web drama, although his popularity had waned somewhat. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with rosy lips and white teeth, he appeared quite charming. Su go. May I rehearse lines with you? Su Zhaoxi glanced up lazily. Did the director not brief you? Cui Xinyue chuckled awkwardly that he did, but there are still some parts one find unclear. At that moment, Xiao Shui tugged at Su Zhaoxi's sleeve. Su go. Su go. I think I just spotted President Gu. Su Zhaoxi sprang up excitedly. Where? Xiao Shui pointed towards the director's team. Look over there, the one speaking to the director. Could that be President Gu? Su Zhaoxi followed her gaze and saw a man clad in a black suit, his hair neatly combed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses typically reserved for work. That was none other than Gu Qiongzhou. He stood before the director, seemingly engaged in conversation. Su Zhaoxi hurried over. Cui Xinyue trailed behind, asking Xiao Shui, why is Su Gu in such a rush? Where is he off to? Xiao Shui smiled and replied, Su Ji's partner has arrived. A flicker of disappointment crossed Cui Xinyue's eyes. I see. As Su Zhaoxi approached, Gu Qiongzhou's eyes lit up with joy. Don't run. Take it slow. Upon seeing Gu Qiongzhou, Su Zhaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a cat spotting a mouse. Did you not say you'd be here tomorrow? Why have you come today? Is it intentional? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. Not at all. The company has been less busy lately, so I arrived early. I plan to head to Fenzhou tomorrow afternoon. I was just asking Director Zhang about accommodations. Zhang Ming laughed heartily. Oh, President Gu, you jest. Given my relationship with Zhaoxi, I could not possibly turn you away, especially since you are our esteemed benefactor. Naturally, you may stay as long as you wish. Su Zhaoxi finally understood why Gu Qiongzhou sought out Zhang Ming first. It was to secure a favorable position for him. Silently, Su Zhaoxi took Gu Qiongzhou's hand and drew a small heart at his palm, then turned to Zhang Ming, feigning seriousness. Since I have no more scenes today, I shall take my leave and return later tonight. Zhang Ming readily consented, his mind filled with delight at President Gu's generous investment of 50 million. He felt compelled to take good care of the esteemed actor Su. Su Zhaoxi led Gu Qiongzhou outside. You did not book a hotel, did you? Gu Qiongzhou, puzzled, asked. Shouldn't we eat first? What need is there for a hotel? Su Zhaoxi laughed at his cluelessness. After days apart, you do not miss me? Gu Qiongzhou smiled again. Of course I do. It feels strange not having you around. Su Zhaoxi squeezed his hand. Then let us go to a hotel. Gu Qiongzhou was bewildered. What does wanting to see each other have to do with staying at a hotel? Nevertheless, he followed Su Zhaoxi. A hotel it was. There would be food, and surely Su Zhaoxi would not be left hungry. Su Zhaoxi booked a room at the finest 5-star hotel in town, deliberately selecting a room with a king-size bed. This moment, Even Gu Qiongzhou could not miss the implication that Su Zhaoxi led Gu Qiongzhou in silence until they reached the door, which opened with a soft beep. In an instant, Su Zhaoxi swept Gu Qiongzhou into his arms, spinning him around before pinning him against the door as Su's breath came in short gasps, brushing against Gu Qiongzhou's face. "My beloved, did you not say you would come to serve me? Trying to play tricks?" Gu Qiongzhou's eyes flickered. "I did no such thing." That Su Zhaoxi leaned down to plant a kiss on him. "It is well if you did not to be good." Chapter 21. During the filming, scattered kisses fell upon Gu Qiongzhou's forehead, eyelids, and the tip of his nose, ultimately landing on his lips. That Su Zhaoxi's throat moved as he instinctively caressed Gu Qiongzhou's cheek. Softly coaxing, "Darling, open your mouth." That I in a daze. Gu Qiongzhou complied, allowing Su Zhaoxi to invade his territory. Before long, Gu Qiongzhou gasped for air. "Stop for a moment. I cannot breathe." That Su Zhaoxi gently rubbed his lips against Gu Qiongzhou's. What cannot you do?" Gu Qiongzhou pushed him away. "That I cannot breathe." Only then did Su Zhaoxi relent. "Shall we eat?" But Gu Qiongzhou replied, "I would like to take a shower first." That Su Zhaoxi's hand grazed Gu Qiongzhou's waist, eliciting a shiver from him. That Su Zhaoxi teasingly suggested, "Shall we shower together?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qiongzhou firmly rejected him. "That I do not want to." After both had showered, Su Zhaoxi ordered room service. That Gu Qiongzhou, fond of spicy food, ordered a plate of spicy crayfish, while Su Zhaoxi, unable to indulge due to filming, settled for chicken breast. As he watched Gu Qiongzhou devour the crayfish, he felt a pang of longing. Recalling the investment matter, Su Zhaoxi inquired, "Why did you invest so much in the production? Are you not afraid of incurring losses?" Gu Qiongzhou smiled. "With you here, there is no chance of loss. Besides, our company is focusing on investments in the entertainment sector." This decision was made by the board. That Su Zhaoxi playfully nuzzled him. "I thought you were worried I might be bullied, which is why you had me bring funds to the SET." Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. "Oh, great actor, who would dare bully you? If not for the investment, how could I have come early to see you?" Su Zhaoxi squeezed his shoulder. "Now that is more like it," and he pressed another kiss to Gu Qiongzhou's cheek. "Thank you, my boyfriend." Gu Qiongzhou took Su Zhaoxi's hand. "Why are you so fond of being spoiled?" After their meal, they prepared to return to the set, as Su Zhaoxi had a night shoot scheduled. Gu Qiongzhou accompanied him back. Upon their return, Zhang Ming called out to them, "Just in time, we're about to shoot Zhaoxi's scene. President Gu, would you like to sit in front of the camera?" Gu Qiongzhou had intended to do just that. "Sure, Director Zhang." Zhang Ming smiled at Su Zhaoxi. "Hurry and change into your costume. I will introduce President Gu to everyone." Su Zhaoxi glanced at Gu Qiongzhou. "I will go. You stay here and enjoy yourself." Zhang Ming gathered everyone around. "Everyone, please pause what you are doing. I would like to introduce our investor, President Gu. Let us welcome him with applause." A round of applause erupted. "Hello, President Gu." Gu Qiongzhou smiled. "You are all too kind." Once the crowd dispersed, makeup artist Li Yue poked her fellow artist, Fu Mingming. "Who is this President Gu? Why has he suddenly come to invest in our production?" Fu Mingming explained, "You must have been offline for quite some time. Sister, recently President Gu and Su Yingdi's relationship has been trending." Li Yue replied, "I was with the crew on a remote shoot and couldn't access the internet. I need to catch up." Meanwhile, a fan capturing behind-the-scenes footage was going wild. What an exquisite love story. President Gu visits the set for Su Yingdi and even invests in the production. Naturally, the photos taken by the fan made headlines, with a plethora of fans shipping the couple. President Gu's charm and looks are incredible. He could debut as an idol. Indeed, but I believe the current arrangement is even better. The actor as the dominant one and the CEO as the submissive. Such a captivating dynamic. Oh my gosh, President Gu dotes on our actor far too much. Investing for love. The legion of CP fans rally around me. In the drama, we are shooting a scene depicting the rift between the male and female leads. Scene 30, one continuous shot. Action. At this moment, Shenji has become the Regent King, wielding power that encroaches upon both court and common realm, while the Crown Prince has been executed for treason. The position of the Eastern Palace lies temporarily vacant, and the struggle for succession is on the brink of eruption. Feng Yining gazes at the man before her, his expression cold and his lips stained with blood, and with a heavy heart she questions, "Shenji, all the kindness you showed me was merely a means to seize my father's power. You held no genuine affection for me, did you?" Shenji wipes the blood from his lips with a deliberate motion and replies, Indeed. He then turns away, masking a fleeting moment of vulnerability behind his stoic facade. Let us not meet again, Feng Yinin. Feng Yinin lets out a low laugh. I truly am a farce, reduced to ruins because of a man. I suppose I deserve this fate. Cut. No, Yin Rong, your emotions are off at this juncture. Feng Yinin should feel a profound agony that surpasses despair. Her emotions must progress from initial heartbreak to self-blame, ultimately leading to a loss of faith, her heart dying, which also prepares her for future vengeance against the male lead. Shall we try once more? Yin Rong apologies, Director Zhang. Let us do it again. Point 1 continuous shot. Take 2. Action. Feng Yinin's heart aches unbearably. I truly am a farce. She then begins to mock herself. For the sake of a man, I have faced utter destruction. Finally, she collapses to the ground, weeping until consciousness fades. I suppose I deserve this fate. Good, splendid. Cut. That essay wrap. Yin Rong, you may take a rest. Next, we will film Shinji returning to his residence, unable to contain his emotions any longer, leading to self-harm. The guard, Xiao Ting, rushes in to intervene. That's Su Zhaoxi. Are you ready? Su Zhaoxi nods. Scene 31. 1 continuous shot. Action. Shinji returns to his abode, his demeanor markedly unstable. He strikes himself harshly across the face. You made Yinin cry. Another slap follows. What purpose does your existence serve? You might as well die. Slap after slap ensues. Xiao Ting happens to witness Shinji furiously slapping himself and rushes to restrain him. Your Highness, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Cut. What is happening? Cui Xinyue, why are you holding him? You need to pull his hands away. Whereas your sense of urgency? I apologize, Director Zhang. Let me try again. That he quickly approaches, forcibly pulling Shinji's hands away, exclaiming, Your Highness, what are you doing? Please stop. Shinji, almost obsessively, pushes Xiao Ting away. I must be a thoroughly despicable wretch. He then bursts into laughter. But what of it? I endure solely to become that supreme existence. No one can obstruct me. No one. Cut. That's it. Well done. Su Zhaoxi, Cui Xinyue. Take a break. Jiu Qiongzhou hurries from behind the camera to gently embrace Su Zhaoxi. It's all right, Zhaoxi. I'm here. Su Zhaoxi, appearing unfazed, replies, Don't worry, darling. I'm already out of character. Nearby, Zhang Ming chuckles. Don't concern yourself with him. His ability to detach from character is unparalleled. The Jiu Qiongzhou then releases him gently. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Su Zhaoxi chuckles lightly. When did you ever give me the opportunity to say anything? You just came up and hugged me. Chapter 22. Quarrel. Su Zhaoxi's acting prowess is universally acknowledged. Otherwise, how could he have garnered 2 prestigious awards and the title of Best Actor by the tender age of 24? Coupled with his extraordinary background, it is said he reigns as the second in the entertainment industry. Who would dare claim the top spot? Many strive to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, yet few would dare harbor ulterior motives. After all, since Su Zhaoxi entered the industry at 18, barring the recent incident involving Gu Qiongzhou, he has never been embroiled in scandal or gossip. However, with fame comes the inevitability of rumors. There are always those who lack decorum. Cui Xinyue's manager, Gu Yonghuai, angrily berates him. Are you a fool? Is it so difficult to engage in more physical contact with Su Zhaoxi? Just think of the traffic generated if intimate photos were to leak. Cui Xinyue, feeling awkward, replies, Brother Gu, Su Zhaoxi is already married, and his spouse is even visiting the set. Isn't it rather unethical for us to pursue this? Gu Yonghuai shoots him a glare. Are you daft? Such things are commonplace in the industry, that if you don't do it, someone else will. Besides, how do you know their relationship isn't just for show? Is there any genuine emotion in this industry? Don't be so naive. Cui Xinyue falls silent, contemplating that. Gu Yonghuai continues. This is the perfect chance since that investor is visiting Su Zhaoxi on set. There will surely be plenty of paparazzi around. You need to find him and rehearse your lines right outside his door. Lower your posture. If he lets you in, splendid. If he refuses, we can buy some trending topics claiming he's difficult to work with. Cui Xinyue protests. I refuse. How is this any different from being a mistress? Besides, the main party is present. Do you want to be vilified online? I just saw that the director has arranged for that investor to stay in a separate room. The two won't be sharing accommodations. And what if they do vilify us? Any publicity is better than being invisible. It's preferable to having no traffic and being unable to secure roles. Isn't it? Don't forget your mother is lying in the hospital, waiting for your surgery fees, that Jiu Yonghua asserts. Chui Xinyue, resigned, concedes. Understood, Brother Gu. Meanwhile, the two indulge in affection within Su Zhaoxi's room for quite some time, which proves unbearable for the usually composed Gu Qiongzhou. If you keep this up, I'll just return to my own room, that Su Zhaoxi wraps his arms around Gu Qiongzhou's waist, playfully pleading. Don't go. Let us just sleep here, that Jiu Qiongzhou, overwhelmed by Su Zhaoxi's charm, exclaims. Just stop that. My neck is covered in your bite marks. Are you a dog? Su Zhaoxi responds by playfully barking several times, eliciting laughter from Gu Qiongzhou. After a moment, Su Zhaoxi brushes his hair against Gu Qiongzhou's neck, feigning innocence. I won't do anything else. Can I just hold you while I sleep? Gu Qiongzhou ultimately relents. All right, I want leave, but don't feel wrong that that moment. The doorbell rings incessantly. Su Zhaoxi exclaims in jest. Who is it? How lacking in awareness. I bet it's that Zhang Ming fellow. Let me see. Upon opening the door, Su Zhaoxi finds Chui Xinyue standing there, holding a script and looking pitiful. That Su Zhaoxi furrows his brow. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Chui Xinyue clutches the script tightly. Su Gu, I wanted to rehearse tomorrow's lines with you. Su Zhaoxi's frown deepens. It's rather late now. It wouldn't be convenient. Let us discuss it tomorrow. He begins to close the door. Gu Qiongzhou approaches. Why is it taking so long? Is it Director Zhang? Su Zhaoxi's expression darkens. No, it's someone here to rehearse lines with me. The Jiu Qiongzhou glances at Chui Xinyue, noting his forlorn demeanor and considering the presence of several lurking reporters. Then turns to Su Zhaoxi. Why not let him in? Why make him stand at the door? Su Zhaoxi looks incredulously at Gu Qiongzhou, bluntly stating, why would I invite him in? His intentions are clear. He has his sights set on your boyfriend, and you still wish to welcome him? Gu Qiongzhou pauses, suddenly realizing the implications, and feels it inappropriate to let him in. My apologies, Su Zhaoxi. I spoke too harshly. However, it's quite late, so we want to be inviting you, and Su Zhaoxi's brow furrows, as if he could crush a mosquito with it. Why waste more words? He promptly shuts the door. Gu Qiongzhou nudges him. Why the excessive anger? Don't you know there are reporters outside? Can't you just endure this? Su Zhaoxi remains silent, his face steely, ignoring him. To Jiu Qiongzhou, puzzled by Su Zhaoxi's sudden irritation, inquires, what's wrong? Why are you so upset? Su Zhaoxi fixes his gaze on Gu Qiongzhou, articulating each word. Why do you want to let him in? Gu Qiongzhou, maintaining his serious demeanor, explains, given the previous trending topic. I came to visit. There are bound to be paparazzi. It's better for him not to be out there. It1T reflect well on you. Su Zhaoxi shows no sign of calming down. Others are already flirting at the door. And you're solely concerned about my reputation? Gu Qiongzhou fails to grasp Su Zhaoxi's point of frustration. Shouldn't I? If this situation trends, it could be problematic. It might already be trending. Su Zhaoxi, holding back his anger, wishes to avoid acting out against Gu Qiongzhou. Gu Zong, perhaps you should retreat to your own room, that I need some time to cool off. With no other option, Gu Qiongzhou retreats to his own room. As expected, Su Zhaoxi's dark expression quickly becomes a trending topic. Meanwhile, Lu Jie, upon seeing the trending topic, turns pale and quickly calls Su Zhaoxi, though he does not answer. On the other hand, Gu Qiongzhou manages to reach Lu Jie. Lu Jie, I suspect this trending topic has been deliberately orchestrated. Don't worry. I've contacted my team, and it will be suppressed shortly. Lu Jie is taken aback by Gu Qiongzhou's swift action. Thank you so much. Gu Zong, what on earth is this trending topic? I read the content. A minor actor seeks a major lead at midnight for a script. Shouldn't we be preventing Su Zhaoxi from being painted in a bad light? Gu Qiongzhou offers an awkward smile. Lu Jie continues. Is Su Zhaoxi with you? Why hasn't he answered his phone? Gu Qiongzhou ponders for a moment and speculates. He is likely unhappy and sulking in his room. Sister Lu remains oblivious to the circumstances, mistakenly believing that he is upset over the matter concerning the young actor. That it's nothing, she remarks. He's just like that. Once he cools down, it will be fine. The online chatter is simply overwhelming. Oh, dear sisters, have you seen that trending topic? It's utterly ridiculous. I am truly astonished. What is this trending topic even about? Could it be that the little star orchestrated this publicity stunt himself? What was his name again? Chui Xinyue. Is he really that popular? To enlighten you, he starred in a web drama that gained some traction for a while, but has since faded into obscurity. It seems he has become greedy after tasting success and wishes to take shortcuts. How infuriating! Why drag our esteemed actor into this mess? Our actor's conduct is clearly beyond reproach, to speak fairly. I believe both parties involved have been manipulated in this situation. What advantage could that little star hope to gain by doing this? He is only tarnishing his own reputation. Regardless, our actor is the most innocent party here. My heart aches for him. A comforting embrace is in order. Alas, Mr. Gu, please do not misunderstand our brother. Su Zhaoxi, while scrolling through comments, stumbles upon this particular post and thinks to himself, if only misunderstandings were all that mattered. But he doesn't seem to care at all. At such a critical juncture, he finds himself preoccupied solely with his public image. Subsequently, he turns to Jihu and poses the question, what should I do if my boyfriend doesn't get jealous? Chapter 23, an argument that lasted through the night. Early the next morning, Su Zhaoxi rises to shoot scenes that he first peeks into Gu Qiongzhou's room and, seeing him still asleep, quietly slips out. He muses to himself about the heartless one, sleeping soundly while he himself has not closed his eyes all night. Makeup artist Wei Wei gasps upon seeing Su Zhaoxi. Su, the esteemed actor, what on earth did you do last night? Your dark circles are so pronounced. You're almost sporting panda eyes. The others immediately turn their gazes toward him. That Su Zhaoxi, with a hint of exasperation, replies, didn't you see yesterday as trending topic? What energy do you think I had left for anything else? Hurry up and do my makeup. The director will be here soon, and you'll be the ones in trouble. The mention of the trending topic silences the group, and Wei Wei diligently begins to apply makeup on Su Zhaoxi. Cui Xinyu bursts in, tears streaming down his face. Su, esteemed actor, could you please not let the director replace me? I realize I was momentarily out of my mind. I swear I will be diligent from now on. I beg you. Su Zhaoxi casts a cold glance at him, asserting, I have no obligation to assist you. Besides, I never requested the director to remove you. Cui Xinyu walks away in a daze, recognizing that Su Zhaoxi's words ring true. Having chosen the wrong path, he must take responsibility for his missteps. The Jiu Qiongzhou approaches Su Zhaoxi just as he notices Cui Xinyu wandering off in despair. He calls out to him, Cui Xinyu, wait a moment. Cui Xinyu, embarrassed at being seen by Gu Qiongzhou, lowers his head and apologizes. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I know I've made a grave mistake and I'm not asking for your forgiveness. Gu Qiongzhou replies, let us discuss this privately. Cui Xinyu, taken aback, follows Gu Qiongzhou. A Jiu Qiongzhou's voice, as gentle as jade, breaks the silence. Last night, I gathered a general understanding of your situation, that I comprehend that this was not your intent. It was your agent's coercion. Cui Xinyu gasps, visibly incredulous. The Jiu Qiongzhou continues, I am also aware of your mother's illness. However, your actions were indeed misguided, and thus the production team cannot retain you. Can you accept this decision? Cui Xinyu whispers, I understand my error. The Jiu Qiongzhou adds, I am a businessman. I cannot assist someone without reason. I can help you extricate yourself from this situation, to terminate your contract. But I have a condition. Cui Xinyu, thrilled at the prospect of being released from his contract, eagerly asks, what condition? Please tell me. Jiu Qiongzhou states, our company is considering establishing a talent management agency, and I would like you to sign with us. I have seen your previous performances, and your acting is quite commendable. Rest assured, we will offer you a contract that aligns with market standards, fully safeguarding your rights. Take your time to consider it. Feel free to contact me when you've made your decision. Cui Xinyu immediately responds, I accept. Jiu Qiongzhou, foregoing further pleasantries, replies, very well, then wait for news. Cui Xinyu bows deeply to Gu Qiongzhou. Thank you. Upon returning to the set, Su Zhaoxi has just completed a scene. Jiu Qiongzhou approaches, attempting to soothe him. Are you still upset? Is my apology not enough? Su Zhaoxi huffs, initially reluctant to engage with him. However, upon noticing the dark circles under Gu Qiongzhou's eyes, he inquires, what happened to your dark circles? What time did you sleep last night? Gu Qiongzhou chuckles lightly. It's nothing. I was just handling some work and ended up sleeping late. Su Zhaoxi, without hesitation, snatches Gu Qiongzhou's phone and opens a sleep tracking app, discovering that he had only gone to bed around 4 a.m. Is this what you call sleeping late? This is practically an all-night. Impressive, Mr. Gu. Are you willing to sacrifice your health? Gu Qiongzhou, fearing Su Zhaoxi's ire, playfully tries to lighten the mood with an internet joke, I quite enjoy staying up late. It gives me a sense of living on the edge. As expected, Su Zhaoxi's demeanor softens. You seem to know quite a bit. Last night was all about public relations for me. Wasn't it? Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Gu. Please refrain from overexerting yourself in the future. Let my team handle the public relations that Jiyu Qiongzhou takes his hand. All right, then let us put this behind us. Last night was my fault, but Su Zhaoxi exhales deeply. Fine, I want to stay angry. After all, you are my treasure, and I wouldn't want to remain upset with you. Just sit back and enjoy my performance, then I'll take you to the airport at noon. That Jiyu Qiongzhou recognizes that Su Zhaoxi has truly forgiven him. All right. Now, hurry and get back to filming. This scene marks a pivotal moment. A dialogue between the young Shinji, dirty and disheveled, and the grown Shinji, who, despite possessing power, finds himself bereft of all else. Scene 41, take action. Young Shinji, with dirt smeared across his face, gently asks Shinji, "Is that you? Have you succeeded? I feel so miserable here." The adult Shinji leans down and affectionately ruffles the hair of little Shinji. "It's me. I have succeeded." Little Shinji, filled with anticipation, inquires, "Having attained supreme power, are you not extraordinarily happy? Your long-desired wish has finally come true." However, Shinji falters. "I should be happy to ask." The memories of blood-stained garments belonging to Feng Yinyin flash through his mind. He adds, "After all, I have gained supreme power," but he then recalls the loyal guard who perished to protect him. Tears begin to stream down his face that he finally comprehends the truth. He is not happy. Despite acquiring supreme power, he remains unfulfilled. He kneels before little Shinji, wiping the dirt from his face. "I think I was mistaken. Shinji, do not repeat my errors." Little Shinji, puzzled, asks, "What do you mean? Is attaining power not a source of happiness? With power, no one dares to bully me." Shinji, utterly drained, slumps against the throne. "Perhaps that my life is a puzzle I cannot decipher. What could I possibly explain to you?" Little Shinji rushes over and embraces him. "We are connected. I sense your despair. But in this world, will there truly be someone who treats us sincerely?" Cut. That essay wrap. Before long, it is time for Gu Qiongzhou to depart for his business trip to Finzhou. Su Zhaoxi takes a 2-hour leave to accompany him to the airport. Before leaving, Gu Qiongzhou leans in to kiss Su Zhaoxi. "I will come to visit you when I have a chance." Su Zhaoxi playfully takes the lead, and the two share a lingering kiss until it's time to board. Su Zhaoxi offers a final embrace. "Safe travels, my boyfriend." Chapter 24. The 36 Stratagems. Feigning east while attacking the west, Gu Qiongzhou arrives in Finzhou, where he successfully meets with Bai Munian, the owner of Zhanxing Entertainment. Bai Munian, clad in a crisp white suit, exudes a warm smile, reminiscent of his name, which evokes a sense of springtime gentleness and untainted beginnings. He approaches Gu Qiongzhou first, extending his hand. "Mr. Gu, a pleasure to meet you." Jiyu Qiongzhou responds with a composed smile, shaking his hand. "Mr. Bai, the pleasure is mine." Bai Munian chuckles lightly. The Jiyu is indeed just as the rumors portray." Gu Qiongzhou raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "And what do the rumors say about me?" Bai Munian ponders for a moment before replying, "The noble son of Daliang, with an aura that eclipses the clouds." Gu Qiongzhou bursts into laughter. "You flatter me that I am unworthy of such praise. Allow me to return the compliment, Mr. Bai." Bai Munian beams. "Please, do share." Jiyu Qiongzhou quotes in the Book of Songs. There is a line that reads, "A man of integrity. Like carving and polishing, like chiseling and grinding." "I believe it suits you perfectly, Mr. Bai." Bai Munian chuckles. "If one knew that all the world were brothers, where would one meet but as old friends? Come, Mr. Gu, let us go inside and converse." In truth, Gu Qiongzhou's primary objective for this business trip is to negotiate the acquisition of Bai Munian's Zhanxing Entertainment. Prior to meeting Gu Qiongzhou, Bai Munian had already conferred with several shareholders and collectively decided to reject Gu Qiongzhou's acquisition proposal. Firstly, they believe their company is merely facing a temporary financial hurdle, with promising prospects ahead that if they can weather this month, a significant turnaround is anticipated, making it unnecessary to relinquish management control of the company. Secondly, Bai Munian considers Gu's group, known primarily for securities trading, to be utterly ignorant of how to operate an entertainment company. They regard Gu's acquisition plans with disdain. However, Bai Munian places great importance on first impressions. One might describe him as someone who is captivated by appearances, or one might say he possesses the remarkable ability to see through a person at a glance. Upon meeting Gu Qiongzhou for the first time, He felt an undeniable conviction that this individual was worthy. The two sat facing each other, a pot of freshly brewed pu'er tea resting on the table. Baimonian spoke first. President Gu, we had initially reached a consensus to decline your proposal, as our company does not yet find it necessary to consider acquisition. After sipping his pu'er, Baimonian continued, however, I fear you may perceive me as superficial. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your exceptional capability and indomitable spirit, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Thus, I find myself in a dilemma that I do not wish for our company to lose such a talented managerial asset as yourself. Yet I must prioritize the collective interests of our organization. The Jiyu Qiongzhou patiently listened to Baimonian's words, then rose to refill his cup with pu. He spoke. There is no need for President Bai to feel conflicted. Baimonian, taken aback, inquired, what do you mean by that? Gu Qiongzhou smiled and replied, my purpose for this visit is not to negotiate an acquisition, but rather to propose a partnership that I wish to invest 500 million and become a partner in your Zhanxing Entertainment. I hold great optimism for the future development of your company. What are your thoughts on this proposal, President Bai? Baimonian was puzzled by Gu Qiongzhou's intentions. Are you serious? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. Of course, do you think I would jest with you, President Bai? Baimonian was well aware that there are no free lunches in this world. What are your conditions, President Gu? Gu Qiongzhou took a sip of his pu'er. Indeed, President Bai is a forthright individual. I shall be direct. I wish for you to assist me in staging a ruse. Baimonian's interest was piqued. Oh, what kind of ruse? Gu Qiongzhou continued, to be candid. There are internal issues within Gu Corporation, and I would like your cooperation in a feigned maneuver. Externally, you shall announce that Gu Corporation has acquired Zhanxing, while in reality, I, Gu Qiongzhou, will be the one in charge. Internally, you will remain the owner, and I will not interfere with any of your decisions. Without hesitation, Baimonian agreed. Very well, I accept your proposal that I will communicate this with the board that here's to a fruitful collaboration. President Jiyu Qiongzhou replied, to a successful partnership. The business trip concluded smoothly, but due to work commitments, Gu Qiongzhou did not return to the film set that Su Zhaoxi, aware of his busy schedule, did not press him. Upon returning to his office, Sueha promptly followed him in. President Gu, how did the discussions go? Gu Qiongzhou replied, such a matter, which holds nothing but benefits for their company. How could they possibly refuse? Sueha added, during your absence, I inadvertently revealed a few clues. Yet he did not take the bait. The Jiyu Qiongzhou had anticipated this. He is currently treading carefully. Naturally, he must act with caution. However, the ruse I have devised for him must not disappoint. At the shareholders' meeting, attendees included Gu Yenyao, Gu Qiongzhou, Zheng Yi, Fu Ming, and various company shareholders and executives. Before the meeting commenced, whispers filled the room. Surely, there must be significant developments, for even the chairman is present. Could it be that the chairman intends to promote the general manager to executive president? It seems likely that how impressive President Gu is at such a young age. The meeting officially began with Gu Yenyao taking the floor. Esteemed shareholders and managers, I have convened this shareholders meeting to announce an important matter. The crowd murmured, it's happening. Indeed, a transformation is underway at Gu Corporation. Jiyu Yenyao cleared his throat. You are all aware of the recent acquisition discussions between Qiongzhou and Zhanxing. Correct? The audience, caught off guard by this topic, appeared bewildered. Zheng Yi's expression shifted. He glanced at Gu Qiongzhou, who remained composed, seated with a neutral demeanor. Jiyu Yenyao continued. Qiongzhou has successfully acquired Zhanxing and will assume the role of executive CEO of Zhanxing Entertainment from this day forth, relinquishing his position as general manager of the parent company, effectively separating from us. The management authority of the parent company will revert to my hands. What? How did this happen? Why is President Gu suddenly departing from the company? Could it be a disagreement with the chairman, leading to his demotion? As the murmurs swirled around him, Zheng Yi's expression fluctuated. All right, everyone. Discussion will resume after the meeting. Our company is focused solely on securities trading and will not entertain subsidiaries from other fields. Thus, Qiongzhou's departure is inevitable. Qiongzhou, would you care to say a few words? Gu Qiongzhou stood. I am honored by the support you have shown during my tenure as general manager. However, my aspirations lie elsewhere, and I can only accompany you for this brief period. That I wish you all success in your future endeavors. Thank you. As applause erupted, Gu Qiongzhou sat down, the audience recognizing his capabilities and feeling a twinge of sadness, yet remaining detached. After the meeting, news of the developments quickly spread throughout the company, resulting in a cacophony of lamentations that, my charming and charismatic general manager is leaving me just like that. Oh no. How can this be? Will President Gu return? Wang Linlin, dejected, knocked on Gu Qiongzhou's office door. Come in, Gu Qiongzhou said. Wang Linlin, with red-rimmed eyes, asked, Are you truly leaving? Gu Qiongzhou nodded. Yes. Wang Linlin's eyes welled with tears. I will miss you. Gu Qiongzhou, gazing at the teary-eyed girl, gently replied, Wang Zhu, I am but a fleeting presence in your life. All gatherings must eventually part. Wang Linlin composed herself, holding back her tears. I understand, President Gu, that I wish you all the best. Gu Qiongzhou earnestly responded. Thank you. Wang Zhu, that I wish you all the best as well. Chapter 25. Self-deception. After Wang Linlin's departure, Hisueha entered. President, everything has been arranged. Gu Qiongzhou pressed his forehead. Overwhelmed by the multitude of recent tasks and having not slept well for several days, that I will be in Fin City for a while. His people may pose difficulties for you here at the parent company. Do not worry, President, that I have been in this company for many years. I am not without my wits, Hisueha assured him. That is reassuring. Should anything arise, report it immediately. But please prioritize your safety, that I have arranged several informants within the company. Aside from my absence, everything will remain unchanged. Once he lowers his guard, I will return to Jingshi, Gu Qiongzhou instructed. Rest assured, President, Hisueha affirmed. After Hisueha left, Gu Qiongzhou made a phone call to Zhao Minglin. Ling Gu. I will be taking a position in Fin City for a while. Yes, you know, the company is fraught with peril. Until that individual is apprehended, I cannot rest easy. After I leave, please keep a close eye on Manager He. I worry he may be targeted. Zhao Minglin, already intrigued by Hisueha, had no reason to refuse his friend's request. You can count on me, brother, that I will ensure he remains unharmed, Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. Thank you. Ling Gu. Only a select few were privy to this arrangement, Gu Yinyao and Hisueha. Since Su Zhaoxi was preoccupied with filming, Gu Qiongzhou refrained from discussing this matter with him, merely mentioning his desire to establish an entertainment company. That evening, during a video call with Gu Qiongzhou, Su Zhaoxi expressed his excitement about his upcoming work in Fin City, even performing an impromptu striptease for him, leaving Gu Qiongzhou utterly flabbergasted. The following day, Gu Qiongzhou drove himself to Fin City. Bai Munian had been waiting for him at the company entrance and had arranged a villa for him that Gu Qiongzhou, bemused, remarked, I am but one person, and my stay will be brief. A simple accommodation will suffice. There is no need for such elaborate arrangements. However, Bai Munian insisted. That cannot be. You have resolved our urgent dilemma and have instilled a sense of caution among other companies regarding ours. Our company's prospects have greatly improved, and I must express my gratitude to you, President. Please rest well today. Tomorrow evening, I am hosting a banquet, and you simply must attend. My staff is eager to meet our new partner. Though Gu Qiongzhou was not fond of such gatherings, he agreed, recognizing the necessity of a meeting. Exhausted from the whirlwind of activity, he collapsed in a bed, falling asleep almost instantly. Upon waking, he discovered someone lying beside him, which startled him greatly, that he kicked the figure onto the floor, only to hear a familiar voice exclaiming, Ouch! Gu Qiongzhou, are you attempting to murder your husband? Gu Qiongzhou quickly helped him up. What are you doing here without notice? Su Zhaoxi, pouting, replied, I sent you a message saying I had no filming today and came to find you. You were sound asleep, and I couldn't wake you. Is that my fault? Gu Qiongzhou checked his phone and saw that Su Zhaoxi had indeed messaged him earlier in the afternoon. Imitating the way Su Zhaoxi usually comforted him, he said, Darling, please don't be upset. That Su Zhaoxi, who had not been genuinely angry, felt his heart sore at being called darling by Gu Qiongzhou, that he playfully tackled Gu Qiongzhou onto the bed, nuzzling his neck. Wifey, I've missed you so much. That Gu Qiongzhou was momentarily taken aback. What did you just call me? Su Zhaoxi playfully replied, Wife, that I'm calling you wife. That Gu Qiongzhou felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Shouldn't I be the husband? He firmly believed that he was the husband, yet Su Zhaoxi coaxed, Wife, being the husband is so tiring. I don't want you to be weary. Allow me to take on this exhausting role. All right. Gu Qiongzhou, however, did not engage with her. I still believe I should be the one on top. Zhaoxi, why don't you be my wife instead? Su Zhaoxi's eyes darkened. Wife, can you manage that? Gu Qiongzhou hesitated for a moment. I can learn. Su Zhaoxi chuckled lightly. All right, I'll let you be on top. Upon hearing Su Zhaoxi concede, Gu Qiongzhou expressed gratitude. Thank you, Zhaoxi, that I will certainly learn well and ensure you are comfortable. That Su Zhaoxi nuzzled his neck. All right. Darling, I'll be waiting for you. The two continued their playful banter until 10 o'clock, when Su Zhaoxi announced, I must take my leave. I have a shoot at 3 tomorrow. Gu Qiongzhou inquired. Shall I see you off? Su Zhaoxi declined. No need. The drive takes over 5 hours each way, and I have already booked my ticket that I will head straight to the airport. Gu Qiongzhou did not press further. Then let me drive you to the airport. As he drove Su Zhaoxi to the airport, they unexpectedly spotted a large advertisement featuring Su's father, the renowned actor Su Dang. Su Zhaoxi, filled with self-admiration, remarked, Isn't he handsome? Gu Qiongzhou responded affectionately with a smile. Indeed. The most handsome. My wife is the most stunning. Su Zhaoxi's eyes glimmered. Thank you, husband. Gu Qiongzhou was startled, nearly slamming on the brakes. Su Zhaoxi laughed. What is the matter? Afraid to respond. Gu Qiongzhou stubbornly retorted. Of course not. Call me that again. Yet Su Zhaoxi shook her head. No more. I won't say it again. With a flight at 11, Gu Qiongzhou was cautious not to delay too long on the road. Fearing she might miss her flight. I won't hold it against you. We can address it when we meet next. Su Zhaoxi sweetly replied. All right, husband. Gu Qiongzhou sighed helplessly. Oh, you. After Su Zhaoxi departed, Gu Qiongzhou drove back to his apartment. Upon her arrival at the film crew, it was already 1 o'clock. After a brief nap, her assistant, Xiao Shui, came to wake her. The scene they were shooting depicted the early days when Xinji was still the neglected third prince. On this day, Feng Yining accompanied her father, Chancellor Feng, into the palace for a banquet. This marked their first encounter. Chapter 26. The Ying brothers at the age of 13. Feng Yining followed her father to the palace for the prince's birthday banquet. Having never visited before, she was filled with curiosity about the imperial palace. The grand halls, adorned in gold and brilliance, were everywhere, and their small carriage stubbornly refused to move forward at the palace gates. A eunuch, leading the way with a lantern, addressed them in a delicate voice that Feng Yining had never heard before. Chancellor Feng, Miss Feng, I shall escort you inside. Please watch your step. Chancellor Feng responded, taking hold of Feng Yining's hand, advising, The palace is not like home. You must curb your usual arrogance and tread carefully. Feng Yining thought these words were tiresome, responding casually, Understood, father. She was led by her father, with the eunuch guiding them ahead. Feng Yining curiously gazed around, the surroundings illuminated by bright lights, with numerous grand palaces featuring towering columns. The palace roofs were of vibrant red. The banquet was indeed lavish, with dozens of dishes set before her and her father. However, they could only look and not eat for a long while, as the emperor and empress had yet to arrive. It felt as though she waited an eternity before finally tasting the so-called imperial feast. Her father was surrounded by many officials. Leaving her unattended, after a hearty meal, she felt quite full. Stealing a glance at her father, she noted he was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. She stealthily left her seat and wandered towards Yusen Lake, digesting her meal while observing her surroundings. Suddenly, she spotted someone seemingly seated by the lake. The individual wore a flowing white robe, swaying gently in the breeze, causing his tied-back hair to flutter. Yet he remained utterly still, resembling a statue. Feng Yining was overly curious and rushed over to sit beside him. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Xinji did not even glance her way. Remaining motionless, Feng Yining, unaccustomed to such disregard, pushed him gently. Hey, why aren't you speaking? You can't possibly be mute. Xinji scoffed. Why are you so annoying? Feng Yining, as if she had discovered a new world, exclaimed, Oh, you can talk. Xinji coldly replied, I simply do not wish to engage with you. Feng Yining, now somewhat irked, retorted, How can you be like this? I've never met anyone as rude as you, Xin Yining. I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Xinji abruptly stood. Wait, Feng Yining halted, puffing her cheeks in defiance. What now? Xinji smiled, as if everything that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. I was just teasing you. You're quite sensitive. Feng Yining approached Xinji. Why are you so fickle? Xinji produced a wooden dragonfly from his sleeve and placed it in Feng Yining's hand. Consider it an apology. Remember, my name is Xinji. With that, he turned and walked away. Feng Yining held the wooden dragonfly, softly murmuring, Xinji, what kind of person are you? Cut. Zhang Ming called out with a loudspeaker, Very good. Both of you were excellent. Moving on to 88 in May, the tulips in the garden were bathed in a golden Hu. Jiu Cheongjo awoke naturally, stretching lazily, noticing the tulips blooming beautifully beneath the floor-to-ceiling windows. He snapped a picture to send to Su Zhaoxi that he then settled into a wooden chair to review the company's financial report for the month. Bai Monyan was busy handling work at the office when two young men entered. The shorter one immediately asking, Monyan, is it true that Gu Cheongjo is coming tonight? Bai Monyan put down his documents and smiled. Mingyang Mingshu, did you two come just to inquire about this? Mingyang teased. Our brother Monyan finally found someone he fancies. Of course we are curious, Bai Monyan chuckled. When did I ever fancy anyone? Mingyang, serious as ever, replied. You spoke so passionately at the shareholders' meeting about how outstanding he is, with such keen vision and determination. I've never seen you speak so highly of anyone else. What can't you admit? I heard in the circle that Gu Cheongjo might have a partner, but that's not certain. Why not fight for yourself? Mingshu, noticing his brother's growing excitement, quickly interjected. Mingyang, enough. Monyan, please don't take offense. Little Yang can be quite blunt. However, he is right. If you like someone, you should pursue them. Otherwise, you will only end up regretting it. Bai Monyan toyed with a pen in his hand, pausing to consider their words. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but finding a kindred spirit is already a blessing that I don't want our relationship to become awkward for any other reason. Mingyang snatched the pen from Bai Monyan's hand. Coward. Fine, my brother, and I might not know your situation, but at the very least, you should call to check if he is coming. Bai Monyan sighed. You too. He dialed Gu Cheongjo's number, and after a few rings, it was answered. President Bai? What can I do for you? Gu, don't forget about tonight. Bai Monyan reminded to Jiu Cheongjo, chuckled lightly. How could I forget? Have the time and place been confirmed? Bai Monyan replied. Tianhua Pavilion, room 505 on Linshi Street. At 8 tonight, Jiu Cheongjo affirmed. Understood. President Bai. I will be there on time. After hanging up, Mingyang leaned in. Hey, I must say President Gu's voice is quite pleasant. Mingshu yanked him back. Behave, or else you'll get it when we go back. Mingyang feigned innocence. Why are you so authoritarian? I'm just listening. Not doing anything. Mingshu shot him a glare. Do you think you have a leg to stand on? Mingyang dashed to Bai Monyan's side, clinging to his arm. Monyan, look at him. He only knows how to bully me. Bai Monyan, feeling guilty, glanced at Mingshu, who looked ready to explode. Quickly, Bai Monyan pried Mingyang's arm away. Mingyang, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Mingyang pouted. All right, I was wrong. Brother, don't be mad. Mingshu pulled Mingyang back to his side. You apologize quickly, but you still make the same mistakes that I shouldn't have felt sorry for you last night when I saw you crying. Bai Monyan playfully scolded. Off you go, can I, a single dog, endure listening to this? Mingyang perked up again. Then why not snag Gu Cheongjo for yourself? Don't be timid, Monyan, just go for it. Before he could finish, Mingshu dragged him out the door. Chapter 27. The one who comes from afar is President Gu at 8 o'clock. Gu Cheongjo arrived punctually at Tianhua Pavilion, room 505. Upon entering, he was met with a plethora of attentive gazes. Bai Monyan was about to rise to greet him, but Mingyang was quicker, rushing to his side. You must be President Gu. I've heard so much about you from Monyan. He speaks of you as an extraordinary figure. Gu Cheongjo gazed at the young man before him and politely remarked, Is that so? I appreciate it. President Bai. Bai Monyan and Mingshu hurriedly approached. Bai Monyan said, General Gu, please don't take offense. Mingyang has a rather lively nature that I hope he didn't startle you. Mingshu letting Mingyang aside, saying, General Gu, please forgive us that Jiu Cheongjo, however, was unperturbed. Not at all, not at all. This young friend is quite enthusiastic. Mingyang chimed in, Exactly. I approached General Gu because I found him quite amiable. Why pull me away? Once everyone was seated, Bai Monyan, as the host, naturally introduced everyone. Everyone, this is General Gu. The crowd responded in unison. Hello, General Jiu Cheongjo rose and smiled. I am Gu Cheongjo, and I will be your partner at Zhongqing Entertainment from now on. I hope for your kind understanding in the future. The crowd replied, Certainly, certainly, General Gu. Mingyang stood as well. General Gu, allow me to introduce myself, that I am Mingyang, that he pointed to the person beside him. This is my brother, Mingshu, that we are both shareholders in the company. So if you need anything, feel free to approach us without hesitation. Mingshu nodded at Gu Cheongjo. Hello, General Jiu Cheongjo poured a glass of wine and raised it. saying, "Well then, thank you both that I toast to you. Feel free to drink as you like, I shall finish mine." Following this, others began to toast Gu Qiongzhou, one glass after another. Observing that Gu Qiongzhou had consumed quite a bit, Bai Money interjected, "I will drink this on his behalf." Gu Qiongzhou smiled. "No need, President Bai, I am not so easily intoxicated." Ing Mingyang then proposed, "How about we play truth or dare?" "Sounds good, sounds good." The others agreed. Gu Qiongzhou, unfamiliar with the game, hesitated, saying, "You all enjoy yourselves. I think I will sit this one out as I am not well versed in it." Ing Mingyang, however, insisted, "Don't be that way, General Gu. This game is lively with more participants that if you don't join, what is the fun for us?" Gu Qiongzhou, resigned, replied, "All right then, but I have little experience with this." Ing Mingyang assured him, "No worries, General Gu, the rules are quite simple. It's just spinning a bottle. The person at the head of the bottle must face a punishment and can choose truth or dare, while the person at the tail asks the questions. If one refuses to answer, they must drink 3 glasses of wine." The Gu Qiongzhou understood the gist. "All right, I see. Shall we begin?" The first turn fell to Ing Mingshu, with Zhou Yun at the tail. Ing Mingyang, seeing his brother as the lucky one, was overjoyed. Zhou Yun asked, "Truth or dare?" Ing Mingshu surprisingly chose dare. Zhou Yun, aware of the playful banter between the Ing brothers, cheekily commanded, "Then hold the person next to you and do 20 squats." Ing Mingyang protested, "Zhou Yun, are you intentionally making things difficult for my brother? I weigh at least 120 pounds. No way. Let us change it." Yet, Ing Mingshu effortlessly picked up Ing Mingyang, stating, "No problem, Xiaoyang. I can manage." He proceeded to complete the 20 squats amidst the astonished gazes of others. Ing Mingyang's face turned crimson, as if he were the one who had exercised, while Ing Mingshu appeared unfazed. The next turn was won by Bai Money, with Ing Mingyang posing the question. Bai Money opted for truth. Ing Mingyang, eager to assist Bai Money, inquired, "Who is the person you like?" Bai Money hesitated for a moment, ultimately unable to voice his feelings. "I'll drink." Without waiting for a response, he downed 3 glasses in quick succession. Aware of the situation, Ing Mingyang and Ing Mingshu both sighed. After a few more rounds, it was finally Gu Qiongzhou's turn. He smiled and declared, "I choose truth." Bai Money, slightly tipsy, instinctively asked, "Do you have a partner?" Without any hesitation, Gu Qiongzhou replied yes. Bai Money's complexion paled immediately. Ing Mingyang quickly interjected, all right, let us stop. This isn't fun anymore." Having little experience with alcohol, Gu Qiongzhou was unaware of his own tolerance. That he initially intended to sit on the sofa to sober up but felt increasingly dizzy. Su Zhaoxi initiated a video call, and upon seeing Gu Qiongzhou, he inquired with surprise, "Have you been drinking?" Gu Qiongzhou responded, "Yes, I'm at a gathering with my new colleagues and had a bit to drink." Knowing Gu Qiongzhou's poor tolerance, Su Zhaoxi asked, "Where are you drinking?" Gu Qiongzhou merely smiled and said nothing. Realizing that Gu Qiongzhou was genuinely intoxicated, Su Zhaoxi gently coaxed, "Be good. Is there someone with you?" Gu Qiongzhou glanced around and obediently replied, "Yes, that's Su Zhaoxi urged. Then please hand the phone to him. I'd like to speak a few words." That Gu Qiongzhou passed the phone to Bai Money beside him. "He asked me to give the phone to you." Bai Money was taken aback. "General Gu, are you drunk?" When he took the phone, he found a man on the screen. The man had striking features, deep-set eyes, and sharp, dark pupils, a seemingly divine creation, upon seeing Bai Money. The man politely greeted him, "Hello, I am Gu Qiongzhou's boyfriend. Are you his colleague?" Bai Money felt an indescribable mix of emotions, decidedly unpleasant, but he restrained himself. "I am Su Zhaoxi." Being an acclaimed actor, could sense the underlying hostility from Bai Money despite his composed demeanor. He smiled and asked, "May I ask where you are now?" "Zhou doesn't handle alcohol well. I'll come to pick him up." Bai Money replied, "We are in room 505 at Tianyue Pavilion." "When will you arrive?" Su Zhaoxi stated, "I'm currently in Hengdian. I'll set off now and should arrive in about 2.5 hours. Bai Money paused. "You're in Hengdian? That is quite far. Perhaps I should take him home." That I am Bai Money. His partner Su Zhaoxi would not allow someone with intentions toward his partner to take him home. "No need. I've already set off. Please look after Zhou." Bai Money. Understood. Su Zhaoxi arrived swiftly, taking just over 2 hours. Although he was wearing a mask and a hat, his towering height of nearly 2 meters caused quite a stir upon entering Tianyue Pavilion. He hurried to Gu Qiongzhou's side, feeling that everything was worth it upon seeing him, that he did not notice the astonished expressions of others. He simply squatted beside Gu Qiongzhou, removing his mask and hat. Someone in the crowd recognized Su Zhaoxi. Wow, isn't that Su the movie emperor? What brings him here? Could it be that he and General Gu? Darling, I'm here to pick you up. That Jiyu Qiongzhou blinked awake. Little brat, what brings you here? Saying this, he planted a kiss on Su Zhaoxi's cheek. The crowd's jaws dropped in astonishment. Ying Mingyang excitedly grasped his brother's hand. I'm about to betray the organization. They are so well matched. That man is incredibly handsome. Ying Mingshu tousled his brother's hair and leaned down to whisper in his ear. Behave yourself. That ITS find to ship your CP, but don't stare at that man. Bai Monyan sat glumly to the side, saying nothing. Chapter 28. Drunkenness. Ying Mingyang leaned closer. Hey handsome, you're General Gu's partner. Su Zhaoxi looked up at him. Yes, you must be his new colleague. Ying Mingyang began to introduce himself enthusiastically. Yes. I'm Ying Mingyang, a major shareholder at Zhangqing Entertainment. Xiaoming Group is my family's business that he pulled his brother over. This is my brother, Ying Mingshu. By the way, what is your name? Ying Mingshu wore a sullen expression, clearly displeased that Su Zhaoxi settled beside Gu Qiongzhou, letting Gu Qiongzhou rest his head on his shoulder. I'm Su Zhaoxi. You and General Gu are truly a perfect match. Can I be the head of your CP fan club? Ying Mingyang asked. That Su Zhaoxi responded enthusiastically, of course. I think we're a great match too, that I'm the head of our CP station. Wow, really? Can you add me in? The two of them began their fervent shipping of the couple, and the others witnessed how passionately they could ship their own CP. It turned out that General Gu's partner was such a self-indulgent fan. Those aware of his identity were even more baffled. The famously aloof movie emperor was, in private, an avid shipper of his own CP, that if the paparazzi caught wind of this, it would undoubtedly make headlines. Bai Monyan felt his eyelids twitching, pondering where this rascal stood. Meanwhile, the drowsy Gu Qiongzhou was disturbed by their chatter. Little brat, quiet down. That I want to sleep. That Su Zhaoxi immediately fell silent, even making a shushing gesture. Ying Mingyang quickly understood and mirrored the gesture. After a while, Gu Qiongzhou dozed off. That Su Zhaoxi bid farewell. Everyone, I'll take him home now. Let us gather again sometime. The crowd promptly replied, all right, take care on the way. Ying Mingyang waved goodbye as well. Su Zhaoxi returned the gesture. The crowd mused, are we sure they're not just two kids? They even waved goodbye when parting. They then witnessed Su Zhaoxi effortlessly lift Gu Qiongzhou with one arm, giving him a gentle bounce while using his other hand to collect Gu Qiongzhou's briefcase and phone, striding confidently out. Ying Mingyang tightly grasped his brother's hand. Wow, Su Zhaoxi is so impressive. Ying Ming's expression shifted as he deepened his gaze, effortlessly lifting Ying Mingyang away. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Upon their return home, Su Zhaoxi carried Gu Qiongzhou into the bedroom. Gu Qiongzhou, now awake, murmured, Are we home? Su Zhaoxi chuckled softly. Yes, darling, we are home. Please sit for a moment while I prepare a cup of sobering tea for you. He made his way to the kitchen and soon returned with the tea. Gu Qiongzhou sat by the bedside, lost in thought. Sweetheart, drink this and then rest. Otherwise, you will feel unwell. Su Zhaoxi coaxed gently. Gu Qiongzhou took a sip, grimacing. Oh no, it's too bitter. To Su Zhaoxi encouraged. Be a good boy and drink it. I will fetch you those big, white rabbit milk candies you like. The Gu Qiongzhou nodded in agreement. After finishing the tea, he insisted on taking a shower. Su Zhaoxi replied, let us sleep first. You can shower in the morning. That I am not comfortable with you going to the bathroom alone. Gu Qiongzhou, taken aback, asked bluntly, then why not shower together? His voice, tinged with a raspy undertone from drunkenness, tugged at Su Zhaoxi's heartstrings. That Su Zhaoxi gazed at this oblivious man, who foolishly invited him into danger, and felt an urge to discipline him. Yet, he knew he must not take advantage of the situation. Whatever was to happen should occur when they were both sober. He declined, we cannot shower together. You would regret it. Now, let me help you clean up a bit. And then you can sleep peacefully. Gu Qiongzhou ceased his protests and obediently lay down on the bed. The process of wiping Gu Qiongzhou's body was both torturous and thrilling. The agony of merely looking but not touching was unbearable. That he hastily finished cleaning Gu Qiongzhou, dressed him in fresh pajamas, and rushed to the bathroom to take a cold shower. That as he endured the chilling water, he laughed and scolded himself. I truly am a modern-day Lu Xia Hu. At 8 o'clock. Gu Qiongzhou's biological clock awakened him promptly. That he sat up, his head buzzing uncomfortably from the remnants of drunkenness. Just as he was about to freshen up, he noticed someone lying beside him. His memories began to resurface. "Little brat, how did you get here?" he murmured. "Wooden horse. Little brat, stop making noise. I want to sleep." "No, it's too bitter. I want tea, drink it." "Then why not shower together?" Gu Qiongzhou thought. "What have I just said? Oh no, I can't believe he princess carried me in front of so many people." Su Zhao she awoke and glanced at Gu Qiongzhou, who wore an expression of disbelief, and chuckled softly. "Darling, has everything come back to you?" Gu Qiongzhou, reluctant to answer, intentionally changed the subject. "By the way, why did you come back so soon? Will your filming schedule be delayed?" Su Zhao she buried his head into Gu Qiongzhou's neck and reassured him. "Don't worry, darling. Yin Rong is going abroad for an exhibition in a few days. And we finished filming our scenes the other day. The next few days will focus on her and the second male lead scenes that I can stay with you for a few days." Gu Qiongzhou felt relieved. "That's good. Otherwise, I would feel guilty." Su Zhao she added. "Darling, you're the most important." Gu Qiongzhou smiled. "Little brat, hurry and freshen up." Su Zhao she held Gu Qiongzhou tightly. "Darling, we still have some unfinished business to settle. Who was it that wanted to shower together yesterday? I wonder if that still counts?" Gu Qiongzhou's ears flushed crimson with embarrassment. "It doesn't count. I was drunk. What I said while drunk doesn't count." Su Zhao she, however, pressed on. "But they say that drunken words are sincere." "Darling," Gu Qiongzhou fumbled for words. I didn't mean that I never thought about it." Su Zhao she could tell that Gu Qiongzhou was extremely shy and, realizing that further teasing would cause an explosion, said, "All right, I won't say anymore. Shall we freshen up together?" Gu Qiongzhou softly agreed. Gu Qiongzhou retrieved a new, unopened toothbrush and cup from the cabinet. "Let us use this. It's new." Su Zhao she took it and pondered. "Shall we go to the mall today and buy some things?" Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback. "Huh. Do you need anything?" Su Zhao she replied, "Yes, I need a couple items just like yours. That I want matching slippers, toothbrushes, cups, towels, clothes, socks, and underwear with you." Gu Qiongzhou quickly interrupted. All right, no need to list them all. Let us go shopping this afternoon." After they had freshened up, Su Zhao she said, "I'll go make breakfast. Would you prefer bacon toast, scrambled eggs with milk, or a sandwich?" Gu Qiongzhou answered, "Bacon toast." "Please." Su Zhao she replied cheerfully. "All right then, Master Gu, please sit tight while I prepare it." Gu Qiongzhou retorted. "Here we go again with the role play. What a true movie star you are." Chapter 29. Stuck while shopping. The afternoon sun was not overly bright, casting a warm glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the room feel particularly bright. The two had indulged in a long afternoon nap. Su Zhao she awoke first and, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Gu Qiongzhou, felt a sudden urge to play a prank. He gently pinched Gu Qiongzhou's nose and silently counted to 5. As expected, Gu Qiongzhou could not hold out for more than 5 seconds and groggily swatted Su Zhao she's hand away. "What are you doing? So annoying." Su Zhao she chuckled. "Darling, your just woken up face is simply adorable." Gu Qiongzhou, exasperated, rubbed his head. "This is not how I look when I wake up." Su Zhao she, "You're just playing tricks on me." Su Zhao she leaned in and kissed Gu Qiongzhou. "Darling, I'm sorry, but I was hoping you would accompany me to the mall to buy matching underwear." Gu Qiongzhou playfully swatted Su Zhao she. "Stop being so mischievous. Hurry up and get ready. We're leaving soon." Su Zhao she jumped out of bed. "Understood." Gu Qiongzhou shook his head helplessly. "Take your time." 20 minutes later, both were ready. Su Zhao she donned his entire ensemble of gear. Gu Qiongzhou remarked with a smile, "You celebrities really have it tough. Leaving the house feels like committing a heist." Su Zhao she nonchalantly replied, "I could forego it if you'd like to experience being mobbed." Gu Qiongzhou quickly waved his hands. "No, let us skip that. Let us go." Su Zhao she grasped Gu Qiongzhou's hand. "Let us set off." Upon arriving at the mall, Su Zhao she immediately pushed a small cart. Teasing, "President Gu, hop in. I'll push you." Gu Qiongzhou laughed. "Why don't you get in, and I'll push you instead?" Su Zhao she laughed heartily. "Haha, President Gu has learned to speak nonsense." Gu Qiongzhou urged. "Hurry up, people are staring." After a round of shopping, the cart was nearly full. Su Zhao she had indeed come to the mall to buy a couple items. The cart contained matching water bottles, toothbrushes, cups, and even underwear. Gu Qiongzhou was left speechless. At the checkout, the cashier was astonished. "Are you two a couple?" Su Zhao she confidently replied, "Absolutely." The cashier exclaimed excitedly, "You two are such a perfect match." Su Zhao she smiled. "Thank you, miss." Suddenly, the cashier remembered something. "Oh, by the way, we're having an event. Couples who kiss will receive a free mystery prize." Gu Qiongzhou pondered for a moment. Let us skip that it's a bit inconvenient. However, Su Zhaoxi whispered, don't worry. Just cover for me, and no one will notice that in an instant. Su Zhaoxi removed his mask and leaned down to kiss Gu Qiongzhou. Although Su Zhaoxi was well concealed behind Gu Qiongzhou, they were still recognized, as Gu Qiongzhou had gained quite a few fans since the last trending topic, not to mention numerous shippers. The cashier handed the mystery gift to Gu Qiongzhou. She was brimming with excitement, which Gu Qiongzhou failed to notice. Quick, let us go. Someone recognized us. I just heard someone calling our names. Su Zhaoxi had noticed earlier. Don't worry. Let us find a secluded spot. I'll call Lu Jie to come pick us up. Before long, a crowd had gathered around the mall that Su Zhaoxi and Gu Qiongzhou had nowhere to hide and could only seek refuge in a bathroom stall. If only I had brought a mask. Gu Qiongzhou gasped. At Su Zhaoxi chuckled. Yes, my wife has become too famous. That Gu Qiongzhou corrected him. It's husband. As Su Zhaoxi ruffled his hair. Yes, husband. Shortly after, Lu Yu's team located them. Suingdi. President Gu, quickly change into these clothes and hand us yours. We'll distract the fans. Su Zhaoxi replied. Thank you for your help. The staff member scratched his head. No need to thank us. Two individuals similar in stature and appearance, Don Su Zhaoxi and Gu Qiongzhou's clothes and masks, boldly walking out. The crowd immediately surged. Su Zhaoxi, the idol. Su Zhaoxi, Gu Qiongzhou, the unbreakable CP. Meanwhile, the two main characters, now dressed as cleaners, stealthily slipped away from the fans. Once they were in the car, Lu Jie, seated in the passenger seat, turned to them with an exasperated expression. I must say, you two are not showing your affection in the right way. Su Zhaoxi quickly replied. Lu Jie, please don't be angry. We didn't mean it. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Jie. What is there for me to toil over? You two are the ones truly working hard. I have already arranged for someone to deliver the items you purchased to Gu Zong's apartment. Su Zhaoxi, ever the flatterer, exclaimed. Thank you, Lu Jie. You are truly wonderful. Gu Qiongzhou, with utmost sincerity, apologized. I'm sorry, Manager Lu. This time it's our oversight. We shall ensure such an incident does not recur. Lu Yu held a favorable impression of Gu Qiongzhou. There's no need to say that. Gu Zong, I merely spoke casually. You needn't take it to heart. As the vehicle commenced its journey, Su Zhaoxi suddenly recalled the mysterious gift. Gu Zong, what is the gift? Let us unwrap it and see. Without a second thought, Gu Qiongzhou tore open the packaging, revealing a large box of extra-thin Durex. Gu Qiongzhou, Su Zhaoxi, Lu Jie, 6 trending searches. The CP of Shi Fan and Su Zhaoxi buying couple S underwear explodes Gu Qiongzhou, and the mysterious 190 kissing explodes Su Zhaoxi, and Gu Qiongzhou explode. What have I done to deserve this? I see them flaunting their affection every day. They are so sweet, and even though our esteemed Suingdi only has a back view, his height offers such a sense of security. I adore the height difference. I would willingly be a dog in their love story. Alas, it is a pity I have not seen the real person. What a shame, isn't Suingdi filming in Hongdian? Indeed, love blinds one. And even Suingdi is not exempt. As the car approached the apartment, Lu Jie suddenly remarked. Hey, Gu Zong, why is there a person at your door? Gu Qiongzhou and Suingdi simultaneously glanced towards the entrance. By money in, what is he doing here? Su Zhaoxi expressed his dissatisfaction. Gu Qiongzhou, puzzled, inquired. Why do you harbor such animosity towards him? Su Zhaoxi scoffed. I do not. I simply dislike having a man near you. Gu Qiongzhou pinched his palm gently. You're like a vinegar jar, so soured. Su Zhaoxi playfully replied. I am not a vinegar jar. I am clearly your sugar jar. Chapter 30. The rose has withered. Upon disembarking, Gu Qiongzhou and Su Zhaoxi approached together. The moment by money and laid eyes on Su Zhaoxi, his expression turned somewhat awkward. However, he quickly mastered. Su Zhaoxi, on the other hand, had no intention of concealing his thoughts. May I ask what brings you here today? Bai Zong? By money and, with a forced smile, replied, I came to discuss some business matters with Gu Zong. Why is the esteemed Suingdi not off filming? Su Zhaoxi retorted. Of course, I am at home accompanying my wife. Isn't the wife the most important? Bai Zong seems to have finally recognized me. It's rather embarrassing for a former president of an entertainment company to not know even the leading actor in the industry. Wouldn't that be the subject of ridicule? By money and, however, nonchalantly replied, I truly apologize. I have face blindness that I can only remember those who leave a profound impression on me, like Gu Zong, for instance. Su Xiaoxi smirked. Our Gu Zong is indeed exceptional. By the way, does Bai Zong's face blindness discriminate? It seems your face blindness lacks significant decorum. Jiyu Chongzhou was utterly bewildered, not comprehending how these two had suddenly begun to spar verbally. All right, you two. What are you lingering at the door for? Bai Zong is here to see me for a reason. Let us go inside and chat. Bai Monyan smiled apologetically at Gu Chongzhou. I've been rude. The three entered at Su Xiaoxi, knowing they would discuss business, reluctantly retreated to the second floor. You two carry on. I'll head to the second floor. Jiyu Chongzhou observed Su Xiaoxi's displeasure. There's a projector upstairs. I have collected quite a few film discs of yours. When you're bored, you can watch them. Su Xiaoxi's bad mood vanished immediately. Understood. I'll play some games first. We can watch movies together when you're free. Gu Chongzhou agreed. Su Xiaoxi swiftly ascended the stairs. Jiyu Chongzhou gestured to Bai Monyan. Bai Zong, make yourself comfortable. Would you prefer tea or coffee? Bai Monyan responded. Tea, please. After a moment, Gu Chongzhou returned with a freshly brewed pot of Longjing tea. Westlake Longjing, please do taste it, Bai Zong. Bai Monyan sampled it and praised. Gu Zong's tea is indeed remarkable. Jiyu Chongzhou got to the point. Did something occur at the company that prompted your visit? Bai Zong, Bai Monyan replied. Not exactly. You must have heard of Puyang Entertainment Company, right? Gu Chongzhou, one of the top entertainment companies in the capital, longtime competitors with Xiaoxi's Tianji Entertainment. This year, they even signed a gambling agreement. Bai Monyan continued. Precisely, their boss, Sheng Yugong, approached me today. From what he indicated, he wishes to form an alliance with us. Jiyu Chongzhou inquired. If he intends to ally with us, he must have thoroughly researched our circumstances. He must certainly be aware of my relationship with Su Xiaoxi. Yet, he still came. That's rather intriguing. Bai Monyan agreed. I thought it felt off as well. Moreover, Sheng Yugong requested to meet you. Gu Chongzhou remarked. That is quite understandable. After all, to outsiders, I am the current CEO of Zhongqing Entertainment, so naturally, he would wish to meet me. Let us finalize a specific time with him. I'm curious to see what scheme he has in mind. Bai Monyan stood up. Understood. It's getting late. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Jiyu Chongzhou rose to see him off. Bai Zong, I won't keep you any longer. Please take care on your way. Su Xiaoxi, on the second floor, kept a keen ear on the happenings below. Upon hearing the door close, he promptly descended the stairs, feigning a pitiful demeanor. You promised to accompany me today. Yet you chatted with him for an hour and 6 minutes. Jiyu Chongzhou raised his hand to hook Su Xiaoxi's neck, pulling him onto the sofa. What are you being jealous about? Su Xiaoxi sulked. I am not being jealous. Very well, very well. You are not. Shall we go watch a movie? Gu Chongzhou suggested. That is more like it, Su Xiaoxi replied. To be by the way, yesterday when you were drunk, Bai Monyan mentioned he is your partner. What is the story behind that? Gu Chongzhou did not intend to keep it from him. Actually, I haven't truly acquired Zhongqing Entertainment. I'm merely invested in it. Su Xiaoxi was not oblivious to such business matters. You deliberately led others to believe you had acquired Zhongqing Entertainment, shifting your focus to the entertainment company. Your purpose in doing so was to lower the guard of that villainous big boss within your company. Precisely, you guessed correctly. Jiyu Chongzhou said, tossing a cushion from the sofa into Su Xiaoxi's arms. That title of villainous big boss suits you well. Su Xiaoxi caught the cushion. Naturally. After all, I have been acting for so many years, and I do possess some analytical skills. As for you, Gu Zong, you may be referred to as the Golden Finger Big Shot. Jiyu Chongzhou laughed heartily. If I'm the Golden Finger Big Shot, how would you be addressed? The Golden Finger Big Shot's little wife. Su Xiaoxi grasped Gu Chongzhou's hand and gently shook it, deliberately tightening his voice. Do I seem like one? Gu Chongzhou gazed at him for a long while, and, upon seeing the usually shameless Su Xiaoxi appearing bashful, finally remarked, I think you resemble one quite a bit. Let us go, little wife, to watch a movie. The two ascended to the second floor and activated the projector. Su Xiaoxi asked, Gu Zong, which shall we watch? Gu Chongzhou pondered for a moment and replied, Let us view the art film that made you famous. The rose has withered. Su Xiaoxi, however, seemed hesitant. This film is rather depressing. Gu Chongzhou gently patted Su Xiaoxi's shoulder to ease his tension. It's all right. I understand you fell into a depression while filming this movie, but now you have me by your side to watch it together. Su Xiaoxi explained. I've long since moved on. It was merely that after finishing this film, I became too immersed in the role, leading to a month of depression. Since then, I have learned how to swiftly detach from emotions. Essentially stepping out of character, that I'm fine. I worry you might feel sad after watching, the Jiyu Chongzhou reassured. It's nothing. I want to see what you were like back then, Su Zhaoxi replied. All right. Then I will find it. Let us watch it together. Su Zhaoxi quickly located the film The Rose Has Withered. The movie began with a vast rose garden, where the roses bloomed vibrantly with a hint of allure. A handsome youth emerged from the thicket of roses. This youth was played by the 18-year-old Su Zhaoxi as Meng Shi, a fortunate child who received boundless love. He had doting parents and 3 loving brothers. Their family was affluent, with both parents being horticulturists. His childhood dream was to become a horticulturist as accomplished as his parents, and he diligently worked towards it. Meng Shi finished pruning the leaves in the rose garden, wiped his dew-drenched face, and tucked away his dirt-stained apron as he walked home. Suddenly, a phone call came through from an unfamiliar number. Chapter 31. You are my Rose Prince. Hello, may I ask if you are a family member of the owner of this mobile phone? Meng Shi's heart raced as he feigned calmness. Yes. Could you please come to the Central City Hospital? Meng Shi's mind buzzed, and he could no longer hear what was being said, only knowing he had to go to the Central City Hospital. He hailed a taxi. To the city hospital. Please hurry. At that moment, the taxi's radio transmitted a sensational news report. An emergency bulletin announced that a particularly heinous shooting incident had occurred on the northern section of the Second Ring Road in Nanyang City, resulting in a scene of chaos. According to the investigation at the scene, this shooting could be a malicious act of revenge, that a total of 5 individuals were shot, all belonging to the Meng family in the Wanqing district of Nanyang City. The injured have since been rushed to the city hospital for emergency treatment. Our station will provide real-time updates. Upon hearing this, the driver shuddered. These individuals have become exceedingly audacious, brazenly committing murder in broad daylight. Truly devoid of conscience. By the way, young man, you are heading to the city hospital, are you not? He turned around to see the young man's face, pale as death, with tears cascading down like shattered pearls. Meng Shi could scarcely utter a word, finally managing to squeeze out a single syllable. Go. The driver, sensing something amiss, accelerated the vehicle. When Meng Shi arrived at the city hospital, he was confronted with 5 lifeless bodies covered in white sheets. He knelt down, unable to shed any more tears, rendered speechless. His gaze remained fixated on the bodies before him, his eyes unblinking. He fainted. When he regained consciousness, a police officer stood before him. The officer, noticing he was awake, gently touched his forehead. Fortunately, your fever has subsided. You have been asleep for 2 days. What about my family? His voice was hoarse. They have already been buried, and I want to know who killed them. Meng Shi's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. This matter should have remained a secret. They were our police department's finest undercover agents. They perished heroically as a result of retaliation from a Southeast Asian drug lord. I believe it is time I informed you. The film reached its climax. In pursuit of vengeance for his family, Meng Shi resolutely chose a path as noble as that of his parents. He journeyed to Southeast Asia, successfully infiltrating the drug lord's lair to gain their trust. He even resorted to self-mutilation. He lived with a singular purpose: to dismantle the largest drug trafficking network in Southeast Asia and avenge his profound grievances. The story culminated in Meng Shi successfully uncovering the critical evidence needed to obliterate them. The largest drug trafficking gang in Southeast Asia was finally apprehended. The once youthful boy returned to the rose garden. Now riddled with scars, he gazed at the wilting roses and softly smiled. The roses have withered. In that desolate rose garden, he personally brought an end to his brief existence, having watched the film. Gu Qiongzhou's calm demeanor belied the turmoil within him. He uttered not a word, merely holding the man beside him tightly. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhaoxi gently patted Gu Qiongzhou's back. Do not be sad. It is all in the past, the Jiyu Qiongzhou whispered. You have worked hard, my Rose Prince. May you face no more suffering in this life. That Su Zhaoxi kissed Gu Qiongzhou's forehead. Darling, that was all fictional. Please do not grieve any longer, for it pains me. Jiyu Qiongzhou replied gloomily. Yes, but you must have felt utterly helpless at that time. Rest assured, I shall ensure your happiness from now on. Su Zhaoxi pulled Gu Qiongzhou up from his seat. I know, darling. Come, let us go downstairs. I will prepare something delicious for you. The night gradually descended, and a few bright stars flickered in the sky. Appearing and disappearing, the twinkling starlight multiplied. The world fell into a tranquil night. When the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the tulips, Su Zhaoxi awoke and kissed Gu Qiongzhou's forehead. Rising early to prepare breakfast for his beloved was indeed a badge of honor for a good man. Soon, Gu Qiongzhou awoke to find someone missing beside him, which took him by surprise. That he stepped outside and, upon seeing the busy figure in the kitchen, felt a surge of joy and rushed over to embrace his waist. "You woke up so early." Su Zhaoxi turned around to embrace him. "I wanted you to join me for breakfast, but you rose too early." Gu Qiongzhou pondered. "How about you teach me to cook?" Su Zhaoxi began to guide him step by step. But alas, Gu Qiongzhou lacked culinary talent. After he knocked over the second bowl, Su Zhaoxi could no longer contain himself and ushered him to the living room. "All right, you can leave this to me. Just wait patiently for the meal." Gu Qiongzhou recognized he had caused trouble and, feeling disgruntled, retreated to the living room sofa to read the latest performance report. Breakfast consisted of his favorite tuna toast and a cup of peach fruit tea. Just after finishing his meal, Gu Qiongzhou received a call from Bai Munian. The other party had already set the time. 3 o'clock this afternoon, room 32 on the second floor of Jinhui International City. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, President Bai," Gu Qiongzhou replied. After hanging up the phone, he apologetically informed Su Zhaoxi, "I have to go for a meeting this afternoon, so I cannot see you off." Su Zhaoxi smiled. "No worries, you go ahead with your matters," Gu Qiongzhou said. "Next time, I will come visit you on set," Su Zhaoxi replied. "Okay, I will remember that." At Jinhui International City, Shen Yugong had specially invited other small entertainment company bosses collaborating with Puyang Entertainment to join him for this meeting. Upon Gu Qiongzhou's arrival, Shen Yugong greeted him warmly. "President Gu, welcome. I am Shen Yugong. It is a pleasure to meet you." Gu Qiongzhou replied politely. "The pleasure is mine, President Sheng." Just as Gu Qiongzhou settled into his seat, he heard Shen Yugong instruct the others. "What are you all standing there for? Bring over a few of your company as charming young idols to entertain President Gu." The others quickly responded. "They have already arrived. They will be here shortly." Gu Qiongzhou frowned. "What does President Sheng mean by this? Are you unaware of my engagement to the eldest son of the Su family?" Shen Yugong seemed unperturbed. "Of course. I am aware. Rest assured, President Gu, my colleagues are quite discreet and will not speak out of turn. What is wrong with a little flirtation among men?" Gu Qiongzhou stated firmly. "President Sheng, I cannot condone this. Let us dispense with these frivolities and discuss serious matters." Shen Yugong's eyes glinted. "Very well. Let us discuss business. I trust President Gu knows the standing of Puyang Entertainment in the Jing City entertainment industry. Partnering with us is a surefire path to profit." The others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, President Gu. President Sheng is genuinely eager to collaborate with you." However, Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. "President Sheng, you are well aware that Su Zhaoxi is affiliated with your company under the betting agreement. Yet you still believe I would agree to collaborate with you?" Shen Yugong replied. "President Gu, personal matters and professional matters must remain distinct." Song Chi from Su Gang Entertainment interjected. "President Sheng, the young stars have arrived." Shen Yugong smiled, wrinkles spreading across his face. "Quickly choose a few attractive ones to sit beside President Gu." Chapter 32. Bring it on. In an instant, a line of young stars entered. All uniformly fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Shen Yugong immediately grabbed one. "Darling, give me a kiss." The young star compliant kissed him. "President Sheng, did you miss me?" Shen Yugong's hand mischievously caressed the young star's backside. "I missed you terribly. Tonight, be sure to accompany me well. The male lead in my next production will be yours." The young star smiled even more beautifully. "Thank you, President Sheng, for your kind favor." Shen Yugong embraced the young star and glanced at the others. "Why are you all just standing there? Don't you have any sense?" Although the young stars were there to seek opportunities, they clearly wished to gravitate toward the more handsome individuals, while they may not have seen Gu Qiongzhou before. They understood that anyone dining with Shen Yugong had an impressive background. The prospect of catching his eye was akin to a dream come true. Gu Qiongzhou watched several young stars approach him. Frowning, "I'm sorry, but I do not require any company." The disappointed young stars retreated. Shen Yugong chuckled. "President Gu, you truly are quite the paragon of virtue. However, in the entertainment industry, being too virtuous makes it difficult to survive." Gu Qiongzhou sneered. "President Sheng, have you never heard the saying, in the face of absolute power, all demons and monsters are rendered insignificant? President Sheng, we must part ways here. Our paths do not align." However, Shen Yugong countered. President Gu, it seems you do not understand the rules of our industry, that we will all be working in the entertainment circle, crossing paths frequently. Are you really going to disregard my face? President Sheng, what you seek is a follower willing to wallow in the mire with you. And I am clearly not that person, that if you wish to resort to underhanded means to compete with Zhanxing, then bring it on. Zhanxing is not to be trifled with. With that, Gu Qiongzhou strode out decisively. Sheng Yugong's face darkened. Damn, does he really think of himself as something special? He is merely a novice in this industry. I shall see what he is truly capable of, the others chimed in. President Sheng, do not be angry. Young people are often arrogant due to inexperience. I believe that once he has faced enough hardships, he will surely come crawling back to you. Sheng Yugong scoffed. If it were not for the fact that the Gu family is a leader in investment, do you think I would bother with him? After Gu Qiongzhou left, he headed straight for Zhanxing Entertainment. The receptionist, upon seeing him arrive, promptly escorted him to the president's office. Bai Monyan was surprised by his visit. President Gu, what brings you here? Did you finish your discussion with the president of Puyang? Gu Qiongzhou replied. I declined their offer. Bai Monyan was not surprised. Good. That is fine that I had no intention of agreeing either. However, this individual harbors ulterior motives. We shall refuse to collaborate with him, and he is unlikely to relent easily, the Gu Qiongzhou remarked. Indeed, this is precisely the reason I sought you out today. Bai Monyan responded with understanding. So, what do you intend to do? Gu Qiongzhou replied, one must forge their own strength. Puyang is merely an opportunity. Bai Monyan inquired, you wish to leverage this chance to expand our market? Gu Qiongzhou affirmed, correct. Previously, Zhanxing Entertainment was stagnated due to financial constraints, unable to advance further. Now, we are not lacking in funds that we can invest in several high-budget productions. This way, our cash flow can be revitalized. Bai Monyan acknowledged, indeed, what we currently lack is investment in major productions. Gu Qiongzhou continued, not long ago, I invested in the Duodi drama series, which is that grand production from Tianji, Puyang's rival. Bai Monyan asked, the one starring Su Zhaoxi. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. Exactly. Now that we have severed ties with Puyang, we might as well take this opportunity to forge a good relationship with Tianji. The Gu Qiongzhou had not anticipated that his momentary lapse in judgment regarding the shareholders of the parent company would prove beneficial at this juncture. Bai Monyan said, I understand. Director Gu, I will arrange the upcoming investments diligently. Upon returning to his apartment, Gu Qiongzhou encountered a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years old, dragging a suitcase at his doorstep. Without waiting for Gu Qiongzhou to approach, the youth rushed over. Are you Gu Qiongzhou? Gu Qiongzhou responded with amusement. I am. And you are? Su Shanli proudly lifted his chin. I'm your little brother Dash and Dash Law. The Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback. You are Su Zhaoxi's brother? Su Shanli replied matter-of-factly. Indeed, did I return from studying abroad and wanted to see my brother, but I didn't want to stay with the crew, so I came to seek refuge with you. Please take me to see my brother in a few days. Gu Qiongzhou coldly replied, this is not a hotel. I am quite busy that I do not cook, so I suggest you find a hotel to stay in. Su Shanli, however, insisted on staying. I won't leave that I have a relative like you here. Why would I want to stay in a hotel? Gu Qiongzhou was unyielding. Who is your relative? Go find a hotel. That Su Shanli grasped Gu Qiongzhou's hand. Please, I will be honest with you. I was kicked out by my father, and I have not a penny to my name. I can only turn to you, to sister-in-law. I beg you to no, brother-in-law. I implore you. To Gu Qiongzhou initially had no intention of taking him in, but upon hearing the last plea, he changed his mind. Fine, you may stay. However, there is no housekeeper here. Cooking and cleaning will be your responsibility. That is acceptable, isn't it? Su Shanli internally screamed that it was indeed a problem. When had he ever cooked for anyone, let alone cleaned? Yet he replied, sure, brother-in-law, no problem at all. Su Shanli brought his suitcase into Gu Qiongzhou's home. That at the threshold, he casually picked up a pair of slippers to change into, but Gu Qiongzhou stopped him. Those belong to your brother. He dislikes others touching his belongings. Were these new ones instead? Su Shanli silently complained. He is my brother. Am I not entitled to them? It's absurd. However, with no place to go, he reluctantly accepted the new slippers that Gu Qiongzhou instructed. You can stay in the side room on the first floor. That it hasn't been tidied up much. You will need to clean it yourself. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not seek me out. That Su Shanli forced a smile. Of course, brother-in-law, I understand. Safe travels. Chapter 33. The second visit to the set that evening, Su Zhaoxi sent a video call. Darling, have you missed me? I have. Gu Qiongzhou replied, that be by the way, your brother has come to stay with me. Su Zhaoxi laughed lightly. How did he end up there? Just days ago, Mom mentioned Su Shanli had returned, and I was planning to call him when I found the time. But I haven't found a moment yet. That if you have no time, how come you video call me every night? Gu Qiongzhou questioned. Su Zhaoxi responded, he cannot compare to you. How could I possibly resist video calling you? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. Your brother might be heartbroken that I heard he was kicked out by your father and had his credit card suspended. He is currently penniless. Why not give him a call to find out what's going on? After all, he is your brother. Su Zhaoxi pondered for a moment. All right then, I'll call him. Wait for me a moment. It will be quick. Su Zhaoxi called Su Shanli. You little rascal, what is going on? Why are you at your sister-in-law's place? You haven't upset her, have you? Su Shanli, upon hearing his brother's voice, felt deeply aggrieved. Brother, why are you scolding me? Dad insisted I work at the company, and I did not want to, so we had a huge argument. In a fit of anger, Dad kicked me out. That I thought it would be fine to come out, stroll around, and it would also be convenient for my sketching. But unexpectedly, sob, Dad suspended my credit card. With no other options, I had to seek refuge with my brother-in-law. Su Zhaoxi initially reveled in his brother's misfortune until he heard the term brother-in-law, which broke his composure. What do you call Gu Qiongzhou? Su Shanli, confused as to why his brother seemed unconcerned about him, responded, brother-in-law, of course. Brother, why aren't you worried about me? Su Zhaoxi felt his head was about to split. What is it about me that doesn't resemble a brother? No, first answer me this. Why do you call him brother-in-law instead of sister-in-law? Su Shanli genuinely did not comprehend the reasoning of these two men. How could they both miss the point? Because brother-in-law initially did not agree to let me stay at his place until I cleverly called him brother-in-law. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. I see that if he allows you to call him that, then go ahead. But you should know he is your sister-in-law, right? Good boy. I will transfer 1 million into your account. You take good care of your sister-in-law over there, working diligently, understood? Upon hearing the sum of 1 million, Su Shanli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, brother, I love you. Don't worry. I will definitely take excellent care of my sister-in-law. Su Zhaoxi laughed. Good brother. Remember to bring your sister-in-law to visit me on set. That Su Shanli assured. Rest assured, brother. I will make this happen. Through Su Shanli's persistent efforts, Gu Qiongzhou finally agreed to take him to visit Su Zhaoxi on set. In reality, Gu Qiongzhou had already planned to visit after wrapping up investment matters this week. However, he did not anticipate that Su Zhaoxi's brother would be incessantly reminding him to take him to visit Su Zhaoxi, which became quite bothersome. Reluctantly, Gu Qiongzhou informed Su Shanli that he intended to take him to visit his brother this weekend. Early on the weekend, Gu Qiongzhou drove Su Shanli to visit Su Zhaoxi on set. Upon their arrival, Su Zhaoxi was in the midst of filming. Due to the heat, Su Zhaoxi's assistant, Xiao Xue, led them into Su Zhaoxi's trailer. Su Shanli specifically told Xiao Xue, don't tell my brother we came to visit him just yet. Let's give him a big surprise when he arrives. After waiting for approximately 2 hours, Su Zhaoxi finally finished filming and returned. As he entered the trailer, his eyes were solely on Gu Qiongzhou, completely oblivious to the presence of Su Shanli beside him. Su Zhaoxi rushed over and embraced Gu Qiongzhou. Darling, you finally came to see me. Gu Qiongzhou affectionately ruffled Su Zhaoxi's hair. Yes, I am here. That Su Shanli was stunned by the scene before him, questioning whether he was truly that inconspicuous. That he also pondered why his brother's hair was off limits to anyone else, yet seemed to be enjoyed by Gu Qiongzhou. Indeed, love can render one foolish. Brother, my dear brother, did you not notice your adorable little brother? Only then did Su Zhaoxi notice that his brother was also in the trailer, responding dismissively. Oh, I see you. Not bad. You've grown quite a bit. As Su Shanli rolled his eyes, brother. You are burning bridges. Don't forget who Su Zhaoxi, realizing he might slip up, quickly interrupted. My dear brother, how could I possibly forget? I will transfer you some money shortly. Satisfied, Su Shanli decided he had seen enough of their affectionate display and took the initiative to say, brother-in-law, I'm going out for a stroll. You two can chat. Once Su Shanli left, Su Zhaoxi embraced Gu Qiongzhou again. Darling, you arrived just in time. Today is the last day of filming. Tomorrow is the wrap party that we should go back together then. Gu Qiongzhou, feeling no rush, agreed that at the wrap party, director Zhang Ming began with a speech. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. The filming of Doodi has concluded perfectly after 108 days, and it could not have been accomplished without each of you. Today, I will treat everyone to a meal. So please enjoy yourselves. Next, let our leading actors come up to say a few words that Su Zhaoxi took the stage. I am grateful to the Duodi crew for their respect and understanding over these past 3 months. I have learned a great deal and experienced a different phase of life. This has been an invaluable experience for my acting career that IT holds crucial significance. Furthermore, Duodi is truly the result of our collective dedication. Yin Rong then took the stage. Duodi is an excellent script, and with everyone's heartfelt performances, I believe our show will surely achieve great success. Zhang Ming added, today, as luck would have it, our director Gu is also present. Mr. De Gu, would you like to say a few words? Gu Qiongzhou was unexpectedly called upon, and with composure, took the stage to say, I have visited the set on 2 occasions, each time providing me with distinct impressions. The actor's dedication, coupled with director Zhang's unwavering commitment, has unveiled the boundless potential of our production, Duo D. I wish for our drama to achieve remarkable viewership. Upon concluding his remarks, the rap party commenced. This gathering followed a buffet format, and Su Zhaoxi eagerly led Gu Qiongzhou around, sampling various delicacies. Throughout the evening, both indulged in considerable amounts of alcohol. Although Gu Qiongzhou's tolerance was limited, he primarily felt the after-effects, while Su Zhaoxi became tipsy quite rapidly. Observing Su Zhaoxi's flushed face, Gu Qiongzhou thought it prudent to leave before excessive inebriation ensued. He approached the director to inform him of their early departure. The director, noticing their state, did not insist they stay, but instead suggested arranging transportation for them. Gu Qiongzhou replied, there's no need for that, we can simply find a room nearby. The director acquiesced, very well. You may leave. Ensure you rest well. Gu Qiongzhou booked a room at the hotel front desk, took the room key, and assisted the intoxicated Su Zhaoxi into the elevator to ascend to their room. Chapter 34. Coincidence. Suddenly, the elevator malfunctioned, halting at the 10th floor, with the doors opening automatically. Gu Qiongzhou quickly pulled Su Zhaoxi out, saying, stay here and don't move. I will seek assistance. That Su Zhaoxi nodded. I will be good. I1T moved as Gu Qiongzhou made his way to the maintenance area. He unexpectedly heard voices emanating from the men's restroom. Penggu, could you extend the deadline for me? I'm really out of money right now, as soon as I receive my payment for this drama. I will pay you back. Yang Fanyang, if you're broke, why are you using drugs? Hurry up and stop stalling, or I'll expose your drug use online, and we'll both be in trouble. Gu Qiongzhou's expression darkened. Upon hearing the first statement, he had already activated the recording function on his phone. That a surge of indignation washed over him. That I end this peaceful 21st century, devoid of external threats and internal intrigue. How could one choose to squander time on drugs? The memories of the 1840s, when the British Empire exploited opium to ravage the spirit of the Chinese people, loomed vividly in his mind. Now, in this era of progress, such parasitic existence still persisted. Agitated, Gu Qiongzhou left the scene. Recalling Su Zhaoxi waiting by the elevator, he quickened his pace. The maintenance personnel soon repaired the elevator, and Gu Qiongzhou ushered Su Zhaoxi into their room. In no time, the alcohol began to take effect, and the two embraced as they drifted into slumber. However, Gu Qiongzhou was preoccupied with troubling thoughts, resulting in an uneasy night's rest, waking Su Zhaoxi earlier than usual. Despite his tendency to sleep until 10, why are you so restless? Did last night's drunkenness upset you? Gu Qiongzhou stated, no, I overheard something last night. What could have stirred such concern in you? Mr. Gu, Su Zhaoxi noted Gu Qiongzhou's usual composure rarely faltered over work matters. Are you familiar with Yang Fanyang? Gu Qiongzhou pondered that Su Zhaoxi, being in the entertainment industry, would likely know more. Su Zhaoxi contemplated briefly. Is he that young star who recently gained fame for a period comedy? What do you need him for? He is suspected of drug use. Accidentally overheard him discussing drug trafficking with someone named Penggu last night. Gu Qiongzhou gravely relayed, clearly reluctant to delve into the topic further. Su Zhaoxi considered, without substantial evidence, it would be unwise to make this public. The ensuing public backlash would be difficult to manage. I recommend conducting a discreet investigation. Gu Qiongzhou concurred, understood. Yet it is hard to fathom that, even in this day and age, some still indulge in opium. Su Zhaoxi sensed Gu Qiongzhou's peculiar intensity towards the matter. Recognizing his strong aversion and anger regarding drug use, Mr. Gu, every era has its share of such individuals. There is no need to let them affect your happiness. Gu Qiongzhou realized his agitation was unwarranted. I'm fine that I will have someone look into it. Su Zhaoxi reflected. Mr. Gu, having been in the entertainment industry for years, my connections surely exceed yours. Allow me to handle this. Recognizing Su Zhaoxi's extensive network might yield better results. Gu Qiongzhou replied, all right, thank you. Zhaoxi. Su Zhaoxi embraced Gu Qiongzhou, saying, there, darling, don't be upset. After breakfast, Gu Qiongzhou retreated to the hotel balcony to attend to work matters. Meanwhile, Su Zhaoxi called a university classmate and private investigator. Gong Yin, I need you to assist me with a task. Gong Yin lazily inquired. What is it? My rates are steep that I want to handle trivial matters. Su Zhaoxi replied. No need for banter. Money is not an issue. Please investigate Yang Fanyang. The young star? Sure, Gong Yin responded. Oh, and one more thing. Please look into the significant events in Gu Qiongzhou's life over the past 2 decades. Gong Yin chuckled. Investigating your husband? Huh, consider it done. Gu Qiongzhou retorted, don't make me intervene. Just do your job properly. Gong Yin laughed, understood. After all these years, your temper remains as fiery as ever. The contrast to your cool and aloof image is amusing. You read clearly a feisty little wolf dog. Su Zhaoxi disregarded his banter and hung up on the balcony. Gu Qiongzhou was on the phone with Yisui. What is the latest? Has he made any moves? Yisui replied, as expected, he has begun tentatively transferring assets. Gu Qiongzhou smirked. Excellent. The elaborate play we prepared for him is finally set to commence. Rest assured, regardless of how much he transfers, we maintain accurate records. Once it exceeds the threshold for prosecution, we can report him without delay. Good. Let's not alarm him, that we'll take our time and catch the big fish that he must not escape this time. Understood, Mr. Gu. In by Munian's office, the project manager said, Mr. Bai, please take a look at these few scripts we are considering for investment this year. The first, Zhilu Shi Yuan, is a major production, and I believe we should focus on it. Especially since Puyang is also interested in investing, that we need to accelerate our efforts. The others are small-scale art films. Bai Munian glanced at them and said, I understand. Please proceed. Mr. Gu, could you come to Zhanqing when you have time? Bai Munian called Gu Qiongzhou. Understood, Mr. Bai. I am currently in Hengdian. I will come over this afternoon, Gu Qiongzhou replied. Bai Munian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he slumped slightly, murmuring, have I ultimately arrived too late? What did you say, Mr. Bai? I didn't catch that, Gu Qiongzhou inquired. Bai Munian, realizing his lapse, forced a smile. It's nothing, Mr. Gu. I'll await your arrival this afternoon. After a sufficient break, Gu Qiongzhou, Su Zhaoxi, and Su Shan took a vehicle back to Fenzhou. Gu Qiongzhou did not return home, but instead headed directly to Zhanqing Entertainment Company. As anticipated, Bai Munian awaited him in the office, and upon his arrival, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. You've come, Mr. Gu. Gu Qiongzhou asked, what was so pressing that Mr. Bai summoned me? In truth, discussing script investments could have been handled via WeChat. Inviting Gu Qiongzhou was merely a personal desire of Bai Munian. Mr. Gu, our company is considering investing in several dramas and would like your assistance in selecting them. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. I must admit, I am not well versed in script matters. Bai Munian countered, Mr. Gu, your discerning eye is unparalleled. There is no need for false modesty. Gu Qiongzhou replied, very well. Where are the scripts? I would like to take a look. Bai Munian casually handed him the major production script. This one, Zhilu Shi Yuan, is adapted from a popular IP and is bound to generate buzz. It possesses the potential for explosive success. Additionally, I have heard that Puyang is also interested in investing. Gu Qiongzhou flipped through the script, suddenly adopting a grave expression. Is the second male lead Yang Fanyang? Bai Munian confirmed. Indeed, he has been quite popular lately. Why do you ask? Gu Qiongzhou set the script down, stating, do not invest in this production. Chapter 35. The Disappearing Lover. Bai Munian, perplexed, asked, why should we refrain from investing? Gu Qiongzhou replied, the second male lead poses a problem. Bai Munian, now serious, inquired, what do you mean? Gu Qiongzhou explained, last night, I inadvertently learned that Yang Fanyang is suspected of drug use. Su Zhaoxi is currently gathering evidence. This drama will not air, so anyone who invests will incur losses. Bai Munian felt a wave of relief. Had it not been for Gu Qiongzhou's accidental discovery of Yang Fanyang's drug use, they would have undoubtedly invested in the production, risking losses that could exceed hundreds of millions. Mr. Gu, you truly are a blessing for us at Zhanqing, that I knew my initial impression of you would not deceive me. Gu Qiongzhou added, however, this matter should remain confidential. It's best to keep it from the rest of the company, as there may be competitors within our ranks. Leaking this information would be troublesome. By Money and nodded, Mr. Gu, your foresight is commendable, that I will inform others that our funding is insufficient to support this production, the Jiyu Cheongjo concluded. Then I shall review other scripts. By Money and handed over the remaining scripts. The rest are all art films. Gu Cheongjo flipped through and suddenly came across a Republic-era spy thriller titled The Sudden Disappearance of a Lover. It tells the tumultuous love story between a young master from a prominent family and a powerful warlord during the Republic era. While the script delves into their passionate love and hate, it also poignantly portrays the sacrifices made by patriotic martyrs during that tumultuous time. Ultimately, one of the male leads, the warlord, meets his demise in a war fought to protect the nation. Gu Cheongjo was suddenly overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling, a deep desire to witness the birth of this production. I believe this script is quite promising. If executed well, it has the potential to become a timeless masterpiece. By Money and replied, judging solely by the script, I find it quite commendable, though the director is a newcomer with little recognition, which may hinder financing. Additionally, the two male leads have yet to be confirmed. Gu Cheongjo countered, none of that matters. The script is what truly counts. ISNT it. By Money and was somewhat swayed. I think we should give it a shot. How much shall we invest? Without hesitation. Gu Cheongjo stated, 100 million. That if we're going to do this, we must strive for excellence. That I want to personally serve as the executive producer. By Money and questioned, isn't investing 100 million a bit too risky? And does President Gu truly understand what it means to be an executive producer? Gu Cheongjo responded, isn't investment all about embracing a spirit of adventure? I've studied it a bit, and I have considerable knowledge of the Republic's history. I am confident this production will be a great success. By Money and contemplated. That is not out of the question. Since we're investing 100 million, it would be best to cast our talent from Zhanxing for the lead roles. Gu Cheongjo suggested, we can arrange for suitable actors from our company to audition. The news of the company's investment in the sudden disappearance of a lover quickly spread throughout the organization, sparking much discussion among the staff. What on earth are the two presidents thinking? They're passing on the guaranteed blockbuster Zhou Shi Yuan to invest in an obscure film directed by a novice. It's utterly baffling. Exactly. They claim funding is tight, yet they have 100 million available for the sudden disappearance of a lover. How perplexing. Could it be that we're preempting our rivals at Pyongyang? We might have missed out on an investment opportunity. You might be onto something. After all, they're a top-tier company. Although our funds have turned around, we still can't compare. Meanwhile, at Pyongyang Entertainment, Sheng Yugong erupted in laughter upon hearing that Gu Cheongjo intended to invest in the sudden disappearance of a lover. He is still just a rookie, passing on a major IP to back an underdog. When the two productions clash, he'll be the one left in tears. Just imagining our Zhou Shi Yuan outshining their sudden disappearance of a lover brings me immense joy. Indeed, President Sheng, the Jiyu Cheongjo, is still far behind you. Yes, he didn't take your favor into account. You need not show him any leniency. Let the little brat lament his misfortune. Director Fu Qing of the sudden disappearance of a lover was nearly overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing that someone was willing to invest 100 million in their film. Xiao Zhang, who told you this? It can't be a prank, can it? Who would invest so much in a little-known director like me? Oh, it's all over the industry. They say President Gu, who is investing 100 million. Must be out of his mind. President Gu? Which President Gu? I haven't heard of him, Fu Qing inquired. The one who recently acquired Zhanxing, that I heard he is only 26, quite young. That oh my, this President Gu is truly my savior. Fu Qing felt so exhilarated that he doubted he would sleep that night. Thus, when Gu Cheongjo proposed a meeting with Fu Qing the following day, Fu Qing appeared before him, sporting dark circles under his eyes. You must be President Gu. You truly are impressive for your age, Jiyu Cheongjo modestly replied. Thank you for the compliment. Director Fu, I presume you've heard about our intention to invest in your project. Indeed, I was so excited I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Fu Qing was still bubbling with enthusiasm. Director Fu, you must take care of your health that we have a few requests to discuss. I wonder what your thoughts are. Gu Cheongjo stated candidly. What requests? Though I may be a small director, I will not accept being forced to cast leads. The script is my lifeblood, crafted with great effort alongside the screenwriter over several years. We wish to choose our own leads. Fu Qing suddenly stood up. Jiyu Cheongjo chuckled. Director Fu, why the sudden agitation? We have no intention of imposing leads. Fu Qing's expression softened. I apologize for my moment of excitement. Please share your request that I wish to join the production team as the executive producer and hope for your agreement. The fact that I'm investing 100 million signifies my commitment to this script, and I wish to be involved in its creation, that I've studied producing for a time and believe I can fulfill the role. Fu Qing was taken aback by Gu Qiongzhou's request. Of course. President Gu, having you as our executive producer is something I could only dream of. Also, I hope you will prioritize our Zhangqing actors for the lead auditions. Gu Qiongzhou continued to no problem, President Gu. However, I will still consider other options if better candidates arise. Gu Qiongzhou replied, Director Fu, let us proceed as you suggested. After all, we all desire the sudden disappearance of a lover to succeed, don't we? Thank you so much, President Gu. Your involvement is like a timely gift for our production team. Fu Qing expressed earnestly that I truly appreciate your script and hope the final product will be a dazzling surprise. Chapter 36. Audition Zhaoxi. The company has selected a few scripts for you. I've sent them to your email. Please take a moment to review them. Lu Yu messaged Su Zhaoxi. Upon seeing the message, Su Zhaoxi replied, Got it, Lu Jie. After opening the email, he noticed that most of the scripts were adaptations of major IP novels funded by the company. They ranged from workplace dramas to tales of love and hate, and even included a historical power struggle similar to the period drama he had just finished filming. That he responded to Lu Jie. I don't see any roles that interest me. I'll take a look. Lu Jie quickly replied, I spotted an IP from Zhilu Shiyuan. Although it's not funded by Tianji, it seems promising. The director has specifically requested you for the male lead. What are your thoughts? Su Zhaoxi recalled Gu Qiongzhou mentioning this project. The second male lead was the small celebrity he had asked Gong Yin to investigate, that he declined. I'm not going. It's too similar to the character I've played before. Lu Jie responded. All right, I'll keep an eye out for other options, that Su Zhaoxi inquired. Has Gu Qiongzhou recently invested in a production? Did the director not come to deliver the script? Lu Jie replied. That one. They will be conducting auditions that if you're interested, I can request the script from the company. However, if it's just because of President Gu, I advise against it. The script is original, and the director is a newcomer. It may be challenging to stand out, Su Zhaoxi replied. I simply want to portray a good script. My interest has nothing to do with the cast or Gu Qiongzhou. Please send me the script. I will consider it. Lu Jie replied. Okay, I understand that I'll send it to you shortly. Lu Jie was efficient. Within minutes, the script arrived, set in the Republic era during the warlord chaos. The main storyline revolves around warlord Chu Bilan falling in love with the young master of a prominent family, Chu Qiaonan, amidst a tale of forced affection. Intertwined is the growth of Chu Bilan, who transitions from indifference to the nation's plight to willingly sacrificing himself for his country. The Republic-era dramas are often steeped in tragedy, and this one ends on a bittersweet note, with Chu Bilan heroically falling in battle, while Chu Qiaonan dedicates himself to the revolution in vengeance for his husband. This drama is anything but cliché. That it does not confine itself to a singular growth trajectory. Not only does it highlight the evolution of male lead Chu Bilan into a patriotic figure, but it also portrays the transformation of the other male lead, Chu Qiaonan, from a pampered scion to an advanced revolutionary. With dual growth arcs, the script successfully deepens the narrative. Su Zhaoxi finally understood why Gu Qiongzhou had singled out this particular script, because it was indeed worthy. After finishing the script, he quickly messaged Lu Jie. Lu Jie, I want to audition for this production. Lu Jie promptly replied, Understood. This production will have auditions, so even if it's you must audition. Su Zhaoxi replied, I will prepare thoroughly. When are the auditions? Lu Jie replied, Next Monday, starting at 2 in the afternoon. The first 2 hours are for Chu Qiaonan's auditions, followed by Chu Bilan's for the next 2 hours. I heard President Gu will also attend this audition, that Su Zhaoxi acknowledged. All right, that I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Once Su Zhaoxi decided to pursue this production, he spent the entire day sequestered in his room, studying the script. When Gu Qiongzhou returned, he noticed Su Zhaoxi was not in the living room. After searching for a while, he found him in the study, reciting lines fervently. Chu Qiaonan, you are the person I have chosen. Where do you think you are going? In times of national peril, how can we afford to be fearful of death? As a Chinese, it's our duty to shed blood for our country. What are you all hesitating for? Qiaonan, I never imagined our last meeting would be our final farewell, that I am about to die. But you must live well and continue to fight in this era. Su Zhaoxi looked up and met Gu Qiongzhou's gaze. still immersed in the role, his eyes filled with despair and reluctance, a poignant struggle of attachment and detachment. The heart-wrenching dilemma of parting left Gu Qiongzhou deeply shaken. Zhao Shi. You Su Zhao Shi quickly exited the emotional scene, smiling. What? Were you stunned by my performance? Gu Qiongzhou responded candidly. Indeed. Are you auditioning for the Vanished Lover? Su Zhao Shi replied. Exactly. I am eager to experience the life of Chu Bilan. At the audition venue, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. However, there were hardly any renowned actors present. Most were fledgling members of boy bands seeking experience that Jiyu Qiongzhou, Fu Qing, and screenwriter Wu Xian arrived at the venue early. As the open auditions commenced, please, number 1, Fan Wei Qi, take the stage. As the numbers progressed, Fu Qing shook his head repeatedly. What on earth are they performing? There's no acting skill whatsoever. When it was number 52, Cui Xinyue prepared to audition that a few days prior, Gu Qiongzhou had approached Cui Xinyue, believing his appearance resonated well with the character Chu Qiaonan from The Vanished Lover. He hoped Cui Xinyue would prepare thoroughly for the audition. Cui Xinyue cherished this opportunity and had diligently studied the script. Director Fu, screenwriter Wu, Mr. Gu, I am number 52 Cui Xinyue, good. You will perform the 50-second scene, where Chu Qiaonan learns of Chu Bilan's demise and breaks down emotionally. Xiaoman, please cue him. Cui Xinyue closed his eyes momentarily. Upon reopening them, his eyes were bloodshot. He gripped the messenger's collar tightly. You say he is dead? Are you jesting? What an extraordinary person he was. Withstanding the hail of bullets for years, how could this time be the one he perished? I refuse to believe it. Gradually, he released the collar, asserting, I do not believe it. He will return. The messenger, tears glistening in his eyes, replied, the general truly fell in battle. He sacrificed himself for the nation. Chu Qiaonan sank to the ground. His tears dried up, murmuring in a daze. Dead gone. Chu Bilan, wait for me. Once I drive those people from China, I will come find you. After completing his audition, Cui Xinyue remained lost in character for a long while. Fu Qing exclaimed excitedly. That's him. Gu Qiongzhou descended to pat his shoulder. You did wonderfully. Chapter 37. After a brief period of calm, the auditions became somewhat chaotic over the next 2 hours, until Su Zhao Shi made his entrance to the open auditions. Gasps of surprise filled the air. Oh my, is that Su the Film Emperor? It truly is Su the Film Emperor. What brings him here? I heard from the previous auditioners that R. Jiyu is inside. That Su the Film Emperor must be here to see him. Surely he is not here to audition. Bro, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Just look at what the Film Emperor is holding. Many actors aspiring for the role of Chu Bilan felt disheartened upon seeing Su Zhao Shi. What is the point of auditioning? We're not even on the same level. Fu Qing was taken aback when he spotted Su Zhao Shi in the audition room. Su the Film Emperor? What brings you here? To audition. What else? Su Zhao Shi thought the director was overreacting. Fu Qing glanced at Gu Qiongzhou for help, whispering, Mr. Gu, what is going on? Why didn't you inform me in advance? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. We're all here to audition, so why the need for prior notice? If he doesn't fit the image you envisioned, you can't choose him, can you? Fu Qing pondered this and cleared his throat. Su the Film Emperor. Shall we begin? You will perform scene 40, where Chu Bilan bids farewell to Chu Qiaonan before heading to the battlefield. Whereas Xiaozu. Isn't he left yet? Wu, the screenwriter, chimed in. No, he went next door to review the script. I'll call him over. Shortly thereafter, Cui Xinyue arrived. Director, you call for me? Xiaozu, review the lines and perform the farewell scene with Su the Film Emperor for scene 40. Cui Xinyue appeared surprised upon seeing Su Zhao Shi. Oh. All right, director. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance. Chu Qiaonan closed his eyes, unable to utter the words to let Chu Bilan go. Don't keep the troops waiting. I will be here when you return. Yet suddenly, Chu Bilan embraced Chu Qiaonan. I cannot bear to part. Chu Qiaonan felt the same. Go. Chu Bilan released him, his gaze firming. Qiaonan, the nation is in peril. I cannot stand idly by. Upon my return, we shall wed. Regardless of societal judgment, let our hearts decide. Tears streamed down Chu Qianan's face. All right, that I promise you. This is our pact. You return, and I will marry you. Fu Qing was immensely satisfied. This is the feeling I sought. We've struck gold. That I sense our drama will be a tremendous success. The production was scheduled to commence on the 3rd of next month. The Jiyu Qiongzhou received news from Isuea. Mr. Gu, we can proceed. Gu Qiongzhou planned to return to Jing City to address matters concerning Jing Yi, while Su Zhao, she was set to attend Fashion Week in Europe. Their schedules clashing meant they would have to attend to their respective duties. Leaving Su Zhao, she feeling disheartened. Like an overgrown puppy, Su Zhao she clung to Gu Qiongzhou, reluctant to part. It was unexpected that just days later, they would have to separate again. Will you be all right returning alone? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I have everything arranged. Besides, that is my hometown. Su Zhao she replied. Well then, if any issues arise, do let me know. Don't bear it alone. Gu Qiongzhou smirked. Understood. Fashion Week will last for several days. We may indeed only reunite within the production team. What if I miss you? Su Zhao she whined, rubbing his head against Gu Qiongzhou's shoulder. Gu Qiongzhou, feeling a ticklish sensation, lifted Su Zhao she's head. What is there to feel wronged about? When you went off to shoot before, I didn't see you feeling this way. Su Zhao she's eyes clouded momentarily. That's different. I finally had a break. I thought we could spend some quality time together, but unexpectedly, the company sent me to Fashion Week. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiongzhou deemed it reasonable and affectionately ruffled Su Zhao she's hair. All right. I'll video call you daily. If you miss me, just call. After holding back his words for a long time, Su Zhao she suddenly felt compelled to speak. Sometimes, I feel as though you do not care for me. Although onlookers can see how well you treat me, it feels insincere. Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback. It seems I am always the one asking if you miss me. You may respond, but I rarely feel your emotions. Moreover, I find it perplexing that you never seem jealous of my interactions. It was the same during the cruise event and now with Cui Xinyue. When you saw me embrace Cui Xinyue, your expression remained unchanged. Isn't love meant to be possessive? I truly do not understand. Gu Qiongzhou was at a loss for words, striving diligently to be good to Su Zhao. He had never lived a day for himself prior. Naturally, he did not comprehend love, nor was he adept at it. After entering this world, he found Su Zhao to be a delightful surprise, instinctively wanting to hold on to him. Yet he chose to be with him without having learned how to love, which was unfair to Su Zhao. He opened his mouth, but found no words to say to Su Zhao she's gaze, once filled with hope for an explanation to affirm Gu Qiongzhou's love, gradually dimmed into disappointment. I understand. But why did you agree to my confession back then? Gu Qiongzhou, unwilling to continue deceiving him, replied, I did not wish to lose you. I was selfish. I thought as long as I treated you well. I took it for granted. I'm sorry. Su Zhao she chuckled bitterly. Then what am I to you? Gu Qiongzhou's eyes were filled with melancholy. Zhao Shi, you are different. You are unlike anyone I have ever met. You are the light of my life. Yet, he refrained from voicing the last sentiment that Su Zhao she regretted revealing his feelings so readily, knowing he still held affection. The unspoken words could have been masked by indifference. Let us take some time apart, Gu Qiongzhou. Assistant Xiao Xue finished packing Su Zhao she's belongings and felt the palpable tension as she entered the car. She exchanged a silent glance with Lu Jie, inquiring, what is wrong with Shigo? Lu Jie shrugged, thinking, how would I know? He looked as though someone owed him money the moment he got in. Thus, they traveled in silence for some time until Lu Jie could no longer contain herself. Su Zhao Shi. What on earth is going on? Did your wife run off with someone else? The timing couldn't have been worse. Su Zhao Shi's countenance darkened further as he shot Lu Jie a fierce glare. Lu Jie felt a chill run down her spine. Did I hit the nail on the head? Assistant Xiao Xue, trembling, wrapped herself in a small blanket in the back seat, closing her eyes to feign sleep. Gu Qiongzhou returned to Jing City, where Sueha and Zhao Minglin came to greet him at the airport. Zhao Minglin spotted Gu Qiongzhou from afar and shouted, Yair, over here! Sueha felt embarrassed and nudged him. Don't shout. Okay, Zhao Minglin immediately complied. Okay, that as Gu Qiongzhou approached, Zhao Minglin eagerly asked, Yair, do you see anything different about me? Gu Qiongzhou was feeling quite troubled and casually glanced over, failing to notice anything. Zhao Minglin, eager to showcase his triumph, exclaimed, Didn't you notice? I dyed my hair back to black. Gu Qiongzhou took a look, and indeed, it was true. Zhao Minglin continued, Well, I hadn't planned on dyeing it. But someone insisted that yellow didn't suit me, that he then poked Sueha, saying, You agree, don't you? Sueha, perceiving Gu Qiongzhou's discontent, ignored Zhao Minglin and inquired, Gu, is something bothering you? Gu Qiongzhou hesitated. I think I may have hurt someone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Minglin became animated. Oh, come on. Haven't you heard enough, people? Those past romantic entanglements, weren't you the one who ended things with them? Gu Qiongzhou, unwilling to engage further, turned directly to Hisueha. How are things at the company? Hisueha replied, Gu, he can no longer contain his greed. It is said that he has been collecting scattered shares these past few days. But don't worry, we anticipated this. Those are all our people, though we just need to keep him a wide at Gu Qiongzhou stated. He is bound to make a significant move in the coming days. However, regardless of his intentions, he shall not succeed. Chapter 38. Major matters resolved. Gu Qiongzhou returned to Beijing discreetly, with only Gu Yinyao, Hisueha, and Zhao Minglin being privy to this information, that he first went to the old Gu residence, where he encountered the housekeeper, who informed him that Gu Yinyao had gone to the back garden. Thus, Gu Qiongzhou changed in a casual home attire and proceeded to the garden, where he found his father watering the plants. Upon seeing him return, his father put down the watering can. Qiongzhou, wasn't it said you'd return tomorrow? Why are you back today? Gu Qiongzhou was at a loss for words. It wouldn't be appropriate to tell his father that he had initially intended to spend the day with his boyfriend, but had returned early because his boyfriend had left. Things on that end are nearly settled, and there is new progress here, so I came back early to Gu Yinyao, having lived over 20 years longer. Recognized the signs of emotional turmoil in his son, who was unable to hide his feelings that there an issue with Xiao Su. Gu Qiongzhou realized he could no longer conceal the truth and admitted, Yes, I messed things up. What do you mean? Gu Qiongzhou explained. Su Zhaoshi confessed to me that I don't really understand what it means to like someone. That moment, I simply didn't want to lose him. So I accepted that I liked him too, and we ended up together. Gu Yinyao appeared surprised, not expecting his son to be so naive about love. And now you've realized this? Gu Qiongzhou replied. He seems to have sensed something and asked me about it, that I didn't want to continue deceiving him. So I told him the truth. He appears quite heartbroken. Gu Yinyao patted his shoulder. What are your thoughts? Do you wish to reconcile with him? Gu Qiongzhou torn said, I don't want to lose him, but that would be unfair to him. I should let go. Gu Yinyao's side in matters of the heart. There is no absolute right or wrong. Just ensure you don't harbor regrets. That if you wish to continue the relationship, you must learn how to love. That if you decide to let go, then maintain your distance. Gu Qiongzhou didn't fully comprehend, but felt he needed to reflect. I understand. Dad, I will think it through carefully. During the time following Gu Qiongzhou's departure, Zheng Yi had initially been quite cautious. But as he observed that Gu Qiongzhou had truly severed ties with the headquarters, his ambition could no longer be concealed. He convinced himself that all his actions were in revenge for Song Yu and his father. Every unethical decision he made was merely a desperate necessity, and he continually reassured himself with lofty rhetoric. For this plan, he had meticulously orchestrated everything to avoid raising suspicion within the company. He even opted for a rare method of power acquisition from the Republic of China era to safeguard his scheme. This plan had been in preparation for 12 years, and now was the opportune moment that he gradually began to transfer the company's assets in small increments, quietly acquiring scattered shares to avoid drawing attention. He held a 20% stake and, with the additional 17 from the scattered shares, his total ownership surpassed Gu Yinyao's 35. He was now in a position to call a shareholders' meeting and seize power directly. By that time, even if Gu Qiongzhou found out, it would be too late. The plan reached its final stage, and the shareholders' meeting was successfully convened as he had anticipated to avoid complications. Zheng Yi had preemptively allied with the shareholders, intending to directly undermine the chairman and seize control, that he slammed the shareholder alliance and stockholding documents onto the table. Mr. Gu, the situation is as you see. Perhaps it would be best for you to step down as chairman and allow the capable to take charge. Gu Yinyao remained expressionless, concealing his thoughts. Zheng Yi, reflect upon whether I have treated you poorly. Why are you doing this? Zheng Yi stood, smiling at Gu Yinyao, though the laughter sounded somewhat jarring. Have you forgotten that it was your father who personally sent mine to prison 12 years ago? Gu Yinyao coldly retorted, Your father was imprisoned for economic crimes. What does that have to do with my father? Zheng Yi's face revealed a greedy expression as he muttered to himself. It doesn't matter. This company is about to change hands. Dad, you didn't go to prison in vain. Just then, Gu Qiongzhou entered the conference room. Zheng Yi instantly turned to him, incredulous. Gu Qiongzhou, I thought you severed ties with the headquarters. What are you doing here? Gu Qiongzhou's smile did not reach his eyes. Mr. Zheng, are you joking? Which company stipulates that shareholders cannot attend a shareholders meeting, even if I have severed ties with the headquarters? I still hold a 10 stake. Zheng Yi's earlier confidence vanished, and he cautiously said, since you're back, then this shareholders' meeting may no longer be necessary. However, Gu Qiongzhou walked straight over and distributed the documents in his hand to the attending directors. Not at all, Mr. Zheng. The real show is just beginning. What I'm handing out is all the evidence from the past 6 months regarding your alleged asset misappropriation that I submitted this evidence to the police before coming to the meeting. Zheng Yi slumped back into his seat, realizing he had fallen into Gu Qiongzhou's trap, but he hadn't anticipated that Gu Qiongzhou had been waiting to expose him for half a year. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the outcome. In the game of power, the victor takes all, and he had nothing to say. Yet a sense of bitterness lingered within him, as he had always been gifted in economic matters, only to find himself undone by the very skills that had brought him success. The board of directors exchanged glances, too intimidated to speak. It wasn't until the police escorted Zheng Yi away that Gu Yinyao finally broke the silence. I understand that many of you acted under duress, but the company has always maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters, with rewards and punishments fairly distributed. Anyone who signed this joint letter will, without exception, receive a 0.2 reduction in their dividends. Furthermore, I hereby announce that Gu Qiongzhou will become the executive president of our company from this moment forth, overseeing all matters that I am aging, and it is time for me to rest. The news of Gu Qiongzhou's return and ascension to CEO spread throughout the company within 3 minutes. Wang Linlin was ecstatic. I knew President Gu would definitely return. Wonderful, that handsome man is back. I can't contain my excitement that my brilliant and mighty President Gu is finally back in my life. From now on, I can enjoy the beauty of gazing upon President Gu's handsome face every day. In the president's office, Sueha entered. Congratulations, President Gu, that you finally cleared the company of its troubles. The Gu Qiongzhou replied, your contributions were immense, that I intend to promote you to general manager. What do you think? Sueha, never one to be coy, responded, if you trust me, President Gu, I can assume the position immediately. Gu Qiongzhou affirmed. All right, I will announce this at tomorrow's company meeting. That Sueha added. There is one more thing. President Gu, the police have informed us that Zheng Yi's case will go to trial in March of next year. The Gu Qiongzhou acknowledged with a nod. By the way, I still have a feeling that the incident with my near drowning holds some intrigue. Please pay a visit to the police station for me. Sueha replied. Understood, President Gu. Having resolved the significant matter, Gu Qiongzhou returned to the old residence, intending to get a good night's sleep. However, his rest was anything but peaceful. In his dreams, he repeatedly saw Su Zhaoxi, her eyes red-rimmed, accusing him. You big liar. I never want to see you again. He awoke with a start, got out of bed, and poured himself a glass of water. Opening his WeChat chat with Su Zhaoxi, he typed, I'm sorry. I was wrong, that I shouldn't have deceived you. But you truly mean a lot to me. After a moment's reflection, he deleted the entire message, replacing it with, I've handled the company matters, don't worry. Yet he soon thought better of it, feeling disappointed in himself for sending such a message that might disturb her, that he deleted that too. Thus, he found himself caught in this cycle, wrestling with his thoughts for over an hour without managing to send a single message. He eventually put away his phone and lay back down in bed. Gazing up at the ceiling, he fell into a deep reverie, unaware that in Europe, Su Zhaoxi was also fixated on the dialogue box of a certain individual, watching the typing indicator for over an hour. Chapter 39. The distance between two eras. The European Fashion Week had spanned over 10 days, and today marked its final day. That Su Zhaoxi was the sole Chinese artist invited to the show. Following the conclusion of Fashion Week, there was a segment for interviews. The host, Linda, inquired Su, what are your thoughts on this Fashion Week? Su Zhaoxi replied in a very formal manner, I am immensely grateful to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this Fashion Week. This event has profoundly touched me. Whether it be the fashion industry's innovation or the thematic concepts conveyed by the designs, I find it all quite promising. Host Linda responded, thank you for your recognition of our Fashion Week. As a renowned and capable actor from China, how do you perceive your own positioning? Su Zhaoxi answered, firstly, I am an actor. Secondly, I embody every character I portray, that I believe both aspects are indispensable. That if I were to define my positioning, I would consider myself an actor proficient in the craft. The interview was broadcasted live across the internet. Wow, Su, the film emperor, is quite bold. Is this a subtle jab at those talentless young stars? One could not help but think that if anyone else had made such a statement, they would have been mercilessly criticized. Yet he is Su Zhaoxi, The interview continued. Linda asked, "You possess a unique perspective on your positioning. Now, I wish to pose a question that is of great interest not only in your homeland, but also abroad. What is your current relationship status?" Su Zhaoxi slightly lowered his head, concealing his expression. A flurry of question marks erupted in the comments. What on earth is happening? Can someone explain? What is going on with Su, the film emperor, and Gu? I am equally perplexed that hadn't he publicly acknowledged his marital relationship with Gu not long ago. Are they divorced? Whispers ensued that my idol. Is this a divorce? I have a husband again. Boo-hoo, I am their shipping fan. They seem so well matched. Just a few days ago, they were still in the same frame. What has happened? Boo-hoo, my ship about to sink. My beloved pairing. Sitting upright on the sofa watching the live stream, Gu Qiongzhou felt his breath quicken upon hearing Linda's final question. When he heard Su Zhaoxi's response, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. What were you expecting? You were the one who deceived him first, weren't you? Time swiftly passed, and the day to join the production crew arrived. Yet, Gu Qiongzhou found himself ensnared in a conflict. He yearned to see Su Zhaoxi once more, but what could he possibly say to him? A sense of unease stirred within him. September arrived quietly, accompanied by golden-hued streets. The Gu Qiongzhou sat in the back seat. The wind from the open window caressing his face as he gazed at the golden leaves swirling in the autumn breeze, pondering where they might drift, mirroring his own desolate state of mind. By the time they reached the set, it was already 9 in the evening. The autumn wind was brisk, causing him to instinctively hunch his shoulders as he exited the car. He hurried back inside, putting on a coat that Su Zhaoxi had inadvertently left in the vehicle. Due to ample funding, the production team had rented an entire street designed in the style of the Republic of China. As he walked through, Gu Qiongzhou felt as though he had stepped back in time, the atmosphere evoking a sense of nostalgia. That as he strolled, he suddenly froze in his tracks. That in the distance, a man clad in military attire entered his line of sight. His instincts told him it was Su Zhaoxi, yet the aura surrounding him appeared to have transformed entirely. Dressed in military garb, he strolled along the streets reminiscent of the Republic, surveying the desolate evening surroundings. Undoubtedly feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Unconsciously, Gu Qiongzhou moved closer, positioning himself behind Su Zhaoxi. Zhaoxi. It's been a while that Su Zhaoxi turned around, his eyes devoid of the fervent affection they once held. That he coldly replied, "It's only been a few days. Your long time no see feels excessive." Gu Qiongzhou was momentarily at a loss for words, acutely aware that this person, once so familiar, now felt like a stranger. The two stood in silence for a moment. Eventually, Su Zhaoxi spoke. "You should head back, Gu. The evening air is chilly." The Gu Qiongzhou instinctively retorted, "It's not cold. I have your coat." The Su Zhaoxi remained silent. The Gu Qiongzhou felt his words were misplaced and hurriedly added, "Ah no, I meant today as breeze is cool, and your coat just happened to be in the back seat. That I put it on without thinking. It was not intentional." Su Zhaoxi interrupted, "No need to explain, Gu. You can keep the coat. I need to rest early for tomorrow." The Gu Qiongzhou watched Su Zhaoxi's figure gradually recede into the distance. Pondering if even the last connection through the coat had been severed, he turned to walk back. Feeling the weight of solitude in the night, that he despised this feeling of abandonment, prompting him to quicken his pace. The two figures grew further apart. The Gu Qiongzhou then realized that their residences were separated by an entire street. An indeed significant distance, akin to the gulf between two eras destined never to intersect. Ultimately, they might truly become two parallel lines. At 6 in the morning, the rooster on set began its diligent duties, successfully rousing everyone in the crew. Director Fu Qing, rubbing his sleepy eyes, affectionately patted the rooster's head. "Good job. Remember to keep this up." The rooster crowed in response, indicating its readiness. Soon, most of the crew had arrived. To prepare for the 10 a.m. opening ceremony, they had risen early to set things in order. That Fu Qing even went to the morning market to purchase a pig's head, claiming it was auspicious. The opening ceremony commenced promptly at 10. First, director Fu Qing delivered a speech, followed by the screenwriter, producer, suppliers, and a representative of the lead actors, each offering their remarks. Subsequently, the crew and lead actors lit incense and paid homage to the pig's head on the altar. Next, the investor Gu and director Fu Qing unveiled the red cloth together, officially announcing the commencement of the production. Finally, they took a group photo, shouting, wishing for a prosperous start and high ratings. The entire opening ceremony concluded flawlessly, and Fu Qing generously granted the crew a half-day break. Filming would officially begin at 2 in the afternoon. Due to the scene setup, the first shot was of Chu Balan and Chu Qiaonan during their first breakup. The director specifically asked Cui Xinhua, "How is it? Are you ready to film?" Cui Xinhua nodded yes. Chu Balan gazed intently at Chu Qiaonan, his eyes bloodshot. "Why?" "Chu Qiaonan, what have I done wrong? What gives you the right to break up with me?" Chu Qiaonan turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. "Let's end this, Balan, that I am exhausted. You always force me to do things I dislike. I've had enough." Chu Balan tightly grasped Chu Qiaonan's wrist. "I can change, Qiaonan. Just give me one more chance." Chu Qiaonan replied coldly, "Let go. You're hurting me that I have given you chances, Chu Balan. You have always been self-centered, disregarding the opportunities one offered that I am leaving." Chu Balan's expression gradually turned obsessive. "No, don't go, that I won't let you leave. Someone, take Chu Qiaonan back to the courtyard. She is not allowed to leave without my permission." Two soldiers approached. "Yes, General," Chu Qiaonan shouted. "Chu Balan, you madman. You cannot imprison my freedom. Even if you never let me go, I can never be in a relationship with you again." Chu Balan's demeanor shifted. "As long as you stay by my side, I will accept anything," Fu Qing, holding a megaphone, called out. "Cut, great. The chemistry between the two is fantastic. The first scene was nearly perfect. This is a good omen." Chapter 40. Gu stood outside for quite some time. Fu Qing turned to Gu Qiongzhou and asked, "Gu, what do you think?" Gu Qiongzhou replied, "Not bad." After saying this, he walked over to Su Zhaoxi and brushed a small leaf off his shoulder. Su Zhaoxi paused, momentarily at a loss for words, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Fortunately, Gu Qiongzhou did not linger in front of him for long and returned to the camera, preventing the atmosphere from becoming more awkward. Fu Qing clearly sensed the tension between the two and quickly changed the subject. "The next scene is scheduled for 6 to Su. You and little Cui should take a break first." Su Zhaoxi replied to Fu Qing, "Understood," without sparing Gu Qiongzhou a glance. Turning to leave, Fu Qing patted Gu Qiongzhou's shoulder in a comforting manner. "Ah, I understand. Every couple has their quarrels. It will pass in a few days, don't rush it." Gu Qiongzhou casually responded. Director, I will head back to my room. There are some matters at the company." Gu Qiongzhou ambled back to his room. Suddenly, he received a call from Su Zhaoxi's younger brother. "Su Shanli, brother-in-law. Why can't I reach my brother lately? Is he with you?" Gu Qiongzhou seized the opportunity to find an excuse to see Su Zhaoxi. "Your brother is filming at the production set. I'm currently serving as the supervisor on set. I will look for him and have him return your call." Su Shanli teased. "Oh, brother-in-law, why are you so kind today? You usually don't pay me much attention." Gu Qiongzhou replied. "Then forget it." Su Shanli quickly relented. "Don't, brother-in-law, you're the best." After concluding his phone call, Gu Qiongzhou set aside the documents he needed to attend to, donned a coat, and departed. The journey down this street was indeed lengthy. It took him over 20 minutes just to walk there. Upon reaching the door of Su Zhaoxi's room, he hesitated, unable to muster the courage to enter. After standing there for a moment, he exhaled deeply and was about to knock when the door swung open on its own. Assistant Xiaoxue emerged, her expression transforming to one of surprise upon seeing Gu Qiongzhou lingering at the entrance. "Hey, President Gu, why are you standing outside? Come in quickly, it's quite chilly out here." Feeling a bit awkward, Gu Qiongzhou replied, Understood. What were you off to do?" Xiaoxue explained, "I want to buy a pair of gloves for Zhaoga. His hands were injured during filming, and he can't be exposed to the cold wind. He has to be careful when not shooting, but it's hard to manage during filming." Gu Qiongzhou furrowed his brows. "When did he get hurt? I wasn't aware of this." Realizing she had misspoken, Xiaoxue stammered. President Gu, Zhaoga specifically instructed me not to mention it to you. Did I let it slip? That it's all right, I want to tell him." "But what exactly happened?" Gu Qiongzhou pressed. Only then did Xiaoxue divulge the truth. A few months ago, during the filming of Duo D, there was a scene involving a circus, and he was thrown off a horse. He injured his hand while trying to break his fall. Please don't blame Zhaoga. He was just worried about you and chose not to tell you. Gu Qiongzhou felt a twinge of arrogance. He had believed he could manage every aspect of their relationship, yet he had failed to notice that Su Zhaoxi had sustained an injury. "Thank you for telling me this. You may continue with your tasks. I need to speak with Zhaoxi." "All right, President Gu," Xiaoxue replied. Upon entering, Gu Qiongzhou found Su Zhaoxi seated with his back turned, engrossed in his script. Hearing the familiar footsteps, he suddenly turned his head, but upon recognizing Gu Qiongzhou, averted his gaze once more. "I asked there's something you need, President Gu?" "Yes, there is," Gu Qiongzhou confirmed. Su Zhaoxi clearly hadn't anticipated such a response. Momentarily taken aback, Gu Qiongzhou continued. Your brother called me, saying you haven't been answering his calls. Su Zhaoxi replied coolly, there is no need to pay him any mind. I intentionally didn't answer, that I gave him 1 million last month. That should suffice that. Oh, I see. By the way, how is your hand? Gu Qiongzhou inquired. That Su Zhaoxi paused. Did Xiaoxue tell you? Gu Qiongzhou felt guilty for putting Xiaoxue in that position, realizing he had inadvertently exposed the matter with just one question. May I see your hand? Su Zhaoxi handed it over casually. Here, as Gu Qiongzhou examined the 2-centimeter wound on his palm. His heart sank that I was too careless that I hadn't even noticed you were injured. No wonder you've been wearing gloves these past few days. Su Zhaoxi chuckled self-deprecatingly to so. Love and indifference are indeed quite evident, aren't they? A look of shame crossed Gu Qiongzhou's face. That I'm sorry that Su Zhaoxi withdrew his hand. That it's fine. You can leave now. I still need to review the script. The hint of dismissal was unmistakable. Despite his reluctance to leave, Gu Qiongzhou recognized he could not linger further. Zhaoxi, please continue with your script that I must return to the company. There are matters to attend to. As he turned to go, he failed to notice Su Zhaoxi's grip on the script tightening suddenly. That Gu Qiongzhou had not walked far when Xiaoxue returned. Hey, where's President Gu? Did he not come in? Su Zhaoxi kept his gaze averted. He came in briefly, but he has already left. Xiaoxue, puzzled, asked, what exactly happened between you two? It's rather strange. President Gu stood outside for quite some time, not entering. That if I hadn't gone out, he might still be out there. That Su Zhaoxi lifted his head slightly, asking flatly, is it cold outside? Xiaoxue answered, yes, it is. Isn't your brother filming outside? He wouldn't feel the chill. Besides, the temperature difference in Hongdian is significant day and night. That Su Zhaoxi fell silent, harboring unspoken grievances about Gu Qiongzhou's behavior. Did he think standing outside would serve as a punishment? He was already sensitive to the cold. Understood. You may continue with your work. Yet Xiaoxue did not leave. Zhaoge, although I'm not privy to what transpired between you and President Gu, I can tell he cares about you. Su Zhaoxi retorted. Enough. I haven't even reprimanded you. I told you not to mention my hand to him. Xiaoxi muttered, I just slipped up. President Gu promised me he wouldn't tell you. Su Zhaoxi remarked. He didn't say anything. I deduced it. Now go back to your tasks. All right, Xiaoxue conceded. Director Fu Qing had been adjusting equipment and designing lighting since around 4 in the afternoon. As Gu Qiongzhou returned, he encountered Fu Qing. President Gu. Hold on a moment. Fu Qing called out. Gu Qiongzhou approached, asking, what is the matter? Could you take a look at this filter I adjusted? Fu Qing requested. After a brief glance, Gu Qiongzhou stated it's too bright. It needs to be darkened by 2 degrees. The yellow light of the period lamps will cast a warm hue on the skin, so the filter should be darker to balance the color difference. Fu Qing was taken aback. President Gu is quite the expert. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. That I merely possess a modicum of understanding. Director Fu, I've been meaning to ask you a question. Please go ahead, Fu Qing replied. This script is based on real events. Isn't it? Gu Qiongzhou asserted. Fu Qing's expression shifted slightly. That you've discerned that, have you? After a pause, he continued, the warlord in the story is based on my great-grandfather. Fu Qingfeng to Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback, realizing the connection. His instincts had not failed him. Fu Qingfeng, whom he had met once, was indeed the protagonist of this tale. It was no wonder that he felt an indescribable sentiment when he first encountered this story. The narratives of the deceased could only be resurrected on screen, filling him with a profound sense of melancholy. The afternoon's main event was finally upon them. Countless citizens, students, workers, and farmers had gathered for a street demonstration, chanting slogans demanding external sovereignty and the removal of traitors, refusing to sign the Treaty of Versailles. As a warlord, Chu Bilan naturally sought to suppress such actions. Disperse at once, or I will open fire. Numerous guns were trained on the demonstrators, yet they stood resolute. Undaunted. One student stepped forward, declaring, BL and Huabo's diplomatic endeavors have failed. Our national sovereignty is under threat. How much longer must we retreat? Another worker joined in. Indeed. What have you warlords done other than hide in your nests? The nation supports you better than you care for it. At least a dog guards its home. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately attempted to seize the instigator, but Chu Bilan halted them. Stand down. Let them leave unharmed. Commander, this. Chu Bilan pressed his forehead with a sigh. Obey the order. Yes, Chapter 41. President Gu, you're rather unrefined. In the warlord's residence, Deputy Su inquired. Puzzled, Commander, why didn't you allow the brothers to apprehend those troublemakers? Chu Belan suddenly burst into laughter. Because I believe they have a point. Why should we apprehend them? Deputy Su was taken aback. But, Commander, be wary of eavesdroppers. With a cigar in his mouth, Chu Belan inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. When have I ever feared eavesdroppers? I've always spoken my mind at Su Liang. BL and Huagua's diplomatic efforts have failed. Do you still believe our stance is correct? Su Liang glanced at his commander, his resolve firming. Commander, you are right. Chu Belan patted Su Liang's shoulder. Su Liang, it's time for us to make some changes. All right, you may proceed. Fu Qin concluded, turning to Gu Qiongzhou with praise. Your filter adjustment is remarkable, and Su Yingdi's acting truly leaves no room for criticism. We might as well call him Su Yitiao. Jiu Qiongzhou chuckled softly that he diligently studies the script, and he has always been exceptional. At 10 o'clock that night, only a solitary floor lamp illuminated Gu Qiongzhou's room. After showering and drying his hair, he settled on the sofa to reply to Hisui's email. The commission will be collected as usual. If they have any objections, they should halt the service directly. Additionally, regarding the seed capital business you mentioned, I believe it's worth a try. It holds great potential. A swift response followed. Understood, President Gu. Your email has been received. With no night shoot scheduled, he could finally enjoy some well-deserved rest. When Gu Qiongzhou planned to head to the set, Wang Linlin insisted on accompanying him, citing a desire to take care of him. She rang the doorbell, holding a bag of small lobsters she had just bought from the night market. Initially intending to retire for the night, Gu Qiongzhou rubbed his temples and resigned himself to opening the door. Assistant Wang, is there something you need at this late hour? Wang Linlin raised the bag triumphantly, a proud smile on her face. President Gu, look what I brought. Gu Qiongzhou's fatigue vanished in an instant. Small lobsters? Indeed, and they're loaded with spices, Wang Linlin exclaimed. Thus that night, they devoured an entire pound of small lobsters. A ludicrous endeavor resulting in both of their lips becoming inflamed and swollen. The following morning, Director Fu Qin, upon seeing their lips, couldn't suppress a chuckle. President Gu, did you two sneak off to indulge in mischief last night? Gu Qiongzhou had yet to utter a word when he heard a resounding bang as Su Zhaoxi forcefully slammed the door to the director's room. Fu Qin remarked, I tremble in fear. Yet I remained silent. Inwardly flustered, Gu Qiongzhou sensed that Su Zhaoxi was indeed angry. But given the current state of their relationship, could he possibly explain himself? Unconsciously, he hurried after her, calling out, Zhaoxi, are you angry? Su Zhaoxi retorted with a scoff. What reason do I have to be angry? With trepidation, Gu Qiongzhou mustered the courage to assert, there is nothing between her and me. We merely shared a pound of spicy crayfish together last night. Su Zhaoxi seemed to let out a small laugh, though it was too faint for Gu Qiongzhou to discern and what does that have to do with me? I'm leaving now. Today's makeup is battle-worn and difficult to apply. Su Zhaoxi had arrived at the makeup room quite early. The makeup artist Lily greeted her warmly. Ah, Teacher Su has arrived. Please have a seat here while I fetch my battle-worn kit, and we can get started. Su Zhaoxi politely replied, all right. Thank you for your hard work. The battle-worn makeup took over an hour to complete. As Su Zhaoxi stepped out, she was met with the gaze of the entire crew. Cui Xinyue was the first to exclaim, wow, the battle-worn look on Emperor Su is absolutely stunning. Peng Mingzhi, who portrayed Vice Officer Su, was equally mesmerized. The compatibility of Emperor Su with this battle-worn makeup is remarkable. Is there any way to make this a semi-permanent style? Although Gu Qiongzhou remained silent, he too was profoundly impressed. The moment Su Zhaoxi emerged, she resembled Chu Belan, a figure seemingly transported through time. Standing before him, Director Fu Qin applauded enthusiastically, declaring, this look is truly legendary. I can only imagine how many young fans will be captivated when this show airs. After sufficiently lavishing praise, Wu, the screenwriter, suggested, shall we commence filming now? Or else we might delay my departure. Director Fu Qin quickly agreed. Ah, yes. Let us begin shooting. Down on the battlefield of the Northern Expedition, Chu Belan charged to the front with a gun in hand. The soldiers were invigorated by Chu Belan's fervor, their spirits soaring even in the face of overwhelming odds. Despite being outnumbered, Chu Belan devised a tactical ambush strategy, successfully encircling the Arcountry troops. This battle, which had seemed destined for defeat, took a dramatic turn with the right tactics and indomitable spirit. However, the numerical disadvantage remained significant, with each soldier of the northern expedition facing 3 enemies. Drawing a dagger from his military boots, Chubalan plunged into the ranks of the Arcountry forces, swiftly dispatching foes with lethal precision. Within 3 steps, blood was bound to spill. Yet, even he could not withstand the onslaught of 4 adversaries. Sustaining injuries as blood painted his visage. Nonetheless, he exhibited no signs of retreat, relentlessly carving a bloody path for the Beiyang forces. Ultimately, victory was achieved. Chubalan knelt on one knee, his blade firmly embedded in the blood-soaked earth. The scene unfolded without a single coherent line of dialogue. It was defined solely by sharp combat movements and piercing gazes, igniting fervor in those watching from outside. This was the essence of the Huagua soldier. The entire filming session was physically demanding, that as soon as it concluded, Assistant Xiaoxue approached with water and a towel. "Shiga, have some water." Su Xiaoxi took a generous gulp, then accepted the towel to wipe away the sweat. Gu Qiongzhou stood beside the director. Observing him, Da Fu Qing inquired, "Why don't you go over?" Gu Qiongzhou, feeling despondent, replied, "It wouldn't be appropriate." Da Fu Qing sensed that the dynamics between these two were perhaps more complex than a mere quarrel between an ordinary couple. "Have you really divorced?" Gu Qiongzhou adjusted his glasses, listlessly stating, "No, then what is going on between you two?" Fu Qing was puzzled. "Shouldn't you have broken up?" Gu Qiongzhou replied, uncertainly. Da Fu Qing chuckled, "I can't quite fathom your situation. If there's a misunderstanding, you should clear it up quickly. Otherwise, you'll be left regretting it for a lifetime." The Jiu Qiongzhou, however, asked bluntly, "What if there isn't a misunderstanding?" Fu Qing responded, "Huh." Gu Qiongzhou briefly explained their current predicament. After listening, Fu Qing remarked meaningfully, "I didn't expect you, Gu, to be, a bit of a scoundrel." Gu Qiongzhou could only respond with silence. Chapter 42. I'm here to pick you up before long. October arrived, and the weather in Hungdian grew increasingly cold. The Jiu Qiongzhou found the few woolen garments he had too thin for comfort. Being naturally sensitive to the cold, he contemplated visiting the city of Hungdian to purchase some warmer clothing. Considering his own chill, he thought of Su Xiaoxi, wondering if she too might be feeling the cold. Hesitantly, he sent her a message on WeChat. "I plan to head into the city today. Do you need any warm clothing? I can pick something up for you." It had been over a month since he and Su Xiaoxi had exchanged messages, and he felt a bit awkward sending this one. However, he quickly received a reply, albeit a refusal. No need. Since Su Xiaoxi didn't require anything, he didn't dwell on it further and proceeded to the city. Wang Linlin had recently become infatuated with the ancient palaces of Hungdian. Visiting them daily, Jiu Qiongzhou figured that the round trip would take only half a day, allowing him to return by evening. That he didn't want to trouble her. Upon arriving in the city, Gu Qiongzhou searched for a clothing store on his navigation app. There were numerous options, and he casually selected one nearby. Upon entering, the female staff members immediately perked up, gathering around him. "Handsome, what kind of clothes are you looking to buy?" Gu Qiongzhou inquired. "Do you have any suitable down jackets or other warm clothing?" The staff member eagerly replied, "Of course, we just received a new line of low-luxury black down jackets. Would you like to take a look?" Gu Qiongzhou nodded, "Sure." The staff member led him further into the store, where an array of down jackets awaited. After rummaging through a long rack, she produced a black down jacket. "Here it is. This piece is handcrafted from pure goose down. It's exceptionally comfortable and warm. Plus, it has a fashionable silhouette that I believe it suits your style perfectly. This size has been selected specifically for your build." The Jiu Qiongzhou found it quite appealing and asked, "May I try it on?" "Absolutely," the staff member replied with a smile. After trying it on, Gu Qiongzhou felt it was incredibly comfortable and warm, leading him to decide to purchase it. He removed the jacket and handed it to the staff member. "All right, I'll take this one." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "By any chance, do you have a suitable size for 190150? The staff member responded, "Yes, we do, sir. Are you buying this for your partner?" Gu Qiongzhou hesitated before replying, "Yes." The staff member retrieved another down jacket and packaged it alongside the first. "You really are quite considerate towards your partner," Jiu Qiongzhou self-deprecatingly remarked. "I don't treat him well." The staff member faltered. "Oh, I see. Your total for both jackets is 28,800 yuan with a 2 discount. Will that be card or QR code?" Gu Qiongzhou opted for the QR code. At this one. "Yes, the payment of 28,800 yuan was processed via WeChat." After collecting the jackets, Gu Qiongzhou prepared to leave the store. The staff member cheerfully called out, We look forward to your next visit. As Gu Qiongzhou stepped outside, the staff member began gossiping with her colleagues that I think that handsome guy has a dramatic love story. What do you mean? Gu Qiongzhou placed the jackets in the back seat and set off back to the film crew. However, midway, his car suddenly broke down. Stepping out to assess the situation, he realized it was quite serious. The car had chosen the worst possible moment to malfunction in the middle of nowhere, with no shops in sight. Gu Qiongzhou had no choice but to call Wang Linlin for assistance, asking her to borrow a vehicle from the crew. Just then, he received a call from Su Zhaoxi, which made him somewhat anxious. Zhaoxi, what's wrong? Su Zhaoxi directly asked, where are you now? Gu Qiongzhou glanced around, uncertain. I don't know. Su Zhaoxi instructed, send me your location via WeChat. After sending it, Su Zhaoxi replied, hold tight, I'm coming to get you. Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback, but I called Wang for help. How did you know? Su Zhaoxi let out a cold laugh. Just happened to run into him that it's not safe for Wang Linlin to be out this late. Gu Qiongzhou thought to himself, so it was because of Wang Linlin. Even though they had broken up, why would she still come to pick him up? Despite the logic behind it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Oh, take your time on the road and stay safe. While waiting for Su Zhaoxi, he called the towing company, and they quickly arrived to tow his car away, clutching the two packaged-down jackets. He stood by the roadside waiting for Su Zhaoxi. As it grew darker, he felt a chill and donned his own down jacket. When Su Zhaoxi arrived, she saw Gu Qiongzhou standing quietly by the road, clad in a black down jacket and holding an unknown bundle. Much like an abandoned puppy, her heart ached at the sight. She parked and approached him, saying, let us head back to the crew. Gu Qiongzhou, momentarily stunned, finally processed that she had truly come for him. You really came. After some contemplation, she handed her down jacket to Su Zhaoxi, saying, this is for you. Su Zhaoxi, taken aback, accepted it and inquired, what is this? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled gently. It's a down jacket identical to the one I am wearing. This particular jacket is exceptionally comfortable, so I thought to get you one as well. Su Zhaoxi's heart raced uncontrollably. Yet he understood that this was unwarranted. Why did you buy this for me? Gu Qiongzhou replied, because I found it quite comfortable and wanted to get you one too. There's no special reason. Su Zhaoxi smiled slightly. Let us go. Gu Qiongzhou observed Su Zhaoxi's smile and found herself smiling as well. Following him into the sea, it was my oversight. I should have considered that Wang Zhu was a girl and that it would be unsafe for her at this hour. I ought to have called my driver at that moment. I truly apologize for the trouble. Su Zhaoxi sighed. Why did you go to the city alone without someone to accompany you? Gu Qiongzhou explained. The city is quite close, and I didn't anticipate the car breaking down on the way. Su Zhaoxi advised. Next time, take someone with you when you go out. Just now, you look like a child abandoned without anyone. The contrast between the usually composed and wise Gu Zong and her current demeanor was stark. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled softly. I was lost in thought. What were you thinking about? Su Zhaoxi asked unconsciously. I was thinking about you. Gu Qiongzhou confessed earnestly. Su Zhaoxi's heart raced even faster. Upon returning to the set, Wang Linlin rushed up to Gu Qiongzhou, exclaiming, Gu Zong, I should have gone with you. Gu Qiongzhou smiled lightly. Why? Two people waiting for someone to pick them up together? Wang Linlin laughed. Gu Zong, you become quite cheeky. Su Zhaoxi watched the two tease each other and felt a tinge of discomfort, saying, I'll take my leave. I have a scene to attend to shortly. However, Gu Qiongzhou seemed oblivious, saying, thank you. Su Zhaoxi did not respond and turned to leave. Upon returning to her room, Wang Linlin remarked, Gu Zong, I initially wanted to borrow Emperor Su's car to pick you up, but when Emperor Su heard that your car broke down, he volunteered to come get you. I thought it would be a good opportunity for the two of you to spend some time alone. So, I agreed. Gu Qiongzhou found it odd. Then why did he tell me it was just a coincidence that he ran into you? Wang Linlin shrugged. I don't know, maybe his pride is too strong? The frustration that had lingered in Gu Qiongzhou's heart suddenly dissipated. Chapter 43. The celebrity Jiang, the role of a producer on the set, is both intense and fulfilling, and Gu Qiongzhou is wholly dedicated. As the filming of this drama progressed smoothly past the halfway mark, the major plot twists had mostly been captured, including a plethora of highlight scenes, that Gu Qiongzhou decided to take a week off to return to the capital to address a backlog of work accumulated over the past 2 months. Director Fu Qing, aware of Gu Qiongzhou's busy schedule, did not insist on his staying, merely reminding him to return without fail. That on the day Gu Qiongzhou returned to the capital, it was a rare sunny day in Hengdian. Though the temperature was not particularly low, Gu Qiongzhou donned her new down jacket obediently. Wang Linlin teased her, who wears a down jacket on a day like this. However, upon looking up, they spotted the beloved Emperor Su wearing an identical black down jacket, casually strolling past them. Wang Linlin remarked, "It seems one should never speak too soon." Wang Linlin, known for her boldness and curiosity, said rather audibly, "Guzong, you and Emperor Su wearing matching down jackets on this sunny day is quite something." Gu Qiongzhou playfully scolded, "Stop joking." She then gazed thoughtfully at Su Zhaoxi's departing figure. Since purging the company of its parasites, and thanks to Gu Qiongzhou's astute investments that had suddenly skyrocketed, the company's growth was flourishing, rapidly increasing its market value by 5 points and solidifying its status as a leader in the investment sector. Other investment company executives were eager to form connections with this young Guzong, who, despite her youth, was known for her decisive and efficient handling of affairs, coupled with a notoriously aloof personality. Yet, this did not deter countless individuals from wishing to befriend her. Upon hearing that she would return to the capital, everyone pulled out all the stops. Some offered red envelopes to Hisueha, while others pushed their projects toward Gu's company, and some even resorted to blocking her at the company entrance. However, without exception, no one managed to meet Gu Qiongzhou. Rumors began to spiral out of control, suggesting that Guzong might be socially anxious. Wang Linlin had not returned to the company for several months, and upon her return, immediately sought out her gossip-loving friends. The absurd rumors circulating, even claiming that Guzong was socially anxious, made her chuckle. Though our Guzong may seem serious, she is hardly socially anxious. She simply doesn't want to deal with those sycophants who lack self-awareness. Indeed, as soon as she returned, she locked herself in the office to work, hardly taking a moment for herself. Where would she find the time to meet them? By the way, Linlin, is the rumor about Guzong and Emperor Su's divorce true? Wang Linlin groaned at the topic. False that I have some work to finish. I'm heading back now. Hey Linlin, clarify before you leave. Wang Linlin fled in a hurry. Jiang Qian, carrying a guitar, strode in with long strides, leaving his assistant far behind with their numerous bags that he headed straight for Su Zhaoxi's lounge. Without seeing him, he called out, "Su Zhaoxi, are you not coming out to greet your father?" Su Zhaoxi chuckled and stepped out. "Are you looking for trouble, dog corgi?" Jiang Qian set his guitar down gently and embraced Su Zhaoxi. "Zhaoxi, it's been 3 years. Do you miss your dad?" Su Zhaoxi winced from the tight grip around her neck. "Can you speak normally?" "Let go. You're going to choke me." Only then did Jiang Qian release Su Zhaoxi. "Among the 4 of us in the dormitory, you're the one with the most fuss. The mysterious guest role the director mentioned is you. Isn't it?" Su Zhaoxi inquired. "You figured it out." Jiang Qian replied nonchalantly, "I just wanted to surprise you." "Have you met the director?" Su Zhaoxi asked. "Do I look like I have time to meet the director?" "I came straight here," Jiang Qian responded matter-of-factly. Su Zhaoxi smiled in resignation. "They say you're quite arrogant abroad. I didn't believe it at first, but now I see it's true." Jiang Qian shrugged. "I'm an international superstar here to make a cameo. The director must be dreaming just to have me." That Su Zhaoxi pulled him along. "Let us go meet the director. And no matter how you behave abroad, you'd better be on your best behavior here. If rumors of your diva antics reach the internet and affect my drama, I want to spare you. That I know that I'm only here to make a cameo for someone, yet that someone doesn't appreciate it." Jiang Qian muttered. "All right, I know you're here for me." "Thank you, old Jiang." Su Zhaoxi conceded. Fu Qing was all smiles upon seeing Jiang Qian. "Ah, Jiang the superstar, as charming as ever. I didn't expect not only to have Emperor Su in our cast, but also to have you join us. This truly enhances our production." Jiang Qian draped an arm over Su Zhaoxi's shoulder, grinning widely. "Director, don't be so formal. I'm close with Zhaoxi, so it's only natural." Fu Qing glanced at the hand resting on Su Zhaoxi's shoulder, feeling a sense of unease. Jiang Qian, the international superstar, with his shoulder-length hair and striking features, had countless fans entranced. The news of his return to the country sent shockwaves through the internet. The man who had captivated the masses with his stunning looks was back. My goodness, my idol, my dream lover, he has returned. Jiang Qian, I love you. The guitar boy is back. That he plays so tenderly. Will I ever get to hear him play again in my lifetime? Sister, you've really let your guard down. Please don't use his guitar to torment me, sob. The photo of Jiang Qian embracing Su Zhaoxi sent the public into a frenzy. That I told you. The classmate CP is real. When Emperor Su was abroad, I felt these two were meant to be. And here we are done. Oh my gosh. Are my two favorite idols really together? But Emperor Su and Gu Zong look great together too. What to do? Sister, isn't it obvious that the ship has already sunk? Emperor Su publicly declared himself single, that we can safely ship this pair. Sob, I still prefer the CP of Gu Zong and Emperor Su. Wang Linlin was in a daze upon seeing the trending topics. What on earth? My boss has been cuckolded. Gu Zong, check the trending topics. When Wang Linlin entered, Gu Qiongzhou was emanating a chilling aura. She shivered involuntarily. Have you seen? Gu Qiongzhou remained silent, but her cold demeanor was palpable. Tentatively, she asked, Gu Zong, should we head back to the set early? Gu Qiongzhou casually flipped through the documents in her hand. Pack up, we'll return tomorrow. Wang Linlin pondered for a moment. Most of what's online is false. Don't take it too seriously. That it could all just be a misunderstanding, that Gu Qiongzhou remarked. Well, go tidy up. Chapter 44. The feeling of jealousy. Jiang Qian reclined on the chaise lounge in Su Zhaoxi's dressing room, lighting a cigarette. You know that acting was never my dream, that I entered the entertainment industry to play the guitar. But now, Su Zhaoxi sat in the adjacent chair, holding a script that she had not even glanced at. That I understand, but the doctor has also said that your hand cannot continue playing the guitar, or it will become useless. Jiang Qian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, I am utterly inept. Ever since the accident, even the simplest task of tying my hair has become a struggle, let alone playing the guitar. Su Zhaoxi paused momentarily before offering words of comfort. You must look ahead. Your life encompasses more than just the guitar. Jiang Qian flicked the ash from his cigarette, rising with a jest that, why so sentimental? I'm merely lamenting a bit, that don't make it seem as though I'm wallowing in despair. Su Zhaoxi, well aware of Jiang Qian's character, knew he would never easily reveal his imperfections and disappointments to others. Even when he occasionally complained, he would deftly shift the conversation with humor, brushing over the matter. Thus, she refrained from exposing him. I am quite willing to be sentimental. Is that any of your concern? Jiang Qian teased that I saw our trending topic today, and they mentioned someone named Gu Zong. That I asked that the person you married suddenly and then divorced just as abruptly? Su Zhaoxi set the script aside, instinctively rebutting, we did not divorce, So you truly did marry. Where is he? Don't hide him. Let me meet your younger sibling, Jiang Qian said, playfully hooking his arm around Su Zhaoxi's neck. His curiosity evident. Stop it, we broke up, Su Zhaoxi retorted, swatting Jiang Qian's hand away. Jiang Qian laughed heartily. You are so childish, Zhaoxi, that at your age, still playing this game of breakup instead of divorce. You simply cannot bear to part with him and wish to rekindle the old flames? Su Zhaoxi awkwardly insisted, I have no intention of getting back together with him. Jiang Qian feigned disbelief that, just keep denying it. Our trending topic has been up online for a whole day, and he must have seen it. Are you sure you don't want to clarify? Su Zhaoxi replied. What is there to clarify? He has never felt jealous over me. You should mind your own business. Jiang Qian whistled in response. All right then. With that, he sauntered out. As he wandered aimlessly, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Hey, Teacher Jiang. Cui Xinyue had just finished filming and was on his way back to his dressing room when he fortuitously encountered Jiang Qian. His excitement palpable. Jiang Qian glanced at the young man before him, who stood just over 6 feet tall, fair-skinned, and with eyes red from a recent emotional scene, resembling a little rabbit. That he asked with amusement. Do you know me? Cui Xinyue, overwhelmed with excitement at seeing his idol, stammered, Teacher Jiang. Of course I know you. You are my idol. Jiang Qian found the boy somewhat endearing, an impulse to tease him rising within. Oh really? Do you need me to sign something for you? Cui Xinyue immediately replied, absolutely. But he quickly realized he had no paper on which to obtain a signature. But I don't have anything to sign on, he said, looking a bit distressed. Jiang Qian pulled a pen from his suit pocket and playfully teased him. No worries, I can sign on your wrist. Cui Xinyue, finding this to be a splendid idea, eagerly extended his wrist. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Jiang Qian chuckled, genuinely entertained that he took hold of Cui Xinyue's slender wrist and inscribed his name, Jiang Qian, upon it. Now I truly don't want to wash this off. Cui Xinyue exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Jiang Qian, feeling a sense of unfinished business, released the boy's hand. It's all right. If the ink fades, I can sign again. By the way, what is your name? Did you come out to act right after high school? You seem quite young. Cui Xinyue replied. My name is Cui Xinyue, I am 20 this year, and I did not attend university. Jiang Qian, not one to put others in awkward positions, recognized that Cui Xinyue was reluctant to elaborate and chose not to pry further. All right, I will be here on set for a while, that if the ink fades, remember to come find me. Take care. Cui Xinyue obediently replied, Goodbye, teacher Jiang. When Gu Qiongzhou arrived at the set, Su Zhaoxi's scene was just beginning to film. And his co-star happened to be Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian portrayed Song Qingyu, known as the first Du Linyang of the capital. True to his name, he was the sole exquisite jade emerging untainted from the murky environment. Yet he faltered upon encountering the warlord Chu Balan, developing feelings for him. Alas, love was unreciprocated, and their relationship ultimately met a tragic end. That I end this scene. Song Qingyu mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Chu Balan, only to be rejected. As Song Qingyu sang the Peony Pavilion on stage, he spotted Chu Balan, who had not attended in a long while. Sitting in the audience, his heart stirred. He sensed that he could not let this rare opportunity slip away. After exiting the stage, he instructed the maid, Quickly, go fetch General Chu to the backyard. Tell him I have something to discuss. The maid complied without delay, and soon after, Chu Balan arrived. Qingyu, I hear you have something for me? At this moment, Song Qingyu had already removed his makeup, his fair face tinged with a hint of red, that he sat on a wooden chair, hands gently clasped. General, please come have some tea. Certainly, Chu Balan replied, striding over without hesitation. General, do you remember that you saved my life? My current achievements are all thanks to your silent support, that I have always been aware of that. Chu Balan nonchalantly responded, Why speak of such things? I have always detested those who bully others. Saving you was merely a trifling matter. You need not dwell on it. General, I am fully aware that I did not bring this up to express gratitude. I primarily wish to discuss something important. Song Qingyu, suppressing his shyness, spoke candidly. Chu Balan, puzzled, inquired, What is it you wish to say? I have developed feelings for you that are different from before. Upon hearing this, Chu Balan recognized that Song Qingyu likely harbored romantic feelings for him, that he pondered briefly before choosing his words carefully to decline that I'm sorry, Qingyu, but I cannot reciprocate your feelings. Song Qingyu was taken aback. He had assumed that Chu Balan had some affection for him, given all he had done behind the scenes. The only possible explanation was that Chu Balan could not accept his humble origins. He knelt before Chu Balan, resting his head on his lap. Are you ashamed of my background? Rest assured, I have never engaged in any disgraceful acts. Chu Balan abruptly pulled Song Qingyu up. Qingyu, I think you are misunderstanding me. I do not have feelings for you. My actions were merely acts of kindness, and I have never harbored such thoughts. Besides, I already have someone I care for. Song Qingyu's gaze turned sorrowful. So you truly do not like me. He suddenly embraced Chu Balan, declaring, I do not mind that you have someone you care for. General, I truly love you. Without hesitation, Chu Balan pushed him away. Do not act like this. Qingyu, did I know you are not that kind of person. Calm down. I must leave now. With that, he strode away. Sitting on the ground, tears streamed down Song Qingyu's face uncontrollably. He shifted into his theatrical tone and lamented, Fallen blossoms dance before the wind, while the flowing water still goes eastward. Cut to Gu Qiongzhou sat quietly observing the scene, and upon witnessing the embrace between the two, he suddenly felt like a true outsider. This sensation left his heart racing, yet he felt utterly powerless to change it. Su Zhaoxi had spotted Gu Qiongzhou early that morning, but hesitated to approach him. Jiang Qian, sensing the tension, chuckled. So this is your younger sibling. Su Zhaoxi ignored him, but Jiang Qian suddenly embraced him. Leaning in to whisper, I saw Gu Zong glancing over here often. Allow me to assist you. No need for thanks. Su Zhaoxi felt exasperated to the point of near exasperation. Chapter 45. Reconciliation. Seeing Su Zhaoxi wrapped in another man's arms, so close together, was the first instance Gu Qiongzhou felt an unbearable ache in his heart. He could not comprehend what was happening to him. He had never experienced such heartache before, unable to bear the situation any longer. He turned and left without saying a word to anyone. Su Zhaoxi angrily pushed Jiang Qian away. Jiang Qian, are you out of your mind? Jiang Qian laughed carefree. Your beloved is undoubtedly feeling jealous. Did you not notice the wounded look in his eyes? Go comfort him. Su Zhaoxi, somewhat incredulous, asked, Do you really think he is jealous? Jiang Qian patted his friend's shoulder. Trust me, absolutely, that a person's eyes cannot lie. Since neither of you has moved on, you should have a proper conversation. That I heard from the director that you both have been in a cold war for several months. That if this continues, it will only lead to regret. that Su Zhaoxi paused for a moment, then suddenly grasped the situation. Understood that I will go now. With that, he hurried toward the street where Gu Qiongzhou lived. Upon reaching Gu Qiongzhou's room, Su Zhaoxi did not hesitate to ring the doorbell. After a moment, Gu Qiongzhou opened the door. "Assistant Wang, why are you back so soon? What brings you here?" He paused momentarily, surprised that is there something you need. Su Zhaoxi leaned against the door frame. "That is it not all right for me to come? We are not divorced. Why? To Gu Qiongzhou felt a twinge of discomfort. "You are already with Jiang Qian. Aren't you afraid he might feel jealous by coming here?" Su Zhaoxi gazed directly into his eyes and inquired, "If I truly were to be with him, would you bless us?" Gu Qiongzhou momentarily lost his focus, feeling a heavy block in his heart, but he was simultaneously aggrieved and furious. "I don't know." That Su Zhaoxi pushed him into the room. "Go inside and speak to Gu Qiongzhou," feeling dejected, replied, "Are you afraid he might see us?" Su Zhaoxi chuckled lightly. "How did you figure that out?" Gu Qiongzhou felt a sense of grievance. "If you aren't afraid he sees us, then why did you push me in? It's not like I asked you to come. Just a few days ago, we were wearing matching down jackets together, and now you've suddenly paired up with someone else." That Su Zhaoxi suddenly smiled brightly. "Gu Qiongzhou, are you feeling jealous?" Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback by the question. I don't know." That Su Zhaoxi pressed further. "What did you feel when you saw us embracing just now?" Gu Qiongzhou recalled the feelings he had experienced moments ago: helplessness, sorrow, jealousy, and a desire to push him away. Su Zhaoxi reached out and embraced Gu Qiongzhou. "Have you perhaps developed feelings for me?" Enveloped in Su Zhaoxi's arms, Gu Qiongzhou felt an unexpected sense of security, as if something long lost had suddenly been regained. Yet, he reminded himself that Su Zhaoxi was already with someone else. They could not continue this way. He began to struggle. Even if he liked him, it was of no use. "Let go, Su Zhaoxi. Please don't do this. You are with someone else now. Don't hold me. That I don't want to." Rather than releasing him, Su Zhaoxi tightened his hold. "I was lying to you. He is my university roommate, and we are merely friends." He was being deliberate just now. That Gu Qiongzhou was stunned. "What are you saying?" Su Zhaoxi repeated. "I am not with him. I have been waiting for you to like me." Gu Qiongzhou was at a loss for words, feeling both joy and confusion. Su Zhaoxi asked once more, "Have you developed feelings for me?" Gu Qiongzhou finally understood why he felt angry seeing Su Zhaoxi with someone else, and why he felt jealous when they embraced. It was because he had indeed fallen for him that he nodded. "Yes, I like you. Initially, I thought my feelings for you were guilt, but over time, I increasingly realized that this feeling was not guilt. I have never liked anyone else. I didn't know what it felt like to love someone. I may be rather slow, which is why I spent 2 months without reaching a conclusion. However, seeing you today made everything clear that Su Zhaoxi had not fared any better in these past 2 months. He knew he could not forget Gu Qiongzhou, and his feelings for him had not faded. Not even a little. Yet he dared not approach Gu Qiongzhou, for with hope comes the disappointment of unfulfilled expectations, and he did not wish to endure that soul-crushing agony again. Thus, he had resorted to speaking harshly to him, as it was the only way to remind himself that they were no longer together. But now, things were different. Gu Qiongzhou had confessed his feelings for him, that he could embrace him boldly and confidently. To claim him, "Darling, do you know how happy I am right now? In the days apart from you, I dream of you every night." That day, you were typing on WeChat for over an hour. I wondered if there was a system error. I was afraid of missing your message, so I kept staring at my phone, but in the end, I didn't receive anything from you, Ditto. You saw that? Actually, I dreamt of you that day as well. After waking, I couldn't fall back asleep. I wanted to send you a message, but after deleting and rewriting it several times, I didn't know what to say without sounding abrupt. So in the end, I never sent it. Gu Qiongzhou confessed. Their hearts finally laid bare before each other. Su Zhaoxi formally said, "Darling, let us get back together." Gu Qiongzhou replied. "All right." Su Zhaoxi leaned down and kissed his lips. After 2 months without intimacy, both felt an overwhelming need. Their lips intertwined, the sounds of swallowing resonating in the quiet space. Just as they were lost in the moment, the doorbell rang. Gu Qiongzhou nudged him. "Go answer the door." Su Zhaoxi stubbornly bit down on him. "No way, no one can interrupt us now." Just as the doorbell ceased, a knock followed. "Mr. Gu, are you there?" Su Zhaoxi. Gu Qiongzhou insisted. "All right, go answer the door." Su Zhaoxi reluctantly released him and walked over to open the door. Wang Linlin clearly did not expect that the person opening the door would be Su Zhaoxi, her eyes widening in surprise. Su the film emperor, how come you are in Mr. Gu's room? Su Zhaoxi's gaze was fierce, causing Wang Linlin to instinctively retract her neck. Upon noticing their swollen lips, she internally exclaimed, "So they were just kissing? Ah, why did I have to knock at this moment? No wonder Su Zhaoxi looked like he wanted to kill me." But when did they reconcile? Wang Linlin quickly bowed to the two. "I'm truly sorry. I'll just leave now." "You two carry on." Jiu Chongzhou called her back. "Come back, Wang Linlin." "Oh, I'm back," that Jiu Chongzhou asked. "What is it?" Wang Linlin replied. "The director wants you to go over to view the storyboard." Gu Chongzhou acknowledged. "Okay, I understand," Wang Linlin hastily said. "Then I'll go busy myself." The crew was filming the scene where Cui Xinyue, portraying Chu Qiaonan, first meets Jiang Qian, who plays Song Qingyu. It was indeed a captivating encounter with the illustrious Song Qingyu. Mr. Song. "Hello, I am Chu Qiaonan, the one who is to meet you." Song Qingyu appeared momentarily dazed. "You are Chu Qiaonan?" Chu Qiaonan asked. "You know me?" Song Qingyu responded. "Previously, General Chu mentioned that he admired someone named Chu Qiaonan, that he said you were an exceptional individual, that I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Unfortunately, he passed away too young." Chu Qiaonan's voice trembled slightly. "He sacrificed himself for the country." Director Fu Qing shouted with a megaphone. "Xiao Chui, are you mistaken? You like Chu Bailing, not Song Qingyu. Do you see how deeply Song Qingyu looks at you?" Cui Xinyue blushed. "I'm sorry, director, I'll do it again." Jiang Qian remarked to the director. "Director, don't be so harsh. I think Xiao Chui performed quite well." Fu Qing sighed. "The way he looks at you is like he is in love. If the audience sees this, they will surely ship the wrong couple." Jiang Qian laughed. "What? Director, are you showing favoritism? Is my pairing with Xiao Chui not good enough?" Cui Xinyue tugged at Jiang Qian's clothing. "Teacher Jiang, it's my fault for not managing my emotions well. The director is right. Let us take it from the top that I'll treat you to dinner later as an apology." Jiang Qian immediately agreed. "Sure." Chu Qiaonan, voice thick with emotion, stated. "He sacrificed himself for the country. His sacrifice was not in vain. He bought us precious time." Song Qingyu affirmed. "Indeed, no one sacrifices in vain. We will surely achieve victory." All right, cut. That is a wrap. Chapter 46. Removing fish bones. Both appeared together on set, their demeanor intimate. Upon seeing them, Fu Qing displayed a fatherly smile, while Jiang Qian whistled lewdly. "That I wondered why you were in such a hurry. It seems you were chasing after your girlfriend." "Well done, Zhaoxi. My efforts were not in vain." To Su Zhaoxi, in a good mood, surprisingly did not argue. "Want to try hugging me again next time?" Jiang Qian ignored him, strutting around Gu Chongzhou like a peacock. "That's sister-in-law. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Qian, the best friend of Su Zhaoxi. Please don't misunderstand. I am very much straight and not interested in men taller than me." Gu Chongzhou thought that being straight shouldn't solely be determined by height. Personality was crucial too. Jiang Qian likely viewed him as a bottom. Regardless, it was important to uphold his boyfriend's dignity in front of his friends. "Hello, Jiang Qian. I am Gu Chongzhou, Zhaoxi's boyfriend." Jiang Qian smiled. "That is more like it. Let us exchange WeChat, sister-in-law." Just as Gu Chongzhou was about to take out his phone, Su Zhaoxi pressed it back down. "What is the need for that?" Jiang Qian laughed and scolded. "All right, old man, if you insist on not adding each other, that is fine. But I want to hold you up. Xiao Chui still owes me a dinner." Cui Xinyue, having eavesdropped for quite some time, was unexpectedly called out by Jiang Qian. That he quickly interjected. "Ah, it was my fault that Teacher Jiang had to do another take. That I'll treat Teacher Jiang to dinner." Jiang Qian threw an arm around Cui Xinyue's shoulders. "We're off now. You two carry on." Cui Xinyue obediently said. "Goodbye, Mr. Gu. Goodbye. Film Emperor XU." Jiu Chongzhou replied. "Goodbye." The director called out. "Be back by 9. Xiao Chui has a scene at 9. Fu Qing thought to himself that he might be the most voiceless director in history. "Xiao Chui, do you drive?" Jiang Qian asked. Cui Xinyue replied. "I do, Teacher Jiang." Jiang Qian tossed his keys to Cui Xinyue. "Here are the keys. You drive." "That I can't. That I originally intended to call Xiaoli. But since you can drive, let us not bother him." Xiaoli suddenly sneezed. "Who is talking about me?" Cui Xinyue caught the keys. "Oh, okay, Teacher Jiang." Jiang Qian chuckled. "Xiao Chui, must you be so obedient? Please refrain from calling me Teacher Jiang. Otherwise, he might think he is bullying a primary school student." Chui Xinyue scratched his head in confusion. Huh. Then what should I call you? Jiang Qian replied, just call me Brother Jiang, and let me hear it. Chui Xinyue's face suddenly flushed. Jiang, Brother Jiang. Jiang Qian playfully pinched his cheek. That's more like it, Xiao Chui. Chui Xinyue, taken aback, asked, Brother Jiang, why are you pinching my face? Jiang Qian ceased his teasing. All right, Xiao Chui, let's hit the road. On the way, Jiang Qian inquired, Xiao Chui, what would you like to eat? Chui Xinyue, feeling that since he was being treated, it was only polite to let the other person choose, replied, you decide. They navigated to a grilled fish restaurant. From the moment they entered, Jiang Qian sensed that something was amiss with Chui Xinyue's expression, that he asked, what's wrong? Xiao Chui, don't you like grilled fish? Chui Xinyue hurriedly replied, no, I don't dislike it. He suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It's just that I choked on a fish bone when I was younger, so I'm a bit hesitant to eat fish. Jiang Qian promptly said, as long as you like it, I'll help you pick out the bones later. Chui Xinyue, taken aback by the gesture, stammered, Brother Jiang, you really don't have to. Jiang Qian smiled. What if you choke again? Chui Xinyue had no choice but to agree. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Throughout the meal, Chui Xinyue was a bundle of nerves, as his idol was diligently picking bones from his fish. Each morsel he consumed had been meticulously deboned by his idol. He couldn't help but think he had to flaunt this on his secondary account. Who understands the joy of having my idol pick out the bones for me? He sent the message and quickly tucked his phone away. Ding, 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 ding. Jiang Qian chuckled. Why does your phone keep ringing? Chui Xinyue hastily opened his phone and was greeted with a flood of notifications. 999 on Weibo, that he glanced at his Weibo name, I am Xiao Chui, and suddenly stood up, seeing Chui Xinyue's anxious demeanor. Jiang Qian asked, Xiao Chui, what's wrong? What happened? Chui Xinyue exclaimed, Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. I intended to post on my secondary account to brag about dining with you, but I accidentally switched to my main account. He felt as though he could die from embarrassment. Jiang Qian found it amusing. Chui Xinyue was mortified, wishing he could disappear on the spot. Jiang Qian opened Weibo and saw the trending topic, the delusional dream of a low-quality little star. He briefly skimmed a few comments. Why is this Chui Xinyue so shameless? Last time he tried to get a role with Suingdi at midnight, and now he's spreading rumors that Jiang Qian is picking fish bones for him. Does he have some sort of delusional disorder? Another comment read, exactly, I can't stand people like him. Chui Xinyue should just leave the entertainment industry. Someone else lamented, I opened my phone and was greeted by this person's Weibo. It felt like eating rat droppings. Jiang Qian's expression gradually darkened. Noticing Jiang's increasingly somber mood, Chui Xinyue panicked. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. I'll clarify it on Weibo right away. However, Jiang Qian said, just take a look at Weibo for me. Reply to it casually. Chui Xinyue, feeling lost, reopened Weibo, that he saw that after several years of inactivity, Jiang Qian had suddenly posted a new update. The little guy made me NG, and the lavish meal he promised has finally come to fruition. Picking bones for the little guy feels rather nice. Accompanying the post was a candid photo of Chui Xinyue, cheeks stuffed with food, taken by Jiang Qian. Did Jiang Qian's account get hacked? Is this a twist? Chui Xinyue pondered that is he not just being self-indulgent. Oh, I remember Jiang Qian had a cameo in The Disappearing Lover, and Chui Xinyue is the male lead in that show. That it all makes sense now. Have we misunderstood him? Am I the only one who feels that Jiang is interested in Chui Xinyue? He even calls him little guy. Sister, you are not alone. Their chemistry is palpable. The long-haired beauty and the adorably Na'vi sweetheart. I find Chui Xinyue quite charming. Why is there so much hostility towards him? But wasn't there talk just a few days ago about Guingdi and Jiang Qian being together? What does this mean? Regardless, it's evident that Jiang Qian has never posted about anyone else. Chui Xinyue is the first. They're definitely involved. This clearly indicates a public relationship. Who else would pick fish bones for someone else? Suddenly, Chui Xinyue felt that Jiang Qian was quite doting towards him. Chui Xinyue, feeling overwhelmed, said, Brother Jiang, you really don't have to go this far. Jiang Qian replied, but this is simply the truth. What is there to hide? Those people online always shift their opinions with the wind. That don't worry. Shall see you at by the way. Could you hand me your phone for a moment? Huh. What for? Chui Xinyue asked in confusion as he handed over his phone. Jiang Qian typed a few words and then returned it to Chui Xinyue. I am Xiao Chui. He replied to Jiang Qian. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Love you. Chui Xinyue added, Hey, Brother Jiang, what are you posting? They might misunderstand. Oh, misunderstand what? Jiang Qian found amusement in teasing the younger man. Let them think we are a couple. Chui Xinyue stammered. That's not really. Jiang Qian reassured him. It's fine if they misunderstand. It just adds more hype to our drama. What do you think, Xiao Chui? Chui Xinyue, trusting Jiang Qian's words, replied, Oh, I see. Then that's fine. What a naive child, Jiang Qian thought, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. However, he had no intention of holding back. Chapter 47. Scandal. A month passed swiftly, and the filming of The Disappearing Lover was nearing completion. The night before the rap party, Su Zhaoxi took Gu Qiongzhou to the street where they had filmed. Gu Qiongzhou gazed at the street and recalled that night 3 months ago. It was the same street, empty as it was now. You stood there in military attire, looking so lonely that I unconsciously walked towards you. Su Zhaoxi smiled. I knew you would come that night, but I didn't know what time. So I deliberately stood there waiting for you. Gu Qiongzhou looked at him with concern. At that time, you must have hated me. Su Zhaoxi replied. No, I never hated you. I hated myself. Gu Qiongzhou was puzzled. You were the victim in this situation. Why would you hate yourself? Su Zhaoxi took his hand and kissed it. Because I hated that I still felt a flutter in my heart when I saw you. I hated that I couldn't let you go yet kept you dangling. Especially when you stood quietly by the roadside waiting for me. It made me despise myself for being so heartless and not hugging you, especially when you looked so sad. Gu Qiongzhou wrapped his arms around Su Zhaoxi's waist, resting his head on his shoulder. Don't hate yourself. Zhaoxi, I will never let go of your hand again. The two walked hand in hand along the street. Suddenly, Gu Qiongzhou stopped in front of a lecture hall. How do you know who founded this lecture hall? Su Zhaoxi replied, No, I don't. Gu Qiongzhou sighed softly. He was one of the first revolutionaries to sacrifice for the nation. Guir, Su Zhaoxi exclaimed in surprise. You even know this? Gu Qiongzhou paused for a moment. His demeanor shifting. No, I just know a little. Though Gu Qiongzhou denied it, Su Zhaoxi felt that he must be quite knowledgeable about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized the lecture hall, so easily and accurately named its founder. However, to Su Zhaoxi's knowledge, Gu Qiongzhou had studied journalism in the country, which had no relation to history at all. It's getting late. Let us head back, Gu Qiongzhou suddenly suggested. Okay, let us go back. Su Zhaoxi suppressed his lingering doubts. Upon returning to the room, Su Zhaoxi took a shower and lay on the bed, replaying Gu Qiongzhou's expression as he gazed at the lecture hall. Filled with melancholy, he couldn't understand why a modern young man would display such an expression towards a lecture hall from the Republic of China. That moment, his phone rang. He answered the call. Su, the great actor, I suppose you can guess who I am now. Gong Yin, have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Su Zhaoxi inquired. Gong Yin replied disdainfully. Why are you so boring? Su Zhaoxi pressed, spit it out, beating around the bush. Gong Yin resignedly began his report. There has been progress. After you mentioned it, I closely monitored that little star's every move. However, he is very cautious and never uses drugs in monitored areas, making it difficult to find evidence. But yesterday, he used drugs in a place where the surveillance was supposedly broken. You know my skills. I managed to copy the footage from the broken cameras overnight. Good. Well done. Please send me a copy of the restored footage. Also, have you made any progress on investigating Gu Qiongzhou? Su Zhaoxi asked. Understood. As for your wife's matter. I've compiled a list of significant events that have occurred over the years that I'll send it to you shortly. However, I didn't find anything suspicious. You could take a look yourself later. All right, Su Zhaoxi replied. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Don't forget my reward. Gong Yin remarked, unable to forget, just hang up. Shortly thereafter, he sent over the surveillance footage along with the relevant document. Upon glancing at the video, he could indeed recognize the individual as Yang Fanyang, but he compiled all the evidence that Gong Yin had gathered during this period and forwarded it to Gu Qiongzhou. This constituted the entirety of the evidence regarding Yang Fanyang's drug use. Please advise on how to proceed. Gu Qiongzhou quickly responded. Thank you. Zhaoxi. I will submit all evidence to the Public Security Bureau. After Xie Zhaoxi replied with a good night, he began perusing the document. At the age of 5, he was pushed into the water by a nanny, nearly losing his life. Subsequently, he learned to swim. At 12, a high fever resulted in damage to his eyesight, leading to mild night blindness. Upon finishing, Xie Zhaoxi noted that there were no experiences related to opiates, pondering that perhaps he was overthinking. Gu Qiongzhou directly submitted the evidence of Yang Fanyang's drug use to the Public Security Bureau. Once verified, an arrest warrant was issued immediately. Yang Fanyang was taken directly from the set by the authorities. Someone captured a photograph of Yang Fanyang being escorted by the police, which subsequently circulated online, igniting a flurry of discussions. What is happening? Yang Fanyang was taken by the police. Can someone explain what he has done? I heard it's related to drug use. What? He mustn't. I heard he is the second male lead in Jalushi Yuan, that if he is indeed using drugs, this drama is doomed, that I always thought Yang Fanyang looked a bit off. However, his fans insisted it was a melancholic charm, that I believe it's more indicative of drug use, that I was really looking forward to this drama. Bring back Jalushi Yuan. Wu, upon hearing of this incident, Sheng Yugong's expression darkened considerably. This year had been particularly unfortunate for him. Several of his invested dramas had flopped, but he was now pinning his hopes on Jalushi Yuan, a major IP, to recoup his losses and win the betting agreement. Yet, just as critical results were about to be announced in December, this debacle arose. They were certain to lose. Should they lose the betting agreement, the company would face a loss of 10 billion in liquid assets, effectively leading to bankruptcy. The other small companies involved also began to panic. Sheng Zong, it was you who said this drama would definitely be profitable, prompting our investment. Now that this has happened, what do you propose we do? You hypocrites! Wasn't it you who insisted on investing with me? Now you are the first to blame me, Sheng Yugong exclaimed in frustration. Sheng Zong, that statement is excessive, that we are all in this together. The most important thing now is to consider a way to cope. Indeed, Lu Zong added, I have heard that the Republic drama invested by Gu Zong is currently very popular, featuring Su Yingdi and Jiang Qian. Surely the viewership will be substantial. Why don't you, Sheng Zong, negotiate with him so we can also participate in this investment? Sheng Yugong replied, you know full well how Gu Qiongzhou felt about this initially. If I approach him now, he will undoubtedly laugh in my face that I will not go. Sheng Zong, great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. Consider the betting agreement. Sheng Yugong inquired, is there no other way? None. Unable to reach Gu Qiongzhou, Sheng Yugong reluctantly placed a call to Bai Monyan. Hello, is this Bai Zong? This is Sheng Zong. Bai Monyan recognized Sheng Yugong's predicament. Yes, you are Sheng Zong? Yes, could you provide me with Gu Zong's contact information? Bai Monyan inwardly scoffed. This old man has set his sights on the drama disappearing lover. I'm truly sorry, Sheng Zong, but I cannot indiscriminately share Gu Zong's contact information. Sheng Yugong felt his temper rising. Yet realizing he needed something from Bai Monyan, he refrained from lashing out. Then how can I meet him? Bai Monyan replied. Gu Zong typically frequents the Bai Fuxia for coffee, in truth. This was merely a fabricated excuse to appease Sheng Yugong. However, unexpectedly, the day Sheng Yugong went to intercept was precisely when Gu Qiongzhou and Su Zhao Shi were at Bai Fu.Ji Zong. It has been a while. Gu Qiongzhou glanced at Sheng Yugong, responding coolly, what brings you here, Sheng Zong? Sheng Yugong lowered his stance. Gu Zong, I have come to seek your assistance. What assistance? Gu Qiongzhou inquired disinterestedly. I wish to make an additional investment in the drama Disappearing Lover. Sheng Yugong swallowed hard, and I'm truly sorry, but that drama is already wrapped filming, Gu Qiongzhou said, sipping his coffee. That I can invest in advertising as well. Gu Zong, if you assist me this time, I will be more than willing to help you in the future. Sheng Yugong continued. Gu Qiongzhou let out a cold laugh. Sheng Zong, I recall previously stating that those with differing paths should not conspire together. I kindly ask you to leave. Chapter 48. The succession premiers fuming with humiliation. Sheng Yugong retorted. Who do you think you are? How can you be so certain that you will never need my assistance? Gu Qiongzhou, you are quite something. To Su Zhao, she had been observing the situation for a while and had mostly pieced together what was happening. It appeared that he had initially underestimated Gu Qiongzhou and was now desperately seeking his help. Excuse me, Sheng Zong, where do you derive the audacity to utter such words? Are you aware that Gu Zong is the CEO of Gu Securities? The day he seeks your assistance is inconceivable. Even if he were to face difficulties, our Su's finance would back him. It wouldn't fall to you, a mere entertainment company owner, that don't you find yourself utterly ridiculous. Su Zhao, she delivered a precise blow to his pride. Sheng Yugong felt both embarrassed and furious. Yet he recognized that he could not afford to offend these two. To Ji Yuzong, Su Xiansheng, I apologize for my earlier outburst. However, I genuinely wish to invest in your drama. Gu Qiongzhou was amused by Su Zhaoxi's words and smiled as he declined. I am somewhat aware of your circumstances, and while it is evident that you are in a precarious position, you are betting against my partner's company, so I regret to say it is truly not feasible. Hearing Gu Qiongzhou's words, Sheng Yugong understood that this endeavor was futile. He could only swallow his indignation. I apologize for the interruption. After his departure, Gu Qiongzhou remarked with a smile, "Impressive. Su Xianxing." Su Zhaoxi straightened his back. "Of course, how could I allow anyone to bully my boyfriend?" "Well, that is a commendable attitude. What reward do you desire?" Gu Qiongzhou asked. Su Zhaoxi's expression suddenly darkened. "Anything." Gu Qiongzhou hesitated. "Perhaps I should select a gift for you myself." That Su Zhaoxi would not let such an opportunity slip away. That's not permissible. Then he pulled Gu Qiongzhou up. "Let us go home." Su Zhaoxi pressed Gu Qiongzhou against the door and kissed him. His gaze was filled with longing, as if he wished to devour Gu Qiongzhou. "Darling, let us bring St. That be good." The Gu Qiongzhou, caught in the fervor of the kiss, unconsciously complied with his request. His SHE had ventured into Su Zhaoxi's domain for the first time, naturally leaving him powerless. The air was thick with an intimate atmosphere. The two quickly shifted their battleground. After a battle devoid of gunpowder, Gu Qiongzhou lay exhausted on the bed. Motionless, Su Zhaoxi got up to tidy the clothes strewn across the floor before returning to the bed. "Baby, give me a kiss." The Gu Qiongzhou turned his head, ignoring him. "Darling, don't be upset. Next time, I'll be gentler," Su Zhaoxi coaxed. "You expect a next time?" "I'm all chafed." That Su Zhaoxi pouted. "Darling, how can you forgive me?" "Next time, let me try as well," Gu Qiongzhou said, a tinge of crimson gracing his cheeks. That Su Zhaoxi chuckled softly. "I promised you could be on top. You can't deny me this." Gu Qiongzhou pondered. "Can you really let me be on top?" Su Zhaoxi smiled. "Of course. I never lie, especially not to you." After 3 months of post-production, The Succession successfully premiered on the satellite network, receiving an enthusiastic response. The news of its release quickly soared to the trending topics. The Succession is airing. "Ah, my brother's new drama. I must follow it. I've already watched the 6 updated episodes. It's incredibly captivating. Shinji truly embodies a Yandere character. Same here, I love it. Suingdi's acting is beyond reproach. My Goddess In Rong's new drama, Beauty and Grace. Everyone must watch. Oh my, this drama is thrilling." The Yandere third prince falls for the clever daughter of the mansion. Before long, the CP fans of In Rong and Su Zhao, she inundated the comment section. Suingdi and In Rong are truly a perfect match. Their gazes could weave silk together. They must be real. Our CP is so sweet. I'm utterly smitten. I believe Su Zhao, she is still best suited with Guzong. Sister, you've wandered into the wrong place. This is the comment section for the drama. And besides, Suingdi has stated he is single. Gu Qiongzhou also took note of the online discussions. While he understood that this was merely a professional necessity, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, as his boyfriend was being forcibly paired with someone else. The drama continued to gain popularity. The main cast was invited to participate in a variety show titled Best Partners, which was originally intended to capitalize on the CP angle. However, Su Zhaoxi immediately declined, stating, "I'm sorry, but I do not engage in shipping couples. It is a matter of principle for me. Besides, I'm already married, and my partner would mind." With Su Zhaoxi making such a declaration, the production team had no choice but to acquiesce. When it became apparent that Su Zhaoxi was not paired with the female lead, In Rong, but instead with a male supporting character, the program was swiftly met with a wave of criticism and trending outrage online. The production team faced accusations of manipulation, as such blatant attempts to avoid conflict seemed excessive. It was rather disheartening for those who tuned in solely to witness the couple dynamics. Did the production team truly desire to handle such a contentious situation? The production team, feeling helpless, turned to director Deng. "Should we devise a remedy for this predicament? The online backlash is overwhelming." "Let me ponder this," he replied. "I have an idea. We could invite his partner for the next episode." A spark of inspiration ignited within director Deng. Would they even be willing to come? He mused that if not, we shall pursue them relentlessly, he asserted with determination. The conclusion of today's filming. Let us have the leads record an interview. Suingdi. "Did you foresee the success of Duo D during its production?" Su Zhaoxi smiled and replied, "I suppose I had some inkling. During filming, someone told me this drama would undoubtedly become a hit. May I inquire who imparted this wisdom to you?" Su Zhaoxi answered, "It was my partner. But during your previous interview in Europe, you mentioned being single." Su Zhaoxi blinked innocently. "That was because we were in an argument at the time. I said that to provoke him." What on earth? Could this variety show truly have been orchestrated solely for Guzong? My beloved couple has been revived. I always knew my couple wouldn't end in tragedy. It feels like a celebration today. Is it really so dire for our couple to face such public humiliation, to be directly contradicted by the very person involved? I'm done. I shall no longer ship couples. Sisters, welcome to our beloved couple-less realm, where the main couple themselves sprinkle sugar everywhere, and it's all verifiable. In a mischievous twist, the production team unveiled the lineup for the next episode, which featured Gu Cheongjo. Chapter 49. From Best Partners to Love Variety, the Gu Cheongjo initially intended to skip this episode, fearing a cardiac incident. However, Su Zhaoxi had foreseen this and called him, assuring him it was safe to watch. Thus, during the live broadcast, he made a point to glance at it. Upon discovering that Su Zhaoxi's partner was the straightforward male supporting character from the cast, he couldn't help but chuckle. Such constant reassurance was hard not to adore. Consequently, when the production team invited him to participate in the next episode, he readily agreed without hesitation. During the live broadcast of the second episode, the viewership soared to several times that of the first episode, and the production team's reputation skyrocketed. Director Deng, you are truly remarkable. You have completely grasped the audience's psyche, praised assistant director Feng Duoshu. Director Deng chuckled. After years in this industry, if I hadn't learned to consider things from the audience's perspective, I would have long been discarded by the market. Just days ago, they were all shipping Su Yingdi and Yin Rong, so I attempted to promote their couple. However, the esteemed actor was unwilling, and we cannot afford to offend him. Thus, we sought alternative avenues, which serendipitously led us to discover new opportunities. Every profession carries its unspoken burdens. Feng Duoshu reflected thoughtfully. Welcome to the recording site of Best Partners. Episode 2 to the participants include Su Zhaoxi, Su Yingdi, Yin Rong, the goddess, Dong Zijie, Xiao Dong, and Chang Liang, the handsome. This episode also features a special guest, Mr. Gu Cheongjo, the investor of Duo D. Let us greet the audience watching from home. Hello everyone, I am Su Zhaoxi, the actor portraying Shinji that we've met before in the previous episode. Thank you for your love and support. Hello everyone, I am Yin Rong, the actress playing Feng Yin. I am thrilled to be part of the second episode. Hi everyone, I am your favorite Xiao Dong. I in Duo D. I portray the prince's attendant. Xiaoting. It's great to see you all again, and I hope you continue to support me. Hello everyone, I am Chang Liang, always shining bright. I play the third wheel between the main leads. Prince Shinrujua. Haha. Hello, I am Gu Cheongjo, the investor of Duo D. Nice to meet you all. Please take care of me. The barrage of comments flooded in at an astonishing rate. My goodness, why is Gu Zong so serious? No wonder Su Yingdi, who is usually so aloof, would blink during the interview just to provoke him. Gu Zong is so handsome and exudes an aura of restraint. Those golden-rimmed glasses are just my type. Oh my goodness, I'm in love. This is the first time I've seen Gu Zong so clearly. They seem so well-matched. Indeed, Su Yingdi kept glancing at his wife. The production team deserves a reward. Hurry and create some drama. I want to see them kiss, the passionate kind. Pants flying. Sisters, this is the comment section, not a deserted zone. And now, we return to our initial segment of drawing lots for teams. Oh dear production team, please tell me this is predetermined. They drew lots in order, and the results were displayed on the big screen. Chang Liang, Yin, Dong Zijie, Li Xiang, Fu Yunshu, Gu Cheongjo, Su Zhaoxi. The moment the results were revealed, the comments erupted once more. The production team merely jesting. They even arranged for our beloved couple to be in the same group. I've never seen such an obedient production team. They are truly accommodating. What are Dong Zijie and the others thinking? Best Partners has unexpectedly turned into a love triangle. How amusing. Now that the teams have been established, let us unveil the task. Chang Liang asked first, Director, please tell me we're not going to farm again. We were exhausted last episode. Yin chimed in, yes, Director, please don't make us farm again, but if we do, I might fall apart. Director Deng chuckled, fear not everyone. This time, we are not farming, though we will be taking you on a trip. Our destination is Yiqing's Haizhu port. The task will conclude by 8 p.m. The first team to locate the legendary Haiging Stone will be rewarded with a sumptuous dinner tonight. But we are still several kilometers away from the port. How do we get there without money or phones? Dong Zijie inquired. The director, having anticipated this, replied, Look over here. Several gazes shifted toward the direction the director pointed. A row of shared bicycles stood ready. The production team has provided shared bicycles for you all. The ITS safe and environmentally friendly. The director grinned mischievously. Fu Yinshu complained. I knew the production team wouldn't be so kind. Riding shared bicycles for over 10 kilometers? At this rate, we'll be racing against time. Director Deng chuckled. Friends, time is of the essence. Be quick. Point one person arriving early cannot start searching for the hiking stone until both are present. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Let us go, let us go. Su Zhaoxi urged Gu Qiongzhou. Can you ride a bicycle? Gu Qiongzhou hesitated. I've never ridden one before, Su Zhaoxi responded. Let me speak with the director. A while later, Su Zhaoxi returned, pushing a bicycle with a back seat. The director arranged for us to have a different bicycle. Climb on, I'll take you there. Gu Qiongzhou hesitated. I weigh over 130 pounds. Will you not find this too tiring? Su Zhaoxi smiled reassuringly. Do you doubt my strength? Rest assured, it's no problem. Just hop on. Only then did Gu Qiongzhou mount the bicycle. Having never ridden on the back seat before, he felt a bit anxious. Sensing his tension, Su Zhaoxi gently took his hand and wrapped it around her waist. That you're nervous? Just hold on to my waist. As the sun began to set over Yicheng at 6 o'clock. The streets bustled with hurried passers-by. Each too preoccupied to linger for another. Su Zhaoxi rode swiftly yet steadily, while Gu Qiongzhou held her waist, resting his head against her back, feeling the tranquil embrace of time. I should learn to ride a bicycle too. Why is that? Su Zhaoxi inquired, puzzled. Next time I'll ride you, Gu Qiongzhou replied eagerly. All right, I'll teach you in the future, Su Zhaoxi said with a smile of affection. The comment section went into a frenzy. What a breathtaking romance. Su Yingdi carries Gu Zong on the bike, holding his hand around his waist. I can't handle this. Pure love warriors have fallen. I adore this feeling of love. I feel like I've gained 100 romantic thoughts. I yearn for a relationship. Gu Zong even wants to learn to ride a bike to carry Su Yingdi. This is mutual pursuit. Did you see the look in Su Yingdi's eyes when he said, I'll teach you? So tender. I have seen it. That is love indeed. Chapter 50. Take you to find romance. I must say, Su Zhaoxi's stamina is truly remarkable, as he effortlessly carried Gu Qiongzhou on a bicycle for over 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat. To their surprise, they were the first group to arrive at Haizhu Port. Upon seeing them, the staff greeted them enthusiastically. Hello, Su Yingdi, Gu Zong, congratulations on being the first to reach Haizhu Port. Now, I shall share a story about Haizhu Port with you. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, Haizhu Port was the realm of Poseidon, the god of the sea. That he had a mortal lover named Senna, and they were deeply in love. However, the lifespan of mortals is fleeting, lasting only a century. Thus, while Senna aged and her hair turned white, Poseidon remained in his youthful form. Senna passed away at the age of 80, and Poseidon could not bear to accept her departure. He sought ways to resurrect her, and eventually discovered the mythical harbor stone, which could bring the dead back to life, in a dilapidated house adorned with vibrant flowers at Haizhu Port. However, upon returning to his palace, he found that Senna's body had completely turned to mist over the centuries. Losing all hope of living, Poseidon submerged himself into the depths of the sea. After Poseidon's demise, his descendants returned the fabled stone to its rightful place. This is the story I wanted to share with you about Haizhu Port. Your current task is to locate this harbor stone. Su Zhaoxi understood that the key to finding the harbor stone lay in discovering the dilapidated yet flower-filled place described in the story. They bid farewell to the staff and set off in search of this location. After exploring numerous places that did not match the story's description, Su Zhaoxi suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. I just remembered a place. When I was young, my mother took me to Yicheng, and the place we visited is likely the one from the story. Although I was just a child then, the flowers at the entrance left a lasting impression on me. Gu Qiongzhou responded, Then let us hurry there. Su Zhaoxi took his hand and said, Come, I will take you to seek romance. With that, he pulled Gu Qiongzhou along, saying, I will show you all the places I have been. Gu Qiongzhou was moved by his words and laughed joyfully. Su Zhaoxi did. What is it? I feel as if I cannot be without you. The comments flooded in. This is such a heart-wrenching love. Su Yingdi is truly amazing. I will take you to seek romance. I will take you to all the places I have been. How romantic. True couples are just so sweet. Su Yingdi dotes on Gu Zong so much. And Gu Zong loves Su Yingdi dearly. This must be what it means to marry for love. All you lovebirds, take a look. This is true love, love that always travels both ways. That I stand with Gu Su. And who dares oppose him? The two arrived at the flower-filled entrance, which was named Romantic Haven. That Ji Cheongjo smiled and remarked, "You truly brought me here to find romance." That Su Zhaoxi's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "I want to kiss you." That Ji Cheongjo was evidently taken aback by Su Zhaoxi's boldness in front of the cameras, and his face flushed a deep red that moment. The director emerged from inside. "Congratulations to both of you for successfully locating the Harbor Stone and winning tonight's luxurious dinner." The comments erupted. "Director, you really don't understand." After a few minutes, the other two groups arrived, and upon seeing Su Zhaoxi and Gu Cheongjo already there, they sighed. Chong Liang enviously remarked, "You two are incredibly fast. Can we join you for your luxurious dinner tonight?" Before Su Zhaoxi and Gu Cheongjo could respond, the director cruelly rejected him. "Not allowed. However, the two groups can play rock, paper, scissors, and the winning group will get to enjoy a warm meal." "Director, you are truly ruthless." Gu Cheongjo chuckled. "Director, are you really that heartless? Why not let them all have a warm meal?" Dong Zijie helplessly replied, "Gu Zong, you are truly merciless." Of course, the director would not let them go without a warm meal. It was merely for the sake of the show. The director thoughtfully prepared a grand seaside suite for them, and in the evening, they organized a bonfire party. Everyone had a splendid time. That Ji Cheongjo had never participated in such activities before. Initially, he was reserved, but under Su Zhaoxi's guidance, he soon joined in the fun. The live broadcast of their best partnership concluded at 10 o'clock, marking the end of this episode's filming. Upon returning to their room, Gu Cheongjo appeared quite exhilarated. That Su Zhaoxi took his hand and asked, "Why are you so excited? Have you never participated in such activities before?" Gu Cheongjo replied without hesitation, "No, this is my first time." Su Zhaoxi suddenly paused, recalling a note on a form stating, "During the summer vacation at 16, attended a bonfire party with classmates but ended up in the police station due to a fight." He inquired, "Aren't you supposed to have amnesia? How can you be so certain you haven't participated before?" Gu Cheongjo hesitated for a moment, then said, I suppose I haven't attended before, that I must have forgotten." Although Su Zhaoxi found it somewhat strange, he said nothing further. After a day of activities, Gu Cheongjo finally felt fatigued. "Yes, I'm a bit tired. That I will go take a shower first." That Su Zhaoxi responded directly. "Let us shower together." Ji Cheongjo shot him a glare. "I'm this tired, and you're still thinking of taking advantage of me." That Su Zhaoxi laughed. "Where are your thoughts wandering? I've recently learned massage techniques. That you're tired. Right? Let me give you a massage." That Ji Cheongjo felt embarrassed. "Oh, I see." That Su Zhaoxi coaxed him. "Quickly go shower. I will tidy up and then give you a massage." That Ji Cheongjo removed his clothes and lay down in the bathtub, allowing his body to relax. Suddenly, he recalled Su Zhaoxi's earlier question. Was he doubting himself? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. First, the original body had little interaction with Su Zhaoxi. Second, as a soul inhabiting Su Zhaoxi's body, he would find no evidence to prove he was not the original. Moreover, even if he personally admitted to this absurdity, Su Zhaoxi would likely not believe him. After coming to this conclusion, he decided not to dwell on it any further. Not long after, Su Zhaoxi entered the room, sitting on the chair behind him and beginning to massage his shoulders. "How is the pressure? Is it okay?" Gu Cheongjo sighed comfortably. Very pleasant." "How did you suddenly learn massage?" Su Zhaoxi explained, "Because you often work overtime. I'm worried about your cervical spine, so I learned a few techniques from my private masseuse." That Ji Cheongjo turned his head and kissed Su Zhaoxi on the cheek. "Thank you, darling." Chapter 51. Let us compare who is the jealous king. After participating in the dating reality show Best Partners, Gu Cheongjo returned to his regular work routine of 8 to 7. Meanwhile, Su Zhaoxi, having just completed filming The Disappearing Lover, decided to take a month-long vacation. As the new year approached, it felt as if they had returned to the early days of their marriage. Even though they had been married for over half a year and were thriving, Su Zhaoxi began to take on the role of Gu Zong's driver, shuttling him to and from work each day, while also fulfilling the duties of a housekeeper and male model in the evenings, wholly meeting Gu Zong's physical and emotional needs. The company's admiring fans observed Gu Zong beaming with joy and walking with a spring in his step each day, leading them to imagine a grand tale. Exclaiming that Suingdi was quite impressive. One day at work, Gu Cheongjo received an unexpected phone call from Ing Mingyang, someone he had only met once. "Hello, Gu Zong. This is Ing Mingyang. You remember me? I am a shareholder of Zhanxing. To be honest, Gu Qiongzhou initially could not recall him. It was only upon hearing the last sentence that he remembered the acquaintance. That I asked there's something regarding the company? Why isn't it president by contacting me? Ing Mingyang replied, Gu Zong, the recent success of the drama duo D invested by Zhangqing has brought in a profit of 1 billion for our company. Therefore, we are planning a celebratory gathering next Monday evening. And as the company's primary contributor, your presence is essential. Also, could you bring Su Zhaoxi along? He sounded eager. Jiu Qiongzhou had intended to decline, but upon hearing Su Zhaoxi's name, he inquired, You know Su Zhaoxi? Of course. I'm the vice president of your fan club. Ing Mingyang exclaimed excitedly. By the way, do you know that the president of the fan club is Su Zhaoxi? This was news to Gu Qiongzhou, who cleared his throat. Oh, is that so? I will ask him later, and if it's confirmed, I will call you back. Ing Mingyang readily agreed that in the evening, when Su Zhaoxi came to pick him up. Gu Qiongzhou mentioned the matter during their drive, that I heard you were the president of our CP fan club. Su Zhaoxi stammered, cough, cough. How could that be? Who told you that? He inadvertently choked on some water. Instinctively denying that Jiu Qiongzhou found it amusing. Oh, if it's not you, then I suppose it's nothing to Su Zhaoxi cautiously asked. Who told you? Gu Qiongzhou replied. Ing Mingyang to first, Su Zhaoxi did not recognize who this person was. After recalling the earlier question, he suddenly remembered and exclaimed in annoyance. So it's him. He was the one who exposed my alias that I shouldn't have let my mouth run wild. Jiu Qiongzhou observed him leisurely and remarked. So you're not pretending anymore, that Su Zhaoxi pouted. I can't keep up the act. Boo-hoo. He then inquired. What does Ing Mingyang want with you? Gu Qiongzhou replied. He asked me to attend the company's celebration party. Su Zhaoxi insisted. You're not going. Otherwise, you'll run into by money and again. Jiu Qiongzhou chuckled. Why do you have such a strong opinion about him? Su Zhaoxi retorted. I don't. Just don't go. Jiu Qiongzhou explained. I never intended to go, but Ing Mingyang mentioned that you should come along, so I thought I'd ask you. Su Zhaoxi's interest piqued. Oh, he invited me too? Then let us go. Jiu Qiongzhou queried in confusion. Why the sudden change of heart? Su Zhaoxi mused that going together would signal to others that Gu Qiongzhou was already taken. And besides, he had nothing else to do, so accompanying him would be fine. Although Gu Qiongzhou found it perplexing, he agreed. All right, I'll call Ing Mingyang back. Su Zhaoxi offered. Let me handle it. Could you turn on the car's Bluetooth? Gu Qiongzhou activated the Bluetooth and chuckled. Why are you so capricious? Su Zhaoxi pouted. What, are you annoyed by me? Gu Qiongzhou laughed. Not at all. Su Zhaoxi grinned. You'd better not be. Hello, Manager Gu. Have you reached a decision? Ing Mingyang lazily reclined in Ing Mingxiu's embrace. This is Su Zhaoxi, he added with a smile. Upon hearing Su Zhaoxi's voice, Ing Mingyang immediately straightened up. Su Zhaoxi. It's you. Are you and Manager Gu coming? It's been ages since we last met. Ouch, why are you pinching me? Brother. Ing Mingxiu, who had been listening, darkened his expression and pinched Ing Mingyang's waist. That Su Zhaoxi had already discerned that the relationship between Ing Mingyang and Ing Mingxiu was likely more than mere brotherhood. And this incident only solidified his thoughts. Zhou, and I will be there. Have the time and place been decided? At this point, it was Ing Mingxiu speaking. Su Ingdi, it's me, Ing Mingxiu. Mingyang had to step out for a moment. The gathering is scheduled for next Monday at 8 p.m. at Shenyang Resort. Su Zhaoxi confirmed. All right, got it. Goodbye. After hanging up, he laughed. Ing Mingxiu is quite possessive. Gu Qiongzhou asked, do brothers get jealous too? Su Zhaoxi pondered his words. Perhaps their relationship is not simply that of siblings. Jiu Qiongzhou was taken aback. Are you suggesting they are a couple? Su Zhaoxi replied. On Monday evening at 8 p.m. The two arrived at Shenyang Resort, where Ing Mingyang and Ing Mingxiu were already present. Upon seeing them, Ing Mingyang was overwhelmed with excitement and instinctively wanted to rush over. However, he suddenly recalled his brother's stern warning from the previous night about controlling his emotions. That he restrained his excitement, saying, Manager Gu, Su Zhaoxi, you're here, please come in. This resort is my brother's property. So don't feel constrained. Jiu Qiongzhou politely expressed. Thank you for your hospitality. Just then, Bai Money arrived at as he stepped out of the car. His gaze met Su Zhaoxi's. Bai Money responded with a silent stare. Su Zhaoxi, however, smiled brightly at him. Bai Money maintained his composure. Greeting, Manager Gu. Young Master Su, you've arrived early. Jiu Qiongzhou remarked. Manager Bai, we just got here. Bai Money continued. The company's significant growth this time is all thanks to Manager Gu's keen insight. Before Gu Qiongzhou could respond, Su Zhaoxi interjected. Manager Bai, Why only praise Manager Gu? Don't forget that I'm the male lead of this production. Bai Monyan rolled his eyes internally, but smiled politely. I apologize for the oversight. I must also thank Su Yingdi for your heartfelt performance. The Jiyu Qiongzhou chuckled and nudged him playfully. Stop it! That Su Zhaoxi deliberately ruffled Gu Qiongzhou's soft hair. What do you mean? He then addressed Bai Monyan, Manager Bai. You're too kind. Chapter 52. New Year's big event after dinner. Ming Yang suggested they enjoy a soak in the hot springs. Everyone eagerly agreed. However, Su Zhaoxi was unwilling to let his wife share a hot spring with others. So he proposed that he and Gu Qiongzhou occupy a private compartment. Mingxiu, who was quite possessive, also insisted that Ming Yang not share the hot spring with anyone else. Poor Bai Monyan was left to squeeze into a pool with other single individuals. Lu Ge, unable to bear it, remarked, "They truly lack humanity. Manager Bai, why don't you find a partner? Your family background and looks are top-notch. Would you like me to introduce someone? My Aunt's younger sister just returned from studying in the U.S., and she is exceptionally beautiful. When would you be free?" Bai Monyan merely smiled and replied, "No, thank you, Lu. I'm not looking to date at the moment." Lu Ge sighed, "Oh, very well. But don't you have someone in your heart? If that is the case, you must take the initiative, or they might slip away." Bai Monyan let out a deep sigh. "They have never lingered by my side. The one I hold in my heart is destined to be unattainable." Lu Ge, seeing his melancholy, comforted him. "Manager Bai, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to a single flower? Since it's clear there is no fate, letting go can be a kind of liberation." Bai Monyan took a deep breath. Perhaps in the changing room, Su Zhaoxi swiftly stripped down to his bare skin. Turning around, he noticed Gu Qiongzhou still fully dressed. "Why aren't you undressing, Manager Gu?" Gu Qiongzhou awkwardly replied. "Should I change in there?" Su Zhaoxi chuckled. "It's fine. There are curtains along the way to the hot springs that no one will see. You should change. The air in the hot springs is quite humid, and your clothes will get damp." With Su Zhaoxi's encouragement, Gu Qiongzhou reluctantly stripped off his clothes. "Don't look at me. Why are you watching me change?" Su Zhaoxi teased. "It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you shy?" Gu Qiongzhou's face flushed slightly. "This is different. When we do that, the lights are off." That Su Zhaoxi kissed him lightly. "Why are you so adorable? You make me want to tease you." Gu Qiongzhou pushed him away. "Behave yourself." The two entered the hot spring compartment, enveloped in a hazy mist resembling a celestial realm. Su Zhaoxi cautioned, "Be careful when entering the pool. It's quite slippery." Dante Fall that Jiyu Qiongzhou nodded and stepped into the water, feeling the warmth envelop him. However, being sensitive to temperature, he found it a bit overwhelming and contemplated stepping out to acclimate. That Su Zhaoxi halted his movement, stepping into the pool and pulling Gu Qiongzhou against him. "Just lean on me. It won't feel so hot that I'm cool." The Jiyu Qiongzhou wasn't sure if it was the heat or embarrassment from the position, but his cheeks turned crimson. That he quickly turned his head away. That Su Zhaoxi chuckled. "Why aren't you looking at me? Am I not attractive?" Gu Qiongzhou, having been serious since childhood, was unaccustomed to such teasing. He remained silent, frozen in place, afraid to touch anything inappropriate. Seeing Gu Qiongzhou's face as red as a monkey's bottom, Su Zhaoxi decided not to tease him further. "You should be used to it now. Why not try soaking by yourself?" Gu Qiongzhou quickly stepped away from Su Zhaoxi, finding the heat of the hot springs more bearable. After enjoying the hot springs, Ming Yang invited them to stay overnight at the resort. However, Gu Qiongzhou had work the next day and declined the offer as the year-end approached. The company was particularly busy, compounded by the evening's banquet. The Jiyu Qiongzhou began his routine of working overtime, leading Su Zhaoxi to momentarily forget that his wife was a CEO and not just an office worker. Who would have thought a major company CEO would spend all day at the office? Su Zhaoxi, feeling idle at home, frequently visited Gu Qiongzhou's company, igniting endless gossip among the staff. That Jiyu Qiongzhou admonished, "Stop coming over every day. Those young ladies go wild when they see you. With year-end tasks piling up, let them focus on their work." That Su Zhaoxi pouted. "How can I not be sad if I don't see you? You don't think of me at all." That Jiyu Qiongzhou consoled him. "You should go buy some New Year's goods. I'll have time during the New Year to celebrate together." That Su Zhaoxi perked up. "All right, I'll go buy some. Should we get 2 red lanterns to hang at the door? It's festive." With strong execution skills, Su Zhaoxi was quick to as you wish. "Buy whatever you like." Gu Qiongzhou smiled. "Understood," Su Zhaoxi replied, promptly springing into action. On the way, he received a call from Lu Jie. "They're inviting you to participate in the Spring Festival Gala recording. Are you going?" Without hesitation, Su Zhaoxi declined. I won't be attending. Please tell them I want to spend a new year at home with my family. Lu Jie, well aware of his character, knew he was resolute and did not persuade him further. All right then, I'll hang up. Enjoy the new year with Manager Gu. After the busy days had passed, it was finally New Year's Eve. The two of them sat together on the sofa, watching the Spring Festival Gala. I noticed that there were quite a few celebrities on the show. Why didn't you attend? Gu Qiongzhou inquired. That Su Zhaoxi chuckled at his naivety. Isn't it because I wanted to spend the new year with you? Gu Qiongzhou asked. Wouldn't your fans be disappointed? Su Zhaoxi looked at him and replied. Fans can only accompany me for a short while, but you are the one destined to be by my side for a lifetime. Who do you think I should choose? Gu Qiongzhou embraced him. At that moment, the countdown to midnight began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, Su Zhaoxi. Happy New Year, Gu Qiongzhou. That I will love you forever, Gu Qiongzhou whispered softly. Su Zhaoxi pressed his lips against Gu Qiongzhou's, urgent yet tender. Say it again. That I said, I will love you forever. Gu Qiongzhou was lost in Su Zhaoxi's gentleness, generously bestowing upon him the greatest sense of security. I will love you forever too, my darling. The first night was somewhat tumultuous for Gu Qiongzhou. That's Su Zhaoxi. You deceived me. You promised to let me be on top. That Gu Qiongzhou desperately attempted to push away the person pressing down on him. Su Zhaoxi, consumed by desire, hardly cared at that moment. Darling, I'll let you be on top soon. To be good. Relax a bit to by the end. Gu Qiongzhou's voice had become hoarse. Is this what you meant by being on top? Su Zhaoxi kissed him. Darling, I was wrong. But I see you seem quite happy, don't you? Please forgive me. Darling, this the new year. To Gu Qiongzhou indeed felt quite good, but he could not bring himself to admit it. After all, he had always thought he would be on top. Although he eventually was, the nature of it was quite different. Humph, don't even think about touching me again. Su Zhaoxi quickly wrapped his arms around him. Darling, please don't. Please let me off the hook. Cac. Chapter 53. Going home for dinner on the first day of the new year, the two of them didn't get out of bed until nearly noon. Su Zhaoxi received a call from his father-in-law. Father-in-law, Happy New Year. Gu Qiongzhou, who was nearby, couldn't help but spit out his drink. That Ji Yinyao on the other end cleared his throat awkwardly. Ah, Happy New Year. Little Su, I called Qiongzhou, but he didn't answer, so I called you. When are you two coming home? Gu Qiongzhou quickly checked his phone, and indeed, it was turned off. That he hurried to charge it. Su Zhaoxi glanced at Gu Qiongzhou, silently asking when they would go. Gu Qiongzhou returned a nonchalant gaze. That Su Zhaoxi smiled and said, Father-in-law, we'll come to see you on the second day of the new year. Gu Yinyao clearly did not expect it to be so soon. Aren't you going to see your parents first? Su Zhaoxi flattered. We must see you first. That Ji Yinyao was pleased by this remark. All right. Little Su, that I'll prepare good food and wine for you tomorrow. Su Zhaoxi promptly agreed. Sure thing, father-in-law. Please wait for me. After hanging up, Gu Qiongzhou looked at Su Zhaoxi with amusement. Why are you being so sycophantic? Su Zhaoxi replied matter-of-factly. He is my father-in-law. How can I not be? Gu Qiongzhou frowned. Who is your father-in-law? He is clearly your father. Su Zhaoxi pounced on Gu Qiongzhou, pushing him down on the bed. Say that again. What did you call him? Gu Qiongzhou stubbornly replied. Father. On the second day of the new year, the two of them packed up to visit Gu Yinyao. Ji Yinyao was sitting in the living room drinking tea. Before he saw them, he heard their voices. Father-in-law, we're here to see you. Just as Gu Yinyao was about to stand up, Su Zhaoxi had already entered with ease. That Tio maintained his dignity. He had no choice but to sit back down. That Gu Qiongzhou followed closely. Dad. Yesterday, upon hearing Su Zhaoxi call him father-in-law, Gu Yinyao felt something was off. Now, seeing his son's rosy complexion, he was even more convinced that his son was the one on bottom. He coughed lightly, covering his face. You've both come? Please sit down. Su Zhaoxi sweetly replied, then placed the gifts he had brought on the table. These are gifts for you. I hope they meet your approval. Gu Yinyao smiled and said, just your presence is enough. There is no need for gifts. As he watched Su Zhaoxi take out the gifts one by one, he was instantly captivated. A jade chessboard. Isn't this the last item from the European auction? You managed to acquire it. I heard you were in need of a fine chessboard, and it just so happened that I was in Europe for Fashion Week. So I bought it. You put in a lot of thought, little Su. Gu Yinyao praised with satisfaction. That a purple clay teapot. This is hard to find. Isn't it? Su Zhaoxi smiled innocently. I'm glad you like it. It's not that hard to find that Jiyu Yinyao felt an immense satisfaction with his son-in-law. Qiongzhou, come back with little Su more often. Little Su, it's still early for lunch. Shall we play a game of chess? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled from the side. Dad, who is really your biological son? Gu Yinyao laughed heartily. Are you two still distinguishing between you and me? You're both my wonderful sons, due to the needs of his acting career. Su Zhaoxi had learned chess and was relatively skilled compared to his peers, but against someone who had played for decades, he was lacking. After a few games, Su Zhaoxi lost several times. Father-in-law. You read truly impressive. I can't compete with you. Jiyu Yinyao laughed. If my decades of skill could be easily surpassed by you young ones, that would be a disaster. Jiyu Qiongzhou had watched for a while. Dad. Stop bullying him. Let me have a turn. Jiyu Yinyao mocked. You know how to play chess? I find it hard to believe. Jiyu Qiongzhou smiled. You'll find out if you give it a try. In the first game, Gu Qiongzhou took 10 minutes to checkmate Gu Yinyao. In the second game, he used 7 minutes to corner Gu Yinyao. In the third game, he took 5 minutes, positioning his pieces directly opposite Gu Yinyao's king. Gu Yinyao's defenses crumbled completely. This is unscientific. When did you learn chess? Weren't you terrible at it as a child? Did you secretly learn it so I wouldn't find out? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. Su Zhaoxi was completely captivated by his partner's chess skills. Darling, how are you so good? Gu Yinyao awkwardly turned away. Father-in-law, don't be upset. You're also very skilled. Look at how many games I've lost to you. Su Zhaoxi praised little Gu, without neglecting old Jiyu. Jiyu Yinyao felt it was rather embarrassing to have his biological son steal the spotlight, but he decided to shift the awkward topic. All right. It's about that time. Aunt Lu should have lunch ready. Let us go eat. Aunt Lu's culinary skills were superb, and she prepared a lavish spread. The dining table, Gu Yinyao and Su Zhaoxi. In high spirits, drink a few more cups. I must tell you, little Su, you have no idea how mischievous Qiongzhou was as a child. He would break other people's windows all the time. And I had to apologize to the neighbors constantly. He never let me rest easy. Fortunately, he fell into the river and lost his memory. Suddenly becoming a son, I felt was completely different. A much better son. Su Zhaoxi, feeling a bit tipsy, remarked. Father-in-law, don't say that. He was indeed quite annoying before he lost his memory. Always speaking ill of me. But after losing his memory, he became so lovable. Gu Qiongzhou, aware of Su Zhaoxi's character, had not drunk much. Hearing Gu Yinyao's words, a flicker of guilt passed through his sober eyes. After all, he was occupying his biological son's body. No matter how troublesome his biological son was, he was still his biological son, incomparable to someone like him, an outsider. What would happen if he found out his true identity in the future? Would he think of him as a thief, having stolen his son's life? After both had drunk too much, Gu Qiongzhou had no choice but to enlist the butler's help to move them to the bedroom. Su Zhaoxi, when drunk, would not cause a ruckus, but instead would become very obedient. He lay still, watching Gu Qiongzhou busying himself beside him. Darling, you're so beautiful. Jiyu Qiongzhou frowned. Beautiful? I'm a man. What are you saying, Su Zhaoxi? Chapter 54. An idol, not a boyfriend. Jiang Qian was someone who held no expectations for the new year, while others regarded the new year as a fresh start. He merely felt that it signified growing older, drawing one step closer to death. However, this year, he had high hopes for the new year, for he finally had a legitimate reason to return home to see the little one. Ever since that drunken night when he had kissed the little one, the child had begun to maintain a distance from him, no longer replying to his messages instantly, sometimes taking several days to respond. Jiang Qian could hardly contain himself and insisted on going back to find him, but the little one claimed to be busy filming and had no time to meet him. Jiang Qian was truly amused and infuriated. Did he really not want to see him? This time, taking advantage of the New Year's occasion, the little one finally agreed to meet him. Jiang Qian planned to spend the new year with Cui Xinyue, buying a heap of New Year goods. But Cui Xinyue said he needed to accompany his mother. Jiang Qian had no choice but to settle for spending the second day with him. A month later, Jiang Qian saw Cui Xinyue again. Cui Xinyue had cut his hair short, the neat hairstyle making him appear more spirited. However, his round eyes gave him an innocent look. Upon seeing Jiang Qian, his face turned crimson. Teacher Jiang, you're here. Jiang Qian raised an eyebrow. Why are you calling Teacher Jiang again? Cui Xinyue, blushing profusely, remained silent. Jiang Qian pressed on. Not even responding to my WeChat. Cui Xinyue mumbled softly. Haven't I replied? Jiang Qian playfully tapped his head. Replying once after several days is still considered a response, Cui Xinyue retorted. Then I'll just reply to you on the same day from now on. Jiang Qian found himself both amused and exasperated. I merely kissed you once. I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. Why are you suddenly ignoring me? Cui Xinyue awkwardly responded. Brother Jiang, I regard you as an idol. Yet you wish to be my boyfriend, that I cannot accept that. Jiang Qian chuckled. Most people would be overjoyed if their idol became their boyfriend. Why are you so unwilling? Cui Xinyue replied earnestly. An idol is an idol precisely because I know I can never have them. They represent a longing for me. Once I am with my idol, I will inevitably discover their flaws, that if they are not as splendid as I imagined, why should I be with them? Thus, an idol must remain an idol, destined to never become a boyfriend. This reasoning struck Jiang Qian as particularly peculiar, especially coming from someone he fancied. Frustrated yet amused, he remarked, All right, Cui Xinyue, perhaps you should say less, that it won't do you any good to vex me. Although Cui Xinyue did not grasp his meaning, he obediently replied, Understood, I won't speak anymore. Where are we going? Jiang Qian, in a huff, declared, To my home. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Xinyue flatly refused, I won't go. Jiang Qian found himself at a loss. Just a few days ago, I thought we would celebrate the new year together. I bought a mountain of festive goods. Cui Xinyue was taken aback. Hey, aren't you supposed to spend a new year with your family? Why were you thinking of spending it with me? I thought you meant we would meet after the new year. Jiang Qian's expression shifted slightly, and he feigned nonchalance. I have a poor relationship with them. I haven't seen them in years, that I usually spend the new year alone abroad, I subconsciously did not consider your situation. Cui Xinyue could see that Jiang Qian was far from as composed as he pretended. Don't be upset, Brother Jiang. Although today is the second day of the new year, we can still celebrate together. Let's go to your house and celebrate. Jiang Qian was stunned. It was the first time someone had voluntarily offered to spend the new year with him. Cui Xinyue stepped into Jiang Qian's home for the first time. It felt desolately quiet, devoid of any warmth. This was Cui Xinyue's initial impression. He couldn't help but inquire. Do you not often live here? Well, I usually reside abroad and rarely return to the country. I purchased this house when I first made my fortune as a young adult. Jiang Qian replied indifferently. Cui Xinyue pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering. By the way, where are the festive goods you bought? Jiang Qian retrieved the purchased items. This is what I got. I wasn't sure what to buy, so I just followed others and I asked Cui Xinyue rummage through them. He exclaimed excitedly, holding up a red couplet. Found it. Let's hang this couplet at your door. It will add a festive touch and evoke the New Year spirit. Jiang Qian agreed. All right, I'll follow your lead. The couplet read, joyfully welcoming a year of peace and fortune. Happily accepting wealth from all directions, as Cui Xinyue directed Jiang Qian in hanging the couplet, the entrance gained a hint of New Year's cheer. See, once the couplet is up, doesn't it instantly evoke the atmosphere of the new year? Jiang Qian smiled at him. It truly does. Yet in his heart, he mused that it was not merely the couplet, but rather the presence of Cui Xinyue that brought forth the festive spirit. Who says an idol cannot become a boyfriend? He was determined to be the exception for Cui Xinyue. After the new year and holiday, everything returned to its proper order. Work resumed, and filming began. In the months since Gu Qiongzhou became CEO, Gu's company had experienced rapid growth, expanding beyond mere securities trading into various business domains. Real estate was the new frontier they aimed to conquer. Hisueha had already begun researching real estate several months prior, gathering an extensive database of information. Eagerly awaiting Gu Qiongzhou's command to take action, the Gu Qiongzhou perused his proposal. Are you planning to start with acquiring Rongan? Hisueha confirmed. Indeed, CEO Gu, that if our securities company wishes to establish a foothold in real estate, we need a strong FAAD to support our endeavors, and Rongan Real Estate is currently the best option. Gu Qiongzhou sipped his coffee. I understand your perspective. You worry that the leaders in real estate may disapprove of our cross-industry expansion and impede us. But have you considered that while having a strong FAAD is crucial, it may significantly limit our future development? Hisue has shared this concern. I've contemplated this issue, but based on my research from the past few months, this remains our only viable option. You have seen the research report I sent. We are not the first to attempt cross-industry expansion into real estate, and all predecessors have met with dismal failure. The Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. I refuse to lose, and I certainly won't. What do you think is the reason for their failures? Hisueya pondered before suggesting. Perhaps it's because they confronted challenges head-on. Gu Qiongzhou replied. Indeed, but this reflects a particular reality, that Hisueya inquired. What reality? Gu Qiongzhou smiled lightly. They couldn't hold their ground. Gaming enthusiasts often say that being green is the original sin, and they are correct. Their failures stem from a single word: inexperience. Our only advantage lies in our strength. As the leaders in securities trading, why should we fear the leaders in real estate? Hisueya was enlightened by Gu Qiongzhou's words. I understand now, Xiao Gu. With Gu's backing, what do I have to fear? Let's proceed. Gu Qiongzhou commended him. I have always recognized your abilities, and your academic background is in real estate, which is why I chose you to lead this project. With your exceptional skills and Gu's support, there is no need for hesitation. Pursue your ambitions without concern for the consequences. Gu will cover any costs. While Hisueya proposed the shell company listing as the most secure option, it was not the optimal solution. This proposal falls significantly short of the standards expected of Hisueya, which is why Gu Qiongzhou was quick to notice and provide the most effective support to him. On the first day of work's resumption, Su Zhaoxi was invited to the Cannes Film Festival and caught the eye of the internationally renowned director Illidan, who expressed a desire for him to audition for the male lead in his upcoming film Forest Fire. Illidan handed Su Zhaoxi half of the script, which he read through overnight, feeling deeply moved that it was a role he had never attempted before, and he felt compelled to give it a try. However, Sister Lu expressed some hesitation. It wasn't that the script was poor, nor was the opportunity to participate in an international project to be dismissed lightly. The subject matter, however, would not be suitable for release in the domestic market, providing no benefit to his reputation. Moreover, Illidan's films typically took no less than 6 months to shoot. Are you and President Gu all right with this? Su Zhaoxi replied, the first concern you mentioned is not an issue for me. I have never acted for the sake of fame. As for Qiongzhou, he is more rational than I am. If I were to give up this opportunity for him, he would be the one to be upset. Sister Lu said, since you have made up your mind, I won't dissuade you. That evening, upon returning home, Su Zhaoxi promptly informed Gu Qiongzhou of his desire to audition for Illidan's film. Gu Qiongzhou pondered for a moment before responding. I support you. Do not alter the trajectory of your life for my sake. When you asked me last time, I answered similarly, but this time is different, that I will clearly tell you that I will think of you every day. Su Zhaoxi embraced Gu Qiongzhou's waist, saying, I am delighted and content to hear you say this. Previously, whenever I was on set, I felt uncertain, fearing that our relationship might grow distant due to the separation. But this time, I do not hesitate, for distance shall no longer be a barrier to our affection. Su Zhaoxi successfully auditioned and soon left for overseas filming, in the blink of an eye. It was March, and Su Zhaoxi had been abroad for over 2 months. Due to the sensitive nature of the subject matter, the production was entirely closed off to visitors. Hisueya's real estate project thrived spectacularly, successfully displacing the previous top real estate firm and emerging as a new star in the industry. The debut was nothing short of dazzling, and Gu Securities enjoyed an immense surge in reputation. Gu Qiongzhou also became the youngest billionaire in the capital. He participated daily in various business activities, leaving him with little to no free time. The two excelled in their respective fields. President Gu Zhengyi's case is scheduled for court the day after tomorrow. Hisueya received a notification from the police department and immediately contacted Gu Qiongzhou. Gu Qiongzhou responded without much reaction. All right, I understand. Hisueya inquired, will you be attending as an observer? We have gathered all the evidence of his collusion with Songyu in causing your fall, which has already been submitted to President Gu. The individual responsible for the fall leading to death should face justice. He ought to serve as a witness. I will go. After Hisueya left, Gu Qiongzhou summoned Wang Linlin. Assistant Wang, please postpone my schedule for the day after tomorrow. Wang Linlin curiously asked, all right, President Gu, are you going to see Empress Su? Gu Qiongzhou replied, no, I am attending the court session for Zhengyi. Wang Linlin then remembered Zhengyi's case. I see. I thought Empress Su's side had finally allowed for visitors. Gu Qiongzhou's side, Assistant Wang, please refrain from bringing up unrelated matters. Wang Linlin chuckled. I know President Gu is thinking of Empress Su. But alas, he remains under strict management. Gu Qiongzhou found himself both amused and exasperated by Wang Linlin's remarks. All right, Assistant Wang, go before I deduct your salary. That evening, Gu Qiongzhou video called Su Zhaoxi. Darling, I miss you so much. When can I see you again? Su Zhaoxi replied, I miss you too. Please focus on your filming. The moment they allow visitors, I will rush to see you, having not seen Su Zhaoxi for over 2 months. Gu Qiongzhou's heart ached for him. Yet he could only offer comfort as he noticed Su Zhaoxi's low spirits. Su Zhaoxi's eyes flickered with a hint of despondency. After hanging up, Xiaoxue gazed at him sympathetically, saying, "Shigu, why don't you tell President Gu about your situation? It's unnecessary for him to worry for no reason. Besides, I will recover once filming is over." Su Zhaoxi appeared vacant, showing signs of fatigue. Xiaoxue worriedly remarked, "Shigu, your emotions are not normal anymore. The calmness you display is merely an act. Don't you realize that? You even lied to President Gu, claiming they wouldn't allow visitors. That is it not that you were simply too afraid to see him? Just look at how you have changed." Chapter 56. A strange dream. Su Zhaoxi forced a smile. "If he comes, will I feel better?" Xiaoxue was on the verge of tears. "Shigu, I truly don't know what to say anymore. You have worked too hard for this production." That Su Zhaoxi's eyes suddenly reddened as he crouched down in silence. Xiaoxue recognized that he had reverted to the state he had been in for the past 2 months. Helpless, she exited the room. Sister Lu saw Xiaoxue come out. "How is he?" Xiaoxue shook her head. "He still speaks to President Gu as if he were putting on an act." Sister Lu frowned. "He used to be the quickest to break character. I never imagined he would immerse himself so deeply this time." Xiaoxue hesitated. "Perhaps Shiga knows how to break character. He just doesn't want to." Sister Lu stated, "I believe we can no longer keep this from Gu Qiongzhou." In truth, Gu Qiongzhou had not been oblivious to Su Zhaoxi's changes, as he was the one who spent every day with him, that he understood Su Zhaoxi's emotions best. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, believing it was normal for an actor to become engrossed in their role. However, tonight's conversation intensified his peculiar feelings. After ending the video call, he pondered for a moment before calling Sister Lu. Upon seeing Gu Qiongzhou's call, Sister Lu thought to herself that Su Zhaoxi could not blame her. It was Gu Qiongzhou who called first. "Hello, Lu Jingjing, that I would like to inquire about Su Zhaoxi's recent state. Has he encountered any issues?" Sister Lu did not expect Gu Qiongzhou to have noticed Su Zhaoxi's discrepancies. After all, when they watched Su Zhaoxi video call Gu Qiongzhou, his demeanor appeared just as it typically did. Even being so close to him, it was difficult for them to discern any abnormalities. Yet Gu Qiongzhou, observing through the screen, had detected Su Zhaoxi's unease. "How did you notice?" Sister Lu couldn't help but ask. Gu Qiongzhou replied gravely, "I see that there is no light in his eyes." Sister Lu decided to inform Gu Qiongzhou, "Su Zhaoxi is in a very abnormal state right now, that I believe you need to come over." Gu Qiongzhou did not hesitate. "I will book a flight now to so." He lied about not allowing visitors. Sister Lu confirmed, "Yes, he said he didn't want you to see him in his current state." Wang Linlin saw her boss hurriedly descending the stairs and heading outside. She quickly asked, "President Gu, where are you going?" Gu Qiongzhou replied, "I'm going to find Su Zhaoxi. Inform Sueha that I need him to attend the court session on my behalf the day after tomorrow. Also, please compile the major decisions I need to make for the company and email them to me." Wang Linlin sensed something was amiss but did not pry further. "All right, I understand. Please take care." Gu Qiongzhou took the earliest flight to the international city, finally reaching Su Zhaoxi's side by dawn. That Su Zhaoxi, unaware of Gu Qiongzhou's arrival, instinctively revealed his current state to him. Gu Qiongzhou found it difficult to reconcile the carefree youth he once knew with the hollow-eyed, fragile figure before him, that he slowly approached Su Zhaoxi. "What is wrong?" Su Zhaoxi, momentarily taken aback, instinctively tried to revert to his usual self. However, Gu Qiongzhou seemed to see through him. "Don't act with me." Su Zhaoxi stood frozen, speechless. That Gu Qiongzhou took hold of Su Zhaoxi's hand. "Why don't you want to break character? Can you tell me?" Gu Qiongzhou recalled Su Zhaoxi had once told him that after finishing his first project, he learned how to transition out of character swiftly, so it was impossible for him to be unable to do so, unless he simply did not wish to. Su Zhaoxi lifted his gaze, looking at him with a hint of sorrow. "I have been dreaming frequently lately, and in those dreams, I am him, that I should be that person." That Gu Qiongzhou gently caressed his face. "That is merely a dream, not reality." That Su Zhaoxi shed a tear. "But you are in my dreams, Gu Qiongzhou. But you already possess me in reality." Gu Qiongzhou felt a strange sadness wash over him for reasons he could not comprehend. "In my dreams, I have called your name countless times, yet I have never uttered it once," Su Zhaoxi said, dazed. That Gu Qiongzhou was at a loss for words and could only hold Su Zhaoxi tightly. At that moment, a crew member approached, saying, "Emperor Su, it's time to shoot." "Understood," Su Zhaoxi replied, reluctantly releasing Gu Qiongzhou. "Wait for me to return." "Do not leave," that Jiu Qiongzhou naturally would not leave. "I want to go." "You go ahead, that we will talk when you return." After Su Zhaoxi left to film, Gu Qiongzhou asked Sister Lu, "May I take a look at the script he is working on?" Sister Lu handed him the script. "Here. Take a look." Although he is the male lead, his role is minimal. There is actually another male lead who takes up the majority of the screen time. Jiu Qiongzhou flipped through a few pages. Growing increasingly alarmed, he absently asked, "Who is this Gu Yao?" Sister Lu, perplexed, inquired, "Is this the name of the male protagonist with an abundance of scenes? What is the matter?" Yet Gu Qiongzhou suddenly fell silent, his gaze fixed as he walked into the room. Why did the character's experiences mirror his own life so closely? Was this merely a coincidence, or was he, in fact, a reflection of himself? Had his own story been transcribed into a script? But why? Aside from the name, were there no differences in their experiences? An era had passed, and those of that generation had long since departed from this world. Could the scattered details of history truly be restored to such an extent? After an indeterminate period, Su Zhaoxi returned. Sister Lu seized him, saying, "Just now, General Gu reviewed the script, and it seems something is amiss." That Su Zhaoxi nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his awareness that he entered and observed that Gu Qiongzhou's face was devoid of color, as if his soul had momentarily departed. Startled, Su Zhaoxi found himself momentarily out of character. "Jiu Qiongzhou, what's wrong?" Gu Qiongzhou glanced at him and calmly replied, "You've lost your focus." Su Zhaoxi, preoccupied with concern, retorted, "Forget about me for a moment. What is troubling you?" Gu Qiongzhou merely smiled faintly. "Nothing, just feeling a bit melancholic while reading the script." That Su Zhaoxi fixed him with an unwavering gaze. "I don't believe you. You know me, and I know you. You can't hide anything from me." That Jiu Qiongzhou lowered his head. "It's not that I wish to keep it from you. It's just that even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me." Su Zhaoxi took his hand. "If you tell me, I will believe you." His own situation was already bizarre. Once a skeptic of past lives, the dreams he had experienced over the past 2 months led him to believe he might have truly encountered Gu Qiongzhou in a previous existence. Gu Qiongzhou was his everything. How could he doubt the words of the one who meant so much to him? Chapter 57. The turmoil of heritage. Gu Qiongzhou, gazing into Su Zhaoxi's resolute eyes, yearned to share his story, for enduring everything alone had become unbearably arduous. Speak out, he thought. The worst consequence would be Su Zhaoxi finding it preposterous, dismissing it as mere fantasy. At worst, he could later claim to be jesting. Su Zhaoxi knelt before him, gently wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "What transpired? Tell me. I will believe you unconditionally." Finally, Gu Qiongzhou spoke. "Do you believe in time travel?" Having uttered the words, he found it was not as difficult as he had imagined. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Zhaoxi's eyes, one he didn't even catch himself. Continued, "I am listening to. I am not the true Gu Qiongzhou. The real Gu Qiongzhou perished long ago during a drowning incident. I am a remnant from 1927. In that era, I too was called Gu Qiongzhou, born on December 31, 1901, and was shot on November 7, 1927. My identity was that of the president of the Huawei Business Association. And on July 17, 1927, I promulgated the commercial treaty, successfully addressing the encroachment of foreign commerce into our market. Many harbored resentment towards me, and I was aware that I would not survive beyond the Spring Festival of 1927. I thought I was destined to die, yet unexpectedly, I opened my eyes to find myself in the 21st century. That I understand that what I'm saying is shocking. If you don't believe me, that's fine." Before Gu Qiongzhou could finish, he noticed a peculiar glint in Su Zhaoxi's eyes. "That if you don't believe me, that's all right. Truth be told, I hardly believe it myself that I was merely jesting." Gu Qiongzhou regretted sharing this with Su Zhaoxi, realizing how implausible time travel would sound to someone from a new era. Yet, Su Zhaoxi suddenly looked up at him. "I believe you." Then, as if confirming something, he eagerly asked, "Is your alias Rugi?" Gu Qiongzhou was taken aback, certain he had never mentioned his alias to Su Zhaoxi. How could he know it so clearly? "How do you know?" Gu Qiongzhou asked, struggling to mask his surprise. Su Zhaoxi, as if grasping a lifeline, responded, "I have dreamt of it." Could it be that it was not merely a dream? Gu Qiongzhou's heart clenched. "What did you dream?" Su Zhaoxi seemed to recall his visions, his expression darkening. It was fragmented, entirely disjointed, that my identity varied, but invariably, I felt weary and isolated in that world. Moreover, I seemed to be searching for you. I didn't understand why I needed to find you. Only that I had to take you away, Su Zhaoxi continued. No wonder I have been experiencing such dreams lately. It must be some unseen force guiding me toward you, compelling me to truly understand you. I believe in you, Gu Qiongzhou. It suddenly made sense why he had lingered at the school on the streets of the Republic, why he had resisted the opium trade so vehemently, why he had so decisively denied ever attending the bonfire party, why he, once a poor chess player, could now effortlessly outmaneuver Gu Yinyao, who had played for decades. The Gu Qiongzhou who once faced public scorn online, who had maliciously broken others' windows as a child, who had harbored unrequited feelings for Song Yu, was not him. The one who cared for him when he was intoxicated, who marked time to come and take him home, who, despite his ignorance of love, could not bear to let him go, was him. Every moment they shared was a manifestation of him, that he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that it was this version of Gu Qiongzhou. The one who had traversed time, who had married him, Jiyu Qiongzhou, felt a lightness he had never known. Thank you for believing in me. There are no more secrets between us, that Su Zhaoxi embraced Gu Qiongzhou tightly. Pressing his lips to his forehead with a reverence that felt almost sacred, I should be the one to thank you. Thank you for crossing a century to be by my side. A tear slipped from Gu Qiongzhou's eye as he softly uttered, You are my light, Su Zhaoxi. Had I not encountered you, I would never have learned to love that Su Zhaoxi felt profound sorrow, although he had only glimpsed fragments of Gu Qiongzhou's youth in his dreams. He could sense the hardships he had endured, which were far more complex than Gu Qiongzhou's brief explanations. Though he had read the script, it only chronicled Gu Qiongzhou's life post-20, that he knew nothing of Gu Qiongzhou's earlier struggles. Yet, mercifully, fate had delivered such a remarkable person into his life. Since the heavens chose to place Gu Qiongzhou by his side, he vowed never to allow him a moment of unhappiness again. Even if Gu Qiongzhou desired the stars and the moon, he would strive with all his might to procure them. The wounds of his past were beyond his ability to erase, but he swore that in this lifetime, he would ensure Gu Qiongzhou faced no further harm, that I will love you well. In the courtroom, Zheng Yi was brought to the defendant's seat, that in just half a year. He had aged considerably, making it hard to believe he was once the illustrious major shareholder of the Gu Corporation. He Su watched from the spectator's bench, coldly observing him without an ounce of sympathy. This was the fate he deserved, devoid of any saintly compassion, to Jiyu Yinyao. As the plaintiff, methodically presented the evidence against Zheng Yi. With no defense to offer, Zheng Yi ultimately received a verdict of 20 years in prison, with all his assets confiscated. After exiting the courthouse, Gu Yinyao felt fatigued. 2 days prior, he had received evidence from He Su regarding Zheng Yi and Song Yu's collusion to drown Gu Qiongzhou. It was only today that he learned his son's near drowning had been a malicious act. Sleep had eluded him for the past 2 nights, and he now understood that Gu Qiongzhou was capable of swimming. A fact he had never been told. Why hadn't Gu Qiongzhou mentioned it? He pondered deeply. Ultimately, it was his own lack of attention towards his son that led to this. Had he paid more heed, perhaps his son would have confided in him. Had he known Gu Qiongzhou could swim, he might have uncovered the suspicion surrounding the drowning incident, instead of being left to piece it together alone before the trial. He resolved to treat his son with greater care henceforth, ensuring he would never again suffer such harm, that He Su called Gu Qiongzhou. Having spent 2 days in the film crew, Gu Qiongzhou's emotions had stabilized. How did it go? He Su replied. He received a 20-year sentence. That Jiyu Qiongzhou coldly remarked. That's too lenient. He Su hesitated. I noticed that Jiyu seems a bit downcast. That Jiyu Qiongzhou understood Gu Yinyao's feelings. Discovering the truth behind his son's near drowning would leave anyone shaken. Moreover, he felt guilt for not having been more attentive to Gu Qiongzhou, not even knowing his son could swim. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with Gu Yinyao. Chapter 58. The yellowed photographs. Gu Qiongzhou remained sequestered in Su Zhaoxi's room for 2 days, reluctant to venture outside. Today, observing Gu Qiongzhou's improved state, Su Zhaoxi asked if he would like to accompany him to the film set. Gu Qiongzhou hesitated. After all, the story being filmed was based on his life. That Su Zhaoxi discerned his apprehension. I understand your concerns. The past may have been truly dreadful, but since you are here, by my side, you shall not face those unfortunate events again. Trust me, Do not allow those experiences to haunt you. Confront them. Yu Qiongzhou nodded earnestly. You are right that I should not be afraid to face my past. It is merely a part of who I was. Our future path stretches far ahead. That Su Zhaoxi extended his hand towards him, saying, Let us go. I shall hold your hand and will not let go. Gu Qiongzhou slowly placed his hand in the palm of Su Zhaoxi's, replying, All right, I trust you. That Su Zhaoxi gripped his hand tightly as they arrived at the film set. It was Gu Qiongzhou's first encounter with the director of this movie. Illidan, upon seeing him, Illidan exclaimed in surprise, Wow, and strode over. Su Zhaoxi furrowed his brow and stepped in front of Gu Qiongzhou, saying, Illidan, what are you doing? Only then did Illidan realize his behavior might have been inappropriate. I apologize, Emperor Su, that I meant no offense. He then turned to Gu Qiongzhou, adding, It is just that this gentleman bears an uncanny resemblance. That Yu Qiongzhou's heart tightened, and Su Zhaoxi became somewhat wary, asking, Resemblance to whom? Illidan hurried back to the camera, retrieving his script and producing a small, yellowed photograph tucked within its pages. The photograph was in black and white, clearly of an age-long past. That it depicted a man in a black suit, with chiseled features, sharp eyebrows, and piercing eyes, exuding an air of formidable presence. Illidan handed the small photograph to Gu Qiongzhou, saying, Look, he looks remarkably like you. That he then murmured, No, not just similar. It is identical. That Yu Qiongzhou gazed at the photograph, recalling that it was the only identification photo taken in 1921 when he submitted his application to the Commercial Association. That Su Zhaoxi took the photograph from Gu Qiongzhou's hand, and with a single glance, he confirmed that this was the most authentic Gu Qiongzhou, the one from 1921, whom he had never encountered. Illidan, could you tell us where you found this photograph? Illidan pondered for a moment before replying. That was 6 years ago at the time. I was in England, planning to shoot a film about the commercial era of the Republic. That I searched tirelessly but could not find a script that captivated me. However, one morning, I discovered a book outside my door. That it was titled The Days When I Came to the Republic. I thought it was left by some self-recommending author. That I took the book and searched around for its owner. But regrettably, I found no one. That I thought perhaps the book contained information about the author. So I opened it, only to find a yellowed identification photo and a note that read, This is a true story. There is no need to seek me. That I hope you treat it well. Thus, I began reading the book and was utterly captivated by the story. I resolved to adapt it faithfully. Yu Qiongzhou fell into deep thought. Who could have left this book at Illidan's doorstep, and how could they understand him so well? He found it utterly perplexing that Su Zhaoxi, listening intently, also found it curious, since this happened 6 years ago. Why did you wait until now to begin filming? Illidan, appearing somewhat distressed, replied, Because I could not find the male lead I envisioned. However, time has passed, and I do not wish to delay any longer. If only this gentleman had appeared a few months earlier, Yu Qiongzhou interjected. I'm sorry, director, but I am not an actor. Illidan chuckled. That is all right. Merely meeting you feels like an extraordinary coincidence. After returning to their room, Gu Qiongzhou asked, Who do you think left that book at Illidan's door? Su Zhaoxi replied, I do not know, but I have a new idea. That I previously thought your time travel was a mere coincidence. Now it seems it may not be. Yu Qiongzhou was taken aback. What do you mean? Su Zhaoxi continued, Do you remember what Illidan said the book was titled? Gu Qiongzhou thought for a moment and replied, The Days When I Came to the Republic. After he mentioned it, he paused, articulating slowly. Are you suggesting that this person might also be a time traveler? Su Zhaoxi nodded. The title came as quite intriguing. That I believe your time travel may hold deeper significance. Therefore, I think we should locate this person. Perhaps finding them will unravel all our mysteries. Yu Qiongzhou agreed. Indeed, from any perspective, this person is crucial. Yu Qiongzhou had only stayed in the international city for 3 days, as he was exceedingly busy and had too many matters to attend to. He truly could not afford any more delays. Before leaving, the two embraced for a long time. Su Zhaoxi reluctantly said, After this film is completed, I will set aside a few months to accompany you properly. Gu Qiongzhou smiled and patted his back, teasingly saying, All right, then you can accompany me to work. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I was feeling slightly melancholic, and you made me lose my composure. Gu Qiongzhou laughed and released him, saying, Focus on your acting. I will have someone investigate this person. I believe we will have results soon. Su Zhaoxi nodded. I will also have someone look into it. We will surely uncover the truth. Wang Linlin, upon seeing her boss Gu, was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, President Gu, you have finally returned. You have no idea how overwhelmed I have been in your absence. I have been fielding hundreds of calls daily and attending to numerous clients seeking you that I have exhausted my limited cultural knowledge just to manage these clients that I truly cannot endure it any longer. Wang Linlin grew increasingly aggrieved, and before long, she broke down in tears that Jiyu Qiongzhou, witnessing her breakdown, finally showed some mercy, saying, "You have worked hard, Assistant Wang. Take the day off and rest well." Wang Linlin, unable to contain her tears, hiccuped as she said, "Thank you, President Gu." Hiccup, "I will go out now." That hiccup, the Jiyu Qiongzhou found her amusing and laughed. "Yes, take a good rest, Assistant Wang." Chapter 59. The Dark Horse. A week later, the announcement regarding the release of The Disappearing Lover ignited a spark in the otherwise mundane month of March. This drama, which had initially garnered little attention, had now filled all its investment slots, showcasing a true comeback. Once the trailer was released, it was wildly shared, breaking 10 million views within a minute and exceeding 1 million likes. Viewers flooded the comment section. "This trailer is absolutely stunning. The moment when Su Yingdi portrayed Chu Balan in battle was mesmerizing. And that farewell. Did they not realize it would be their final meeting? They had promised to marry once Chu Balan returned. Whoa, Chu Qiaonan never got to see her fiancé return to wed her. The 3-minute trailer had them weeping throughout. They cried for the heart-wrenching love between the characters, for their deep patriotism, for Chu Balan's death in battle, and for Song Qingyu, who would rather face execution than utter a word. Just from the trailer, their hearts ached. One could only imagine the tears they would shed when the full film was released. Speaking of the full film, who could match the grandeur of The Disappearing Lover? The electronic billboards of Gu Corporation were plastered with promotional posters for the drama. What level of company is Gu Corporation? With their influence, other companies followed suit, displaying the promotional materials for The Disappearing Lover, all in hopes of catching President Gu's attention. Moreover, it was featured in CCTV's primetime slot. What a significant platform! It would be an injustice if this drama did not become a hit. That Su Yingdi had been filming in the international city for 3 months without posting a single Weibo update. Now that The Disappearing Lover was set to air, fans were eager to see the fresh face of Su Yingdi once more, along with the stunning Jiang Qian and the adorable Cui Xinyue. They were utterly infatuated with the two that just days prior, the famous actress Jiang had shared a photo of the adorable one sleeping adorably. The premiere of The Disappearing Lover achieved over 100 million views in just one night, setting a new record for CCTV's primetime dramas and topping the Maoyan popularity charts. Su Zhaoxi had nearly completed filming his scenes, coinciding perfectly with the promotional period for The Disappearing Lover. Meanwhile, Zhanxing Entertainment profited immensely from this drama, successfully ousting Puyang Entertainment from the competition. Puyang Entertainment faced a 1 billion compensation payment to Tianji Entertainment due to a failed contractual agreement, leading to a freeze on their funds. Fortunately, the earlier February release of Love is Love had performed decently, allowing them to barely sustain operations. However, the emergence of The Disappearing Lover, the dark horse of the year, caused the audience for Love is Love to dwindle significantly, plunging Puyang Entertainment back into a crisis of bankruptcy. Sheng Yugong seethed. "It's him again, Gu Qiongzhou. Are we destined to wait for bankruptcy now?" His assistant suggested. "President Sheng, The Disappearing Lover is not only popular, but also well-received. We cannot confront them head-on unless..." Sheng Yugong inquired. "Unless what?" The assistant replied in a hushed tone. "Unless the main stars of their drama become embroiled in scandal." Sheng Yugong considered this and found it reasonable. "Then what should we do?" The assistant obsequiously proposed. "Isn't Su Zhaoxi returning soon? We could send someone to seduce him and lead him in a certain direction, as long as public opinion takes hold. Their drama will surely suffer." Sheng Yugong concurred. "You make a valid point, that I entrust this matter to you." Upon returning to the country, Su Zhaoxi's first action was to head straight to Gu Qiongzhou's company. The receptionist recognized him immediately and allowed him to ascend to Jiyu Qiongzhou. "I'm back. Hurry and give me a hug. I missed you terribly." To Jiyu Qiongzhou, seated at his desk and diligently working, was taken aback when Su Zhaoxi burst in and enveloped him in a hug. Gu Qiongzhou pushed him away. "Let go. This is the company." That Su Zhaoxi refused to relent. "I want to let go. Can't you see that I am not the least bit excited?" Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. "Oh, I am excited. I am nearly overwhelmed." Such a significant figure as Su Zhaoxi came charging into my embrace. "However, we are in the office, and it would not reflect well if someone were to witness this." Only then did Su Zhaoxi release him. All right, I understand your pretentious seriousness. We shall settle our accounts at home. That as expected, a throng of young ladies had concealed themselves at Gu Qiongzhou's doorstep. And upon overhearing this, they all pouted in disappointment. Wang Linlin was the first to speak. Ah, is that all? I thought the esteemed Su Yingdi would directly kiss President Gu. Hey, Linlin, are you even from this planet? You are so bold. Upon returning, Su Zhaoxi had not come back empty-handed. After observing Gu Qiongzhou, he made his way back to Tianji Entertainment. That an unexpected figure approached. Shitty, is it truly you? I thought I must have been mistaken. The individual stood just over 6 feet tall and possessed a striking appearance that he was Su Zhaoxi's senior from the same program at Cambridge University, and their relationship was quite amicable. Liao Shixiao. What brings you here? Liao Songyu replied. I used to work at Puyang Entertainment, but the company has recently fallen on hard times, so I had to seek a new path and came to Tianji Entertainment. Su Zhaoxi harbored no objections to Liao Songyu's decision. After all, one must look out for oneself in this world. That sounds quite good. I wish you success in your endeavors. Liao Songyu expressed gratitude. Thank you. Shitty, I hope to treat you to a meal sometime. Su Zhaoxi found it difficult to decline. Sure, Shixiang, just set a date, and I will certainly attend. Liao Songyu added. I heard that you have married the esteemed President Gu. Do invite her along. As I have yet to meet her formally, Su Zhaoxi paused for a moment and replied, I will ask him. If he is available, I shall definitely bring him. Liao Songyu laughed. Very well. I shall not disturb you any longer, that I will take my leave. That Su Zhaoxi bid farewell. Goodbye. Liao Shixiao. Chapter 60. The aroma of tea. Upon returning home, Su Zhaoxi recounted the encounter with Liao Songyu to Gu Qiongzhou. Gu Qiongzhou believed that since Liao Songyu was Su Zhaoxi's senior, he should extend some courtesy. That very evening, Liao Songyu sent a message to Su Zhaoxi. Shitty, I know President Gu has work. But how about tomorrow evening at 8? After reading the message, Su Zhaoxi felt an indescribable sensation. Why do I feel that Liao Songyu has an interest in you? Gu Qiongzhou replied with a chuckle. Surely not. He is well aware of our relationship. That Su Zhaoxi thought to himself that this was indeed the case. That he responded to Liao Songyu. No problem. Liao Songyu replied almost instantly. Great, then let us meet at the restaurant Hua Hao Yuan. I've heard their signature dishes are particularly delightful. Though the name is a bit, I trust you one mind. That Su Zhaoxi found it perplexing. Liao Songyu is rather peculiar. The Gu Qiongzhou, who was never adept at social interactions, chose to remain silent. Su Zhaoxi replied, Of course, we don't mind. When Liao Songyu saw the two arrive, he stood up enthusiastically to greet them. Shitty, President Gu, you have come. Please take a seat. That it was Gu Qiongzhou's first encounter with Liao Songyu. Mr. Liao, greetings. The three took their seats, with Gu Qiongzhou and Su Zhaoxi on one side and Liao Songyu across from them. Liao Songyu observed Su Zhaoxi attentively pouring a cup of hot tea for Gu Qiongzhou and suddenly smiled. I still remember back then. Shitty had such a cold exterior that few dared to approach him. Yet after getting to know him, I discovered he possesses a kind heart. Once, I forgot my exam admission ticket, and it was Shitty who brought it to me. Another time, I was locked in the classroom by some unruly classmates, and it was Shitty who came to my rescue. He is not usually so kind to outsiders. That as he spoke, it seemed he recalled something. Oh dear, I apologize. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that in fact, the kindness Shitty has shown to President Gu is quite evident, undoubtedly far surpassing what he has shown to me. Please don't be upset. President Gu, Shitty may have only helped me out of pity. It certainly was not due to any special feelings for me. The Gu Qiongzhou perceived that this individual might not be entirely sane and bluntly stated, I am not upset, for I believe you are correct. His kindness toward me far exceeds what he has shown you. Liao Songyu appeared taken aback, feeling wronged. President Gu, you must be misunderstanding me. I am a straight man. I merely wish to express Shitty's kindness, not to imply anything else. Shitty, President Gu seems to have misinterpreted us. You must clarify, Liao Songyu urged. After listening for a while, Su Zhaoxi finally discerned the underlying narrative. It appeared that this senior was attempting to brew green tea on his behalf. That Su Zhaoxi feigned offense. Liao Shixiao, your words are a bit heavy. I believe Qiongzhou would not misinterpret us. He is quite magnanimous. Liao Songyu smiled shyly. That is a relief. That I was concerned that President Gu might not trust Shitty. That Su Zhaoxi mused. What exquisite tea artistry. Gu Qiongzhou remained bewildered by their odd conversation and chose not to interject. At this moment, Liao Songyu inquired, President Gu, You truly harbor no misunderstandings? I am genuinely a straight man, the Gu Cheongjo candidly replied. What is there to misunderstand? Your sexual orientation has nothing to do with me. I am not interested. Liao Songyu. Su Zhaoxi could not contain his laughter. Darling, what are you babbling about? Liao Songyu looked pitifully at Su Zhaoxi. Shitty, it seems that President Gu does not hold me in high regard. Su Zhaoxi playfully asked. Why would my wife have any affection for you? Liao Shixiao. I believe we have eaten enough. We shall take our leave now. Liao Songyu quickly stood up. I apologize. Today it was I who overstepped with President Gu. Next time, let me treat President Gu and Shitty to a movie, that Gu Cheongjo frowned. Wouldn't it be strange for three people to watch a movie together? Liao Songyu paused for a moment. I apologize, Shitty. I assure you it was not as you may have interpreted. I have no intention of intruding upon your relationship, that I merely think you both are very happy. Unlike me, who has never been liked by anyone, Su Zhaoxi replied. We are indeed very happy, Liao Shixiao. You are truly quite unfortunate. Farewell, Liao Songyu. A slip of the tongue that I in the car, Su Zhaoxi asked. Why didn't you inquire whether what he said was true? Gu Cheongjo answered. That person clearly seems a bit unhinged. Why would I trust his words? Su Zhaoxi laughed heartily. What he exhibits is known as green tea skills, that Gu Cheongjo, puzzled, asked. He can brew green tea? But what does that have to do with his mental state? Su Zhaoxi explained. Green tea typically refers to individuals who feign weakness or invoke pity to elicit sympathy from others, that Gu Cheongjo nodded. So Liao Songyu is a green tea man. Su Zhaoxi affirmed. Precisely, but he has chosen the wrong target. Someone like you, who suffers from emotional deficiency, cannot comprehend the message he is attempting to convey, that he essentially wants you to doubt the nature of my relationship with him. Stirring discord between us, so he might take advantage, the Gu Cheongjo began to understand. So that is how it is, that Su Zhaoxi continued. In reality, all he mentioned was merely his own misguided perception. When I delivered his admission ticket, it was because my graduate advisor could not traverse such a distance. Thus I was tasked with bringing it to him. He then dragged me into a lengthy conversation about trivial matters, which nearly drove me to distraction. As for rescuing him, I happened to be at the study hall. Had he not spoken up, I would have remained unaware of his presence inside. As Gu Cheongjo listened to Su Zhaoxi's grievances. He found it amusing. He appreciates your kindness. Yet you are revealing your own shortcomings, that Su Zhaoxi remarked. I merely wish to convey that my kindness has only ever been directed toward you. There has never been anyone else. That Gu Cheongjo smiled and kissed his lips. I know. Just as they intended to return home, Liao Songyu sent another message to Su Zhaoxi. Shitty, reflecting on our time at the same school. I truly feel time has flown by. You were so radiant back then, while I was merely an unremarkable student council president, that I have always held feelings for you, yet my self-esteem was too low to believe you would reciprocate. Although they say you treat me differently than others, I still couldn't bring myself to acknowledge my feelings, instead emphasizing my straightness daily. Now I regret it, but you're already married. Alas, I say this without ulterior motives. During our meal today, I sense that your wife does not seem to care for you much, which pains me that I recognize my actions are wrong. Yet I cannot help but desire to draw closer to you. If you still harbor feelings for me, I will be waiting for you at How You on tomorrow night at 8. Rest assured, I will not disclose this matter to anyone. Gu Cheongjo, upon reading this message, genuinely understood what it meant to be a green tea man. Gu Cheongjo asked enigmatically. What do you plan to reply? Su Zhaoxi felt utterly innocent. Who knew this green tea would take such a turn? When have I ever treated him differently? It is pure folly. I will certainly reject him. That is a given, he asserted. However, Gu Cheongjo chuckled. Let's not be so hasty in our rejection. That Su Zhaoxi was puzzled. Huh. Why not reject him right away? Gu Cheongjo handed his phone to Su Zhaoxi. Look, what does this message say? Tomorrow night at 8, at How You on. There will be what you wish to see. Su Zhaoxi's expression darkened. He is evidently being manipulated. Gu Cheongjo inquired. Who do you think is trying to target you at this moment? Su Zhaoxi replied. It seems that the airing of the drama The Missing Lover has obstructed someone's path. In Chapter 61, Reaping What One Sows, Su Zhaoxi expressed her confusion. What happened, Zhaoxi? How did you end up involved with someone like Liao Songyu? Isn't my sister-in-law more appealing? Jiang Qian called Su Zhaoxi, and she curiously asked. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Qian, seemingly relieved, remarked. I knew it. How could you betray your sister-in-law? You haven't joined our major group, have you? You must not know what this scoundrel Liao Songyu has been saying in the group. He claimed that he was afraid to accept your affection before, but now that you've crossed paths again, he doesn't want to lose you. That he also mentioned that it's fortunate you still have feelings for him. It's not too late. That Su Zhaoxi was utterly speechless. Qiongzhou was right. He must have some issues. When did I ever express my affection for him? And which of his eyes saw me having feelings for him? Jiang Qian chuckled. No worries. Who in that large group doesn't know that Liao Songyu is a mix of narcissism and green tea personality? He thinks everyone is interested in him. That in fact, the reason Sheng Yuangang sought out Liao Songyu was precisely because Liao often boasted about an extraordinary relationship with Su Zhaoxi. When Sheng Yuangang found Liao Songyu, he embellished the story, leading Sheng Yuangang to believe that Liao was indeed the unattainable white moonlight for Su Zhaoxi. Men always desire what they cannot have. I refuse to believe that the white moonlight he once could not attain would suddenly appear beside him, showing interest. Would he be able to resist? Sheng Yuangang laughed heartily, convinced of his victory, unaware that the so-called white moonlight was merely a figment of Liao Songyu's imagination. The best way to deal with such a person is to shatter their illusions completely. As for the person behind this, Gu Qiongzhou can easily guess who it is. Thus, in kind, she would repay Liao Songyu in the same manner that Su Zhaoxi feigned acceptance of Liao Songyu's invitation and instructed Gong Yin to hack into Liao's phone, sending a message to Sheng Yuangang. Mr. Sheng, it's all set. Please come to the moonlit night tomorrow at 8 to collect the photographs. That we won't wait past that. Upon learning of their plan, Gong Yin remarked, you two truly are a perfect couple. This idea is brilliant. When Sheng Yuangang received the message, he scoffed. Su Zhaoxi is just like that, pretending to be deeply affectionate. His assistant flattered him. Absolutely, Mr. Sheng. Su Zhaoxi is definitely finished this time, that we could just sit back and reap the benefits. Sheng Yuangang replied, this idea was yours. If it succeeds, I'll give you a raise. The assistant beamed. Thank you, Mr. Sheng, thank you. Sheng Yuangang arrived punctually at moonlit night but did not find Liao Songyu at tea that moment. A waiter approached with a drink. Good evening, sir. This drink was ordered by another guest at your table. Please enjoy. Without suspicion, Sheng Yuangang downed the drink in one gulp. After a while, the waiter returned, saying, Sir, Mr. Liao is waiting for you in box 250 for a detailed discussion. Sheng Yuangang felt a twinge of displeasure, believing Liao was trying to one-up him. However, eager to obtain the photographs, he suppressed his anger. Upon entering box 250, he pushed the door open and was greeted by darkness, only to hear the sound of running water from the bathroom. With a click, the door locked behind him. From the bathroom, Liao Songyu's voice emerged. Junior brother, is that you? I'll be out soon. I specifically took some excitement-enhancing medicine tonight. Don't worry. I want to say a word about what happened tonight. Did it want to affect your relationship with Gu? Even the slowest of minds would understand they were being set up. Sheng Yuangang desperately twisted the doorknob, yet it showed no signs of yielding. His body suddenly felt feverish, a strong desire igniting within him. Unable to contain himself, he tore off his clothes, thinking of the beautiful figure still in the bathroom. The flames of passion consuming all rational thought. That moment, Gu Qiongzhou and Su Zhaoxi were dining in the adjacent box. Gu Qiongzhou remarked, he wasn't entirely wrong. The late-night snacks here are indeed delicious. Su Zhaoxi smiled. Indeed. Gu Qiongzhou continued. What about the reporters he arranged? Su Zhaoxi sneered. The cars are parked outside, and it's a live broadcast. He is truly ruthless towards me, leaving me no time for public relations. Since that's the case, he can only suffer the consequences. I wonder how his wife will react when she sees this. 9 o'clock, reporters surged in, each armed with a camera, bursting into box 250. However, upon entering, they were left dumbfounded by the sight of a middle-aged man in disarray. Are you telling me this is Su Zhaoxi? But the live stream had already commenced, and the viewer count skyrocketed to 10,000. Who is this? Wow, what a scandal. Why did I click on this? My eyes are burning. I know this person. He is the CEO of Puyang Entertainment. Wait, doesn't he have a wife? His wife is the sister of Director Shen. Does anyone know that young man? No idea. I think I recognize him. He is that little star who just switched to Puyang Entertainment. What a surprising relationship with his former boss. They quickly spun a tale of intrigue. In Chapter 62, Best Actor, Liao Songyu awoke, reflecting on the debauchery of the previous night, feeling utterly nauseated. He kicked Sheng Yuangang beneath the bed, seething. Sheng Yuangang, you perverted scoundrel. I will kill you. Sheng Yuangang, recovering from the effects of the drugs, Felt dizzy, but the previous night's events were indelibly etched in his memory, that he recalled a group bursting in to photograph the two of them. Completely bare, vaguely, he thought he had recognized Gu Qiongzhou's face. Had this all been part of his scheme? And Liao Songyu, he must have been the one behind this. Yes, it was Liao who sent him that message, all meticulously planned to ensnare him. Furious, he stood up and seized Liao Songyu by the neck. His eyes ablaze. It's all your fault. Did you collude with Gu Qiongzhou to set me up? Liao Songyu gasped for breath, but did not struggle, instead pleading for death. Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. The thought of being with such an ugly, old man makes me feel like I'm being stabbed with needles. Sheng Yuangang, still not fully aware, took a moment to process that Liao was insulting his looks. He struggled to decide which insult to refute first. It's your honor that I slept with you. I can't count how many people try to throw themselves at me. How could he have fallen into the trap laid by Liao and Gu Qiongzhou? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman burst in, striking Sheng Yuangang across the face. I want a divorce. Seeing his wife, Shin Mei storm in with an angry countenance, Sheng Yuangang felt his legs weaken, his strength fading. Liao Songyu, who had narrowly escaped death, slumped against the wall, coughing violently. Wife, let me explain. I've been framed. She is the one who set me up. Shin Mei was having none of it. The sight of Liao Songyu, half dead and with a look of despair, convinced her that Sheng Yuangang had coerced the young star. What explanation? Look at what you've done to him. Did you intend to silence him? You're truly a vile person. I can't believe I misjudged you. Divorce. Now. Initially, the scandal involving the investors wouldn't have significantly impacted the drama's reputation. But as netizens dug deeper, they discovered that the second male lead had gained his role through unsavory means, and that the financier was none other than Sheng Yuangang. The drama Love Right met its untimely demise. Sheng Yuangang lost everything. His company crumbled, and he found himself transformed into the very poor wretch he once scorned. Gu Qiongzhou calmly observed the unfolding situation. This matter has reached its conclusion, that Su Zhaoxi remarked. Mr. Gu, your handling of affairs is remarkably efficient. I admire you, Gu Qiongzhou replied. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they provoke me, I will certainly retaliate, that if he dares to cast his designs upon you, he must be prepared to face the consequences. That Su Zhaoxi wholeheartedly approved of Gu Qiongzhou's perspective. You are absolutely right. Such petty individuals must not be spared. Yet, it is impressive how you managed to uncover evidence of his entanglement with the second male lead. That Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly, where there is smoke, there is fire. He then added, however, the owner of that book has left no trace of his existence, as if he appeared and vanished in a thin air. Su Zhaoxi sighed. I've dispatched many to search for him, but none have succeeded, including Gong Yan. Gu Qiongzhou sighed. Perhaps the timing is not yet right. That Su Zhaoxi replied. It seems this matter can only be temporarily set aside. The actors nominated for the Best Actor award at the Bai Yulan Awards are. Please direct your attention to the big screen. Qin Ra, you have traversed 3 lifetimes for me, and I shall repay you with my exquisite bones that we shall never meet again. Qin Ruo, I love you. He is the righteous senior brother, Qin Shaodian, amidst calamity, the one with delicate bones, Wen Heiyan, the sole light in the darkness, Qin Shuo, and the Grand Slam actor, He Zongxi. Qiao Nan, our country is in peril, and I cannot stand idly by. Let us marry upon my return. Regardless of worldly opinions, let our hearts decide. He is the warlord who enforces love in the vanished lover, and a patriotic figure who stands tall in times of national crisis. He is our 3-gold actor, Su Zhaoxi, who will ultimately claim the Best Actor award. Let us invite today's award presenter, Mr. Gu Qiongzhou, to unveil the mystery. Gu Qiongzhou rose from his seat and, under the spotlight, gracefully approached the stage. Accepting the card handed to him by the supporter, that I hereby announce that the winner of the Best Actor award for this year is Su Zhaoxi, the performer of the male lead in The Vanished Lover, Chu Belan. The audience erupted in applause as Su Zhaoxi took the stage to receive the trophy from Gu Qiongzhou and embraced him. Turning to face the audience, he expressed, I am immensely grateful to the organizers for bestowing this honor upon me. I must especially thank the director, screenwriter, executive producer, and all the crew members of The Vanished Lover. I also wish to extend my gratitude to the fans present here today. Lastly, I must particularly thank my partner, Gu Qiongzhou, who serves as my guiding light and driving force. This damned love, Tio publicly expressed gratitude to the one you cherish during the Best Actor ceremony. What a cosmic level of romance. Su Zhaoxi's affection for Gu Zong is truly something he can proclaim before thousands that Ji Zong awarded Su Zhaoxi the trophy. This should mark Su Zhaoxi's fourth Best Actor accolade, wouldn't it? Note how Su Zhaoxi thanked Gu Zong twice. Surely no one is unaware that the executive producer of The Vanished Lover is Gu Zong, right? Ah, yet another day of being driven mad by their love. After the ceremony, a throng of young stars rushed to Gu Qiongzhou's side, vying for his attention. Ji Zong, I believe I possess considerable acting talent, that I heard you have an entertainment company. Perhaps you might consider me? And I, Gu Zong, I excel at singing and dancing, that I promise to follow your instructions and do whatever you ask. After Su Zhaoxi finished handling his peers, he turned to see a group of young stars surrounding Gu Qiongzhou that he quickly approached. What is this? All gathered around my wife. Am I invisible? The young stars collectively bowed. We apologize, Su Yingdi. Our agent encouraged us to self-recommend. Please do not misunderstand. Ji Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. If you wish to join Zhongqing, you need to come with your resumes for an interview. Approaching me is futile. I am not involved in that area. The group of young stars appeared somewhat disappointed. Oh, I see. Thank you for your time. Once the young stars departed, Su Zhaoxi smiled and said, Gu Zong, not only am I handsome, but I am also quite enduring. Would you consider me? Gu Qiongzhou took his hand. Sure, I will consider it. Su Zhaoxi playfully asked, so, do I still need to interview? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled, no need. You can pass without an interview here, because I handle this aspect. After a night of indulgence, Gu Qiongzhou rubbed his sore waist, slightly annoyed. What was that about last night? I told you I didn't wanted it. Su Zhaoxi wrapped his arms around Gu Qiongzhou's waist. Darling, I merely wish to prove my words from last night to you. Ji Qiongzhou was nearly speechless. From now on, when I say stop, you must stop. Otherwise, you can forget about touching me. Su Zhaoxi kissed Gu Qiongzhou and coaxed. All right. I understand that I will abide by my wife's wishes, that if my wife says to do something once, I shall never do it twice. Ji Qiongzhou replied. That's more like it. Chapter 63. An Unknown Man on Sunday. Gu Qiongzhou unusually did not go to work, claiming he felt pity for Su Zhaoxi and chose to stay home with him. However, their tender moments were soon interrupted by a heavy knocking at the door. Disrupting the intimate atmosphere, Su Zhaoxi's expression soured immediately as he irritably hurled a pillow from the bed at the door. Ji Qiongzhou chuckled softly. All right, go open the door. Perhaps it's something important? Su Zhaoxi, with a darkened face, opened the door to find his younger brother, Su Shanli, standing there, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing his brother, he did not notice Su Zhaoxi's grim expression and lunged into his embrace. Su Zhaoxi thought to himself that he could not lose his temper. This was his younger brother, and a crying one at that. What happened? I was assaulted, Su Shanli sobbed, feeling utterly aggrieved. That Su Zhaoxi's expression darkened. Who did this? Gu Qiongzhou stepped out, furrowing his brow at the unfolding situation. What on earth happened? Speak up. That Su Zhaoxi led Su Shanli into the room. The atmosphere was tense and quiet, save for Su Shanli's muffled sobs. Yesterday, I didn't have an argument with Dad again. In a fit of anger, I went to a bar. That Su Zhaoxi reprimanded. You went to a bar again? Are you not aware of your own alcohol tolerance? Gu Qiongzhou gently pressed on his shoulder. Let him finish. Continue. Then I just ordered a drink at random, and after that, I don't remember anything, until I woke up to find myself naked in a hotel room, covered in marks. That Su Zhaoxi bluntly asked. Do you know who that person was? Su Shanli shrank back. I don't know. When I woke up, he was already gone. But there was a note. Ji Qiongzhou inquired. What note? Where is it? Su Shanli pulled out the note from his pocket. The handwriting was neat and precise. Something came up at the company. I have to leave first. There is medicine in the cabinet. Remember to apply it. That I already helped you apply it this morning. You should be fine. Ji Qiongzhou. Su Zhaoxi. What a peculiar turn of events. Su Zhaoxi composed himself and asked, Are you certain you don't recognize the owner of this handwriting? They seem quite familiar with you. Su Shanli awkwardly replied, who still communicates through handwriting these days. How could I possibly identify someone just by their writing? Tears welled up in his eyes again. Aren't you both missing the point? I was assaulted. I'm a straight man. How could this happen? Su Zhaoxi pressed his forehead, feeling that Su Shanli would eventually drive him to despair with his foolishness. Do you not realize our family's drinking habits are hereditary? One drink and you're done. Yet you still went to a bar. Su Shanli, feeling utterly wronged, retorted, "Brother, how can you say that? I'm already in such a terrible situation. And you still scold me," Jiyu Qiongzhou asked. "Did you contact anyone before going to the bar?" Su Shanli pondered. "I don't think so." Gu Qiongzhou rubbed his temples. "All right, recount the events starting from your argument with Dad." Su Shanli began to reminisce that in the study. Su father angrily hurled the photos from Su Shanli's hands to the ground. "That Su Shanli, you claim to love photography. I thought you genuinely liked this field. So I arranged for you to work as a cameraman for the production crew. What on earth have you done? You haven't shown up for work in a month, merely snapping photos of this one celebrity from various angles, front, back, shoulder-bearing, half-nude. Do you have no shame?" Su Shanli's expression darkened as he saw his father throwing his photos to the ground, and he squatted down to pick them up, retorting, "Dad, my dream is to be a portrait photographer, not a landscape photographer. You didn't even take the time to understand my aspirations before imposing your ideas on me. Why should I conform to your misguided notions?" Su father was seething with rage. "A portrait photographer? The kind that takes half-nude photos? Have you learned nothing during your years abroad?" Su Shanli's head was spinning from his father's furious voice, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. "Dad, being a portrait photographer is a legitimate profession. Every profession has its significance that if you don't understand, please refrain from attacking it. Since we cannot reach a consensus, I will no longer stay here to be an eyesore." Su father watched Su Shanli's departing figure, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment. "Fine, leave. If you walk out that door, don't ever come back." Su Shanli retorted defiantly. "I want to come back if I don't want to. Do you think I care?" Su Shanli wandered aimlessly down the street. The feeling of being misunderstood was unbearable. As he walked, he suddenly overheard two people conversing. One voice said, "Let us go to the bar. A drink can solve any problem." Another voice interjected, "Forestry, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Awards and such are merely hollow titles. I have never cared for these things. Come on, regardless of your indifference, accompany your brother to the bar for a drink today." "Ah, you really are something. Fine, let us go." Su Shanli pondered internally. Could a single drink truly resolve troublesome matters? Otherwise, why was that person so certain in their tone? After a moment's thought, he took a taxi to the bar mentioned by the two. Upon arriving, he anxiously took a seat at the bar. The bartender warmly inquired, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" Su Shanli, unfamiliar with alcohol, overheard a conversation about Long Island iced tea and, without further contemplation, said, "I'll have a Long Island iced tea." Consequently, he lost track of the events that followed. Jiyu Qiongzhou suddenly asked after hearing this, "Who did you take the photo for?" Su Shanli, uncertain of why Gu Qiongzhou would inquire, replied, "For his Zone 11." Jiyu Qiongzhou paused, feeling the name was somewhat familiar. Yet he couldn't recall more details. Su Zhaoxi had encountered Hizongshi a few times at social events and was aware of his significant standing in the entertainment industry. Frowning slightly, he asked Hizongshi, "How did you end up taking his photo?" Su Shanli explained, "A month ago, while I was photographing, I met brother. He looked at my work and complimented me, asking if I could be his portrait photographer. I thought it was a great opportunity, so I agreed." Jiyu Qiongzhou inquired, "What do you think of Hizongshi as a person?" Su Shanli contemplated before responding, "Brother, he is quite kind. He is very gentle with me. He embodies the charm of a mature gentleman. Many young women in the company admire him." Jiyu Qiongzhou remarked, "I see. However, what you've shared does not seem to provide any useful information. Let us wait and see. Perhaps he will reach out to you." Su Shanli retorted indignantly, "If he dares to contact me, I will surely knock out his teeth." Meanwhile, Hizongshi, busy handling important documents, sneezed. Chapter 64. The boss is indeed this kind of person. On Monday, Su Shanli returned to the office with little enthusiasm. After preparing his photography equipment, he noticed that Hizongshi seemed to be absent from the company. He asked Hizongshi's assistant, Ziying, "Is brother he not in today?" Ziying replied, "Yes, brother, he appears to be negotiating a very important film project. He probably won't return until the day after tomorrow. The chairman notified him to discuss it the night before yesterday. But we couldn't reach him by phone, which was quite distressing. Fortunately, his phone finally connected at around 6 this morning, so he hurried off to discuss the project." Su Shanli, not fully understanding the situation, decided to play it cool. "I see. Since brother he is unavailable for the next few days, could you assign me to photograph other stars? It wouldn't do to be idle all the time." Ziying shook her head immediately. "That's not possible. Brother he specifically instructed that you are his dedicated photographer and can only shoot for him." Unaware of this arrangement, Su Shanli scratched his head. "Oh, Is that so? Then what else can I do? Ziying glanced at Izonshi's schedule and said, Brother, he should not be in a meeting right now. Let me give him a call. Ziying promptly called Izonshi, and the call was quickly answered. What's up, Ziying? Izonshi asked. Ziying explained, Su Shanli is the photographer assigned to you. Since you're not here, what should he do? On the other end, Izonshi seemed to chuckle. He replied, have him come to my office and create a photo wall with the pictures he took of me over the past few days. Ziying was baffled by Izonshi's request. But, will he be willing to do that? Izonshi responded playfully, it's alright, I noticed he enjoys making photo walls. Understood, brother, Ziying replied. After hanging up, she hesitated before telling Su Shanli, brother, he wants you to come to his office and create a photo wall with the pictures you took of him recently. Su Shanli, already lacking enthusiasm for the task, found this to be perfectly agreeable. All right, I understand. Ziying, relieved to see Su Shanli was not upset, let out a sigh of relief that Su Shanli arrived at Izonshi's office, which was meticulously organized, save for a document left hastily on the desk that he knew better than to pry into others' privacy. Thus, he deliberately avoided looking at the document. Yet he could not help but notice the signature beneath it, which seemed familiar. Suddenly, the words from the note flashed in his mind, causing a sense of panic. Confirming something, he took a picture of the signature and sent it to Gu Qiongzhou. Brother-in-law, could you verify if this signature matches the handwriting from yesterday's note? Gu Qiongzhou replied within minutes. It's the same person that's so. That person is Izonshi. Su Shanli felt as if lightning had struck him. The boss he respected so deeply had taken advantage of him while he was intoxicated. Struggling to maintain composure, he texted back, yes, most likely. Gu Qiongzhou asked, do you need me to do anything? Su Shanli reflected on how Izonshi had always spoken to him kindly, taken him out for meals, and even seen him home, that he couldn't fathom how such a gentle yet powerful man could exploit someone in a vulnerable state. The brother-in-law, please don't tell my brother about this yet. I want to handle it myself. Gu Qiongzhou replied, all right. Contact me if you need anything. Su Shanli casually responded. Thank you, brother-in-law. He then sat on the floor, his mind swirling with memories of his interactions with Izonshi, feeling increasingly distressed at that moment. The last person who should have appeared did. Izonshi had been working tirelessly to return early, having gone without sleep for a day and a night. He was already on his way back to the company when Ziying called him. Upon seeing Su Shanli sitting on the floor, his expression changed, and he rushed over. Get up, the floor is cold. Don't you realize you can't afford to catch a chill? As Su Shanli was pulled up, he slapped Izonshi hard across the face. Get out. Su Shanli had dared to strike Izonshi, believing the sudden appearance was merely an illusion. However, the tangible sensation brought him back to reality. Shouldn't he have returned the day after tomorrow? Despair washed over him, realizing he had slapped his boss and told him to leave. Now, not only had he been taken advantage of, but he could also face termination. Izonshi, though stung by the slap, did not react with anger. That I'm sorry, Xiaoli. That day, I lost control. That it was my fault. That Su Shanli was taken aback. That Izonshi. I am a straight man. That Izonshi recalled Su Shanli's emotional state from that night, his expression clouding with uncertainty. You don't believe me? Su Shanli asked, astonished by the look on Izonshi's face. Realizing he needed to align with Su Shanli's feelings, Izonshi replied, I believe you. Xiaoli. That night was entirely my mistake. That I had been drinking, and when I saw you holding my photo, I lost my composure. That I've always been attracted to men, and I was out of line. Su Shanli looked at Izonshi, who was sincerely apologetic, and found that all the accusations he had prepared were now stuck in his throat. He awkwardly said, let us not mention this to anyone. I am a straight man. That I still want to date women. Upon hearing this, Izonshi's gaze darkened. That don't worry. I won't tell anyone that as compensation. Let me take you out for dinner tomorrow night. You mustn't refuse. Otherwise, I won't feel right. That Su Shanli attempted to decline, but was swiftly interrupted. Oh, I have no other business. I'll take my leave now. That moment, Izonshi suddenly grasped his arm. Did you use the medicine I left on the bedside table yesterday? Su Shanli's face flushed crimson as he retorted fiercely. Why do you care whether I used it? Mind your own business. I am perfectly fine now. You don't have the means to keep me in pain. Izonshi chuckled at Su Shanli's defiance. You're right. I am not that capable. Xiaoli is certainly stronger than I am. Su Shanli felt his face burning with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm leaving. Chapter 65. 1-year anniversary, though Su Shanli had insisted that he did not require Gu Qiongzhou's assistance. He reflected that, after all, This was his brother-in-law, and the man was still somewhat, well, not naive, but rather innocent that he felt it necessary to oversee the situation, lest Su Shanli be deceived entirely. Thus, he arranged for his assistant to set up a dinner with Izongshi. When Izongshi arrived, he found Gu Qiongzhou, dressed in a black suit, seated in the private room, sipping tea. Upon hearing footsteps, Gu Qiongzhou raised his head, surveying Izongshi with a scrutinizing gaze. Undeterred by the scrutiny, Izongshi approached and greeted him. President Gu, good to see you, Gu Qiongzhou replied, retracting his gaze. Izongshi, good to see you. Please have a seat. That Izongshi took a seat without further pleasantries and slightly turned to the waiter. Hello, I would like an iced Americano, please. The two sat in silence for a while. That Izongshi broke the ice first. I expected you would ask about Xiaoli first. Yet you seem remarkably composed. The Gu Qiongzhou lifted the teacup and took a sip. Then languidly remarked, you are aware of Su Shanli's identity, aren't you? Izongshi chuckled softly. Of course, he is the second son of the Su family, the younger brother of Su Zhaoxi. Please, speak candidly. Gu Qiongzhou slammed the teacup heavily onto the table. His voice sharp. Do you not consider the consequences of your actions? Is he someone you can toy with at will? Izongshi felt the pressure emanating from Gu Qiongzhou, yet he remained composed. I will not coerce him due to my status, nor will I hesitate because of his that I will only pursue what I desire. That my connection with Xiaoli that night was born from my affection for him. Gu Qiongzhou laughed lightly. You have feelings for him? Are you not aware that he is a straight man? He is unwilling to engage with you. He was utterly intoxicated that night. Can you honestly say you did not take advantage of him? Izongshi did not refute. I did indeed take advantage of the situation. However, I do not believe Xiaoli is entirely straight. He simply has yet to recognize his own orientation. Moreover, I can sense that he feels differently towards me. Gu Qiongzhou scoffed lightly. Your feelings? Do you truly care for him? Or is it merely your own self-interest? Are you aware of how profoundly that incident has affected him? Do you know how helpless and distressed he was when he came to me and Su Zhaoxi in tears? You seem oblivious to all of this. Do your feelings truly hold such nobility? Izongshi felt as though his heart had been pierced by a needle. I genuinely had something of great importance at that time. Otherwise, I would never have left his side. Even if he scolded or hit me, I would accept it as my dude. Gu, I truly care for him, the Gu Qiongzhou stated plainly. I have investigated you. You are indeed admirable in many respects. However, I believe you two are not suited for one another. Your career is paramount in your heart. While it is not for him, that I do not deny that he may very well come to like you. He is a naive child, and once he develops feelings for someone, he will give it his all. That I fear he may be hurt in the future. Thus, it is best to cut losses while you can. Izongshi felt struck at his core, momentarily at a loss for words, but he could not simply abandon Su Shanli. The emergence of Su Shanli represented a form of redemption for him. Gu, I do not deny that you speak the truth to this moment. My career does indeed take precedence in my heart. However, I cannot let go of Su Shanli. I will learn to love him properly. Making him my top priority, I shall hold true to my word. The Gu Qiongzhou understood that he could not sway his feelings. After all, matters of the heart are devoid of practical considerations. You two are the most aware of your own situation. I am merely an observer. I will refrain from further opinions. That I hope you, Emperor He, will act wisely. That Izongshi replied, Thank you, Gu. That evening, Su Zhaoxi came to pick Gu Qiongzhou up from work. After all, he was his brother, and Su Zhaoxi felt concerned. Wife, has Su Shanli reached out to you? He hasn't messaged me for a few days. That Gu Qiongzhou had promised Su Shanli not to disclose this matter to Su Zhaoxi. Thus, he carefully chose his words. He did message me. He said he wanted to handle this matter on his own, without our involvement. That Su Zhaoxi felt a little relieved and teased. Su Shanli has been spoiled since childhood. He even knows to handle his own affairs. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled lightly. Why do you always confront him? I can tell you still care deeply for your brother. Why act so fierce in front of him? With me, he is nothing but a sweet darling. Su Zhaoxi wrapped his arms around Gu Qiongzhou, sweetly saying, You're my wife, of course, I am your darling. Then he sighed. Su Shanli has always been too innocent. He has not experienced the world's harsh realities. If I and Dad continue to indulge him, how will he navigate society in the future? While my heart aches for him, he must learn to face his own challenges, which will serve as a lesson. He needs to understand where he can go and where he cannot. The Gu Qiongzhou comprehended his intent. Su Shanli is indeed overly naive. Fine. Let him handle this on his own. Now, let us head home. Su Zhaoxi smiled and said, Wait a moment. Turning, he retrieved a large bouquet of red roses from the trunk. Wife, these are for you. Employees exiting the company and passers-by paused to observe the scene. Discussing with delight that Jiyu Qiongzhou felt slightly bashful as she accepted the roses. What prompted this sudden gesture of giving me roses? Su Zhaoxi laughed as he embraced her. Wife, have you forgotten? Today marks our 1-year wedding anniversary. Gu Qiongzhou froze, her heart racing. A year has passed already. Time flies so swiftly that Su Zhaoxi planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, speaking earnestly, Wife, thank you for being by my side. Happy anniversary. Jiyu Qiongzhou tightly returned the embrace. Zhaoxi, happy anniversary. This feels wonderful. The onlookers cheered and applauded. Gu, Emperor Su, happy anniversary. Passers-by shouted excitedly, May you enjoy 100 years of harmony. Once they settled into the car, Su Zhaoxi looked at her with the eager eyes of a child requesting candy. I heard that tonight in Batammu, there will be shooting stars that I have gathered everything we need. Let us go camping. I've also brought a small telescope. We can watch the stars and shooting stars together. Gu Qiongzhou held the roses tightly, genuinely thrilled. All right. Let us set off to witness the shooting stars. Chapter 66. The shooting stars Batammu is nestled within a verdant oasis among a cluster of small hills. The air is refreshingly crisp. Looking up reveals a sky filled with stars, as if they are about to descend upon the earth. Su Zhaoxi's car halted at the foot of the hill. Unable to proceed further, the two exited the vehicle, carrying their gear as they ventured deeper into the hills. After approximately a kilometer, both of them, in good physical condition, reached the Batammu oasis without much delay. Su Zhaoxi skillfully set up the tent. Sensing the evening breeze was a bit chilly, that he retrieved a jacket from his backpack and draped it over Gu Qiongzhou. Once they had prepared everything, they sat on the ground, gazing up at the twinkling stars. Su Zhaoxi smiled and said, My childhood dream was to watch the stars with the person I love most. Now, it seems that dream has come true. Gu Qiongzhou paused for a moment. From now on, I will accompany you here every year to watch the stars, all right? Su Zhaoxi beamed like a child. Absolutely. It's a deal. Jiyu Qiongzhou was swept up in his enthusiasm. Feeling more at ease, taking a deep breath, he remarked, It's settled then. This place is so beautiful, and the air is wonderfully fragrant. Su Zhaoxi lay back on the ground, his gaze filled with talking stars. Indeed, when the shooting stars appear, it will be even more stunning. Jiyu Qiongzhou eagerly asked, When will the shooting stars arrive? Su Zhaoxi replied with a smile, At the hour of the ugly. After a while. I will set up the telescope, so we can see them more clearly. Su Zhaoxi stood up to set up the telescope, pulling Gu Qiongzhou closer. Look at these stars through the lens. Gu Qiongzhou bent down, peering through the telescope, unable to suppress a gasp of amazement. Su Zhaoxi inquired, What does it feel like? Gu Qiongzhou exclaimed excitedly, So vast, so clear, so beautiful. With still some time before the hour of the ugly. Gu Qiongzhou began to feel drowsy, nodding off. Su Zhaoxi, noticing this, smiled and pulled Gu Qiongzhou closer to rest on his shoulder. You can sleep for a bit. I will wake you when the time comes. Gu Qiongzhou drowsily murmured, I'll rest for a moment. You wake me when it's time, and then I'll watch while you sleep for a bit. Su Zhaoxi ruffled his hair. All right, sleep well. Su Zhaoxi gazed up at the starry sky. Feeling like the happiest person in the world with his beloved by his side, he Zongxi, fearing Su Shanli might slip away, deliberately sent him a WeChat message. You haven't forgotten, right? Tonight, I'm treating you to a grand meal. Wait for me after work. Su Shanli had been planning just that and, upon seeing the message, wore a woeful expression. He quietly voiced his discontent. What meal? Just seeing him makes my heart ache. A colleague, not catching what he said, asked, Shanli, what did you say? Su Shanli quickly deflected. Nothing. I just mentioned I'm a bit hungry. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Zhang Hao, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Zhang Hao exclaimed. Somewhat perplexed, why? Su Shanli replied, Oh, there's no reason. We've worked together for a month and haven't had a meal together yet. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. Oh, I see. All right then. Su Shanli silently gave him a thumbs up in his mind. He then quickly messaged Zongxi. I'm really sorry. I just remembered I had plans to have dinner with Zhang Hao a few days ago, so I won't be able to join you for the grand meal tonight. To his surprise, Zongxi quickly replied, No worries, let us all go together. Zhang Hao probably wouldn't mind one more person. Su Shanli felt like cursing, but managed to suppress his anger. Responding earnestly, Zhang Hao is a bit introverted. He might not be comfortable dining with the boss. After a while, Hizongshi sent a screenshot of a message exchange. Hizongshi. Zhang Hao, are you there? Zhang Hao, yes. Boss, what can I do for you? Hizongshi. I'm having dinner with Su Shanli tonight, but he mentioned he already made plans with you. Would you mind if I joined? Zhang Hao, boss, I certainly don't mind. Welcome to join us for dinner. Cheers. Su Shanli. Aw, pig teammate. Zhang Hao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Su Shanli. Shanli, I adore you. Finally, I have the chance to dine with the boss. Su Shanli, feeling rather discontent, replied. Why do you want to have dinner with him? Zhang Hao, ecstatic, responded. But that's Hizongshi. He's my idol. Just the thought of dining with my idol makes me happy. Do you think I could get the boss's autograph? Su Shanli, for reasons unknown, grew even angrier. You probably could. He is not that great. Why do both of you like him? At that moment, Su Zhaoxi gently awakened Gu Qiongzhou. Darling, it's almost time, wake up. Gu Qiongzhou, still groggy, asked. What time is it? Su Zhaoxi, with a tender tone, replied. It's 2 o'clock. In 15 minutes, the meteor shower will commence. Gu Qiongzhou sat up abruptly. Why didn't you wake me earlier? I told you to call me ahead of time. You stayed up until now. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. You were sleeping so soundly. Why should I disturb you? It's no trouble for me. I'm not sleepy. Gu Qiongzhou wanted to say more, but Su Zhaoxi suddenly grabbed his hand. Darling, look. A meteor. Gu Qiongzhou looked up, and one meteor after another streaked across the sky. Adorning the already beautiful starry night, Gu Qiongzhou hurried to the telescope, gazing at the meteors. They were breathtaking. That Su Zhaoxi asked. Darling, do you want to make a wish? Gu Qiongzhou clasped his hands together, silently wishing. I hope the one I love remains safe and joyful for a lifetime. Su Zhaoxi also closed his eyes to make a wish. I hope Gu Qiongzhou will always be by my side. Never to leave, Gu Qiongzhou inquired. What did you wish for? Su Zhaoxi replied. Wishes cannot be spoken, or else the meteors won't grant them. Gu Qiongzhou, with a hint of fear, said, Good thing I didn't say it out loud. Su Zhaoxi slowly leaned closer to Gu Qiongzhou, capturing his lips beneath the vast starry sky. I wish for the one I love to always be safe and joyful, that I hope Gu Qiongzhou remains by my side, never to depart. That evening, Su Zhaoxi updated his Weibo with a photo of Gu Qiongzhou gazing up at the meteors. The comments overflowed with blessings that he watches the meteors while I watch him. The one I love is never strayed far from my side. Beneath the romantic stars, I wish to freeze this moment forever. Wow, the sisters are so artistic. I lack eloquence, but I still want to say they are a perfect match. So in love that Suindi truly cherishes Guzong. These two have been reciprocating each other's feelings all along. That night was destined to be another sleepless one. That Sister Lu topped the trending topics with 6 hot searches. Feeling overwhelmed, that Su Zhaoxi and Gu Qiongzhou watching meteors. That Gu Qiongzhou watches the meteors while Su Zhaoxi watches him. Adorable CP on a date. That Gu Qiongzhou's stunning silhouette. Sister Lu finally gave up. Forget it. Let them be. Chapter 67. Dining. After work, Su Shanli began to dawdle, turning a few minutes of tidying up into a massive project. Zhang Hao, feeling anxious, urged, Su Shanli, why are you dragging your feet? We need to hurry to the lobby to wait for the boss. We can't let him think we're not taking our first dinner with him seriously. Su Shanli rolled his eyes internally, feeling 1,000 reluctances. Zhang Hao, why don't you go ahead? I'll catch up later. Zhang Hao, hearing this, readily agreed. All right, I'll go first. Hurry up. Just as he finished speaking, a tall man in a black coat with an air of superiority walked in. No worries. Let Su Shanli tidy up. We can wait here for him. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Shanli froze mid-task, panic evident in his tone. What are you doing here? Hizongshi lowered his gaze, suppressing a smile. I was worried someone might run away. Zhang Hao, astonished that the boss had come to the employee office, was utterly bewildered, not comprehending what was happening. What? Run away? Did Su Shanli do something wrong? Su Shanli, flustered and furious, retorted. Zhang Hao, you're the one in trouble. Then turning to Hizongshi, he added, If we're having dinner, then let us eat. I'm not afraid of you. That Hizongshi chuckled as he picked up Su Shanli's backpack from the table. You want to take it with you? I'll carry it for you. Su Shanli didn't even glance at Hizongshi, sidestepping him as he exited. Whatever. Zhang Hao watched their interaction in astonishment. The atmosphere felt akin to that of a quarreling couple. He instinctively felt like a glowing light bulb. It dawned on him that these two had something going on. They invited him for dinner, but it seemed more like they were using him as a shield. Boss, I just remembered I have something to attend to and probably can't join you for dinner. Wishing you and little Sue a pleasant meal, Hizonshi smiled warmly at him. All right. Then, you go ahead and be busy. We can dine together another time. Zhang Hao, sure boss. Absolutely, boss, that I'll take my leave now. Hizonshi nodded. Su Shanli, growing impatient outside, was about to enter and call for them when Zhang Hao dashed past him. Is he in a hurry? Hizonshi pulled Su Shanli closer, stifling a laugh. Zhang Hao has something to do tonight and can't join us. Come on, let us go eat. That Su Shanli felt a mix of emotions. Zhang Hao. I truly misjudged you. Hizonshi was quite generous, taking Su Shanli to a lavish private dining restaurant. That Su Shanli had long wished to dine at this establishment, but it required an annual expenditure of 2 million to gain entry. His father and brother managed his finances, so he had no spare 2 million to spend on such a place. That he awkwardly remarked, Boss, you're quite willing to spend money. Hizonshi brushed off the lint on Su Shanli's shoulder. Didn't you want to eat here? I specifically loaded the funds for this. Shall we go and give it a try? Su Shanli, astonished, asked. How did you know I wanted to eat here? Hizonshi smiled. The day I met you a month ago wasn't our first encounter. Our first meeting was at the entrance of this restaurant. That I was filming a drama and borrowed this location, and I saw you gazing at the restaurant, a look of yearning in your eyes. To be honest, it was love at first sight for me. That Su Shanli seemed to recall a bit. The time he had quarreled with his father, was broke, and passed by this restaurant, contemplating sneaking in for a free meal to infuriate his dad. However, he lacked the courage and could only think about it in his heart. Perhaps that yearning in his eyes had stemmed from those thoughts. That he awkwardly chuckled. Oh, I see. You never mentioned this before. But I must emphasize again, I'm really a straight man. That Hizonshi affectionately ruffled Su Shanli's hair. Understood, little straight man. The meal went quite pleasantly. Su Shanli relished the dishes, which were indeed delectable from the restaurant he had longed for. After dinner, Hizonshi offered to drive Su Shanli home. That Su Shanli didn't decline, as it felt inappropriate to refuse after having just enjoyed his hospitality. However, Su Shanli was not one to conceal his feelings. Halfway home, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and quietly said, Can you please stop liking me? Ever since I found out you like me, I've felt so uncomfortable. That Hizonshi was driving. And Su Shanli couldn't discern his expression, only hearing him say, I believe I have no power to force you to like me, nor do you have the power to force me not to like you. You don't need to feel uncomfortable. Just be yourself as before. That I won't pressure you into anything. That Su Shanli felt a pang of anguish in his heart, yet he resolutely replied, It's impossible to be the same as before. I know you like me now. When I see you, all I think about is your expression when you told me you liked me. That I can't help but recall that morning with all those marks on my body. And my emotions were in turmoil. That I simply can't face this. I can't accept it. That Hizonshi fell silent, and Su Shanli failed to see the sorrow in his eyes. The car quickly arrived at the apartment Su Shanli rented. You should go back. Get some rest. That Su Shanli gazed at Hizonshi, who appeared somewhat melancholic, and felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Yet he wished to return to a normal life, so he couldn't yield. Be careful on your way back. That Hizonshi forced a smile. All right, go on. Hizonshi's car circled the third ring road of Beijing, ultimately stopping again at Su Shanli's doorstep. The lights in Su Shanli's room were already off. Just like the light inside, Hizonshi seemed to have extinguished. He despaired, thinking, Have I truly misjudged? He really is a straight man. That night left him with nothing but a sense of despair. A shadow he wished to forget. Perhaps Gu Qiongzhou was right. He had indeed been too self-assured. At 4 in the morning, Hizonshi drove away from Su Shanli's doorstep. That Su Shanli had a restless night. Seemingly trapped in a dream. That I am the dream. He was the one pulling Hizonshi's collar, pleading, Igu, I feel so uncomfortable. I'm so hot. Please help me. It was he who took the initiative to press his lips against Hizonshi's, whispering, Your lips are so soft. Ultimately, it was also he who implored Hizonshi, Can we do it again? Upon awakening from his dream, he felt as though he had grasped something elusive. Chapter 68. Whose memory is distorted as dawn broke. Su Shanli found himself utterly unable to sleep. He irritably tugged at his hair, exclaiming, What in the world is going on? Am I the villain here, crying foul first? What should I do? After a moment of self-doubt, he took out his phone and messaged Cui Xinyue on WeChat. Xiao Cui, come rescue me. Cui Xinyue quickly replied, What happened? Were you kidnapped? I can't help you with that. Su Shanli responded, Xiao Cui. Do you not love me anymore? Let us meet at the usual spot at 9. Chui Xinyue replied, got it. Chui Xinyue and Su Shanli were classmates from middle and high school, sharing a close bond and often going out to have fun together. Chui Xinyue arrived early, waiting at the entrance for Su Shanli. When Su Shanli finally showed up, he excitedly wrapped his arms around Chui Xinyue's neck and exclaimed, Xiao Chui, I'm doomed. Chui Xinyue helplessly pulled him away, saying, stop hugging me, you're going to choke me. Su Shanli released him, but still agitated, said, Xiao Chui, I think I've done something foolish. What should I do? Seeing his distress, Chui Xinyue comforted him. Don't worry. Let us go inside and talk slowly. Su Shanli was too anxious to sit down and immediately began recounting his bizarre predicament. A few days ago, I ended up sleeping with my boss. Chui Xinyue was so shocked by this revelation that he nearly fell to the ground. What? You slept with your boss? Were you a willing participant? Su Shanli, tugging at his hair in frustration, replied, if only it were that simple. The problem is, I often black out after drinking, so I have no recollection of that night. I initially thought my boss had taken advantage of me, and I've been giving him the cold shoulder for days. But last night, I dreamt that I might actually have been the one who initiated things. However, I can't entirely blame him for the misunderstanding, because he went along with it without any explanation. But how could this be possible? I'm a straight man. I'm in a real dilemma here. You have to help me sort this out. After listening, Chui Xinyue pondered for a moment and said earnestly, does your boss like you? Su Shanli was taken aback. How did you know? Chui Xinyue replied. If he didn't like you, why wouldn't he clarify things? Also, let me ask you, what did you drink that night? Su Shanli, unfamiliar with alcoholic beverages, struggled to recall. I think it was something called tea. Chui Xinyue, somewhat exasperated, asked, is it called Long Island iced tea? Su Shanli confirmed, yes, that is there a problem? Chui Xinyue pressed his forehead. Su Shanli, you're driving me crazy. Do you even know what Long Island iced tea is? Did you just drink it randomly? Was it your boss who ordered it? That scoundrel. Su Shanli blinked in confusion. What does that have to do with anything? It was my boss who ordered it. I have no idea why he was even there. And by the way, what is Long Island iced tea? I only ordered it because I heard someone mention it. Why are you reacting so strongly? Chui Xinyue explained, it's an aphrodisiac drink, so do you understand why you were so forward? Su Shanli was utterly frozen. An aphrodisiac. Chui Xinyue solemnly stated, at this point, it seems the truth has come to light. You drank Long Island iced tea and happened to run into your boss. You initiated the encounter, and coincidentally, he likes you. So it all fell into place. Later, when you confronted him, he realized you had lost your memory of that night, and, fearing you would feel embarrassed, chose not to reveal the truth. That if you think of it this way, it makes sense that Su Shanli finally understood why Zongshi initially doubted his straightness. After all, he had been so proactive that night. No one would believe he was straight, so what should I do now? Chui Xinyue asked, do you still consider yourself straight? And do you have feelings for him? Su Shanli felt a whirlwind of confusion in his heart. I don't know. I'm really confused. Chui Xinyue advised, change is difficult, that I suggest you take a few days to calm down and think clearly about your feelings. That Su Shanli said, I plan to go abroad for a while. Maybe what I feel for him is just guilt and nothing more? Chui Xinyue replied, I think that's a good idea. Just don't rush into making any decisions. That Su Shanli realized he had been so focused on his own issues that he hadn't inquired about Chui Xinyue's recent situation. Have you had any new developments lately? Chui Xinyue shyly replied, I'm dating my idol. That Su Shanli immediately perked up, shaking off his earlier gloom. Jiang Qian? Wow. Xiao Chui, you're amazing. But didn't you say idols should be admired from afar and not to be trifled with? How did you end up pursuing him? Chui Xinyue clarified, actually, it wasn't me who pursued him. He pursued me. That I wasn't interested at first, but he's just too wonderful, and I ended up falling for him. Su Shanli was more excited about Xiao Chui's romance than his own. Oh my, that's impressive. Having your idol chase you is something worth bragging about for a lifetime. If it were me, I'd be so thrilled I wouldn't be able to sleep. Chui Xinyue chuckled. He and I isn't too shabby either. You slept with him, why aren't you excited? Su Shanli felt a bit awkward. Well, I am not entirely unexcited. After all, he is truly exceptional. But Xiao Chui, have you forgotten that I'm a straight man? If only Zongshi were a girl, I wouldn't be in such a quandary. Chui Xinyue shook his head in resignation. I have a feeling you'll come around eventually. After saying this, he glanced at his phone and added, oh, I have to go now. Jiang Qian is here to pick me up. Su Shanli teased, You're forgetting your friend for the sake of love, Xiao Chui. Hurry along. Don't keep your idol waiting. News of Su Shanli's plans to go abroad quickly reached Zongxi. At the same time, he received a message from Su Zhaoxi. Let us meet. The two sat together once more after many years apart, and Zongxi felt a pang of nostalgia that it has been ages since we sat down for a proper chat. Zhaoxi that Su Zhaoxi blinked in surprise. Yingdi, have we ever had a proper conversation? Zongxi found Su Zhaoxi's response peculiar. We attended the same school. I graduated 4 years ahead of you. You approached me for data modeling. Don't you remember? Su Zhaoxi had no recollection of any such modeling. Yingdi, you must be mistaken that I've never done any data modeling. However, Zongxi was confident. Impossible. I can't be mistaken that he then opened the big data network platform he had previously researched and quickly found a photo of the two of them together. Look, ISNT this you. You really don't remember? The moment Su Zhaoxi saw the photo, he was utterly taken aback. The person in the photograph was indeed him, but why did he have no recollection of it? Had he suffered from amnesia 6 years ago? Why had no one around him ever mentioned it? Thank you for telling me this, but I truly don't remember. Perhaps I had an amnesia incident 6 years ago that I will investigate it further. Zongxi replied, No problem, by the way. You came to see me regarding Su Shanli, didn't you? Chapter 69. Lost Memories. Su Zhaoxi affirmed, exactly. After all, he is my younger brother. I cannot turn a blind eye to his situation. I hope you don't mind my private investigation into this matter. Yingdi, that Zongxi reassured him, not at all. That he then gave a self-deprecating smile, acknowledging, I was already in the wrong regarding this matter. Su Zhaoxi bluntly stated, he is about to go abroad. You must be aware of this, right? Zongxi's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. I know that. Su Zhaoxi sighed. My brother is stubborn and obstinate. Anyone who falls for him will likely be skinned alive by him. I have a good idea of what he has told you, because I know him too well, that he treats everyone this way. When faced with uncertainty, he never seeks solutions, but instead resorts to the most hurtful words to wound others. Zongxi was taken aback. Weren't you here to warn me not to disturb Su Shanli anymore? Why are you telling me all this? Su Zhaoxi couldn't help but chuckle. You're actually quite decent. That my brother, if I put it nicely, is cautious. If I put it bluntly, he is destined to be single. I genuinely fear he will remain alone for a lifetime. At least someone is willing to take him in. I'm just worried that his harsh words will scare you away, which is why I came to talk to you. Just remember that his words are not sincere. Zongxi let out a deep breath. Zhaoxi, thank you for sharing this with me. Rest assured, I will make him willingly admit that he has feelings for me. Su Zhaoxi chuckled lightly. I just thanked you, and now you're thanking me again. This feels like a loop. All right, enough of the pleasantries. That go find him. After parting ways with Su Zhaoxi, he stopped by to pick up Gu Qiongzhou after work. On the way, he said, I met with Zongxi today. Jiu Qiongzhou cleared his throat. Oh, so you know about it? Su Zhaoxi laughed. It seems you're in the know as well. Jiu Qiongzhou admitted. That day, he sent me a signed photo of Zongxi, asking me to find someone to verify whether it matched the handwriting on that note from that day. Su Zhaoxi laughed and chided. Su Shan, this little rascal, is impossible to raise. Ultimately, my brother cannot compete with my sister Dash in Dash Law. Jiu Qiongzhou smiled and corrected. It's brother-in-law. Please use precise terminology. The rest is fine. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. Darling, you've learned to be mischievous. After a moment, Su Zhaoxi suddenly said, By the way, I met Zongxi today, and he mentioned something. Jiu Qiongzhou inquired. What did he say? Su Zhaoxi replied, he claimed that 6 years ago, we had collaborated on data inference. However, I have no recollection of such an event. Hence, I suspect I might have had amnesia. 6 years, Jiu Qiongzhou asked anxiously. Have you sought verification from others? Su Zhaoxi responded. Not yet. I only just heard about this. I have mentioned it only to you. Jiu Qiongzhou pondered and remarked. If you truly experienced amnesia, then surely those around you must know. It is strange that no one has brought up this topic in all these years. Su Zhaoxi agreed. You're absolutely right. I too find this perplexing. Therefore, I intend to inquire with Jiang Qian first. Upon returning home, Su Zhaoxi promptly called Jiang Qian. After a considerable wait, Jiang Qian answered, his voice slightly odd. I say, Zhaoxi, are you looking for trouble? Su Zhaoxi awkwardly coughed twice. Are you all continuing? Jiang Qian laughed and scolded him. You're insane. What could possibly be so urgent that you call me at this hour? Speak up, Su Zhaoxi retorted. It's only 8 o'clock. He then asked, did I experience amnesia 6 years ago? Jiang Qian, utterly baffled, replied, to me, 8 o'clock is indeed evening. Do you have an issue with that? Also, did you lose a game of truth or dare? What ridiculousness are you spouting? Su Zhaoxi insisted. Old Jiang, I'm not joking. Did it happen or not? Jiang Qin emphasized, no, absolutely not. If you had amnesia, I would wash my hair upside down. Su Zhaoxi rephrased his question. Then, did I ever study data inference? Jiang Qian could not comprehend Su Zhaoxi's late-night call about such nonsensical matters that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. What data inference? You've never mentioned it to me. What is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Su Zhaoxi, however, was taken aback. Never mind, I'll hang up. Jiang Qian. After hanging up, Su Zhaoxi's expression darkened. The Jiyu Qiongzhou also looked somewhat grave. Was he Zongxi lying? Or was Jiang Qian deceiving him? Su Zhaoxi then called several other roommates, only to receive the same results. No one remembered anything about his amnesia or any research into data inference. Gu Qiongzhou asked, is it possible that Zongxi is lying? Su Zhaoxi closed his eyes. He should not be lying. He has a photo of us together at the database entrance. That Jiyu Qiongzhou was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Why does only Zongxi retain memories of that time? Su Zhaoxi desperately rummaged through his mind for any recollections related to this matter, but he came up empty. That he finally made a resolute decision. I have decided to return to Cambridge. Most of my contemporaries chose to stay and teach there. That I wish to ask them if they have any insights. That I suspect this matter is also connected to your time-traveling experience, as well as the dreams I've been having since I filmed Xinhua. I feel there may be deeper mysteries involved. Gu Qiongzhou, who had been contemplating the same issues, said, I will take care of some company matters tonight and fly to the UK with you tomorrow morning. That Su Zhaoxi grasped his hand. Darling, I feel we are nearing the truth. Upon arriving in Cambridge, Su Zhaoxi and Gu Qiongzhou visited numerous people who had crossed paths with Su Zhaoxi at that time. The results were essentially of two kinds. Some, like Zongxi, were aware of Su Zhaoxi's amnesia and the research on data inference. Others, like Jiang Qian, had no recollection of Su Zhaoxi's amnesia whatsoever. The two analyzed that those who were relatively close to Su Zhaoxi and had kept in touch in the following years had no memories of his amnesia. Conversely, those who were unfamiliar with Su Zhaoxi and had no subsequent interactions had memories of his amnesia. So, has someone deliberately erased that portion of memory regarding me from them? Su Zhaoxi said somberly. As a staunch materialist, he felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Let us go see the database where you and Zongxi took that photo. Perhaps there will be clues there. Gu Qiongzhou suggested. This database had once been immensely popular, yet now few knew of it. After much searching and questioning, they finally located the database. Chapter 70. The connection between two matters. The database was not very large, and there were not many employees working there. They casually asked someone about the current status of the database. According to the staff, they were unaware of the reasons behind it. A once thriving app with promising prospects had seen its usage plummet overnight. The popularity had drastically waned. The database had no choice but to relocate and downsize. One staff member remarked, we stayed here out of passion for our work. Otherwise, with a monthly salary of just a few thousand. Who would? Others echoed his sentiments. By the way, this gentleman looks familiar. Did you visit our database before? Li Fei suddenly asked Su Zhaoxi. That Su Zhaoxi replied, I might have visited, but I lost my memory a few years ago and don't recall. Upon returning to the hotel, they began to organize their thoughts. During the period when the database's popularity sharply declined, both I and those close to me lost memories regarding the study of data inference. This implies that the advancement of data inference instilled fear in it. Therefore, it was willing to erase the memories of so many people to prevent us from further research. Su Zhaoxi analyzed. That Jiyu Qiongzhou quickly added. In fact, it only aimed to erase your memory. The retention or loss of others' memories is closely tied to you. You must have discovered something that posed a significant threat to it. Both felt a chill run down their spines. What could possess such power to manipulate human memories? Su Zhaoxi suddenly recalled that book from 6 years ago. Coincidentally, it was also from 6 years ago. The timing felt too coincidental that he suddenly had a daring thought. That book was also left 6 years ago. Therefore, the owner of that book could only be one of two candidates. It or me? Gu Qiongzhou abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with Su Zhaoxi. Are you suggesting? Su Zhaoxi smiled. Indeed, just as you suspected. However, we need further investigation to determine who this person is. Thus, the key lies with the owner of that book, the Jiyu Qiongzhou side, but there are absolutely no clues regarding this matter. How do we find it? Su Zhaoxi replied, perhaps there were truly no clues before, but now we have the database. The database we've discovered is crucial, the Jiyu Qiongzhou asked curiously. What do you mean? Su Zhaoxi said. We shall draw the snake out of its hole. Everything that person has done was to halt the database's progress and obstruct the further development of data inference, correct? Therefore, we will instead promote the database, ensuring everyone becomes aware of it, that we will then seek more talents to continue research on data inference. I believe that person will not be able to resist taking action, that Jiyu Qiongzhou suddenly interrupted, but you know that it can manipulate memories. What if we fall into the same trap again? Su Zhaoxi looked at him earnestly and said, I understand your concerns, but we are not unprepared this time. There is a chance of success. Darling, think about it. If we ignore this matter as if it never happened, we might enjoy a period of peaceful living. However, it will always exist and will not vanish simply because we choose not to investigate. Moreover, we are in the light while it lurks in the shadows, that if it wishes to strike, we will be completely defenseless. What if it suddenly targets you? What should I do? As he spoke, he began to tremble. Jiyu Qiongzhou gently patted his back. Zhaoxi, rest assured, I'll be fine. Do not be afraid. I promise you. Let us take a gamble. Su Zhaoxi said firmly as he hugged Gu Qiongzhou tightly, that I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. And no matter how treacherous the path ahead may be, I will clear the way for you. Gu Qiongzhou murmured, Fool, how could I bear to let you face these trials alone? Though Gu Qiongzhou had only lived for 26 years, he had experienced many ups and downs, having squandered 2 lifetimes. He asked himself if there was any danger he had not dared to confront. That moment, he realized that only Su Zhaoxi could be that unforeseen factor. Because of Su Zhaoxi, he began to hesitate, fearing that he might make a decision that could potentially harm Su Zhaoxi. Yet he had to make that decision, since that person did not want the database to be discovered by more people. They would instead make it the hottest app that evening. The news of the acquisition of the database app and its original company by the Gu family spread like wildfire throughout the business circle. Everyone is abuzz with discussions about this new topic, having heard that Gu has acquired that small, insignificant website. Does anyone possess insider information? What is Gu's perspective on this? Is it purely an act of philanthropy? Are you all unaware of Gu's keen insight? Why seek internal news when one can simply follow the investment trend? I believe Lao Mo is right. How could a formidable figure like Gu ever misjudge a situation? I must seize this wave of excitement and invest in the database that I hope to see my name on the wealth list in the coming year. The database has suddenly become the target of frenzied investment, and the rapid dissemination of information has made it the latest trending app. This has also attracted a plethora of talented individuals. Research into data extrapolation has surged to the forefront that Su Shanli has spent many years in the United States. Yet he still struggles to fully acclimate to the local customs, that he finds American cuisine rather unpalatable and often embarks on lengthy journeys to dine at Chinese restaurants. This return is no exception. However, he harbors a secret that diminishes his enjoyment of his longed-for food. After his meal, he strolls alone along the street to aid digestion, suddenly reminded of how Zongxi used to accompany him on such post-meal walks. Who would be there to capture his moments now? Would they be able to take better photos than he could? The more he contemplates, the more despondent he becomes, eventually finding a spot to sit down. At that moment, a young American girl takes a seat beside him and curiously gazes at him. Brother, are you from China? Su Shanli gently ruffles the girl's hair. Yes. The girl continues, are you feeling homesick? You look quite sad. That Su Shanli gathers her onto his lap. I'm just grappling with a dilemma. The girl, with her wide, innocent eyes, inquisitively asks. What dilemma? Su Shanli smiles. Should I continue living a steady life? Or should I break free and seek a new direction in life? Without any hesitation, the girl responds. Of course, break free. What is the point of living steadily? Su Shanli is taken aback for a moment, before handing her a lollipop from his pocket. I understand now. Go have fun. Chapter 71. Avoid an attachment. After hearing Su Zhaoxi's words, Zongxi has resolved to seek out Su Shanli. However, he knows that approaching him impulsively would not endear him to Su Shanli. It might even push him further into avoidance. Psychologically, Su Shanli's tendency to handle issues he wishes to evade through avoidance is indicative of an avoidant attachment style. Such individuals are exceedingly independent and self-directed, often feeling uncomfortable in intimate relationships. They fear commitment and excel at rationalizing their escape from closeness. They frequently complain, feeling crowded or suffocated when others attempt to get close. They often irrationally believe that others wish to control or confine them. Thus, Zongxi's previous relentless pursuit has only laid the groundwork for Su Shanli's current evasion. The method to establish an intimate relationship with someone exhibiting avoidant attachment is to attract them, prompting them to actively seek closeness. However, should the pursued individual respond positively during this pursuit, the avoidant person is likely to retreat once more. Therefore, Hizongshi recognizes that merely expressing affection towards Su Shanli is not a viable strategy. He has already formulated a plan in his mind that Su Shanli sits idly by a small river, his legs swinging restlessly. The water is crystal clear, yet his heart is murky by comparison, unable to resist. He begins scrolling through Hizongchi's social media to his dismay. He discovers only 2 posts. One is a photo he took of Hizongchi in a swimsuit, captioned, "A meaningful encounter." The other is a group photo of them dining together, captioned, "A meaningful meal." Frustrated, Su Shanli shuts his phone. After a moment, he reopens it, this time checking Weibo that a trending topic catches his eye. Hizongchi in the US for a photo shoot with the renowned photographer Sal. This topic ranks second in popularity, just behind the news of his brother-in-law, Gu Qiongzhou's acquisition of the database, which has revitalized the computing market. Surprised, Su Shanli learns that Sal is the youngest chief photographer in the U.S., known for his masterpieces. Yet he has a principle. He only photographs landscapes, never people. Moreover, Sal was Su Shanli's instructor during his university years, although Su Shanli later chose to study portraiture under the esteemed Master Fu Yikuan. Nevertheless, he has always maintained a good relationship with Sal, whom he regards as a brother, sharing both joys and sorrows over the phone. After some contemplation, he cannot resist calling Sal to inquire further. "Teacher, why have you suddenly started shooting portraits?" Sal chuckles. "It's not sudden. I've always shot portraits, but only of Hizongchi." That Su Shanli pauses, feeling a wave of anxiety. "Are you too close?" Sal replies gently. "Yes, Hizongchi and I share a significant bond. Our relationship is mutually beneficial." "Why do you ask?" Su Shanli is unsure how he ended the call, but after hanging up, he feels a deep sadness. No. A multitude of sorrows. He had thought Hizongchi would remain there, immovable, waiting for him to come to terms with his feelings. Yet he forgets that someone as exceptional as Hizongchi would not simply wait for him. Sal is also an extraordinary individual. Had he come to a realization too late? Yet he is unable to shake the thought that if Hizongchi and Sal had mutual feelings, they would have surely been together by now. Perhaps they are merely friends, but could the things Sal said truly be the words of mere friends? Are they really just that simple? Su Shanli feels as though he is drowning, struggling to breathe. For years, he has chosen to evade all challenging situations. Yet this time, his avoidance has not brought him happiness. Instead, it has intensified his sense of oppression. Perhaps the little girl was right. Sometimes a bold choice and a bit of courage are indeed the correct path. Finally surfacing from his turmoil, he inquires with Hizongchi's assistant, Ziying, about Hizongchi's recent schedule, deciding to approach him and seek clarity. After learning the time and place, he visits during Hizongchi's lunch break. However, after several consecutive days of not seeing Hizongchi, he finally catches a glimpse of him descending from the second floor after being delayed for half an hour due to traffic. He realizes that it is not that he cannot find Hizongchi. Rather, Hizongchi does not wish to see him. He approaches Hizongchi and asks, "You knew I would be waiting for you on the first floor during your lunch break. So you went up to the second floor instead, didn't you?" Hizongchi replies, "Yes." That Su Shanli smiles slightly. "So you don't want to see me?" That Hizongchi responds calmly. "Not particularly." That Su Shanli's eyes glisten with unshed tears. "I came to apologize." "I'm sorry." That Hizongchi suppresses his emotions. "Apologize for what?" Su Shanli murmurs. "I remembered what happened that day. Why didn't you tell me the truth? It was clearly my fault, and I treated you that way." Hizongchi replies, "It doesn't matter. I don't mind. Forget what I said about liking you. I didn't know you would resist so much that I wouldn't bother you again, and you don't need to go to the U.S. just to avoid me." Su Shanli anxiously bites his finger. Hizongchi gently pulls his finger from his mouth. "Don't bite." Unable to hold back any longer, tears cascade down Su Shanli's cheeks. Landing on Hizongchi's hand, that day, "I was just rambling. I actually don't mind. I didn't come to the U.S. to avoid you. I just needed some time to sort things out." Hizongchi pats his back. "Stop crying. Go wash your face. I don't blame you. I won't pressure you. Just continue being your straightforward self, all right?" Su Shanli thinks to himself, "But I have already made up my mind. How could I continue being straightforward?" However, he has no chance to voice his thoughts as Sal approaches. "Zongchi, let us go. The studio is ready to—" "Oh, little Su? What are you doing here? Why are you crying?" Did he bully you? Su Shanli quickly wipes his tears. No, teacher, I'm fine. Sal turns to Hizongshi. Did you bully my student? Hizongshi chuckles. Just had a few words, and he is crying that I won't say anything to him anymore. Let us head to the studio. He then turns to Su Shanli. You should go back now to be careful on your way. Sal tries to persuade Su Shanli to stay. Don't take offense. That's just how Hizongshi is. Little Su, why don't you stay and watch for a while? It's been ages since we discussed photography together. To Su Shanli, witnessing their familiar interaction, feels no desire to linger. He declines. No need, teacher, that I have something to attend to that I'll head back first. Let us get together another time. Chapter 72, Jess and bullying Su Shanli runs off, hailing a taxi at the corner. The cab swiftly drives away. That Hizongshi watches the taxi's retreating figure, lost in thought. Sal chuckles. What are you staring at? The person is long gone. That Hizongshi, slightly taken aback, replies. Nothing. Let us return to the studio. Sara glanced at the taxi and then at Hizongshi, inquiring, Are you certain this won't scare my apprentice away? In that term you provided me, it feels utterly nauseating to utter that my apprentice will undoubtedly misunderstand. Hizongshi's eyes darken slightly. Unless we push him a bit, he will remain forever withdrawn in his shell. Sara chuckled and shook his head. Forget it, I neither understand nor wish to comment. However, you must hasten to clarify our relationship to my apprentice, or else he might misconstrue my intentions. That my dear brother. Hizongshi concealed his expression and retorted. Who is your brother? I have never acknowledged you as my elder. Sara replied with a playful "Oh, can we discard the title of brother simply because of a restructured family? You called me that plenty as a child. Why the coyness now that we are grown? Ignoring him, Hizongshi strode back into the shed. Sara watched his retreating figure and chuckled. Truly, one cannot forsake their pride and yet expect to win my apprentice's heart. That in April, the magnolias were blooming splendidly. Gu Qiongzhou strolled through the area, admiring the vibrant blossoms and feeling an unusually pleasant mood. Suddenly, Su Zhaoxi appeared behind him, startling him with a timely exclamation. Hey, Gu Qiongzhou, were you frightened? Gu Qiongzhou, unfazed, playfully responded. Oh, how terrifying! Su Zhaoxi scoffed. Dear, you are so feigned. That Gu Qiongzhou pulled him closer. Isn't this just for fun? Divine One, why are you not at the company continuing your data analysis today? Su Zhaoxi smiled. Our progress is quite optimistic now. Besides, I Haven T left the database in 3 days. Did you not miss me at all? Gu Qiongzhou, smiling fondly, replied, Of course I did, and I was planning to visit you in the database today, but I didn't expect you to return first. It seems we share a telepathic understanding. That by the way, Haven T, you've been exhausted these past few days. Su Zhaoxi buried his face in Gu Qiongzhou's neck and inhaled deeply. I am indeed tired. Yet the thought of striving for our future fills me with energy. That Gu Qiongzhou tousled his hair. Let us head home. You need a shower. You're rather odorous. That Su Zhaoxi incredulously withdrew from Gu Qiongzhou's embrace and quickly sniffed himself, declaring, I may have been in the database, but I shower every day. There is no odor. Gu Qiongzhou, you're deceiving me again. Gu Qiongzhou burst into laughter. Why are you always so slow to catch on? Su Zhaoxi, my silly boy. Su Zhaoxi, with a mischievous grin, said, Just wait. And with that, he lifted Gu Qiongzhou into Princess Carrie, adding, I indeed feel a bit smelly. Let us shower together. To Gu Qiongzhou, taken aback by the playful turn of events. Protested Su Zhaoxi, put me down. Aren't you tired from just returning? Youngster shouldn't be so reckless. That Su Zhaoxi was unyielding. Not tired at all. The youth never tire. Come on, dear. In the bathroom, amidst swirling steam, Gu Qiongzhou, with a flushed face, found himself at the mercy of Su Zhaoxi. Eventually, Su Zhaoxi carried the exasperated Gu Qiongzhou back to the bedroom. Well, dear, what are your thoughts? Gu Qiongzhou, too fatigued to lift a finger, replied, You needn't exert yourself so much. That Su Zhaoxi laughed heartily. One must strive to win, dear. Let me apply some ointment for you. You should rest now. Gu Qiongzhou, both weary and drowsy, soon drifted into slumber. It was rare for Gu Qiongzhou to sleep in late, but he found himself waking up past noon. That Su Zhaoxi pinched his nose. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. Gu Qiongzhou frowned and swatted his hand away. Do not disturb me. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. Oh dear, someone is quite grumpy this morning. That you're hurting me. Gu Qiongzhou huffed. I barely used any force. Let me sleep a little longer. That Su Zhaoxi, with gentle humor, asked, So, you're not going to work this afternoon? Gu Qiongzhou paused. This afternoon? What time is it now? Su Zhaoxi laughed. It's 12 o'clock. Gu Qiongzhou bolted upright. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Is it truly noon? Su Zhaoxi reassured him. Chinese people don't deceive fellow Chinese. As Gu Qiongzhou got up, he complained, it's all your fault for being so wild last night. Does this count as absenteeism? Su Zhaoxi replied with a smile. I wasn't wild at all. It is not absenteeism. You're the boss. Gu Qiongzhou spat out some toothpaste foam. That is acceptable, but I must hurry. I have a mountain of work awaiting me. Su Zhaoxi wrapped his arms around Gu Qiongzhou from behind. My wife is truly a workaholic. Gu Qiongzhou rinsed his mouth. How else could I support you? Su Zhaoxi nuzzled him. Dear, I wholeheartedly agree. Upon returning to the company, Gu Qiongzhou found Su Zhaoxi already back at the database. As soon as he entered, someone called him over. Boss, I believe we are heading in the wrong direction with our research. Su Zhaoxi, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked, please elaborate. Nie Weijia began, I personally feel that researching data analysis lacks future prospects. Its results do not address our fundamental issues. The decline of the previous database was likely due to focusing on data analysis. Moreover, ISNT virtual reality, a hot topic now. We could seize the opportunity to develop in that area. Su Zhaoxi smiled enigmatically. Nie Weijia, I will consider your thoughts carefully. You may return to your duties. Once in his office and ensuring no one was outside, Su Zhaoxi called Gu Qiongzhou. Qiongzhou. There is a situation. Gu Qiongzhou paused. Has that person taken action? Su Zhaoxi replied. I cannot elaborate at this moment. I will tell you more at home. For now, please personally oversee the candidates who come in for interviews. Note any problematic names, but don't dismiss them outright. Follow the normal process that will assess their capabilities, and you can compile a list for me. Gu Qiongzhou agreed. Understood. Please stay safe. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. Do not worry. Dear, who could possibly outmatch me? After hanging up, Gu Qiongzhou summoned Wang Linlin. Chapter 73. Gu's enigmatic confidant, who has been conducting the interviews for the data analysis researcher position recently, Gu Qiongzhou inquired. Wang Linlin retrieved the HR department's report and handed it to Gu Qiongzhou. It should be Wang Shi from HR. Gu Qiongzhou perused the report and instructed, have him come to my office. Wang Shi, with a sense of trepidation, knocked on Gu Qiongzhou's office door, and upon being beckoned in, respectfully asked, Boss, what can I do for you? Gu Qiongzhou glanced at him and asked, how many interviewers are there for the data analysis researcher position? Wang Shi, startled by Gu Qiongzhou's sudden gaze, wiped his brow. For all our interviewers for this position have undergone rigorous training. You can rest assured. Gu Qiongzhou smiled reassuringly. Wang manager, do not be anxious. I harbor no distrust towards your team. Wang Shi relaxed slightly, but inquired, then why have you summoned me? Gu Qiongzhou casually toyed with the hypnotic beads on his desk. Replace one of them and include me in the interviews. Wang Shi widened his eyes. I must have misunderstood. You wish to personally participate in the interviews for the data analysis researcher position. Gu Qiongzhou confirmed. Precisely. Please arrange it promptly. That will be all for now. You may leave. Wang Shi, still in shock, exited the office and gathered the other 3 interviewers. Do you know why boss called me in today? The others shook their heads. That Li Xinlei quipped. If you don't say. How would we know? What is the fuss about? Wang Shi replied. The boss intends to personally interview the data analysis researcher candidates. The others exclaimed in disbelief. Why would the boss want to interview personally? Shouldn't he be conducting interviews for positions at least at the vice president level? Li Xinlei queried. Wang Shi responded. Now you understand why I was so astonished. Sun Yu speculated. I believe there must be a relative of the boss among the candidates. Li Xinlei concurred. Sun Yu, that makes sense. Otherwise, I cannot fathom his motive. Wang Shi interjected. There are only 4 interviewers. If the boss joins, one of you 3 will have to take on another role. Without speaking until now, Zheng Krui suddenly offered. I can take on another role. My expertise ISNT in this area, Li Xinlei exclaimed. Karui, I truly adore you. Sun Yu added. Thank you, Karui, but I will treat you to a meal sometime. Zheng Krui smiled subtly. Sure that Li Xinlei, being quite the chatterbox, soon spread the news throughout the company that the boss would be stepping in as an interviewer, even leading to absurd rumors that the boss would go to such lengths to win the smile of a beautiful confidant. Eventually, even Su Zhaoxi, engrossed in his work at the database, caught wind of the gossip. That evening, after completing his tasks, Su Zhaoxi returned home to find Gu Qiongzhou already nestled in bed, nearly asleep. upon hearing his arrival. Gu Qiongzhou donned a robe. It's so late. I thought you wouldn't return, he remarked. Su Zhaoxi smiled and teased. If I hadn't returned, the rumors would have me painted green. Ji Qiongzhou chuckled. You heard about that? The rumor. Su Zhaoxi kissed Gu Qiongzhou lightly. Indeed, who in the company is unaware that President Gu has a confidant poised to interview for the position of data simulation researcher? There are even whispers speculating whether your new love can find happiness under the shadow of my former affection. It is hardly worth considering. The answer is undoubtedly no. Ji Qiongzhou smiled helplessly. Why do you still bother with their petty squabbles? It's merely a rumor. You know better than anyone why I would take on the role of interviewer, right? Moreover, the rapid spread of this rumor is, in fact, something I have tacitly allowed. Su Zhaoxi found it somewhat amusing. How do you manage to spread your own scandalous rumors? I had no idea you had such a penchant for it. Unashamed, are we? As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him. I see that you're seeking a plausible excuse for your role as an interviewer over there, to avoid any suspicion regarding your intentions, aren't you? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled teasingly. Quite astute of you. Su Zhaoxi puffed up with pride. Of course, one must consider whose husband I am. By the way, let me tell you about that matter over the phone. Gu Qiongzhou replied. Go ahead. Su Zhaoxi continued. A staff member in the database suggested that data simulation lacks prospects and hopes we abandon it in favor of researching the currently trending virtual reality. Furthermore, his usual demeanor is that of a quiet, diligent worker. I have never heard him speak a word in the time I've been here. His sudden suggestion seems out of character, especially regarding data simulation. I suspect there is something amiss. Ji Qiongzhou nodded. I believe your suspicions are valid. Just keep an eye out. I will also be vigilant on my end. Su Shanli returned to his rented apartment in a daze, completely oblivious to the landlord calling him. Hey Xiaosu, I've called you 3 times. Are you all right? Su Shanli finally realized someone was calling him. My apologies, Waimasai. I was lost in thought. Waimasai patted him. You seem quite out of sorts. It wouldn't happen to be a broken heart, would it? Su Shanli chuckled awkwardly. Not at all. Waimasai, did you come for a specific reason? Waimasai responded. Xiaosu, it's time for you to pay this month's rent. Along with the 2 months from last year, Su Shanli felt his heart sting once more. All right, Waimasai, I understand that I will settle it as soon as possible. Waimasai smiled. That is fine, Xiaosu, but please don't vanish like you did last year. Su Shanli replied helplessly. Waimasai, that was due to circumstances beyond my control. It wasn't my intention. Please stop bringing it up. Waimasai laughed heartily. Haha, I won't mention it again, but don't be upset. Xiaosu, that I have business to attend to at my shop, so I'll be heading back. And do take some rest. Those dark circles under your eyes are starting to resemble a panda. Su Shanli removed his clothes and sank into the bathtub, the hot water enveloping him, contrasting sharply with the tension in his heart. He recalled the familiarity between He Zongxi and Sar, as well as He Zongxi's cold demeanor towards him. Feeling utterly aggrieved, his eyes quickly misted over with steam, but He Zongxi truly no longer harbors feelings for me. He has developed feelings for Sar. What should I do? Chapter 74. Advanced Su Zhaoxi resolved to continue studying data simulation, not only to draw out hidden motives but also to uncover the secret he discovered 6 years ago. He had anticipated numerous challenges, yet he did not foresee the onset of a bottleneck so soon. Ever since he mentioned to Gu Qiongzhou that there was progress, despite the relentless efforts of him and his team, their project had made no further advancement. Many began to express disappointment, with some questioning whether the data simulation project was inherently unfeasible. Weijia disregarded Su Zhaoxi entirely and boldly proclaimed, "We have been working tirelessly with no progress whatsoever. Everyone knows the database went silent before. I believe this is a direct result of the data simulation research that I mentioned my concerns to President Su a few days ago, but he wishes to continue. The results are evident. Therefore, I propose we abandon this endeavor and instead focus on the trending field of virtual reality." An immediate uproar ensued. I think he has a point, but abandoning it like this seems unwise. We've invested so much effort into this project that I don't believe the data simulation project is flawed. Rather, I find the virtual reality project to be lacking in depth. Su Zhaoxi leaned against the door, coldly interrupting Weijia. Weijia, may I ask by what authority you speak here? If you intend to present yourself as a database employee, I regret to inform you that you are no longer one. Your talents are far too great to be wasted in the database. Hearing Su Zhaoxi's words, Weijia's expression soured. President Su, Have you truly become so narrow-minded as to refuse to hear others' opinions? Su Zhaoxi chuckled. It appears I'm not particularly inclined to do so. Therefore, I kindly ask you to leave. Nie Weijia glared at Su Zhaoxi, but had no choice but to depart. After his exit, Su Zhaoxi addressed the others. If anyone has something to say, now is your chance. Let us not carry negative emotions into our work. President Su, please don't take Nie Weijia's words to heart. We don't share his views. The data simulation project is our labor of love, and we're just feeling a bit exhausted after encountering a bottleneck. Indeed, President Su, we appreciate your dedication to this project. You've worked tirelessly. If you can persevere, so can we. That Su Zhaoxi smiled. I see your efforts, and nothing worth having comes easily. Let us not lose heart. We will surely overcome this bottleneck that I've let him go. Su Zhaoxi said, resting his head on Gu Qiongzhou's shoulder. That Jiu Qiongzhou replied, You've dismissed him? I thought you wanted to wait and see. That Su Zhaoxi retorted. He showed me no respect. While I was standing there, he openly incited negativity among others, attempting to leverage them against me. Thankfully, my comrades stood firm by my side. For their sake, I cannot let him off lightly. Otherwise, how would I maintain my authority? Gu Qiongzhou remarked in surprise. His emotional intelligence seems quite lacking. It's akin to speaking ill of the host while standing right in front of them. That a normal person wouldn't choose to act this way. Su Zhaoxi paused. Now that you mention it, it does seem rather peculiar. It's as if he disregards the consequences. Could it be that he has another opportunity lined up and isn't concerned about being dismissed? Gu Qiongzhou gently massaged Su Zhaoxi's temples. All right, stop thinking about it. You haven't had much rest these past few days, have you? Allow me to help you relax. Close your eyes and sleep. This bottleneck will eventually be broken through. There is no need to rush, that we still have time. Su Zhaoxi closed his eyes. Yes, I understand. You are truly wonderful. My dear. Jiu Qiongzhou's eyes glimmered with concern. Go to sleep now. They were unaware that as Nie Weijia exited, he staggered slightly, momentarily disoriented. Questioning why he was there, it seemed he had lost track of time, that he turned and vanished into the street. The data simulation research interview site. Gu Qiongzhou, dressed impeccably, sat upright beside Wang Shi. Wang Shi handed a freshly brewed coffee to Gu Qiongzhou. President Gu, here is your coffee. The interview will commence shortly. Jiu Qiongzhou replied. Thank you, just proceed normally. ILL observed from the sidelines. Wang Shi was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't he there to assist a relative? How could President Gu help if he wasn't participating? Perhaps he would give me a signal later? I need to stay alert. Understood, President Gu. The interview began formally, with 4 candidates entering one by one. Hello, interviewers, I am Candidate 1, Zheng Zijuan. Hello, interviewers, I am Candidate 2, Qin Jiajia. Hello, interviewers, I am Candidate 3, Lu Jiyuan. Hello, interviewers, I am Candidate 4, Yuan Shuming. Wang Shi cleared his throat. All right, let us begin the questioning. What are your views on the data simulation project? Please provide a 1-minute statement. Zheng Zijuan stated, I believe data simulation is a project with excellent prospects. My statement is complete. Thank you. Qin Jiajia said, the world is composed of data. Studying data simulation is akin to studying the future of life, which I find profoundly meaningful. My statement is complete. Thank you, Lu Jiyuan remarked. I see it more as a representation of the cutting edge. That is what I pursue. My statement is complete. Thank you. Yuan Shuming concluded. I believe data simulation is a highly significant endeavor. As the saying goes, my statement is complete. Thank you. After the first round, the remaining candidates were Qin Jiajia and Lu Jiyuan. The interview progressed swiftly, with 30 candidates being reviewed in no time, 16 successfully advancing. Wang Shi posed a second question. Do you believe you can persistently try again in the face of failure without ever giving up? As the interview progressed, Wang Shi began to feel anxious. Noticing that Gu Qiongzhou's expression had shifted without any indication of change, that he was at a loss as to whom to approach for a discreet signal. On Friday, Gu Qiongzhou visited the database to see Su Zhaoxi. 2 individuals nestled in the small cubicle of Su Zhaoxi, preparing for the researcher interview today. Jiu Qiongzhou remarked that Su Zhaoxi inquired, How is it? Have you noticed anything peculiar? Gu Qiongzhou replied, I did not find any anomalies. But one candidate had quite a distinctive perspective on data inference. That he stated that the world is composed of data, and studying data inference is akin to exploring the future of one's life. Su Zhaoxi responded. Does he possess a godlike perspective? How is it that his thoughts align so closely with ours? Chapter 75. The soundproofing is excellent indeed. It feels as though he has an uncanny understanding of our thoughts. Gu Qiongzhou concurred that Su Zhaoxi continued. He must have passed the interview, right? Gu Qiongzhou confirmed, yes, he was among the top 7 candidates, securing the first position. That I listened to his defense. It was truly impressive. That Su Zhaoxi nodded. All right, I understand. By the way, I have good news to share. This Wednesday, I might be able to return home, though it is not yet confirmed. You need not wait for me. You can go to sleep first. I simply could not resist sharing this with you early. That I miss you dearly, my wife. That Gu Qiongzhou chuckled as she playfully tousled his hair. You truly cannot keep anything to yourself. That I miss you too. It will be better once this period passes. That Su Zhaoxi grabbed Gu Qiongzhou's mischievous hand and teased. Do not pinch my face. I'm not a child. You should pinch Su Xiaoxi instead. It misses you dearly. Gu Qiongzhou shot him an exasperated glance. Su Zhaoxi, why are you always so irreverent? What if someone overhears us? Su Zhaoxi wrapped his arms around Gu Qiongzhou's waist affectionately. Do not worry, my wife. This room has exceptional soundproofing. Shall we? Su Zhaoxi, why is your mind so filled with lewd thoughts? You keep steering the conversation in that direction. Like a seasoned driver, Gu Qiongzhou retorted, her anger tinged with embarrassment. That Su Zhaoxi burst into laughter. My dear wife, where did you learn such terms? You crack me up. You are so adorable. Gu Qiongzhou, puzzled by his laughter, earnestly explained, these are trending phrases from Douyin. Wang Zhu specifically recommended that I learn them, claiming they would aid in interpersonal communication. That I asked there's something wrong with these terms. Su Zhaoxi suppressed his laughter. No, not at all. That I, in fact, they are rather endearing. They should significantly enhance your interpersonal skills. Keep at it. My wife, you can do it, fighting. Gu Qiongzhou, slightly bewildered, replied, oh well, that is good, but I can't shake the feeling that you are acting a bit strange. That Su Zhaoxi affectionately ruffled Gu Qiongzhou's hair, smiling. What is strange about me? I believe you are the one being a little odd, but in a charming way. Gu Qiongzhou pouted. Ah, so cheesy. I am not cute. I am a spirited young man. This time, Su Zhaoxi truly could not contain his laughter. My dear, perhaps you should refrain from using such terms. It's too amusing. Have you ever used these words when speaking with others? Gu Qiongzhou paused a moment. No, I haven't. That I just learned them after all. I am experimenting with them here with you. That Su Zhaoxi stifled his laughter. That is fine, my wife, but you should not merely learn the surface meanings. You must understand the true implications behind those words. Some terms may convey meanings that are quite different from their literal definitions. Gu Qiongzhou blinked in realization. Ah, I see. Forget it. I shall stick to reading books on interpersonal communication from now on. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. No worries, my dear wife. That I think your current demeanor is quite lovely. You should maintain a cool demeanor towards those you do not know. It suits your commanding presence perfectly. That Su Zhaoxi's scheming was astute. Gu Qiongzhou pondered for a moment and agreed. You are right. There is no need for me to waste time on those I am unfamiliar with. Glancing at her watch, she noted, it is past 9. I must take my leave. Otherwise, I shall struggle to rise in the morning. Su Zhaoxi wrapped his arms around Gu Qiongzhou. Oh dear, you have only been here for a few hours and already wish to depart. How heartless. Gu Qiongzhou, feeling reluctant, suggested. Perhaps I shall stay the night and keep you company. Su Zhaoxi's expression softened. What are you saying, Gu? I was merely joking. This room is only a single bed, and it would be uncomfortable for you to sleep here. Moreover, we can be rather noisy at night, and it might disturb your rest. You should head home. Gu Qiongzhou shrugged nonchalantly. It is fine. I can sleep on the floor. Besides, did you not say the soundproofing is excellent? Su Zhaoxi hesitated. But this place is quite distant from the headquarters. Gu Qiongzhou chuckled. Did you not mention that the CEO need not adhere to a strict schedule? Su Zhaoxi finally relented. Very well. You may take the bed. And I shall sleep on the floor after I finish my work. Sleep now? There is no need to wait for me. That I just took a 2-hour break and must make up for it. I will likely be quite late. Gu Qiongzhou acquiesced, shedding her coat and lying down on Su Zhaoxi's bed. Unable to resist, Su Zhaoxi pressed a kiss on her for a lengthy moment. If it were not for work, I would certainly. Gu Qiongzhou, slightly dazed from the kiss, interrupted. You have kissed me. Do not say anything more. Go back to work. That Su Zhaoxi planted another kiss on Gu Qiongzhou's forehead. Understood. Sleep well, my wife. Gu Qiongzhou lazily replied and obediently closed her eyes. The moment Su Zhaoxi stepped out, he was surrounded. Su, was that Gu just now? Quite aloof, isn't he? He came to see you. Su Zhaoxi replied with pride. Indeed, he is quite cool towards outsiders, but he is incredibly gentle with me. You wouldn't understand it, oh dear, that is rather unfair. Most of us are still singled, it stings. Su Zhaoxi chuckled. All right, disperse. Return to your duties. By the way, Gu is staying here tonight, so keep your voices down to avoid waking him. Understood, Su. You truly know how to take care of others. Having completed his work, it was already past 2 in the morning, and he tiptoed into the room with a spare blanket. The Jiyu Qiongzhou slept soundly, showing no signs of disturbance at the sound. But Su Zhaoxi laid out a makeshift bed on the floor and gently kissed Gu Qiongzhou's forehead. Good night, my wife. Though Gu Qiongzhou did not have a problem with unfamiliar beds, the new environment caused her to awaken early the next day. Upon seeing Su Zhaoxi lying on the ground, her heart swelled with affection. She lovingly tucked the blanket around him. Although he had mentioned that the Su need not clock in at specific hours, he was accustomed to the routine of daily attendance. After a brief tidying up, he stepped out, but a few early shift colleagues were astonished to see him, their jaws nearly dropping. Gu, what brings you here? Gu Qiongzhou replied. I came to check on your Su. Wow. Your relationship with Su is truly enviable. Jiyu Qiongzhou received a WeChat message from Su Shanli. Brother-in-law, I am feeling so lost that it seems I have genuinely fallen for Zongxi. But he appears to have someone else he likes. Why is he so fickle? It is so frustrating. What should I do? Brother-in-law. Gu Qiongzhou smiled softly at the message, thinking that Zongxi was quite swift in his actions. He pondered his words carefully before responding. I am not sure, but one must at least try to discover the outcome. After a short while, Su Shanli replied, Got it, brother-in-law. Gu Qiongzhou contemplated for a moment before dialing Zongxi's number. Chapter 76. Surprises and unforeseen events. When Zongxi answered, he seemed taken aback. Gu Qiongzhou replied nonchalantly. It is odd that Zongxi understood that Gu Qiongzhou's call was likely regarding Su Shanli. Are you looking for me regarding Su Shanli? Gu Qiongzhou chuckled softly. Indeed, that Su Zhaoxi must have spoken with you. I wish to know your thoughts. That I heard from Su Shanli that you seem to have someone else you fancy. Zongxi chuckled softly. Gu, do you not already know the answer in your heart? Why ask me? Gu Qiongzhou fiddled with a hypnotic bead. Su Shanli just messaged me, sounding quite aggrieved that I wanted to remind you not to go too far. Otherwise, you might find it hard to comfort her. Zongxi paused for a moment. I understand, Gu. After a brief silence, he added with a light chuckle. From your tone, it seems you have experienced this before? Gu Qiongzhou cleared his throat. I am merely advising you. It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, as long as you are aware, that is sufficient. Zongxi did not expose him, saying, Thank you, Gu, for informing me. Rest assured, I will not go too far. Not only would you find it difficult to let go, but I find it even harder. After hanging up, Gu Qiongzhou continued to stare at the hypnotic bead. Wang Linlin entered. Gu, here is the meeting schedule for today. Are you even listening? Oh, I apologize. I was lost in thought. What were you saying? Gu Qiongzhou snapped back to reality. Wang Linlin smiled. You seem to be under a lot of stress lately. You appear rather fatigued. This is your meeting schedule for today. Wang Linlin handed Gu Qiongzhou the scheduled AS. Gu Qiongzhou skimmed through the document. Wang Linlin suddenly suggested, Actually, today's meeting isn't particularly crucial. Perhaps we should postpone it. You should take some time to rest. Jiyu Qiongzhou responded. No worries, I am fine. Let the meeting proceed as planned. Su Shanli, feeling bored, decided to visit the nearest swimming pool, hoping to find a chiseled blonde to photograph. Luck was on Su Shanli's side, as the pool was filled with handsome men, many of whom were willing to pose for him. Yet he found himself unexpectedly disinterested as he gazed at the abdominal muscles of those individuals. Images of Zongxi's sun-kissed 8-pack and the alluring V-line flashed through his mind. Hey friend, here is some tissue for you. A mixed-race handsome man handed him a piece of toilet paper. Su Shanli looked at him, puzzled. Huh, why are you giving me tissue? The handsome man chuckled. You have a nosebleed. Quickly, wipe it off. Su Shanli hurriedly accepted the tissue and pressed it against his nose, offering an awkward smile. Sorry about that. I'll just head to the restroom. The gentleman, inquired. Do you know where the restroom is? If not, I can guide you to. Su Shanli, not thinking much of it, replied, Thank you. The handsome man escorted him to the restroom. Quietly watching as he cleaned himself up, Su Shanli then looked at him curiously. What are you? Before he could finish, he found himself pinned against the wall by the handsome man. Care for a little fun? Su Shanli was taken aback and began to struggle fiercely. Let me go. I don't want this, the handsome man, amused, replied. Don't want it? Then why are you bleeding from your nose while staring at my abs? Su Shanli, exasperated, shot back. You're incredibly conceited. I'm not bleeding because of you. Please, let me go, or I'll scream for help. The handsome man appeared somewhat disappointed. Is that so? But you fit my taste quite well. And I really don't want to let you leave. Besides, this place is rather secluded. Hardly anyone comes here. Just indulge me once. You have nothing to lose, and I promise you'll enjoy it. But Su Shanli struggled anew. Let me go. What you're doing is illegal. Just then, the door swung open with a bang, and Zongshi rushed in, his expression darkening as he saw Su Shanli pinned against the door. He strode over, forcefully pushing the man aside and shielding Su Shanli behind him. This is my person. The man stumbled back a few steps, regaining his composure with a light laugh. Ah, so he belongs to someone. How careless of you to let such a beautiful person out alone. Zongshi seized the man by his collar. You needn't worry about that. That Su Shanli tugged at Zongshi's hand. Let it go. He hasn't done anything to me. Don't escalate this. Only then did Zongshi release him. Get lost. The man smirked nonchalantly. All right, no need to be angry, gentlemen. I'll take my leave. After the man departed, Zongshi anxiously asked, Are you all right? Su Shanli suddenly felt a twinge of vulnerability. I was a bit scared. Zongshi enveloped him in his embrace. Don't be afraid. I'm here to the bar. Yongnan noticed Xiao Chongzhuo approaching and whistled. Xiao. Looks like you struck out, huh? Xiao Chongzhuo shrugged indifferently. Unfortunately, he was taken that I never touch someone who belongs to another. Yongnan handed him a drink. Care for a toast? Xiao Chongzhuo downed it in one go. Why haven't you been hanging out with Feng Qianshu lately? Yongnan paused. We're about to break up. It's been nearly 3 months. I'm just bored. Xiao Chongzhuo laughed heartily. Yongnan, you really are quite the cad. I thought that kid Feng Qianshu was decent. Aren't you considering settling down? Yongnan offered a desolate smile. The ones who could make me settle down aren't him. Xiao Chongzhuo threw his arm around Yongnan's shoulder. After a heartbreak. It is time to drink. That we'll party until dawn. As dawn broke, Xiao Chongzhuo surveyed the disarray and the sleeping Yongnan beside him, unsure of how to react. Yongnan stirred awake, blinking his eyes. And upon realizing the situation, his expression turned inscrutable. Xiao Chongzhuo exclaimed in shock. Did we last night? Yongnan replied coolly. What did you think? Xiao Chongzhuo, agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. What the hell did I do? I slept with my best friend. He hesitantly began. Aren't you a one? How come? Yongnan retorted. Because I couldn't overpower you. Xiao Chongzhuo collapsed onto the bed, covering himself with the blanket. Yongnan turned him over. The one who has slept with is me, all right. Who are you trying to impress with this behavior? Xiao Chongzhuo, flustered, apologized. I'm so sorry, Yongnan, that I'm a beast. I couldn't control myself. I truly apologize. Yongnan's gaze darkened. Just get up. That was an accident. We were both drunk. Xiao Chongzhuo remained filled with guilt. It's mainly my fault. Yongnan, you want to cut ties with me. Will you? Yongnan, exasperated, hurled a pillow at him. Are you asking for a beating? After a moment of silence, he sighed. Let us pretend this never happened. That was just an accident. Chapter 77. Nightmare. Zongshi took Su Shanli to a nearby hotel. Booking a room, Su Shanli followed him like an accessory, trailing behind wherever Zongshi went. Upon entering the room, he sat motionless on the sofa. Zongshi inquired with concern. Would you like to take a shower? Su Shanli softly replied with a nod and made his way to the bathroom. After a while, he peeked out, feeling a bit awkward. I don't have any spare clothes, but I've already taken mine off. Zongshi chuckled silently. Go ahead and wash up. I'll get you something. Su Shanli nodded and retreated back inside. The warm water cascaded over Su Shanli's body, and his cheeks flushed. Confessing such things to someone he liked was incredibly embarrassing. He turned slightly, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Before long, Zongshi returned, gently knocking on the bathroom door. I'm back. Su Shanli quickly turned off the shower. Got it. Zongshi smiled. Crack the door open. I'll pass you the clothes. Su Shanli accidentally bit his tongue, letting out a small hiss. What's wrong? Zongshi asked, concerned from outside. Nothing. Just bit myself. He twisted the doorknob, opening a crack. Just hand them to me. Zongshi, amused, passed the clothes through. Be careful. Su Shanli, embarrassed, swiftly shut the door. Despite Su Shanli's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was, in fact, an innocent boy who had never even held a girl's hand. The sudden intimacy of being in a room with someone he admired while he was undressed was overwhelming. Especially when he caught sight of the cute underwear Zongshi had bought for him. His face burned crimson. How could he have forgotten about the underwear? He took a considerable amount of time to finally dress. The clothes fit surprisingly well and aligned perfectly with his taste. Emerging from the bathroom, he found Zongshi seated on the sofa, watching television. Upon seeing Su Shanli, he stood up. All done. You must be hungry. I ordered your favorite fried chicken rice. That it should arrive shortly. Su Shanli was taken aback that he remembered his favorite dish. Thank you, boss. That Zongshi smiled. No need to mention it that I have a commercial endorsement to shoot this afternoon. So I'll be leaving. Su Shanli, without thinking, blurted out. Are you coming back? Zongshi glanced at him. Do you want me to come back? Su Shanli was momentarily stunned. I meant, you booked a double room. Isn't it unfair for me to stay here alone? Zongshi chuckled. All right, I understand that I'll be back tonight. After Zongshi left, Su Shanli remained enchanted by his last smile. This is what it feels like to like someone. His heart swelled with sweetness at the sight of Zongshi's laughter. In a hypnotic dream. Gu Qiongzhou halted. Stop. It's dangerous ahead. We can't go any further. That he couldn't see the person's face. But that voice was eerily familiar. When had he last heard it? Subo nudged him. Gu, what's wrong? Gu Qiongzhou looked at the young man before him, his heart suddenly aching. Subo weren't you shot alongside me that day? How can you be? Subo smiled brightly. Gu, are you daydreaming? We're about to attend the Huamao conference. After this, our currency will circulate normally abroad. You don't seem well. Gu Qiongzhou froze and shouted. The Huamao conference? We can't go. Stop the car. Subo laughed. Why stop? We're almost at Yulin Street. Before he could finish, Gu Qiongzhou's eyes widened as a bullet flew past, piercing Subo's heart. But Subo, no, Subo, don't. Gu Qiongzhou jolted awake from the nightmare, gasping for breath, feeling his heart ache less painfully. He clutched his chest, opening his eyes to the familiar surroundings, finally feeling a semblance of reality. Whose voice had that been? Gu Qiongzhou picked up the hypnotic bead from the table, contemplating. I suppose I need to consult a professional psychologist. Turning around, he was startled to find Su Zhaoxi standing at the office door, still poised as if knocking. Seemingly having watched for quite some time, Gu Qiongzhou panicked that Su Zhaoxi entered with a serious expression. What were you just doing? Gu Qiongzhou approached, embracing Su Zhaoxi, forcing a dry smile. Zhaoxi, I wasn't doing anything. Just had a nightmare. Don't worry. But Su Zhaoxi pushed him away. When did you learn to lie? Gu Qiongzhou fell silent, only to see Su Zhaoxi gazing deeply into his eyes, solemnly stating, Do not deceive me. Gu Qiongzhou's gaze momentarily faltered. I merely wish to recall certain events from the past. You were indeed hypnotizing me. Su Zhaoxi shouted at him for the first time. Gu Qiongzhou recognized the authenticity of his anger and grasped his sleeve, lowering his tone. I ensured I maintained control. Nothing will go awry. I simply wish to uncover the identity of that person. So we need not live in fear. Su Zhaoxi regarded Gu Qiongzhou, his heart aching as if pierced by needles. The fury within him dissipated upon meeting Gu Qiongzhou's earnest gaze. My dear, I apologize. I should not have shouted at you. But do you comprehend the pain I felt when I witnessed that scene? If you become ensnared in your own world, what shall I do? Please feel for me. Gu Qiongzhou forcefully embraced him, saying, I will not disappear. I cannot leave, for you are here. How could I abandon you in a world devoid of my presence? Trust me. Su Zhaoxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Fully aware that he could not deter Gu Qiongzhou, the image of Gu Qiongzhou struggling in his dreams filled him with dread. Gu Qiongzhou was his entire universe. My dear, we have many alternatives. There is no need for you to take risks. Yet Gu Qiongzhou replied, But this is the most straightforward approach. I hadn't intended for you to find out. That Su Zhaoxi's grip tightened. Gu Qiongzhou, you must inform me of your actions immediately, regardless of the circumstances. This time I forgive you, but I shall not do so again. Gu Qiongzhou paused, then chuckled. I understand that I will tell you everything from now on. Su Zhaoxi, however, held him even tighter. Gu Qiongzhou, if you vanish, I will not seek you. I will merely accompany your disappearance. I mean what I say. Gu Qiongzhou's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 78. Night. Ultimately, both reached a compromise. Su Zhaoxi consented to Gu Qiongzhou's judicious use of hypnosis. However, Su Zhaoxi insisted on being present throughout the process and requested the presence of a professional psychologist. After their discussion, Su Zhaoxi cradled Gu Qiongzhou and returned to their bedroom, where they lay together to Jiyu Qiongzhou, resembling a cat, half lay upon Su Zhaoxi, listening to his heartbeat. "Your heart races so fast. You must really like me." Su Zhaoxi retorted, "Do not be so smug. I am still recovering from the fright you gave me earlier. You are quite audacious, daring to hypnotize yourself when no one is around." Jiyu Qiongzhou acknowledged his misstep. "I apologize. I promise I will not act so recklessly again." That Su Zhaoxi adjusted Gu Qiongzhou's position. "Now tell me, what did you dream about that frightened you so?"